The child had no idea what was happening. He couldn't move his body no matter how hard he struggled, and his surroundings were deafeningly loud. Was this the place they called hell? But perhaps hell was better than this place. For this was where Viker's life as a hound began, a place where the illegitimate children of the Baskerville family were raised, and our protagonist, Viker Baskerville, had returned to the body of an infant. As fate would have it, today was also the day the patriarch would choose the family's finest hound. The current head of House Baskerville was Hugo Le Baskerville, a cold-blooded man who showed no mercy, not even to his own children. He glanced over the children, his brow furrowing in appraisal. Nothing but a bunch of mediocre whelps, not a single special child in the lot. It seems we have only trash here. Just then his gaze stopped on the only infant lying quietly in his cradle. It was our Viker. After a moment of contemplation, Hugo decided and commanded his subordinate, "This piece of trash seems to be a quiet one. Take him to the bed of swords." As he laid eyes on the very man who had framed and murdered him, Viker's eyes filled with hatred and bloodlust. He now accepted the reality that he had returned to an infant's body. With all his strength, Viker stretched out a tiny hand. His memories of his past life had not faded in the slightest. In his previous life he had lived like a hound. Born illegitimate, Viker was trained in the harshest of environments. He was a dog forced to do anything to complete his missions. Assassination, espionage, ambushes, blackmail. A dog that handled all the dirty work. It was all to help House Baskerville rise to become one of the 7 great families. The reason for Viker's blind loyalty was simple. He yearned for recognition from his family and his father, Hugo. 10 years after the gate to the demon realm opened, war against the demons ended in humanity's victory. The reward for the dog who had given everything for the family was to be cast aside. Viker had been executed simply because this hound knew too much. Clenching his tiny fists, Viker swore a solemn vow to himself that he would never live that life again. He longed for immediate revenge, but in this newborn body he could do nothing. Even turning over was an immense struggle. However, the greatest opportunity to grow stronger was being handed to him by Hugo himself. The bed of swords was, for now, the best place he could be. Viker clenched both his fists, his eyes blazed with the fires of vengeance, and he swore to make full use of this hard-won opportunity. The bed of swords was, without exaggeration, a living hell. The place was filled with swords that for generations had been stained crimson with the blood of Baskerville children. Every child born into House Baskerville had to pass through it while still in their diapers. The infants were thrown into a maze of swords and forced to find their own way out. If they were lucky enough to survive, they would reach the River Styx to have their potential tested. The River Styx was a legendary river said to forge a child's body into steel. However, only a select few could endure its power. Survival in a cold-blooded family like the Baskervilles was no simple feat. At last, the day of the trial began. Viker crawled onward without a moment's hesitation. Thousands of blades sliced and dug into his flesh, yet his eyes showed no trace of fear. In his past life, Viker had lagged behind his siblings and failed to fully receive the effects of the River Styx. But this time would be different. He would seize as much of the river's blessing as he possibly could. After making it through the maze of swords, his body covered in innumerable wounds, Viker immediately dove into the River Styx, much to the astonishment of the family members watching. His tiny body slowly sank toward the riverbed. By then he didn't even have the strength left to struggle. The blood flowing from Viker's wounds slowly dyed the River Styx crimson. The river's water in turn seeped into his body and bones through his open cuts. This process had a tremendous effect on his body, but it also brought indescribable pain. Viker used what little strength he had left to cover his nose and mouth. To gain the power he needed for his revenge, he had to hold out for as long as possible. Meanwhile, the attendants on the riverbank were panicking. "Young master, you have to get out. You'll die if you stay in there any longer. Pull him out. We must get the young master out of there now." Hugo, however, watched on with a look of great interest. It had been a very long time since he'd seen such an amusing child. With a wicked grin, Hugo asked his butler, Barry, "How long has that brat been in the river?" John Barry was the head butler of House Baskerville and had served several generations of patriarchs. He calmly informed Hugo that 7 minutes had passed. Holding one's breath underwater for 7 minutes was an incredibly difficult feat even for an adult, let alone an infant like Viker. Just as Hugo began to think this son of his might have died from his own foolish stunt, he noticed bubbles rising from the water's surface. He walked closer to the river's edge and spoke. "My son, you can come out now." Viker heard the call but had no intention of stopping. He would only stop once he had absorbed every last drop. Having run out of air, Viker resolved to drink the waters of the Styx. But this body was still that of a mere child. He choked on the water, gradually lost consciousness, and sank into the river's unfathomable depths. And so the protagonist died, and the story came to an end. Thank you for reading. Of course, that is, if Hugo hadn't saved his son at the last second. How could he possibly let such a promising hound die? Hugo laughed gleefully as he grabbed Viker's foot to check his condition. "Look at this little rascal. It wasn't enough for him to soak in the River Styx, he had to drink it too. And he's already grown teeth." After his inspection, Hugo asked the butler for the child's name. Truly, the father of the year. From now on, Hugo would be watching this son of his, Viker van Baskerville. Little did he know, however, that Viker was still semi-conscious. Viker could only curse his current powerlessness. "Enjoy it while you can, Hugo. For now I need time to sharpen my fangs. And when the time comes, I will bite your head off. House Baskerville will be erased from history by my hand. Viker van Baskerville. When he awoke, Viker found himself back in the nursery. This meant he had succeeded in absorbing the waters of the river Styx. With this, Viker was one step closer to his revenge, starting from a much better position than before. Just then, a maid approached, holding a small box. It was something the madam had ordered her to bring. After placing the box down, the maid quickly departed, as if the box's contents were something extraordinary. Viker looked at it and wondered who would send a gift to an illegitimate child like himself. Just then, the box slowly creaked open and a dangerous aura seeped out. Inside, to his astonishment, was a pair of blood vipers. Even Viker, who had lived his life walking the line between life and death, couldn't help but be shocked. To think they'd send 2 of these rare beasts just to assassinate a single child? Not many were referred to as Madam in the Baskerville household. She was undoubtedly trying to eliminate the competition for her own children. It was possible that the other infants in the other nurseries had also been targeted. The 2 blood vipers immediately slithered out of the box, bared their fangs and lunged at Viker. In his previous life, Viker would have undoubtedly died. But after his baptism in the river Styx, he was no longer the same. Viker seized both vipers by the neck, a bloodthirsty look on his face. Now this is the cruel, cold-blooded Baskerville family I remember. He would bring this family to an end with his own 2 hands. The 2 vipers thrashed in agony as he choked them, likely realizing their foolish mistake. Soon after, the 2 blood vipers were torn to pieces. The next morning, the members of House Baskerville were utterly horrified to find an infant sleeping peacefully beside the corpses of 2 blood vipers. That day, the wet nurse who had been tasked with watching the child was tortured and executed. In the end, the cause of the vipers' deaths remained a mystery to all. Only a single young hound knew the truth. 8 years passed since that incident. A much older Viker was now studying alongside his siblings. Today's lesson was on the ranks of a swordsman. If a swordsman is unable to infuse their mana into their sword, they are called apprentice swordsmen. Once they can infuse even a small amount of their mana into their sword, they are called adept swordsmen. When they can emit the mana on their sword as an aura, they are called sword experts. Finally, when they can gather that flow of aura, shaping and transforming it at will, they earn the title of Swordmaster. The strongest of House Baskerville, Hugo Le Baskerville, was a swordmaster. While the other children listened in awe to the teacher's lecture, Viker was lost in thought, plotting his revenge. Currently, Hugo was already a swordmaster. Viker had to regain all the power he'd possessed before his regression by his coming-of-age ceremony. Seeing his contemplative state, the teacher was inwardly pleased. Young Master Viker is lost in thought again. He has a body enhanced by 7 minutes in the river Styx, and his genius-level analytical skills are far beyond those of an ordinary person. His talent is in a league of its own compared to the other young masters. The patriarch will surely be delighted to hear of his accomplishments. Little did he know that the 8-year-old boy before him was calculating how many years it would take to send his own father to his grave. What a truly filial son. Because of his exceptional abilities, Viker was targeted by the 3 Stooges, or rather his triplet brothers. After class, the 3 of them dragged Viker to a warehouse and began to taunt him. "Hey, you worthless mongrel. You're just an illegitimate half-breed, yet some strange rumors are flying around about you. You heard them right? That you survived 7 minutes in the river Styx and killed 2 venomous blood vipers as a newborn." Viker's expression remained unchanged. He knew these 3 all too well. They were, after all, the ones who had framed him for a crime he didn't commit and hunted him down in his past life. Their nickname was Hugo Le Baskerville's Trident. Perhaps because naming them was too much trouble, they were called highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow respectively. As triplets, they had the ability to sync their CPUs, constantly finishing each other's sentences like a bunch of fools. Over the next 10 years, they would become extremely troublesome adversaries for Viker. Thus, Viker decided to intimidate them now, to nip the problem in the bud. Just as he was looking for a pretext to make his move, Highbrow drew a knife, threatening him. They say that after you soak in the river Styx, your body becomes as hard as steel, that blades can no longer harm you. That means you won't die even if I stab you, right? At his brother's command, Lowbrow immediately pinned Viker down, covering his nose and mouth. They wanted to test the rumor, arrogantly declaring that if Viker could last for 3 minutes they would eat their own hands. Such naive children. Viker decided to humor the brats for a little while. At first the 3 brothers laughed and jeered, but their expressions soon turned to shock. Viker held his breath for 10 minutes without so much as a change in his complexion. It was then that the brothers realized the rumors were all true. The boy in front of them was a monster. But it was too late to back down. The price for their stupid game was one of Lowbrow's fingers. Now he could only give a score of 9.5. Viker spat the finger out and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes gleamed like those of a hound stalking its prey in the dead of night. "What's the matter? Weren't you the one who said you'd eat your own hand?" The 3 brothers were so scared they nearly wet themselves, but they desperately tried to feign composure. As they made to leave to find a priest to reattach the finger, Viker blocked their path. "Who said you could go?" Seeing this, Highbrow's blood boiled. He gripped the knife in his hand and thrust it at Viker with all his might. "You damn bastard, have you forgotten we're a year older than you?" The good news was that this act allowed the brothers to confirm the rumor. The bad news was that the rumor was absolutely true. The blade tore through Viker's clothes but failed to leave so much as a scratch on the skin that had been tempered by the river Styx. Viker grabbed Highbrow's wrist, his expression turning menacing. "This is the House of Baskerville. As long as you have enough strength and talent, age means nothing. Let's see this game through to the end, my dear brothers." Only then did Highbrow grasp the situation, shouting out loud, "The rumors were true? The reward for his correct answer was a free dental adjustment courtesy of Dr. Viker. A single punch shattered all of Hybro's front teeth. A bloody mess of teeth and torn lips splattered onto the floor. Seeing that the other two brothers seemed interested in his cosmetic services, Viker kindly delivered a kick to Midbro's mouth. He then picked up the fallen knife and walked toward Lowbro, who was scrambling away in terror. "Don't be afraid, you'll be fine if you get treatment in time. But I'm not letting all of you leave this room. At this rate you'll be permanently crippled. So out of the kindness of my heart I'll let one of you go." The three brothers felt as if they'd seen a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Each one wanted to be the one to escape this monster, but life is rarely so sweet. Viker tossed the knife on the floor between them and turned to leave. "It's up to you to decide. I won't wait long, so make it quick. At least one of you has to survive, right?" The three brothers glanced at the knife on the floor, then at one another. All three were drenched in a nervous sweat. Using the same operating system, they knew exactly what their brothers were thinking. Needless to say, any sense of brotherly affection was gone. The three lunged at each other, fighting desperately for the single chance at survival. In that moment, Baskerville's trident was shattered by its own hands, and Viker, the mastermind behind it all, wore a satisfied smile, having just severed one of Hugo's powerful future assets. In the Patriarch's office, head butler John Barry was delivering a critical report. "My lord, there has been another conflict with the Morgue family at the Ruby Mine. They are demanding control of the mine, claiming it lies within their territory." Hugo seemed unconcerned by the news. An opportunity to discuss the matter in person would arise soon enough. He then asked if there were any other reports. The head butler continued. "It concerns the recent midterm evaluations at the children's estate. Young Master Viker placed first in the written examinations." Hugo's interest was immediately piqued, and he smiled knowingly. For the past 8 years he had kept close tabs on all information regarding this son. He was greatly looking forward to the practical exam in 5 days. Just then, Barry continued his report on a major fight that had broken out among the young masters. Hugo was only concerned with whether any of his sons had died, and if he needed to replenish their numbers. A true contender for Father of the Year, Barry reported the details of the fight. "There were no fatalities, my lord. However, young Master Hybro's teeth were completely shattered, young Master Midbro's jaw was dislocated, and young Master Lowbro's left index finger was severed. Although they have undergone treatment and recovery, they have suffered significant psychological trauma." Hugo was puzzled upon hearing the report. Weren't those bastards very close to each other? I doubt they would fight among themselves like that. Barry's subsequent reply surprised Hugo slightly. It was because they had fought with another brother. The one who had done that to the three brothers was none other than their 1-year younger brother. It was the young master who had placed first in the recent examination, young Master Viker. Upon receiving this report, Viker was summoned to the Patriarch's office by Hugo. He did not seem anxious in the slightest, as if he had anticipated this situation. After a pleasant greeting, Hugo got straight to the point. "I heard you crippled those three brothers from the upper class." Viker feigned innocence, showing not a hint of remorse. "I heard they received special treatment." Seeing this, Barry broke out in a cold sweat and glanced at the Patriarch. He had never seen someone dare to be so impertinent in front of Hugo. Hugo's anger began to rise, and he reiterated the issue in a solemn voice. "I'm not talking about their physical state. I'm talking about the fact that you've scarred their minds. Since that day, they've started eating their meals separately and don't even speak to each other. Their three-pronged joint attack was a work of art, and because of you, a huge crack has formed between them." After hearing this, Viker simply smiled faintly and said nothing. Seeing this, Hugo continued to question him. "Don't you think you've done something wrong?" Viker immediately retorted. "Wrong? What have I done wrong?" Hugo clasped his hands together seriously and said, "Haven't you made your brothers like a broken ship?" Viker replied with a deadpan expression. "But I am stronger than them. How can the strong make a mistake?" This was what Viker had learned from his hellish life in his previous life. In this cold-blooded Baskerville family, only the strong have a voice. Hugo calmly continued. "Your brothers came before you and forgave you magnanimously, and yet you feel no guilt?" It was truly laughable. Viker nearly burst out laughing. He recalled a time before his regression when the last child of a ruined family came to house Baskerville and met Hugo in person. Having become a nun during those years, she came to Hugo and told him that she had forgiven him. Upon hearing this, Hugo had replied, "I believe that forgiveness is merely an excuse for the weak who cannot take revenge." Now, Viker used these very words to answer Hugo. The souls of the father and son seemed to find resonance, and the two exchanged affectionate glances with wicked smiles. Hugo was very pleased with his son's answer. "Might is right and weakness is a sin. It seems you understand the Baskerville family motto well." To reward Viker, Hugo decided to let him go to the pantry and pick any food he wanted. However, he was not to be too greedy and only take what he could carry in his hands. Viker was very happy with this reward. He chose chocolate without hesitation. Before Viker left, Hugo offered a word of advice. "Son, do well in the upcoming midterm evaluation. You must not lose to anyone from the main family." As soon as Viker heard this, he understood the hidden meaning in those words. If he didn't perform well, there would surely be dire consequences. Viker suppressed his anger, agreed to the demand, and left. Upon arriving at the pantry, Barry led Viker to where the most delicious and popular chocolates of the day were. But what Viker wanted was cacao with a very strong flavor. Upon hearing his request, the cook handed him a bag of blood cacao, a cacao with an extremely captivating flavor. A single bean was enough to make 100 liters of chocolate. Viker tasted a blood cacao bean right on the spot. Just by looking at his expression one could tell how bitter this cacao was. Barry, who was watching from the side, thought Viker was a cunning little brat, scheming how to get the most chocolate. But Viker simply said he would leave with the bag of blood cacao. This left Barry a little perplexed. He was becoming more and more curious about this young master. The reason Viker wanted chocolate as a reward was not because he wanted to eat it. The purpose of this blood cacao would be revealed during the practical exam 5 days later. On that day, an unprecedented event, a major incident, would occur in the Baskerville family. The Baskerville family is known to the world as the House of Mad Dogs. All children born there receive a thorough education. After learning to walk, they had to climb steep mountains to build basic stamina and could only rest at designated times. When sleeping, they had to sleep with the corpses of monsters or imps to adapt to harsh environments. Furthermore, their 800,000-calorie diet was woefully insufficient to handle the grueling training intensity. After that stage, they turned 8 years old. The young hounds had to face an evaluation that came with extremely terrible difficulties. This was how the Baskerville family came to be called the House of Mad Dogs, and today, the young hounds gathered at Mount Lalou, Eleanor. According to Google Translate, it means Black Red Mountain, also known as Black Red Mountain. This was a mountain filled with evil creatures captured at the borders of Baskerville territory. When it was time for the practical exam, the young hounds gathered in one place to hear the instructions. Everything was commanded by the lead hound, Poppy Van Baskerville. Young masters, the content of the practical evaluation is very simple. Survive here for a month and hunt powerful monsters. Just remember these 2 things. You get 10 points for successfully rescuing someone, 30 points for rescuing someone without serious injury, 50 points for eliminating another young master, 70 points for hunting monsters and surviving, and you get 90 points if you meet all the conditions mentioned above. Also, each of you will have your own insignia. Stealing someone else's insignia will be counted as bonus points. You get 0 points if you die, and there is no way to get 100 points. I hope everyone remembers Lord Hugo's teachings. If you let your guard down, you die immediately. There are many unexplored and dangerous areas on Black Red Mountain, so I advise you not to leave the forbidden zones. It would be better to stay in the areas where we have our tamed monsters. The lead hounds will be secretly grading you during the test period. Meanwhile, some young masters were not paying attention to the rules and were whispering about Viker. The rumors about Viker had spread, becoming a hot topic among the young masters. But Viker had no interest in such trivial things. He was excited to set foot on the familiar Black Red Mountain again. The triplet brothers now suffered from such psychological trauma that they couldn't even make eye contact with Viker, which was truly pathetic. After announcing the rules, Poppy rang a bell to signal the start of the test. As soon as the bell rang, all the young hounds immediately scattered. Everyone wanted to secure the most advantageous position for themselves. Each had their own plan. Some relied on the experience of their seniors while others formed groups in preparation to steal points. Everyone wanted to come in first to prove their talent to the patriarch. After everyone had left, Poppy lit a cigarette and became lost in thought about this test. This test neither encouraged nor prohibited killing others. It was merely discouraged. Since there was a point deduction for murder, they would try to avoid killing others with their own hands as much as possible. But since the lead hounds were watching, the number of deaths would be kept to a minimum. Poppy had nothing to worry about. Just then, Viker was getting closer and closer to the unexplored area. The lead hound following him also started to feel uneasy. Viker was a genius who had shown outstanding skills from a young age. Many were looking forward to what he would show in this test. After searching for a while, Viker stopped under a large tree. He swung a stick and intentionally spoke loudly. "This ground should be soft enough. Now I need to decide on a place to stay for the foreseeable future. Is it time for me to enjoy my vacation?" Hearing the word vacation, the lead hound had an ominous premonition. While the other young hounds were fighting like crazy with both monsters and humans, Viker was leisurely building a shelter. All he did was sleep and dig a pit for several days. Other than that, he only hunted for food and gathered firewood. The lead hound began to be disappointed in this so-called genius. He decided to leave Viker and go find a more interesting kid. But just as he was leaving, Viker gave a cunning smile. By the campfire, he recalled memories of fighting alongside his old comrades. Now the obstacle was gone, and Viker's preparations were complete. The real hunt had begun. A few days later, inside the unexplored area, Viker was roaming around looking for his prey. This place looked dangerous, but all of this was like Viker's backyard when he was a scout. He knew everything like the back of his hand and could move around easily without any worries. After searching for a long time, Viker found his target. It was a piece of poop. That's right, you didn't hear wrong. Our protagonist spent days looking for a piece of poop. That poop was even burning like a temple fire. And the owner of this poop naturally didn't like someone staring at its poop. It was a monster whose whole body was on fire, a hellhound. Let me give you some basic information about this monster. Danger level B, size 3 meters, habitat, Black Red Mountain Second Ridge. A dog with hell in its mouth, a creature that brings disaster to those it encounters, and just a single bite leads to continuous death. The sulfur fire spewing from its eyes and mouth comes from the deepest parts of hell and will not be extinguished until it has burned all the life out of its target. These demonic creatures are engulfed in hellfire. They are the hellhounds. Before his regression, Viker was barely able to handle one at the age of 18, so a head-on confrontation was obviously impossible for an 8-year-old child, but there was a way for a child to defeat a hellhound, and that was the method Viker intended to use. Viker and the hellhound charged fiercely at each other without even a moment to say hello, but Viker had no intention of attacking head-on and quickly dodged. The hellhound's first weakness was that it could only move in a straight line and took quite a long time to change direction. After missing its target, the hellhound suddenly hesitated and did not attack immediately. That was because of its second weakness. For some reason, these demonic creatures could not cross water, no matter how small the amount. Viker quickly poured a bottle of water in front of him, forcing the hellhound to attack in an arc. That would slow it down, giving Viker an opportunity to attack. The approaching hellhound opened its filthy mouth and attacked. That was the moment Viker had been waiting for. He quickly took a blood cacao bean from his pocket, threw it into the hellhound's mouth and lightly dodged the attack. Chocolate is a deadly poison to dogs, and the toxicity of blood cacao, which could make 100 liters of chocolate, was hundreds of times stronger. The hellhound collapsed on the spot without being able to do anything. It foamed at the mouth and its body trembled. Should I call this a scene of the protagonist poisoning a dog? The hellhound was not completely dead yet, so a final blow was needed. The heart and stomach were both protected by sturdy ribs, so Viker's target was the kidney. Viker decisively finished off the hellhound with his sword. In his past life, his hands were already stained red with the blood of humans and monsters, so he felt no emotion in using his hands. It was as if he were a soulless killing machine. As the hellhound took its last breath, the hellfire on its body also went out. A mysterious blue energy emerged from the wound and flew into Viker's palm. When someone defeats a monster, experience or karma is absorbed into the body, making the body stronger. Simply put, it was hunting monsters and leveling up. As his level rose, the sword in Viker's hand felt much lighter. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before his strength became the same as in his past life. Viker now wondered what kind of expression Hugo would make when an 8-year-old child took down a B-rank danger hellhound monster. With this achievement, Viker had already secured his leading position. Now it was time to think about the reward. A reward that was unthinkable in his past life. For now, no one knew its true value, but reckless confidence often leads to disaster. The moment Viker was about to cut off the hellhound's head, a pack of hellhounds surrounded him. It seemed they had gathered to avenge their fallen comrade. Viker was unfazed and immediately cut off the hellhound's head. Anyway, he still had plenty of blood cacao left, so this pack was not a big problem. Suddenly, the pack of hellhounds cowered back in fear. This was definitely not normal. Hellhounds would never retreat even if it meant death. Just then, Viker sensed danger from behind and turned his head. In front of him stood a huge 3-headed dog, a Cerberus. It seems our protagonist has quite a connection with dogs. The 3-headed dog Cerberus was a monster with a danger level of A. Such a dangerous creature should not have appeared here. After careful observation, Viker noticed that its entire body was covered in wounds from arrows. Blood was still flowing from the wounds, so it seemed it had been attacked by humans not long ago. The other side of this mountain was the territory of the barbarian tribe. Thinking this far, extreme joy appeared on Viker's face. If this monster had been chased by the barbarian tribe and fled here, this was a golden opportunity. A critically wounded or rank creature was a fatty piece of meat that Viker could never miss. He had to take it down even if it meant using everything he had. Viker had been hiding all his skills in the Baskerville family. His proficient sword skills had already reached the level of an advanced sword expert, and his mastery of the Baskerville swordsmanship had completely reached a level that other hounds could barely reach only when they became adults. Viker confidently raised his sword and charged forward, facing the 3-headed dog Cerberus head-on. The two sides were locked in a stalemate, with neither able to gain the upper hand. But since the 3-headed dog was seriously injured, Viker would win this war of attrition, in the war against monsters before his regression. Viker's swordsmanship was polished to the point where there were no unnecessary movements when killing an opponent. Above all, he had a body strengthened by the river Styx. The weapon Viker had was enough to damage the 3-headed dog Cerberus, but that was just his thought. A moment of carelessness gave the 3-headed Cerberus a chance to swing its claws. Viker flew far away and hit a tree hard, losing consciousness. While our protagonist takes a short nap, let's learn a little more about the 3-headed dog Cerberus. Danger level A, size 7 meters, habitat Black Red Mountain 7th Ridge, nickname Hound of Hell. It has no interest in souls descending into hell, but it mercilessly tears apart any soul trying to escape. It resides in the deepest parts of hell, the final destination for all souls, and is stronger than any other monster. Now let's return to the battle. Viker lost consciousness for a few seconds from the strong impact. He almost became dog food, but thankfully he regained his senses in time. After being attacked by the Cerberus, Viker felt extreme pain throughout his left arm. Fortunately, thanks to the effects of the river Styx, his arm only suffered a minor injury. An ordinary person would have lost their arm on the spot, but this was no time to rejoice. The 3-headed dog Cerberus attacked relentlessly. If he kept taking hits, it would be difficult to survive. It was truly a difficult situation. But even in a situation like this, a seasoned hunter always finds the best way out. The best strategy now was to flee. If you can't win, you have no choice but to run. If the Cerberus hadn't been injured, Viker would have already been caught and torn to shreds. After running for a long time, a boundary fence appeared right before his eyes. If he could just reach the shelter he had prepared in advance, this plan would succeed. If he got caught before that, he would just be sent to his grave. The Cerberus paid no mind to the fence blocking its path and charged forward. Now nothing could stop the Cerberus from chasing its target. After running for a long time, Viker finally found his shelter. After accurately measuring the distance, he leaped far forward. Seeing this, the Cerberus also leaped after him, trying to bite its prey with its sharp teeth. But just as it was about to bite the target's head, the Cerberus fell into a trap Viker had dug in advance. Impaled by the countless stakes inside the trap, the Cerberus howled in agony. Only then could Viker finally let out a sigh of relief. He had not expected that the trap he'd used to stop the pack of hellhounds would end up catching the Cerberus. Like the hellhounds, the Cerberus was also a dog. The blood cacao juice that Viker had applied to the stakes acted like a poison. Two of the Cerberus's heads began to foam at the mouth and lost consciousness. Only the middle head was struggling to resist the poison spreading throughout its body. It seems high-level monsters aren't so easy to take down in one go at that moment. Viker used all his remaining strength to throw a pre-prepared wooden spear at the Cerberus. But as expected, the wooden spear failed to pierce the high-level monster's tough hide and bounced far away. The Cerberus suddenly howled in pain. Viker moved forward without hesitation. Could it be that he wasn't afraid of death? Viker counted his steps as he walked. When he reached his 7th step, he was standing before the Cerberus. The Cerberus's remaining head suddenly trembled and foamed at the mouth. Could this be the so-called protagonist buff? Of course not. It was all because of the spear Viker had thrown earlier. The spear had made a small wound on the Cerberus's body, and that alone was enough for the blood viper's venom on the spearhead to take effect. The rumors were true indeed. If bitten by a blood viper even once, it's difficult to take even 7 steps. It was fortunate that he had saved the blood viper's venom when he was younger, just in case. It was a truly difficult fight. If he had been even a little slower, he could have lost his life at any moment. The energy that came from the dead Cerberus became a great source of power for Viker. Now he had to think about what to do with the corpse. The cause of the Cerberus's death was obvious. Viker would soon be under suspicion. But before that, Viker had an important task to do. The Cerberus is a type of guardian monster that likes to protect its territory. There must be a dungeon nearby. Dungeons are strange places filled with treasure, and sometimes they are lairs for powerful monsters. After a moment of thought, Viker made his final decision. Since the guardian is gone, there's a chance the dungeon is empty. If he disguised himself with the Cerberus's scent, he could avoid encountering most monsters. Humus, dry leaves, broken trees, footprints, and leftover saliva. He would follow these tracks back. After searching for a long time, Viker found the dungeon the Cerberus had been guarding. In the memories of his past life, Viker had come here 10 years later. Back then, this place was empty, but it was different now. Mixed with the smell of decay, Viker could smell mana. It was clear that no one had touched this place. This dungeon looked quite deep and the light didn't reach the end of the path. Nevertheless, Viker wasn't worried at all. In fact, he was strangely excited. He was eager to get his hands on the treasure inside this dungeon. The deeper he went into the dungeon, the more ruby veins appeared along the walls. It seemed this place was connected to Red Tusk Mountain, a branch of Black Red Mountain. After fumbling his way forward for a bit, Viker saw a light at the end of the path. That was the inside of the dungeon. Viker checked for traps at the entrance before carefully stepping inside. The dungeon was a small room, and in the center was a large stone altar with a glowing magical artifact on it. Viker was immediately captivated by this artifact. As he approached the altar, he noticed a skeleton right next to it. Viker carefully examined the skeleton's condition. There were wounds all over the body, as if it had been hacked to pieces by a sword. The blood had already dried up. It seemed quite some time had passed. Next to the skeleton was a piece of paper filled with writing. Judging by the blood seal, he could tell this person was also a member of the Baskerville family. At this moment, my name is no longer important, so it doesn't matter what it is. I shall call myself Kane. I don't think I need to dirty this clean paper with my real name. The reason I'm leaving this record is in the hope that those who come after me will not make the same mistake I did. According to the family legends, this is an ancient dungeon, and my brother Abel discovered it by chance. We tried to explore this dungeon countless times. We defeated countless monsters and arrived at this stone chamber. And here we faced the ultimate riddle. This riddle held us back for a very, very long time, 3 whole years. Reading up to this point, Viker could guess that the two brothers had coveted the treasure here greatly. After that, he found the ultimate riddle carved into a stone pillar. What is 1 when it enters becomes 2 once inside and can only leave when it is 1. Viker continued to read the contents of the paper. We brothers, with our shallow knowledge of riddles, pondered for a long time and both reached the same conclusion. We are twins. We were 1 in our mother's womb, but we were split into 2 upon birth. Does this mean only one of us can leave with the treasure we've obtained? It also meant we had to fight to the death in the end. After a long and fierce battle, I killed my brother. Now only 1 person remains here, but despite that, nothing has changed here. The 2 of us have become 1 now, yet I still haven't gained anything. I killed my brother. I killed him. I killed him. After endless regret, I decided to leave this place. If there is anyone brave enough to make it this far, I want to tell you one thing. Leave this place at once. All this place does is drive people mad with greed. There is nothing to be gained in this cave. After reading the entire paper, Viker tossed it aside nonchalantly. To summarize, does this mean this person overcame everything to get here, yet there was no reward? But I am not a twin. The riddle given is still the same, in other words, Cain and Abel interpreted it wrong. Viker was lost in thought for a while. He was sure the answer was somewhere nearby. A dungeon that cannot be explored does not exist, and when he saw his own shadow, Viker found the answer to the riddle. Yes, this was it. Cain and Abel were just unlucky brothers. Because there were two of them, they were trapped by their own situation and couldn't solve the riddle. The dark tunnel contrasts with the bright stone chamber. The answer to the riddle was the dungeon itself. When we come inside, we are one with the dark tunnel, but the moment we arrive here, we become two because of the light from the rubies. Then, if I make it dark again, the final area of the stone chamber will open. The answer is my shadow. As soon as he finished speaking, Viker crushed a ruby with his hand. A flow of mysterious power emerged from the ruby fragments and split the stone wall in front of Viker in two. Viker's eyes immediately lit up and a smile of joy spread across his lips. Is this the reason those two brothers killed each other? Is this the holy relic of the demon's cave? Inside the secret room was another altar, and on it was a mysterious sword that seemed to lack a physical form. A line of text was carved on the altar. Only the blood of House Baskerville can draw Beelzebub. Reading this name, Viker cried out in surprise. This is Beelzebub, a holy relic that can be found in a place like this. I remember seeing an illustration of this sword in a mythology book I read in my past life. The demon king of gluttony, Beelzebub in ancient myths, had been mentioned among the great demons that had occupied this land. There were a total of 7 calamities corresponding to the 7 deadly sins. To stop those 7 calamities, the heads of the 7 families rose up and fought against the demons of the 7 deadly sins, respectively. At that time, the demon that House Baskerville faced was the demon king of gluttony, Beelzebub. Afterward, the remnants of Beelzebub were sealed within the territory of House Baskerville, and the demonic energy emanating from Beelzebub attracted monsters. At least that's what the myth said, but no one believed it. However, the legend was true, and in the future, this sword would fall into the hands of a demon and take the lives of countless human warriors on the battlefield. But in this life that will never happen again. After all, this sword will be mine now. Without hesitation, Viker approached and grabbed the sword. Countless streams of blood-red energy pierced his hand. After undergoing a process of synchronization filled with extreme pain, the sword became one with Viker. A sword crystallized from the remnants of a demon. How much stronger will Viker become in this life compared to his previous one? It's truly something to look forward to. After drawing the sword, Viker checked the dungeon one more time. Only after confirming that nothing was left did he prepare to leave. Just then, Viker suddenly felt dizzy and fell to his knees. This felt less like dizziness and more like starvation. Viker could feel the sword Beelzebub crying out for food. It was as if it were draining his energy. As expected, there was no power without a price. If this continued, Viker would be completely drained of his energy. After struggling for a while, Viker crawled out of the dark dungeon. It felt as if his stomach was being torn apart by a mad craving. His senses became sharper than usual due to the hunger. Viker could smell something very good nearby. The sword Beelzebub seemed to have sensed it too. It automatically extended and pointed Viker in the direction he should go. Viker had no choice but to move forward. Surprisingly, the place the sword Beelzebub led him to was the corpse of the Cerberus. Seeing it, Viker prepared to cook some dog meat to satisfy his hunger. But it turned out the sword Beelzebub didn't eat dog meat. Then the sword automatically plunged into the Cerberus's corpse and began to suck its blood. As blood flowed through Beelzebub, Viker felt as if his stomach was coming back to life. Perhaps having been sealed for thousands of years, Beelzebub was extremely famished. It sucked not only the corpse but also all the surrounding trees and earth, leaving not even a trace of life. If this kept up, the entire black-red mountain would become a land of death. Fortunately, Beelzebub stopped. It seemed quite satisfied with this meal. Just then, information about Beelzebub's unique skill, gluttony, appeared in Viker's mind. It said he could make the opponent's skills his own. He could absorb skills infinitely, and the one whose skills were absorbed would be completely annihilated. But perhaps because it was a corpse, there seemed to be a limit to the skills Viker could absorb. The skill he obtained from the Cerberus was Blood of the Hellhound. This skill causes a terrifying amount of blood to flow from even the smallest wound. It was a pretty good skill, but it wasn't the Cerberus's most powerful one. As if sensing its master's wish, Beelzebub extended its tentacles and continued to suck the Cerberus's blood. While slightly anticipating the skill he was about to get, Viker didn't forget to remind it. Don't eat it all. It'll be hard to explain later if the corpse is too damaged when they check. But Beelzebub paid no heed and frantically sucked the blood. Seeing this, Viker gave it a smack. It seems it only listens to violence. This time all 3 of Beelzebub's skill slots were filled. The A-rank Cerberus's Incineration, the B-rank Hellhound's Blood of the Hellhound, and finally the F-rank Brown Rat's Rapid Regeneration. It turned out that the corpse of a brown rat under the Cerberus had also been absorbed. Viker held the brown rat's corpse in his hand and began to evaluate his haul. Gaining the incineration skill from the Cerberus was a great gain. Getting hit by this skill means instant death, and the feeling is more terrifying than being burned alive. The monster corpse for the practical exam was ready. Then all I need to do is rest comfortably until the evaluation is over. After a month of hardship, the young hounds of House Baskerville returned from their practical exam. The evaluation followed immediately, and the corpses of the monsters they hunted would be made into shields, swords, necklaces, and other items to be returned as trophies. The corpse of one of those monsters horrified all the lead hounds present. After hearing the news, Hugo had to ask again to confirm who had caught what. Head butler Barry reported the full details of the incident. 8-year-old young Master Viker Van Baskerville was passing through an unexplored area during the test by chance and hunted an A-rank danger monster, a Cerberus. Hugo sat calmly in his chair, clasped his hands, and asked, "Are you talking about the 3-headed dog Cerberus, the one highly regarded by the Guard Knights?" Barry reported that the Cerberus had already been injured by a barbarian tribe and was poisoned. Hearing the report, Hugo wondered what poison was strong enough to take down a Cerberus, and how on earth it was poisoned. But the butler reported everything that was written in the hunting log, and when he tried to probe further, Viker evaded answering, citing fatigue. At this, Hugo wore a pleased expression. "This kid is something else. Knowledge is power and power is value." Viker was now held in even higher regard in Hugo's eyes. This would work to his advantage for his revenge plan. Just then, Barry spoke up. "To be honest, I was surprised as well, for someone as talented as him to come from the Van line, not Laurla." Before he could finish, Hugo cut him off. "You fail to understand me. I am not like the patriarchs of the past. When raising a hound, I do not care for lineage. Royal or prostitute, it matters not. The only things I care for are talent and resolve. A weakling can come from good blood, and the opposite is just as true. Do you understand my meaning?" Barry realized his slip of the tongue and immediately apologized. Fortunately, Hugo was in a good mood and forgave him. Immediately after, Viker was summoned to the Patriarch's office. It was just like last time. Viker was not at all anxious. In fact, he looked slightly expectant. Without even a greeting between father and son, Hugo got straight to the point. "I heard you killed a Cerberus in the practical exam. How did you do it?" Viker answered without a shred of hesitation. "I fed it chocolate and killed it. Chocolate is a deadly poison to hellhounds." Hugo was not particularly surprised to hear the reason. He then asked Viker, "I heard you didn't answer properly when Barry asked for the specifics of the hunt. Why was that?" Viker replied with a cold expression, "Because he is not my master." When Hugo asked who his master was, he immediately answered, "As I am a member of the family, the Patriarch is my master. Who else could there be?" With his experience as a loyal hound in his past life, Viker knew exactly how to answer, and his response greatly pleased Hugo. He looked at Viker with a wicked smile. "You have learned well. As a reward, the corpse of the monster you caught is yours to keep, and since you placed first, I will grant you one wish." This was exactly what Viker had been waiting for. With this, he would be able to get what he wanted. Without hesitation, Viker used this hard-won opportunity to request entry into the Myriad Tome Hall. As its name suggested, the Myriad Tome Hall was a massive library located in the deepest part of the Baskerville estate. It was one of the largest libraries in the Empire, housing tens of thousands of books. Upon hearing this, Hugo's expression immediately turned serious. "The Myriad Tome Hall. Are you aware that only the Patriarch, Vice Patriarch, and core family members are allowed inside?" Viker was disappointed but had no choice but to give up. He planned to find a way to sneak in later. Just then, Hugo spoke. "You may enter the deepest part of the library. I want you to read the Baskerville Swordsmanship 6th form in the 6th restricted section." Hearing this, Viker was extremely surprised by his decision. The Baskerville Swordsmanship 6th form, Hugo is allowing an illegitimate child to read it. There has never been a precedent of an illegitimate child with Van in their name learning swordsmanship beyond the 4th form. There's no need to get so excited, it's only the 6th form after all. Hugo has already reached the 7th form. In my past life he could even use the 9th. I still haven't forgotten the contempt I received for being Hugo's illegitimate son. In this life I will surpass Hugo. I have the scripture. A swordsmanship manual containing the pure essence of the Baskervilles. It was discovered later in my past life and was written by the first patriarch who defeated one of the 7 calamities, and the one who will hand me that scripture is you, Hugo Le Baskerville. You will hand it to me without knowing the value of what you're giving." Both of them had their own ulterior motives. Everyone had a goal they wanted to achieve. Who would succeed? After leaving Hugo's office, Viker immediately headed to the Myriad Tome Hall. It was heavily guarded and only a very small number of people were permitted entry. In his past life, Viker had never once set foot in this place. Now, seeing all the scriptures containing the swordsmanship he had wanted to learn with his own eyes, Viker was overcome with an indescribable feeling. In the Baskerville family, no matter how much an illegitimate child achieved, they could never learn swordsmanship beyond the 4th fang. This was an internal policy of the family to prevent the expendable hounds from baring their fangs and threatening the heirs who would become their masters. After going deep into the library, Viker found the swordsmanship manual Hugo had told him to learn. It belonged to the 6th fang. This was something Viker could have only dreamed of before his regression. Hugo probably thought it was impossible for an 8-year-old child to memorize this in a single day. But before his regression, Viker had studied the theories and assumptions behind the swordsmanship from the 1st fang to the 4th fang like a madman. He could even predict the doctrines behind the 5th fang with considerable accuracy, despite never having learned it. After learning the 4th fang, Viker had to destroy his mana connection circuit once. That was why he couldn't use the 5th fang, the swordsmanship of the Baskerville family. Each stage was classified by the number of fangs. The first stage had 1 fang, the second had 2. The blood-red aura flowing along the blade when the fangs appeared was very distinctive, but Viker had no interest in the 6th fang. He had come here for another purpose today. What Viker wanted was something of a much higher level. So after a cursory glance at the book about the sixth fang, he put it back in its place. After doing what Hugo wanted, Viker left the inner section of the library. The two guards who saw this were very surprised. "Young Master Viker, are you leaving already? If you've forgotten anything, we can fetch it for you." But of course, Viker couldn't leave before getting what he wanted. He told the guards that he would look through a few more scriptures before leaving and told them to go back to their work. The two guards thought Viker was a fool who didn't understand the value of the precious scriptures in the deep parts of the library and was going to read some miscellaneous trivial ones instead. But Viker didn't care what they thought. They had no way of knowing that there was a treasure waiting to be discovered in a pile of dusty, miscellaneous and trivial scriptures. After searching for a long time, Viker found what he was looking for. It was a book titled Silver Fang, with the book in his hand. He couldn't hide the joy in his heart. With this, he would surely be able to get his revenge. Silver Fang was a simple scripture about the first fang that even the children of the Baskerville family were reluctant to read. This was because the pages in the middle of the scripture had been torn out. It was no wonder it was considered among the miscellaneous and trivial scriptures. But Viker knew the true value of this book. Before his regression, Viker's hound unit discovered a strange holy relic in the border area near the summit of Black Red Mountain. It was a piece of paper about swordsmanship, a page torn from a scripture. It was a page from a swordsmanship scripture written in the handwriting of the Baskerville family. Sensing something unusual, Hugo ordered his subordinates to search the entire Myriad Tome Hall and find the book. The book was a swordsmanship scripture called Silver Fang. This scripture was written by the first patriarch of the Baskerville family and detailed how to reach the 10th fang of the Baskerville family. Driven mad by the thought of the 10th fang, Hugo whipped the family's hounds to find the whereabouts of the remaining 6 pages. This was after he found out that the remaining pages were cleverly hidden among the other 7 great families. Hugo declared war on the other families and unleashed his hounds on anyone who dared to resist. After the lives of countless hounds were sacrificed, Viker and his comrades finally found the remaining pages and offered them to Hugo, and their reward for all that was to be beheaded. Viker couldn't contain his anger as he recalled the past. It was truly a foolish life, and he never wanted to repeat it again in this lifetime. Thanks to this scripture, Hugo was able to surpass the 7th fang and reach the 9th fang. He used the blood and flesh of the hounds as his stepping stones, but that would not happen in this life. The hound who had searched for and found all those pages was none other than Viker. He still remembered the contents of the lost pages clearly. The reason he couldn't advance beyond the 4th fang was that he had never touched the scripture containing the original text. Now, after carefully reading each word of the scripture, Viker understood all the questions he had in the past. No wonder most people treated this book as a low-class text filled with bluff. But once the lost pages were put back in their place, the information that had seemed like nothing but boastful bluff became pieces of a puzzle that painted a beautiful masterpiece. Before my regression, my swordsmanship was at the level of the 4th fang, and my aura skill was at the level of a high-grade sword expert. I will regain my pre-regression strength when I turn 15. Due to his high level of concentration, Viker completely lost track of time. He spent the entire day pondering each page of the book. And when dawn broke, he had completely mastered it to the point where he could read the scripture backward. After confirming that there were no guards around, Viker decided to test what he had learned from the scripture. He couldn't reach the 10th fang with this young body, but he could completely reach the 5th fang, a realm he could never reach in his past life. Viker slowly closed his eyes and entered a space of consciousness. A large, blurry figure appeared before him. Without a doubt, it was the obsession he had harbored for a long time. At this time, Viker was surrounded by a blood-red aura, the symbol of the Baskerville family's swordsmanship. After opening his eyes, Viker wrapped his arms in a thick layer of aura and used them instead of a sword. He performed the swordsmanship from the 1st fang to the 4th fang in succession. Viker's eyes were filled with anger and a desire for revenge. Before his regression, he had lived a shallow life. He was able to obtain the title of high-grade sword expert after working hard. But in the end, he was looked down on by his own family for not being able to learn a higher level of swordsmanship. And the only reason Viker couldn't reach the 5th fang or a higher level was that he was an illegitimate child. He firmly resolved not to live that life again, and that resolve turned into a power that allowed Viker to surpass himself. He rushed forward and approached the figure in his consciousness, then performed the swordsmanship of the 5th fang. The figure instantly transformed into Hugo's form and then shattered into thousands of pieces. Viker's consciousness returned to the real world right after. Although there was still some imperfection, he had become able to use up to the 5th fang. Viker clenched his 2 fists and laughed with joy. It had been a really long time since he had experienced this feeling again. A warm sensation that he felt from the bottom of his heart. A feeling that choked him up. Right now, he just wanted to pick up a sword and perform the swordsmanship in his head. In the entire history of the Baskerville family, a young hound's fangs were growing faster than ever before, and those fangs were aimed right at his own master's neck. After his epiphany, Viker checked the changes in his body again. He had now succeeded in drawing the 5th fang. If he could just strengthen his mana more, he would reach the level of strength he had before his regression. Viker looked at the thick layer of aura covering his hands and smiled with satisfaction. The amount of mana was steadily increasing. Through this epiphany, it would grow multidimensionally. This flow, this liquefied aura, is the mark of a sword master. It seems I've been promoted from a high-grade sword expert to a low-grade sword master. A level one only reached at the age of 30 in my past life. I've reached it at just 8 years old. A swordmaster was a completely different dimension from a sword expert. As the aura turned into a liquid state, the density of the aura was strengthened, and the restrictions on the ability to change its state were also reduced. I also obtained a better swordsmanship than the one I used before my regression. Swordsmanship doesn't stop at the 5th fang but can reach the 10th fang. It has infinite potential. The fang techniques I learned before made me stronger and faster, but they had a growth limit. In comparison, silver fang is a perfect swordsmanship that perfectly combines offense and defense and has no growth limit. If I focus on learning it, I could even face a mid-grade swordmaster. If I assassinate, it's a 100 win rate. If I face them head-on, it's 50. The problem is how much I should reveal to Hugo. The power I reveal shouldn't be too great, nor should it be too small. To gain more benefits, I must give him a few things he needs. After careful consideration, Viker took out a magnifying glass from his pocket and placed it by the window with the silver fang scripture. The sunlight passed through the magnifying glass, quickly raising the temperature and burning the scripture. At this moment, Viker smiled wickedly. In this way, he would completely prevent Hugo and his hounds from reaching the 10th fang. The only one who could reach that level would be him and him alone. When the scripture was almost destroyed, the two guards sensed something strange and rushed over. "What's that smell? Young Master Viker, what have you done?" Viker switched to acting mode and pretended to be pitiful and innocent. He bowed his head and scratched his head. I'm sorry. I carelessly placed a magnifying glass on the book and it burned it. If I need to report this, I will go see the head butler." The two guards, afraid of being scolded by the head butler, hurriedly spoke up. "Oh, my young master, you don't need to feel guilty. It's our fault for not paying attention to you. Besides, it's a relief that only one book was burned." Viker saw this and changed the subject. "That's right, the books are so messy. Aren't the knights busy because of the jewel mine conflict with the Morgue family? Normally you wouldn't have time to care about such trivial matters, right? So it's best if we just pretend this never happened." Before the two guards could say anything more, Viker turned and left. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind them one more time, "Then let's keep this a secret between us. You must be very busy, so I'm sorry for taking up your time." And just like that, Viker succeeded in his psychological manipulation. The two guards were now even grateful to him. Young Master Viker. What a good person he is. He even considers the feelings of servants like us. What an admirable young man. In the past, Viker was also a blindly loyal hound like them. But now everything was different. Viker would be the one to use these hounds. After leaving the Myriad Tome Hall, Viker immediately went to see Hugo. As soon as they met, Hugo asked his son if he had learned anything. When Viker answered that he had learned a little, Hugo became very interested and asked again, "What did you feel and realize in the library?" Viker pretended to be innocent and described it. "Something warm and sharp, yet soft like a wave. That's what it felt like." Hugo and Barry immediately froze. Could the words Viker described be about aura? Aura was proof that a person had truly entered the world of swordsmanship. Even a genius who trained relentlessly had to be at least 15 years old to enter the realm of a low-grade sword adept. Hugo was a little suspicious anyway, since this child was only 8 years old. He asked Viker to show him what he had just said. Viker readily accepted this request. In any case, it was all to obtain more resources, which was his goal. A short while later, all the young hounds of House Baskerville gathered in the family's arena. And in the center of the arena, Viker Baskerville stood calmly with a sword in his hand. He was preparing to face a monster to prove his abilities. The young hounds didn't understand what was happening and kept whispering among themselves. Only Hugo showed interest in this fight. He had personally chosen a worthy opponent for his beloved son. As the match began, a giant iron gate opened. From within, an orc bound in chains was dragged out. This monster had been starved for 5 days and was extremely hungry. It would fight with its life on the line to defeat the opponent before it. The young hound's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing the orc. Wasn't it too much for an 8-year-old child to fight an orc? Normally, one would only have the strength for this at the age of 15. But with numerous escort knights standing guard, everyone could relax a little. At Hugo's signal, the orc's chains and gag were released. It immediately went into a frenzy and charged at Viker. Viker stood calmly in place. He accurately calculated the moment the orc attacked, then swung his sword and severed its arm. Even the older hounds were aghast, their mouths agape. They couldn't believe an 8-year-old child could accomplish such a feat. Before the orc, whose arm had been severed, could even react, Viker took another of its legs. It slumped to the ground, looking at Viker with eyes full of fear. Viker looked down at the fallen monster with the disdainful gaze of the strong. The orc was shocked to be bleeding for the first time in its life. The rare skill of the orc race, super regeneration, also did not activate. A C-rank monster had no way of facing a B-rank monster like a hellhound. The skill stored in Beelzebub's second slot took effect. The blood of the hellhound skill caused blood to flow ceaselessly from the wound, making recovery impossible. The spectator stands were in an uproar. People kept whispering to each other. "Is that kid really 8 years old? How can he do that with that body? He didn't even use mana. How is that possible?" Only Hugo watched silently without a word. Viker saw this expression and understood Hugo's thoughts. He thinks I haven't shown him what I realized in the library yet. In that case, I'll show him. Just as you wish. Immediately, Hugo's expression changed. He was astonished by the sight unfolding before his eyes. Viker thrust his sword forward and enveloped it in a blood-red aura. The orc, which had barely managed to get up, had its head shattered by a single thrust. One could only pity the orc which died without even knowing who the real monster was. At that moment Hugo couldn't control his emotions and almost leaped out of his chair. He had never seen such a talented young hound. After a careful inspection, Barry assessed that it was the aura of a low-grade sword expert. Congratulations, my lord. The most outstanding genius of this generation has appeared. Even if we searched all the families in the entire empire, we would never find such a genius. But Hugo immediately cut him off. Stop it, Barry. Look closely. There's something strange about that orc. The orc's special ability is super regeneration. But that orc is bleeding without stopping. He only won because this orc was too weak. Although he said that, Barry had served Hugo for too long and knew well how pleased he was to have such a hound in his hands. Everyone thought it would end here, but unexpectedly Viker suddenly spoke up. Father, is there no one stronger than that orc? The other young hounds all thought this kid was crazy. Was this still not enough? But Viker had a different plan in mind. It would be better to reveal a moderate level of strength. If I'm lucky, I might be recognized for my achievements and get a chance to escape from Hugo. I might be dispatched to the wastelands or even enroll in the academy. Hugo heard his son's request and said with an interested smile, "It seems the orc we had to go so far to capture wasn't enough to satisfy my son's hunger, but it makes sense. You're still at an age where you need practical experience." After that, Hugo asked his butler, "Butler, when we recently conquered the barbarians, we captured something for testing, didn't we?" Barry immediately answered, "Yes, there is one left. It seems to have become very sensitive from being starved for a long time." As the next monster was dragged into the arena, the spectator stands fell deathly silent. It was a giant troll. The number of chains used to bind this monster was far greater than the orcs. Despite facing such a ferocious monster, Viker, far from being afraid, wore an interested expression. He asked Hugo if they could start right away. As Hugo agreed, chains restraining the troll were released. Viker didn't waste a moment and charged forward immediately. Seeing this, the troll raised its giant fist and slammed it on the ground. For its massive size, the troll's speed was quite agile. Fortunately, Viker jumped behind the troll in time and dodged the attack. If he had been even a little slower, he would have been turned into minced meat. Viker didn't take this opportunity to attack but quickly retreated to create distance. The other young hounds, seeing this, shouted out loud, unable to understand. It was close, there was an opening. Why didn't he attack? But Hugo, on the contrary, praised this action. Good judgment. Trolls have exceptionally high recovery abilities, so if you can't inflict a fatal wound in one blow, you'll just be wasting energy. You need tactics to hunt a troll. At this time, Viker was trying to get close to the troll to deliver a decisive blow while dodging its attacks. The other young hounds now all acknowledged his talent. He's dodging every attack by a hair's breadth. Is he trying to tire out the troll? Can an 8-year-old child have that kind of judgment? Is this what a real genius is? But until now, Viker had just been acting. He could dodge every attack without any pressure. If he revealed his true power, Viker could easily kill a creature like this troll. But that would only make everything more complicated. He had to kill it in the most natural way possible. The best way was to use the troll's own power against it. After dodging for a long time, Viker finally found a suitable opportunity. When the troll showed an opening, he rushed in and made a long gash on its shoulder. The troll immediately slumped down in pain. The crowd, seeing this, began to whisper again. The troll was cut. It will recover immediately though, unless it's killed in one blow. It's just as I thought. The Baskerville swordsmanship's first fang can't kill a troll. But it's still amazing for an 8-year-old to do this much. Of course, Viker couldn't cut through the troll's thick skin with only the first fang. If he used Beelzebub's skill, the troll would die if he just waited a while. But that would be meaningless. Just then, Hugo spoke. That's enough. It will be dangerous if you continue. But before he could finish his words, Viker interrupted. I'm almost there. I feel like I can realize something if I fight a little longer. If I can't defeat it with my next attack, I will give up this fight. Seeing his son's determination, Hugo allowed the match to continue. After that, Viker gripped the sword in front of him tightly and entered a state of concentration. His whole body was covered in a blood-red aura and extreme killing intent. At this moment, Viker's mind was only filled with the thought of how much power he should reveal. The answer was already decided. What he wanted to show others was the sight of him gaining enlightenment and leveling up during battle. Viker was eagerly anticipating Hugo's reaction after seeing what he was about to do. The troll, seeing Viker standing in place, rushed in crazily and attacked. By the time it sensed the danger, it was already too late. A pair of blood-red eyes and a pair of sharp fangs appeared from the ground and instantly tore the troll's head off. Everyone who witnessed it was too shocked to speak. And it was only natural. In the iron-blooded Baskerville family of swordsmanship, a person's life followed a set formula. Around the age of 15, they would be able to infuse mana into their swords. At that time, most hounds learned the first fang of the Baskerville swordsmanship. But for the first time in the history of the Baskerville family, an 8-year-old child had obtained what his brothers would obtain at the age of 18, the second fang. With this, an extraordinary existence was born in this world. After winning, Viker pretended to be surprised by his own strength. He turned to Hugo and smiled innocently. Haha, I won. Meanwhile, Hugo was too shocked to speak. He couldn't even dare to believe what he had just seen. A week later, inside the Baskerville family's dining hall, Viker was fidgeting with the food on his plate. No matter how many times he ate it, he just couldn't get used to this unidentified meat stew. And even though he did nothing, the people around him avoided him on their own. Viker happily recalled Hugo's extremely confused expression at that time. The power Viker publicly revealed was the second fang of Baskerville, the power of a mid-grade sword expert. His true power was the fifth fang of the Baskerville family, but it was still immature, on par with the power of a low-grade swordmaster, including the newly acquired Troll's C-rank skill Super Regeneration. He was definitely stronger than a typical sword expert graduate. But the price for that was this endless gluttony. While Viker was lost in thought, the three triplet brothers of the Baskerville family appeared behind him. Viker immediately emitted a sky-piercing killing intent and said threateningly, "It seems I was too lenient with you last time." The three brothers recalled the terrible memory and hurriedly explained, "And no, we just wanted to say that you were really cool when you killed the Cerberus and the troll." Being complimented as cool by the three stooges, Viker almost choked. He felt a chill down his spine and got goosebumps all over his body. Viker decided to hit each of them once first and then think. Just then, the butler Barry appeared and informed him that Hugo was looking for him. Viker was quite surprised by this fact. He couldn't understand why Hugo would suddenly be looking for him. In Hugo's office, the vice-patriarch of the Morgue family, Adolf Morgue, was holding a meeting. Adolf spoke first. "Lord Hugo, you haven't changed. I hope this year's annual event ends without any problems." Hugo calmly replied. "Well, hasn't this joint training session generally ended without any trouble?" Adolf Morgue continued to ask. "Last year both families had seriously injured members, didn't they? If that's not a problem, then what is?" Hugo was slightly offended by the sarcastic remark, calling a small scratch a serious injury. "It seems the children of the Morgue family are a bit prone to exaggeration," Adolf, not to be outdone, immediately retorted. "That's probably because our Morgue family is a prestigious and dignified family." A tense atmosphere, as if a fight could break out at any moment, flowed between the two. The prestigious magician family, the Morgue family, and the iron-blooded swordsman family, the Baskerville family. At first, these two families did not have this much conflict. Magic and swordsmanship were beings that complemented each other. These were the words of the Emperor 2 generations ago. Following the Emperor's words, the Baskerville family and the Morgue family began joint training. Only children between the ages of 8 and 15 could participate, and the annual event of the two families began in a very good atmosphere. But at some point, disputes began to arise. The issue of ownership of the ruby mine located between the territories of the Baskerville family and the Morgue family came up. After that, the relationship between the two patriarchs soured. But because of the Emperor's command, the training had to continue. So instead of the patriarch of the Morgue family, his younger brother, Adolf, began to meet with the Baskerville family as the vice-patriarch representative. After finishing the greetings, Adolf began to probe for information he had recently heard. "Oh, that's right, I heard there's a rising star in the Baskerville family. A once-in-a-century genius from the Baskerville family. It must be a great fortune for the Empire." Hugo, hearing those words, couldn't contain his joy and smiled. "I don't think that's any of your business." This reaction slightly surprised Adolf. He hadn't expected a cold-blooded bastard like Hugo to actually react to praise about his own child. Not wanting to lose, Adolf also started to brag. "This could be called a double fortune. A genius has appeared in our Morgue family as well. Come in, Camus." Then a beautiful girl with red hair opened the door and sat down next to Adolf. Adolf placed his hand on his niece's shoulder and introduced her. "This is my sister's daughter, her name is Camus. Child, you should greet the patriarch." Camus immediately opened her mouth. "Sir, you're the thief who stole our family's ruby mine, right? Give it back to us." That ruby mine being called a thief made Hugo extremely displeased. His two eyes turned red and killing intent emanated from his whole body. Adolf, afraid that a war would break out between the two families, hurriedly stopped his niece. "But children can't lie," Camus continued. "But that's what you said, uncle. You said that despicable bearded bastard stole our ruby mine like a thief. In the carriage before we got off, about 1 hour and 42 minutes ago." Adolf turned to the side and tried to explain. "Ahem, I think there's a little misunderstanding here." Hugo was extremely angry but managed to maintain his composure and said sarcastically, "What would an ignorant puppy know? You don't need to make excuses to me about the educational policy of the Morgue family. Truly, a puppy that doesn't know to fear a tiger." Camus looked straight at Hugo and shouted loudly, "Give back the rubies. I can't proceed with my research because I'm short on rubies." But there was a limit to everything. Hugo could no longer tolerate this insult. A murderous intent that seemed to kill people was revealed from his whole body. "Stop it. It seems the Morgue family doesn't teach things like manners to their children." Adolf sensed the danger and hugged his niece close, raising his hand to block. "What are you saying to a child? Are you, the holy sword of the Empire, trying to suppress a child who is only 8 years old?" Hugo couldn't do anything that would harm his reputation, so he gritted his teeth and endured it. Just then a voice rang out. "Perhaps the Morgue family doesn't teach that one shouldn't covet other people's belongings?" It was the voice of Viker who had come at Hugo's call. As soon as Adolf saw Viker, he guessed that this child was the rumored rising star of the Baskerville family. Before he could do anything, he found that his foul-mouthed niece had run off somewhere. It turned out that Camus had run in front of Viker and was questioning him. "Hey, what did you just say?" Seeing Camus, Viker was extremely surprised. He stared intently at Camus, who would later be known by the title of Queen of the Morgue family. Even among the countless top-tier mages from an esteemed magical family, she was a genius among geniuses. In her prime, she single-handedly conquered all the demons and barbarians at the summit of Black Red Mountain. The way she burned them to blood and dust became widely known. Not only that, her beautiful appearance captivated the upper class to the point where she was said to manipulate the royal family and represent the government. But this was still a story of the distant future. For now, she was just an 8-year-old child. Camus crossed her arms and shouted at Viker. "How is the ruby mine yours?" "It's ours." Viker didn't get angry and calmly replied, "It seems you came all this way just to make a fuss like a mere child." This remark drew the attention of the two adults beside them. Hearing this, Camus was engulfed in rage. She immediately prepared to use magic to attack. "Did you just say a fuss? HMPH? Then I'll teach you why that ruby mine belongs to House Morgue in a way even your dog thief head can understand." Viker remained completely unfazed and calmly watched to see what she would do. Surprisingly, Camus didn't attack. She used ice magic to create a detailed model of the territories of the two families. Then Camus began to explain. "Now I'll explain it so even an idiot like you can understand. First, the border between House Morgue and House Baskerville, the joint security area. You know that high-grade rubies come from the mine here, right? The problem is that the entrance to this mine is on the surface of House Morgue's territory. On the other hand, the underground part of the mine is within Baskerville territory. As you can see, due to the structure of the mine, House Baskerville cannot mine the rubies themselves. That means the ruby mine belongs to our House Morgue. But your family insists we've trespassed on your territory, interfering with our mining operations and even rejecting our request to lease the relevant land." Hugo was at a loss for words at this logic, and could only make a displeased face. Adolf, on the other hand, laughed triumphantly. After hearing everything, Viker immediately refuted her. "It's true that the ore known as ruby is often used as a magical material, and it's also true that House Baskerville has no need for the mined rubies. But leasing the land, it seems your greatest tragedy is that there's no one in Baskerville foolish enough to lend their land for such a pittance." Camus immediately shouted, "What, you just said House Baskerville isn't interested in the rubies?" Viker calmly continued, "That's right, we're only interested in the territory. That's why we told you not to trespass. After all, you're the ones who will be disappointed without the rubies. Isn't that right?" Not to be outdone, Camus pointed to the model and shouted, "Fine, I'll show you much more precisely why we have the rights to those rubies. This is your family's land and this side is our family's land." As she spoke, Camus leaned over and stretched her hand beyond the boundary line. "Now whose hand is this?" Viker sinisterly grabbed Camus' hand tightly. "Are you asking whose it becomes when your hand crosses into our territory? It becomes mine, of course." Flustered at having her hand held by a boy for the first time in her life, Camus blushed. "What are you talking about? Why am I yours, you idiot?" But Viker's meaning was not like that at all. He pulled a dagger from his belt, pointed it before his eyes, and put on an extremely dangerous expression. "Who said you were mine? I said your hand is mine." Everyone in the room broke out in a cold sweat, terrified. They were frozen on the spot. Is this something an 8-year-old child could say? While the adults were in shock, Viker raised the dagger and brought it to Camus' hand. "I'll be taking your hand, thank you." Viker's face, full of killing intent, didn't look like he was joking at all. Seeing this, Camus was terrified. She could only cry out for help. "Uncle, please save me." Edda finally snapped out of it. He released a huge amount of mana to suppress Viker. "You ignorant whelp, get away from my niece now," as Viker was momentarily surprised. Camus quickly pulled her hand away, ran to her uncle and cried, "Uncle, he tried to cut off my hand. No matter how much she was the future queen of House Morgue, right now she was just a crybaby kid." Seeing his niece being bullied, Adolf demanded an explanation from Hugo. "Hugo, what is the meaning of this?" Hugo spoke sternly to his son. "Stop playing around, son." Only then did Viker retract his killing intent. He bent the dagger in his hand with his fingers, smiled and said, "I'm sorry. I'm just used to playing around and killing people at home." Realizing he had been made a fool of, Adolf shouted in anger. "Playing around? What kind of toys are you giving your children?" To prevent the situation from getting worse, Viker bowed his head first and admitted his fault. "I was just trying to tease her a little. I didn't know she would cry." "I'm sorry, my lord." The children of House Baskerville had played with such toys since they were young. But Adolf had no intention of letting it go easily. Just then, Hugo spoke up. "It's just child's play, aren't you overreacting a bit?" Vice Patriarch Morgue, "There's something I need to discuss about the ruby mine. I'm sure you'd like to sit down and talk as well. So let's leave the two children to resolve this among themselves." Only then, standing next to her uncle, did Camus manage to raise a fist and threaten Viker. "You, I won't let this go, just you wait." But seeing Viker's smiling face, it was clear this little kid would soon be taught a harsh lesson. The joint training between House Baskerville and House Morgue began. It was a place where children between the ages of 8 and 15 gathered to fight each other. Children around 8 years old would compete in mana theory or mana sensitivity, but most of the attention would be on the life or death battles of the 15-year-olds. But at this year's joint training, the audience's gazes were all directed to one place: Camus Morgue of the prestigious mage family, House Morgue; Viker van Baskerville of the iron-blooded swordsman family, House Baskerville. At the request of House Morgue, a duel between the geniuses of the two families would be conducted according to practical training rules. After the bell rang, the battle officially began. Before attacking, Camus didn't forget to warn him. "Brace yourself. When I'm ready, there will be no holding back." Then she began to chant her spell. A moment later, 4 magic circles were formed. Adolf then bragged to Hugo beside him. "I thought she could only cast one spell worthy of a 15-year-old, but to cast 4 spells at the same time, she is truly a genius mage of House Morgue." but Hugo, who was next to him, was not interested at all. He knew the skills of his hound well. From the first 3 magic circles, Camus shot 3 spells containing the power of 3 different elements to attack Viker. But all the attacks were easily dodged by Viker. While dodging, Viker even kindly taught Camus, "Just for show, it would be better to focus your power on one spell and attack. Don't you think so?" But of course, Camus ignored his words. "Why should I listen to you? You're just an idiot who knows nothing about magic." Then she used the last magic circle to create a defensive sand wall in front of her. But this level of immature magic could be dealt with by Viker with a single kick, without even needing to use mana. Witnessing all 4 of her spells being easily neutralized, Camus stood there dumbfounded, as if frozen on the spot. Her mind was in a state of extreme confusion. He went through the wall like it was a cookie. Is this the power of House Baskerville bathed in the river Styx? At this point, Camus could only close her eyes and accept the attack. But even after waiting for a while, nothing happened. Just as she opened her eyes, she saw Viker in front of her. A single flick to her forehead sent Camus flying backward. Just seeing this scene made you feel the pain. Even though I'm here in soul, I think I could hear the sound. It was truly an attack with little damage but great shame. Adam's mouth was wide open in astonishment. He couldn't believe the genius of the family he had always been proud of was defeated so easily. After coming to her senses, Camus held the lump on her head and protested. "Why did you hit my forehead? Are you holding back because I'm a girl? I won't let this go." But Viker didn't pay attention to this childish complaint. "You've got a bump on your forehead. Let's end it here before something unexpected happens." Camus couldn't bear the shame and decided not to give up. She used a 2-layered sand wall spell to create a shield in front of her and provoked him loudly. "Ha ha ha, now it's 2 layers. Let's see how you'll break through it." A truly worrying level of intelligence. The opponent could just go around the wall without needing to break through it. If she wanted it, it was human nature to comply. Viker willingly played along. He threw away his sword and thrust forward strongly with his bare hands. The wall in front was like a piece of paper, and Viker could break through it without any effort. Before the opponent's astonished gaze, Viker calmly asked, "Now whose hand was it that just broke through the wall?" Before Camus could understand what had happened, she heard the answer. "The answer is the hand of the stronger one." As soon as the words were finished, Camus received another forehead flick that felt like the sky was falling. At the same time, the sand wall also collapsed instantly. Poor Camus was in so much pain that she burst into tears. Our protagonist didn't know how to be gentle with a woman. At this time, Camus sat on the floor holding her head. She was so angry that she fired magic spells randomly to get revenge, but none of the attacks even touched Viker's body. Viker was thinking about what to do at this moment. "She's in so much pain, yet she keeps coming at me. Kids these days are too stubborn. I could break her neck in 0.1 seconds if I wanted to, but that would be a disaster. How can I calm her down? It's better to just leave it to others." Viker then turned his gaze to the adjacent arena. A match between 2 15-year-olds was taking place there. It looked like an evenly matched fight, but in Viker's eyes it was nothing more than 2 idiots playing with each other. That foolish mage keeps casting fire magic, and that swordsman keeps cutting through those spells, so he's not very smart either. I can use those 2 idiots. Viker dodged the attacks while luring Camus to the edge of the stage. When her continuous attacks didn't land, Camus got angry and rushed forward. "Why do you keep dodging, you coward? Stop running and fight fairly." Just then the mage in the adjacent arena was preparing his ultimate move. Viker timed it perfectly, luring Camus into the attack range and then jumping out of the arena. But Viker was also a kind person, so he gave her a word of warning. "Camus Morgue, you'd better cast a defensive spell." By the time Adav reacted, it was already too late. A huge explosion occurred and Camus was at the center of the blast. Everyone from House Morgue focused on the explosion, worried about the safety of their family's genius. But the tall male scoundrels didn't even jump in to save her and just shouted from the outside. They were truly all talk. At this time, Camus was sitting in the smoke. Her body was fine, but mentally she was in a state of extreme confusion. Was that his voice just now? What do I do now? I avoided getting hurt with a defensive spell, but my clothes were all burned by the fire magic. They probably don't know my condition yet because of the smoke. When the smoke clears and people see me, they'll all laugh. I'll die of embarrassment. Someone please help me. Camus could only curl up and sit on the ground crying. Just then a savior appeared. It was none other than our protagonist Viker. He took off his top and covered Camus' body with it. At the same time, his six-pack and bulging muscular body were revealed. Damn, he's 8 years old and has a body like that. It makes me reflect on my own situation, selling my body to capitalism and just tapping on a keyboard. Even in this situation, the two didn't forget to argue with each other, not wanting to lose. But it seemed Camus was gradually becoming interested in the boy in front of her. She reminded Viker to be careful of the wound on his arm. Just then, the smoke began to clear. The all-talk young men of House Morgue finally went in to search. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but be surprised. Miss Morgue was sitting on the floor, but the one bleeding was the child from House Baskerville. It was hard to tell who had won, but damn, look at that kid's body. It must be thanks to the river Styx. Just by looking at those muscles you could tell how hard he had trained. At this time Camus was in his arms, but her gaze was always on Viker. It seemed she had completely fallen for those muscles. After the battle, Viker had a private conversation with Hugo. Hugo was not at all interested in his son's wound and asked something else. "So, how was the fight with the young lady of House Morgue?" Viker was already used to this coldness and answered calmly. "It was very interesting. Through this I once again realized the meaning of this event. Dueling with a mage was very different from dueling with a swordsman. When Hugo asked why he didn't finish it when he had the chance, Viker replied that he was a little flustered dealing with a young lady. Hearing that, Hugo reminded him, "If you let your guard down in battle, you will get hurt. Take this wound as a lesson." Hearing this, Viker was very surprised. "Is Hugo worried about me? I don't have many memories of Hugo when I was young. He was always cold, curt and very violent. People used to say his personality got so bad because he lost his wife and eldest daughter. Anyway, that's none of my business." After that, Hugo asked Viker the main point. "What do you think we should do about our ruby mine?" Viker without hesitation advised him to give up this ruby mine. Hugo was quite interested in this answer and asked again, "Give up control of the ruby mine? Why do you think so?" Viker immediately offered an explanation. "The main purpose of the Baskerville family is to build a vast territory. The location of our ruby mine is in the lower reaches of Black Red Mountain. The monsters and barbarians there are a great obstacle to us. If we use House Morgue wisely, we can minimize the damage in the process of developing that land." Hugo was very satisfied with what Viker said. That was exactly what he had been thinking. That's right. Once House Morgue takes control of the ruby mine, they will leave people in that area. We just need to drive the monsters and barbarians into that area and have them attack. Then we'll get two birds with one stone. The rubies will be stained with the blood of the enemy. If that happens, House Morgue will think twice before daring to enter our territory again. Your thoughts align with mine by about 90. Hugo spoke as he stroked his beloved son's head, completely unaware that this very son wanted to stab him. Of course, it was meant to be. This had been his plan from the start. After all, he would be the one responsible for driving the monsters and barbarians to attack them. As the two were deep in conversation, they came across the uncle and niece from House Morgue. This time, Edov greeted them more warmly than before. "Lord Hugo, there you are. I was hoping we could have a word before I leave." Meanwhile, Camus, standing beside him, was like a completely different person, a shy young girl in the office. Hugo didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Adov replied in a friendly tone, "There is. We were thinking that we should resolve the matter of the ruby mine peacefully. Paying a usage fee could be one solution." Slightly surprised, Hugo asked, "What, a fee for entering my territory?" What Adov wanted to bring up here was a marriage alliance between House Morgue and House Baskerville. Stroking his niece Camus' hair, Adov said, "What do you think of a union between the eldest son of House Baskerville and the eldest daughter of House Morgue? I'm referring to my niece. My niece is a genius. She has both beauty and knowledge. She lacks nothing. I am confident she would be a fitting match for the genius of House Baskerville." After listening, Hugo asked, "My eldest son is 25 this year. Do you not see an issue with the age gap?" Adov immediately replied, 8 and 25 is only a 17-year difference, so it's not a big deal. That's not a problem. Wait, I can't just let this slide. Someone call the lowly police. We've got a lowly in need of protection here." Just as the police were about to raid the den, Camus suddenly spoke up. "I will not accept anyone weaker than my mother." Seeing this, Adov tried to dissuade her. "Camus, if you intend to marry someone stronger than your mother, you'll have to live as a spinster for the rest of your life." But Camus didn't listen and stuck to her opinion. "That's my condition, and I don't want a huge age gap either. I'd prefer someone my age or a little younger." At this, Hugo spoke. "Little girl, this isn't a buffet where you get to pick and choose." Camus placed a hand on her chest and declared confidently, "I know, and I have no intention of playing games here." After speaking, she blushed and shyly glanced over at Viker. Adov immediately saw the problem and whispered to his niece, "You can't. That boy is just the patriarch's illegitimate son. No matter what, he'll just be a small fish in a big pond later on." These words all reached Hugo's ears. Hearing his beloved son being badmouthed right in front of him, he grew slightly annoyed. Hugo then asked for Viker's opinion. "A marriage alliance is an important matter and a decision for the parties involved. Son, what do you think?" At this, Camus blushed and shyly looked toward Viker. Just a short while ago, she had considered this boy her sworn enemy, but now she wanted to marry him. Viker answered without a moment's hesitation. "I agree." Hearing this, Adov's expression changed. "What is this little rat saying? Is he saying he'll agree if Hugo asks him to? How dare he be so impudent in front of the only direct daughter of our family?" Contrary to Adov, Camus was blushing with embarrassment. She was even thinking about what to name their children. What a hopeless romantic. She'll only come to her senses in the next life. Seeing Adov's attitude, Hugo spoke. "La and Van mean nothing in Baskerville. Sometimes an inferior child is born to the La line, and an outstanding one is born to the Van line." Seeing Hugo value an illegitimate child so highly, Adov was greatly surprised. He stood up and observed Viker closely to see if he had any outstanding qualities. Looking at the man before him, Viker recalled information from his past life. Adov Morgue, 6th in line in House Morgue. Among the heads of the prestigious and magically skilled Morgue family, he was an extremely powerful figure. He was also known for being a doting uncle to the point of foolishness. After observing for a while, Adov brought his face close to Viker's and threatened him. "Hey little brat, I'll only say this once. A little talent is by no means enough to become Camus' husband." In his mind, Viker paid no heed to this childish threat. This political marriage was the family's proposal, not his. Personally, he didn't think any of the Baskerville children were a match for Camus. Seeing that Viker was not the least bit afraid, Adolf placed a hand on his shoulder and tapped it lightly. "Why don't you answer? Can't you hear me?" Viker replied with a firm gaze. "I've stopped listening. Because you're not speaking to me. That answer made Hugo very pleased with this son of his. Meanwhile, Camus was completely smitten by this cool display. How can he be so confident in front of my uncle? Hearing this, Adolf laughed loudly and turned to Hugo. Lord Baskerville, may I have a word with this child alone? But how could Hugo agree to such a request? Is a great mage of the Empire planning to interrogate a mere 8-year-old child? Adolf immediately became serious. That child will one day be my niece's husband. This is a request not as a representative of House Morgue but as the uncle of a niece. Seeing this, Camus immediately tried to stop him. Uncle, please don't. Adolf was smiling, but every word he spoke carried an invisible pressure. Ho ho ho, be quiet, my dear niece. Sometimes things like this are necessary. Now what will Lord Baskerville's answer be? Seeing that the other party showed no signs of backing down, Hugo had no choice but to accept the request, and so as a magnificent sunset fell over the castle, a duel with a clear disparity in power was about to begin. A powerful mage of the Empire was about to bully an innocent 8-year-old child. But would everything really go that way? Before the match began, Adolf spoke arrogantly. "Oh, child of Baskerville, I shall test your abilities, so show me everything you've got." Vicar agreed on the surface but thought otherwise. "If I show you everything I have, you will be defeated." To make the match fair, Adolf decided to give himself a slight handicap. He used magic to create a jar out of earth. Camus was excited to see this. "He's making a jar. That's my uncle for you, proficient in fire, earth and water magic." He then placed the jar, now filled with water, on his head and declared confidently, "I will face you with a jar full of water on my head. If you can make even a single drop fall, you win." In front of such a strong opponent, Vicar did not dare to act rashly. Adolf Morgue is a very powerful mage. Before my regression, I had no hope of even approaching him. This is a golden opportunity to experience a part of his power. I'm sure Hugo will allow me to think the same. If I were to face him with all my pre-regression strength, what would my chances be? Ambush assassination, 50. A head-on fight, probably around 10. I don't need to fight with all my strength. I just need to show enough to satisfy Hugo. Now it's time to test the skills of this great mage. Without the slightest hesitation, Vicar raised his sword and charged forward, his eyes full of killing intent. Seeing this, Camus shouted a warning. "You can't just charge head-on at my uncle." What a good niece, ditching her own uncle for a boy. At this moment, Vicar noticed the problem. He couldn't cut Adolf because of the water shield surrounding him. Adolf was very composed. "Why would you tell him that, my dear niece? A magic shield is the best countermeasure against a swordsman. It would be difficult to break this shield without a special aura. Now it's my turn to attack." With a single wave of his hand, Adolf created 4 flaming lances and launched his attack. Seeing this, Camus got angry. "That's a bit much. You didn't even use that kind of magic when you fought me." Seeing his beloved niece berating him for a boy, Adolf's face turned blue with rage. "This brat, I won't forgive him." Meanwhile, Hugo was calmly watching the match. He's attacking at a speed that's hard to dodge. It seems there's no need for me to intervene. Let's see what this young hound will show in front of a great mage. Faced with Adolf's powerful attack, Vicar was not flustered in the slightest. Is this the level of his skill? I may be in the body of an 8-year-old, but I can still use my pre-regression combat experience. I could lure him into lowering his shield and even kill him. With the experience of a seasoned hound, Vicar could do it easily, but he couldn't reveal too much power right now, as it would raise Hugo's suspicions. After dodging Adolf's fire magic attacks, Vicar relentlessly struck the magic shield with his sword. His struggling expression made Adolf very triumphant. "You can do that 100 times and it won't change a thing. Your sword cannot break my shield." But reckless confidence often leads to disaster. As the magic shield slowly began to crack, Adolf became slightly anxious. Is he attacking the same spot multiple times? It's like a machine with absolute precision. His concentration and swordsmanship are commendable. But just as the shield was about to break, Vicar's sword suddenly snapped in two. After all, a training sword couldn't withstand such a high-intensity attack. Adolf was very confident at this moment. This is no different from trying to break a stone wall by throwing an egg at it. You should have calculated the durability of my wall and your sword. Your persistence in trying to break it is commendable. But before using such tactics, you should have carefully assessed your opponent. You have talent, but you're still far from being worthy of my niece's hand. Just then, a cool stream of water suddenly flowed down Adolf's face. By the time he realized it, the jar had been pierced by the broken blade of the sword, creating a hole. Adolf was now in a fluster, tarnishing his title as a great mage. Meanwhile, Vicar looked at Adolf very triumphantly. "I think this is enough. Or should I make more water fall from the jar?" At this cool display, Camus was completely mesmerized. "It was an accident, but he beat my uncle. Does that mean the marriage proposal is a go?" But it was impossible to fool an expert like Hugo. An accident, a broken piece of a sword just happened to break the jar. Vicar van Baskerville. Perhaps I've raised a more cunning hound than I thought. Hugo looked at the young hound and gave a cunning smile. Vicar's plan seemed to have succeeded perfectly. In the blink of an eye, 7 years passed. In the Baskerville family's training grounds, the hounds were fighting monsters as usual. This time, their opponent was a giant ox-bear-like monster with eyes red from hunger and sharp claws. It rampaged, charging at the young hounds. The hounds quickly cooperated, surrounding the monster and attacking it continuously. Their fighting instincts had been honed over many years of training, but it still seemed insufficient to satisfy the Baskerville family's instructor. If you must fight an opponent stronger than yourself, it's best to find an opportunity to run far away. Don't get greedy and try to kill them. It would be more effective to aim for their hind legs. Just then, 3 streaks of red light suddenly appeared from the rear. They were none other than the triplet brothers from Part 1. They had now grown up and were skillfully cooperating with each other, inflicting wounds on the monster. The instructor was very pleased to see this, as expected of the young masters highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow. Their aura has been perfected to a dark crimson, just as I anticipated. The monster was seriously injured by the 3 brothers' joint attack. The bloodthirsty pack of hounds, of course, did not miss this opportunity and immediately rushed in to tear their prey to shreds. After the battle ended, the instructor gathered everyone and praised them. "Well done, everyone. With your performance just now, you have all reached the level of adept swordsman. Through training alone, you have all completed learning the Baskerville swordsmanship's first fang. Your 7 years of training are now over. Unlike the oxbear caged here, the oxbears living on Black Red Mountain are much stronger than the ones here. Even I cannot guarantee I can deal with them. I hope everyone here takes this confrontation with the monster to heart. It is nothing compared to what you will see on your journey ahead. Death is always closer than you think. As long as you have talent and passion, you will surely be able to overcome the difficulties ahead, gain experience and try to survive with everything you've got. Now congratulations to all of you on your graduation. I wish you all the best of luck in the battles to come." All the hounds raised their hands and saluted the instructor with looks of awe. For the past 7 years they had been trained to become fanatical hounds loyal to the family. If Viker hadn't regressed, he would have been one of them. Now his path was completely different from his past life after being dismissed. A few of them sat down to discuss their future paths. Everyone wanted to join the family's knightly order. There were a total of 7 missions, corresponding to the 7 knightly orders for the Baskerville family's knights. Each mission would temper the minds of the inexperienced hounds. The missions currently available to them were investigation, protection, assassination, suppression, and direct confrontation. The biggest topic of interest right now was which knightly order the monster of this batch of hounds Viker van Baskerville would choose. All eyes were on Viker, who was sitting on the corpse of a giant monster. "That guy took down an oxbear bigger than the one we just dealt with. I think he's a high-grade adept knight. I heard a rumor that he's reached the 3rd fang." "The 3rd fang? That means he's on the same level as the hounds from the guild." Countless speculations about Viker circulated among the hounds. He had been the center of attention throughout the long training period. Viker had always shown outstanding talent that was on a completely different level from his peers, but Viker had no interest in such trivial rumors about himself. His mind was only filled with thoughts of how to get stronger as quickly as possible to cut off his beloved father's head. "It took longer than I thought. I'm actually at the level of a mid-grade swordmaster. The 5th fang. It took me 7 years to advance from a low-grade swordmaster to a mid-grade one. In terms of swordsmanship alone, I've definitely surpassed my pre-regression level. But this growth is still slower than I expected." While Viker was lost in thought, the butler Barry approached and informed him, "Young Master Viker, the Patriarch is looking for you. It seems your assignment has been decided." Viker then immediately headed to Hugo's office. "It's been a while, sir. Have you been well, Lord Patriarch?" Hugo was now older than before, and there was one more scar on his nose. "Let's take note of this." Viker immediately asked how he had gotten the scar on his nose. Hugo lightly touched the scar and said, "I was attacked by an archer when I encountered the barbarian tribes of Black Red Mountain. I couldn't catch him, but I left a scar on that bastard's face as well. In any case, congratulations on completing your training, son. It's only going to get tougher from here on out." As soon as Viker heard this, he knew what Hugo was about to say. Was he going to talk about the garrison he would be assigned to? Around this time in his past life, he had become an apprentice knight in the Pitbull Knights and was dispatched to Black Red Mountain for 21 months. Like a piece of discarded rotten meat, he was immediately thrown into real combat and faced numerous life-or-death situations. When the children of House Baskerville turn 15, they are divided into an elite group or mercenaries. While the mercenaries die on the battlefield, the elite learn about politics and governance. After gaining vast experience on the battlefield, mercenaries begin to serve the elite, helping them grow in the fields of politics and governance. And what bridged the gap between the elite and the mercenaries was the Baskerville swordsmanship 5th fang. That was why his swordsmanship in his past life had stopped at the 4th fang. There was no way Hugo would let a genius child like himself waste his talents in the elite course. But Hugo's next words completely surprised Viker. "Son, I want you to become a counselor. A counselor who would be in charge of the administration and legislation of the Baskerville territory. He would be responsible for maintaining justice and attracting businesses to the territory. In short, he would be responsible for all the major and minor affairs of the family." Viker couldn't believe what he had just heard. Hugo was really trying to make a genius child like himself an elite. Hugo continued, "Your achievements will place you at the forefront of geniuses for at least the next 10 years, wouldn't you say? That is why I am giving you the treatment you deserve. You will become the deputy consul of the city called Underdog. Both the consul and deputy consul positions are currently vacant. Do you accept this offer?" Viker knew he shouldn't refuse, so he answered immediately, "I will follow your will, but I have something to say before that. It's about the jewel mine dispute with the Morgue family." Hearing that, Hugo opened his mouth. "Do you have some complaint about the Morgue family? I didn't say I would give you a reward. Are you asking for a reward?" But Viker's answer was truly unexpected. "I would like to borrow it. If this request is too difficult, you don't have to mind it. Nevertheless, Hugo stamped his approval on this request without a moment's hesitation. It's not difficult. I trust you won't do anything foolish, son. It seemed the image Viker had shown over the past few years had successfully earned Hugo's trust. Viker then asserted once more, I will not do anything that would cause you concern, but in reality he was extremely disgusted. I can't get used to this bastard calling me son, no matter how many times I hear it. Hugo is giving me a subsidy equivalent to my salary in my past life? I never imagined something like this would happen. After talking for a little longer, Viker and the butler took their leave. On the way, the butler said to Viker, Young master, the patriarch cares for you very much. He didn't send you straight into real combat and even gave you the position of consul. Isn't that the path a future ruler walks? I am sure the patriarch thinks highly of you. But Viker only replied coldly, Only if I perform my duties as deputy consul well. No matter the situation, Viker would never forget his original purpose. If I can make good use of the deputy consul's authority, I can raise my skills to a new level more safely. I don't care about what I'm doing now. It can't cloud my memory. I still remember the feeling of my neck being severed from my body at the guillotine. I'll make you feel that too, just like me. Hugo Le Baskerville. At this moment, Viker's eyes were filled only with hatred and bloodlust. He would do anything to cut off his father's head and play with it like a ball. A short while later, in the Baskerville Territory's city of Underdog, the staff were busy preparing to welcome the new consul the next day. When they found out that the new deputy consul was just a 15-year-old kid, these staff members were a little disappointed. Just then, an employee noticed a young man entering the manor and stopped him. But unfortunately for him, that person was Viker. Take your hand off me now. His blood-red eyes, full of killing intent, greatly frightened the employee. Only after seeing the identification documents did he realize he had just done something foolish. In any case, no one had expected the new deputy consul to arrive a day early. Viker immediately commanded, Hey you there, get me some alcohol and women right away, I need to throw a party. The employees froze upon hearing this. But in the end the party was prepared smoothly. The office manager of Underdog, Chihuahua Baskerville, felt extreme disgust seeing this spectacle. I can't believe the patriarch is throwing a drinking party on his first day in office. A rude brat was chosen. People had a hard time because of the previous consul who was dismissed on charges of bribery. But to have a drinking party in a sacred workplace, how much of a degenerate is this guy? Right, just ruin everything. I bet the entire city will be destroyed before he even comes to his senses. Chihuahua was so angry that he inadvertently blurted out everything in his mind. Just then a voice came from behind him. Are you the manager? Chihuahua was startled and turned around, discovering it was Viker. After learning Chihuahua's name, Viker noticed he didn't have a middle name. Seeing this, Chihuahua grew angry and clenched his fists again. Having no middle name meant he was from outside the family. In short, they were just employees, not blood relatives. I can't believe every single person who comes here treats me like this just for that. But Viker's actions astonished Chihuahua. He placed a hand on Chihuahua's shoulder and said, I like it. I skimmed through your resume before coming here. You're from this city, aren't you? That means you know the situation here very well. You know a lot about the difficulties people in the field face. I have no intention of interfering with your work, so I hope you continue to do a good job in the future. Chihuahua didn't understand what was happening at this moment. What is this? Is this a new way of tormenting people? Why is he here after the party? Viker continued, speaking after finishing the book in his hand. There's no problem with the federal laws, but there are some strange things about the judicial system. The problem with the weak is that quite a few black market businesses are active and their economy stands above the law. Just stopping their activities won't solve the problem. We must eliminate the core leaders of that black market one by one. The role of a consul is to create and enforce laws. I must also respect previously made laws. But I will add one new law to the existing ones. It will completely dry up that black market within a week, but to create and enforce a new law I need a pretext. Chihuahua was puzzled upon hearing this. Why do you need a pretext when they are doing illegal things? Viker looked toward the party at this moment and said, I'm young and I'm just a newcomer who will be appointed tomorrow. I need a show to convince them. That's why I'm planning to lay down some dung to attract the swarm of flies. As Viker spoke, he smiled cunningly. It was clear he had already planned everything he had to do next, and it would not be anything good. Chihuahua also became a little worried at this moment. The very next day, on the main street of Underdog, Demai Street, Viker's appearance attracted a lot of public attention. Even the staff under Viker didn't understand what was happening. What's the deputy consul's plan? He's been standing there since early this morning, how would I know? But a lot of people have gathered. Once a sizable crowd had formed, Viker suddenly spoke up. Listen up. I am the newly appointed deputy consul, but of course no one will care about the words of a little kid. Some people even found Viker cute and thought he wouldn't be able to do anything proper. But Viker paid no attention to such chatter and continued, I'm sure you've all read the notice here, although the deputy consul has changed. This autonomous law of the Baskerville family is still in effect. Article 20 of the Baskerville Autonomous Constitution, and they will remain as they are. All punishments specified in the Constitution are extremely cruel and will not forgive any sinner. But the people didn't believe it at all and jeered at each other. I doubt they'll leave everything as it is. Those in power are always like that, haha. I bet it'll take a while before they start lobbying to maintain the territory. Seeing this, Chiwa got angry and shouted loudly, "You fools, have you forgotten who's supposed to be in charge of his safety?" He came from the main house of the Baskerville family. "Do I have to put a knife to your throats to calm you down?" Only then did the crowd gradually quiet down. Tisk, tisk, if Chiwa says so, we should stop. It would have been better if Chiwa were the deputy consul. How can a kid like that enforce the law? Viker said nothing at this moment. He just slowly raised the wooden stick in his hand high and then suddenly slammed it into the ground. The wooden stick was driven deep into the earth, even shattering the hard-tiled floor. Viker then said solemnly, "By my authority as deputy consul, I will proclaim a new special law, Viker's special law. Article 1, Clause 1. Whoever pulls out this stick will receive 100 million gold." The people there all froze upon hearing those words. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, and they exclaimed in unison, "What?" As soon as the crowd heard this new law, they became flustered and began to murmur. No one believed this was real. 100 million is what a person earns working for 4 whole years. Who would give 100 million just for pulling out a few wooden sticks? Chiwa and the staff were still gaping in astonishment at this moment. They had no idea about this plan of Viker's. After waiting for a while and seeing no one dare to try, Viker spoke up. "No one? Is there no one? Is there no one to take the money? Then I have no choice. The person who pulls this out will receive 1 billion. Still no one. After announcing Article 1, Clause 2 of Viker's special law, the amount rose to 1 billion. Despite that, no one dared to participate, and one fat man even mocked the affair. "Haha, this is hilarious. Does he take us for toys?" The crowd shouted excitedly at this moment. "That's right. Stop playing around and go home to sleep. 1 billion isn't chicken feed." Chiwa could only shake his head and sigh at this moment. He didn't expect that he himself would be the one who should feel ashamed. When no one had the guts to take the 1 billion, Viker decided to announce the third clause. Whoever pulls out this stake will receive 10 billion gold. Hearing this enormous number, people's greed began to stir. Everyone wanted to get this unimaginable amount of money, but they were afraid of the sword beside Viker. What's the use of having money if you don't have a life? Conspiracy theories about this stake and Viker began to be raised to rationalize this absurd situation. When it seemed no one would step forward, Viker, despite Chiwa's attempt to stop him, was about to raise the prize once more. Just then, a flower-selling girl bravely raised her hand. Can I try?" The old man next to her saw this and immediately stopped her. "Child, aren't you Judy, the flower seller? Do you know where you're trying to go?" The girl explained the reason for this reckless act. "My mother is sick, so I have to do something." The old man continued to earnestly dissuade her. "You're too naive. If you go up there at a time like this, you'll have your head chopped off." Despite this, Judy just smiled brightly. "Hee, if that happens, please take care of my mother." To the girl, her mother was everything. The girl would do anything, including sacrificing her own life, as long as her mother could be healthy. Faced with this filial piety, the old man froze in place as if dead. He no longer had a reason to stop the girl. Facing Viker, Judy was extremely anxious and afraid. "Will he really kill me? I'll be a laughingstock, so he'll probably give me a few coins at least. I hope I can get at least as much as this basket of flowers." At Viker's urging, Judy gathered her courage, sat down, and gripped the stake with both hands. But with just a light tug from the girl, the stake was pulled right out of the ground. The people who witnessed it couldn't help but be shocked. They had thought everything would be extremely difficult. Judy didn't understand what had happened at this moment. The girl was mentally prepared to be a laughingstock, but she hadn't expected things to turn out this way. In Judy's eyes, Viker's image had now become extremely terrifying. "I'm going to be executed. Is it for the crime of defying a noble and unforgivable crime, or is it because I was too greedy? If I die, who will take care of my mother? Mom, I'm sorry." Judy lowered her head to the ground and sobbed. The girl was preparing to die. But when Judy opened her eyes, she saw Viker holding a money pouch, kneeling on the ground and speaking in a gentle voice. "Here, 100 million for now." With the money pouch in her hands, Judy still hadn't come to her senses. The crowd at the back widened their eyes in astonishment. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. Viker then patted the girl's head and signaled to an employee. "Where's your house? 10 billion gold is heavy, so I'll have it delivered to your home. I'll send an escort to go home with you along with the prize money. This is the law. The law must be obeyed." These words made everyone there gape in astonishment. This was an unprecedented event, something no one had ever dreamed of, let alone witnessed firsthand. This case became an opportunity for Viker's special law to spread more widely than the Baskerville family's autonomous law. Breaking the law brings punishment, but compliance brings rewards. This simple method was deeply engraved in people's hearts as a principle of society. After the promulgation of Viker's special law, illegal activities decreased noticeably, and the crime rate was halved. To commemorate this, Chiwa specially wrote a piece of calligraphy and hung it in Viker's office. Viker saw it and offered words of praise. "The beauty of the East, you have very good handwriting, Manager Chiwa." Chiwa smiled as wide as a flower at this moment. "I don't think that's a trivial matter. In my 20 years of work, I have never accomplished such a thing." Viker crossed his arms over his chest and said confidently, "You can't get angry at people who distrust and despise the law. I was thinking about how to attract people's attention and leave a strong impression." Upon hearing this, Chiwa was so happy that he burst into tears like a child. "Sob, sob, I, Chiwa, will follow you for the rest of my life. Only now do I realize that the hardships I suffered before meeting you were not in vain." And so Viker gained a loyal subordinate. But everything Viker was doing was what Camus Morgue had done in his past life when she became queen. The crime rate dropped to almost zero. Of course, she wasn't well loved by the people because she had coerced politicians with military force. Afterward, Viker spread out a map and planned his next move. The problem had begun. Now that we've given away 10 billion gold, don't we have to think of a way to earn it back? This is a place where illegal organizations often hide. I will clean that place out and confiscate their dirty money. Chihuahua was puzzled upon hearing this. How do you know they're there? Viker pointed to his nose and said arrogantly, I can smell them, but a man isn't a dog, so you probably can't smell it. It was just that in his past life Viker had investigated that area and beaten those bastards to a pulp. Chihuahua thought Viker had investigated everything and was very impressed. Just then, an employee rushed in to report. A request for an interview has come from the city's Autonomous Youth Association. Viker was not surprised at all to hear this. So the noble bastards from that blustering council want to meet me, Chihuahua hurriedly explained. The Autonomous Youth Association is composed of people from the Moulin, Pierre, Louis V, Chanel, Ferragamu, Hem, and Bella families. They are the second generation. 3 are from the native families of the Baskerville territory. Although it's called the Autonomous Youth Association, it's actually a social group. It seems the young masters have something to say about your special law, Sir Viker. Viker heard this and smiled sinisterly, a chilling, killing intent emanating from his entire body. So the flies have started to smell the dung. Then shall we exterminate the pests that are gnawing at the city's dignity? In the city of Underdog there was a room in the deepest part of a lavish hotel club, a place overflowing with luxury. The VIP room cost 10 million gold for 6 hours. A party was being held there. Attendees were the 7 core members of the city's youth association. They were the scions of the 7 native families of this Baskerville territory. In the center of the room, a massive wine tower filled with the finest wine, worth 10 million gold a bottle, was overflowing, and the club's employees acted like dogs. They had not a shred of human dignity. After shouting for a while, the young lords gathered and boasted, "It is all thanks to the Baskervilles that we can live like this. The slave trade continues to flourish and capturing barbarians as slaves is going very smoothly. This is all because the Baskervilles only care about expanding their borders. And since there are no eyes and ears of the imperial family around here, this place is a perfect playground. Even the clubs here are more luxurious than the ones in the capital. Besides, isn't the Baskerville family keeping us safe? To be honest, isn't this making the Baskerville bastards our hunting dogs?" Hearing this, the blonde bastard, who seemed to be the highest among them, laughed heartily. "The Baskervilles are just a bunch of sword-crazed fools. Just look at what happened to Messi Medrano. They didn't even know they were trapped by us. The Baskervilles slaughtered the Messi Medrano family themselves, the most loyal family of the 8. Thanks to that, only 7 of the 8 families remain. It was because they interfered with our fun." After laughing at the old stories, the group talked about the new deputy consul. The blonde bastard was very arrogant at this time. "I think his name is Viker. He's only 15. I also heard a rumor that he threw a big party as soon as he got here. He must be a huge fool. I bet he'll fit in well with us. How about we mess with him a bit and establish our status? Let's throw a big party filled with the most expensive alcohol and women. But when the party's over, we'll just stick him with the bill. How much money could a 15-year-old civil servant have? I bet he won't even be able to report it to his family for fear of being scolded. After that, we can just say it was a joke and pay for him. Then he'll never be able to defy us again. Damn, what kind of idiot came up with such a childish plan? They were truly useless young masters." While the group was in the middle of their bragging, an employee brought in the waitresses. The young lords were excited as if they were choosing goods, but strangely, following the employee was a young man. He was none other than the new deputy consul they had just mentioned, Viker Baskerville. The employee tried to grab Viker by the hair and throw him out, but the price for that was too painful. Before he could even understand what had happened, his arm was turned into a 3-section staff, and he could only scream in pain. Viker then slowly walked to the center of the room and spoke softly. "Viker van Baskerville is my name." The young lords were very surprised, then pretended to be as obedient as puppies. "Ha ha ha, oh deputy consul, you work really fast. We didn't expect you to come like this." Despite the employee being made an example, these bastards still knew no fear and whispered to each other to carry out their childish plan. At this point, Viker could no longer hold back and slammed his hand on the table. Enough with the useless talk. The wine tower shot into the air right after and exploded, showering them in a rain of blood-red wine. Only then did the blonde bastard realize he had messed with the wrong person. Did he destroy the wine tower with mono-resonance just by touching the table? That means he's an expert. Only then did the young lords feel fear and egged each other on to sacrifice their lives. "Damn it, didn't you say he was a 15-year-old kid? You're an adept rank expert swordsman. Do something. Shut up if I fight him." I wouldn't last a second. Just then, Viker approached and tapped the shoulder of a nearby young lord. He was startled and began to ramble. "We swear we'll pay for the drinks." Viker's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he said softly, "Of course you'll pay for the drinks you drank. Did you plan to have me clean up after you enjoyed your party?" Seeing this, the young lords immediately covered for each other. "Who would do such a despicable thing? We would not dare to do such a thing to a member of the Baskerville family. We just wanted to test your qualifications, Deputy Consul. As you know, the city is currently in a bit of a decline. We needed to know if you could easily resist temptation." That's right. You are more than qualified to lead us, we will follow you. But how could this nonsense possibly enter Viker's ears? Before they could bark anymore, Viker punched one of them in the stomach. The master can test his own dog as he pleases, but not the other way around. Under no circumstances should a dog test its master. You seem to think you know no fear just because you have some money and power. That's because you've never seen true terror. Viker twisted the wound with his hand, making the young lord unable to speak, then threw him to the ground like an animal. Do you know why he ended up like this? If you still don't know, you deserve the same fate. The others broke out in a cold sweat and scrambled to shout, we think we know why. But that was not the answer Viker wanted. His foot gradually pressed down hard on the head of the man lying on the ground. Really, if you knew, then you need a proper lesson. And with a squelch, the 7 young lords were now only 6, blood splattered, but Viker didn't bat an eye. He had been accustomed to killing since he was a blood-starved hound, but the young lords were not. Seeing their brother die, they immediately shot up. You psycho, do you think you can get away with this? Viker immediately drew closer and gave a friendly smile. See, you don't know either. Illegal slave abduction and trade, insulting the Baskerville family. You've done too many dirty things. You can't tame an animal without teaching it a lesson. Now it's time to punish the dirty, fearless animals. Viker was bathed in blood. A massive killing intent emanated from his entire body. The maddest hound of House Baskerville was finally unleashed after a long period of suppression. Thus, the remaining young lords received meticulous care from Viker from A to Z. Each one was beaten until they had the head of a pig, their teeth and lips mixed together and then thrown into a dark prison. But even after being beaten like this, the blonde bastard still knew no fear and threatened Viker. You son of a bitch, do you think you can get away with this? I'm going to report you to my father. Just wait until I get out of here. I'll kill you. I'll never forgive you. Let me go. Chihuahua witnessed this scene and was extremely flustered. Oh my goodness, what were you thinking? Why did you start a fight like this? You should have gone a little easier. Look, you've turned them into lumps of meat, but Viker was extremely calm. Don't be so flustered. I haven't even started yet. Those mayors wanted to stop the corruption in some areas and improve the lives there. But now they themselves are tainted and even covet the power of the Baskerville family. Look at them fight. This proves they haven't learned their lesson yet. When the sun sets, I will execute all these beasts with my own hands. While I'm at it, I'll purge everyone involved. Chihuahua was truly horrified to hear this. And the young lords finally felt fear and kept begging for their lives. Chihuahua knew the consequences of this action well, and hurriedly tried to stop him. They are usually cowardly and cautious, but they can be bold when necessary. They will not support the businesses you control and will take revenge in one way or another, but Viker fundamentally didn't care at all. Don't worry. Their families won't be able to complain at all, because they are all connected to the low-life criminal organizations in the city's underworld. Although he said that, Chihuahua had no evidence in his hand, so he couldn't stop worrying. Viker then reassured him that he had a way and not to worry too much. Everything was already well planned in Viker's mind. If I can't find evidence, I'll just create it. In any case, I don't care much about the result. An age of chaos will soon come. I will prepare for the battles of the near future. And even if it doesn't, I will enroll in the academy and continue to survive. Viker then looked straight at the crying young lords and said solemnly, I will tell you your sins. Illegal abduction and trafficking of women. Besides that, bribery, blackmail, crime, and even attacking and assassinating public officials and so on. The blonde bastard heard this and hurriedly shouted, I have never done such a thing. If you present evidence, I will accept the punishment. When Viker heard this, his eyes lit up and a friendly smile appeared on his lips. You'll accept punishment if there's evidence? You speak as if you've committed the crime, but there's no evidence for it. The blonde bastard immediately shut his mouth and was at a loss for words. It seemed he didn't want to tarnish his family's reputation even if it meant death. Just then, a shirtless subordinate laboriously dragged in a black sack. Deputy Consul, I have completed the mission you assigned. Just by looking at him, you could tell this guy was not a good person. And it was true. Inside his sack were blood-stained rusty weapons. It seemed this guy was specially called by Viker. He looked at Viker with a very interested expression and opened his mouth. I've been torturing people for 30 years, but this is the first time I've seen new toys like these. How did you come up with such interesting tools? Viker held the torture tool in his hand, smiled, and said, I didn't invent them. Things like these are very common where I'm from. This statement made the subordinate a little scared. Were you in hell or someplace like that? Viker held a bunch of knives and tongs in his hand and smiled friendly. A similar place. Shall I teach you a few fun games? But the subordinate was terrified. I think I'll pass. I think I'd get sick watching you use those tools. So Viker decided to enjoy this fun alone. He took out all the torture tools and looked them over one by one with a very ecstatic expression. How nostalgic. With these torture tools, even political prisoners would be made to confess military secrets in this age of ruin. The art of torture would gradually develop in the process of dealing with demons. In his past life, Viker was extremely experienced in this field. Finally, he had a chance to restart his career in this life. Viker then took off his coat and rolled up his sleeves to keep them from getting dirty. He looked at the young lords and smiled brightly. Now what will happen if you don't open your mouths? Please don't say anything. Give me some time to get lost in old memories. The young lords were streaming tears at this point. In their eyes, Viker looked like a bloodthirsty demon. Only now did they realize what a grave mistake it was to provoke a mad dog. But everything was too late. Meanwhile, the rumor that the 7 scions who had lived in wealth and crime had been captured spread quickly. It was the only topic the organizations in Underdog could talk about. The entire city was engulfed in debate. This is a power struggle between the new politician and the native families. It can only end when the native families bow their heads, as people expected. The families sent a few small gifts of apology to the new deputy consul. The scions would be released on bail and would only be scolded by their fathers, the heads of the families. Or at least that's how people thought it would all end. Until 7 heads were displayed in the middle of the city square. The heads had been salted and wore twisted expressions. One could tell how much pain they had been in before they died. The notice hung above the heads detailed the crimes for which they were sentenced to death. The people who witnessed this scene were too scared to dare discuss anything. They had initially thought the new deputy consul was gentle and kind when he gave away a huge amount of money for free. But they hadn't expected this kid's methods of punishing criminals to be so terrifying. At this time, Viker was talking comfortably with Chiwa. There's no dispute that these laws existed from the beginning, but in reality, the criminals were prestigious native nobles. So the law needs to be changed a little. After receiving this declaration of war, those bastards will surely start making plans. Once this war breaks out, it won't end until one of us is wiped out. This city of Underdog will become a sea of blood. You'd better keep your wits about you, Manager Chiwa. You will be part of the next plan. Before Chiwa could even understand what he meant by that, he was wearing a mask and had become a slave trader. And the goods he was selling were none other than a disguised Viker. The two of them then successfully infiltrated a slave auction, and just by looking at Viker's eyes you could tell this place was about to be turned upside down. In a place on the outskirts of Underdog, luxury carriages began to gather next to a large tent. Today was the slave auction day, a secret auction that the Baskerville family usually did not participate in. Captured barbarians, commoners, and even nobles were traded. Before the auction began, all participants had their identities checked by a man in a clown mask. Thanks to their thorough preparation, Chiwa easily passed through the gate with the identity of the Mulan family, and Viker, playing the role of a slave with black hair and red eyes, also drew a lot of attention. It seemed he would be very conspicuous in the upcoming auction. When night fell, the auction officially began. The man who had previously worn the mask was the host of this auction. The first item to be presented was a monster, a Mercia Legeo, rumored to have 19 hearts. This beast, a type of water buffalo living on the second ridge of Black Red Mountain, had no part that went to waste, from its hide and flesh to its bones and organs. The starting bid for this monster was 100 million gold. After a few rounds of bidding, the monster was sold for 250 million gold. Following that, slaves were continuously brought onto the auction stage. These were in fact the most anticipated items of the day. The price tags rose relentlessly, and the winning bids were loudly announced. When the atmosphere was at its peak, the host hesitated for a moment before the next item. But being a professional, he immediately stirred the guests' interest. From the slave traders of the deep forest, we have a black barbarian from the warring tribes of Black Red Mountain's deep woods. Wouldn't it be quite entertaining to train a disobedient slave? This is your chance to show off your training skills. Unlike the other slaves, this girl showed a strong will to escape with eyes full of bloodlust. To prepare for any danger, this slave was shackled at both her hands and feet and even had a muzzle on her mouth. But even that seemed insufficient to suppress the barbarian's ferocity. Seeing this sight, no one was willing to bid. Everyone was worried about being bitten by this barbarian and contracting rabies. The starting price this time was 5 million and kept dropping. It went down to the lowest price of 1 million, but still no one was willing to spend money on a disobedient slave. With no other choice, the host signaled his subordinate. "It's over, this one's not selling. I told you, only bring things that will sell. Take her away, we'll use her as bait next time." At this, the female slave continued to struggle and shouted in the barbarian language, but with a single punch she coughed up blood, lost consciousness, and was dragged away. To make up for this unpleasant incident, the host immediately introduced today's best item. "Haha, everyone, it seems there was a slight problem. To show our sincerity, we will now begin the auction for today's best item. A special product with black hair and red eyes. You certainly won't need to put in much effort to train him. The quality is top-notch, so I'm eager to get started." This slave was none other than the disguised Viker. His handsome appearance and six-pack abs immediately caught the eye of a wealthy lady, who offered a price of 600 million. Not only that, but the wealthy gentleman also couldn't resist and kept raising the price. Fierce debate ensued, with no one willing to yield to the other. Just then, a guest holding paddle number 99 suddenly called out a price of 6 billion, silencing everyone. The person who called the price was a disgusting fat man. The others saw it and began to whisper, "That's Baron Gambino of the Granary Estate. I heard he has seized control of all the dark forces and is rapidly expanding his influence. His financial power is no joke." Just by looking at this fat man's disgusting gaze, one could guess the fate of the slaves who fell into his hands. It would be a truly terrible thing. At that moment, the female secretary standing next to the fat man spoke up to remind him. "My lord, isn't that a bit of an excessive expenditure?" But the fat man already had a plan. "A slave this beautiful will still be profitable if sold in the capital. I'll make a lot of money if I sell him later. Even after hearing this, the female secretary still tried to dissuade him. Even so, 6 billion seems a bit much, and that's assuming you can sell him in the first place. The fat man immediately got angry and shouted, "Shut up, Wendy, I took you in when you had nowhere to go and you dare raise your voice to your master?" The female secretary had no choice but to fall silent. She knew all too well that if she said one more word, her fate would be more miserable than the slaves here. When no one bid for a while, the host announced, "If there are no other bids, this item will be sold to guest number 99. Viker was then immediately sent to the fat man. As soon as he saw him, the fat man couldn't control his desire and drooled. "You are mine now. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. I'm thinking of various ways to play with you. I'm really looking forward to it." Just then, Viker lifted his 2 arms, which were bound in chains, forward. Seeing this, the fat man asked, "Are you asking me to unlock your shackles?" But with a light tug from Viker, the chains shattered into pieces. "No, there's no need. You want to play? That sounds fun." While the fat man and his assistant were still gaping in astonishment, Viker stomped his foot once, shaking the heavens and the earth. The fat man was thrown to the ground by the vibration, his face planted on the floor, unable to lift his head. Viker then approached and grabbed the fat man's leg. "Oops, my mistake. How about this game? The theme is shield and spear. I'll be the spear, and if you, the shield, survive, you win." Unable to bear the pain, the fat man screamed, tears and snot running down his face. "Wendy, hurry and call the guards, I'm going to die." But before he could finish his sentence, he fainted from the pain. "Baron Gambino, you've fainted. Then I win this game." After speaking, Viker immediately stood up and took off his wig. As soon as they saw his face, everyone there recognized him as the new deputy consul of Underdog City. After the incident where he beheaded the 7 young masters of the 7 great families, Viker's name was widely known everywhere. Standing under the dazzling stage lights, Viker gave a gentle smile. "A circus, a fitting name for tonight. No one here should think of leaving unscathed." The host saw this and was momentarily stunned, but he quickly came to his senses and immediately ordered his subordinates. "Who cares if that guy is the deputy consul or whatever? He doesn't even have a weapon. Kill him." Upon receiving the order, 3 subordinates rushed forward in unison. These 3 had killed countless people and committed numerous crimes, so they showed no hesitation. But the one they faced was not an ordinary person, but a blood-starved hound in sheep's clothing. Viker's eyes gleamed and a red aura erupted from his entire body. He then beheaded them one by one with the sword Beelzebub. After that, he rushed toward the large man who was swinging an iron mace and dealt with him. Under the sharpness of Beelzebub, nothing could stop Viker. He massacred mercilessly, turning this place into a scene of carnage. The host saw this and trembled in fear. "That red aura, it can't be. A swordmaster, even if he's from House Baskerville, how can he be a swordmaster at this age? A swordmaster is a weapon that symbolizes the nation's power. At this rate, we're going to lose." Just then, he noticed Chihuahua panicking beside him. He immediately held a knife to Chihuahua's throat and shouted, "Haha, look here, Deputy Consul. Drop your weapon and surrender if you don't want to see your colleague die. Hurry up, can't you hear me?" Chihuahua was extremely scared, but he swallowed and shouted, "Deputy Consul, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. There is no such thing as compromising with injustice in my dictionary. I would rather die than bring harm to my master." Seeing this, the host became flustered and shouted, "You old dog, what are you doing? Stop struggling. Your words and expression don't match at all." At this, Viker laughed out loud. "Haha, Manager Chihuahua, I appreciate your loyalty. Don't worry. When I left the Baskerville territory, I received a gift from the Patriarch." Viker then took out a whistle hidden at his feet, put it to his lips and blew hard. An ear-splitting sound echoed, making everyone there uncomfortable. But strangely, nothing happened. The host saw this and was stunned. "Nothing? What? Was that whistle just to scare us? It's just as I thought. Even a swordmaster is helpless here." Just then, a blade flew from behind and immediately slit the host's throat. Poor guy. He probably won't even know why he died. Since when? A mysterious figure in a hood had appeared like a ghost. A subordinate saw this and quickly rushed forward to claim the credit. But the price for this foolish prank was to be torn to pieces. The other guys witnessed this and their eyes widened in surprise. Everyone lost the will to fight. After all, in the face of absolute power, numbers were meaningless. Soon after, another group of hooded figures appeared and surrounded the entire place. Only now did this group have a vague idea of what was happening. But because of the extreme fear in their minds, they didn't dare to believe their own guesses. Only Wendy maintained a little bit of reason. The fang symbol on their chests, I've heard of it, the most brutal knightly order in the Empire. Known as the Machines of Destruction, they are all sword masters. That's the Mastiff unit of House Baskerville. No, I can't die here. Wendy's survival instinct was screaming at this moment that she had to leave this place immediately if she wanted to live. But how could the Mastiff unit let her go? One person was already waiting, ready to deal with her immediately. Just then, Viker rushed in to stop him, telling him to let this person live. The Mastiff member saw this, backed away and knelt. Viker then commanded, "Deal with the rest of them. Do not kill those who have completely surrendered, but if they show any signs of resistance, deal with them without mercy." Upon receiving the order, the Mastiff member disappeared as quickly as he had appeared. Truly, the professional unit of House Baskerville. Usually, Hugo was very sensitive about military matters. But fortunately, there was no problem with Viker receiving the Mastiff unit. After that, this place was completely covered in death. No one could escape the Mastiff unit's encirclement and were mercilessly slaughtered. One of them was so scared that he prostrated himself on the ground, trembling. He planned to stay here until everything quieted down and then find a chance to escape later. but when a Mastiff member approached he was so scared that he raised his hands in surrender. Hayal put on the handcuffs, but what he received was a look full of killing intent and a blow that sent his precious 2 legs flying. "We don't carry those to be executed don't need legs." At this time a large man with a cigar in his mouth approached Viker. "Nephew, how do you find using the Mastiff unit? Are you satisfied? If you need anything, just say it." This man was none other than the commander of the Mastiff unit, Boston Terrier Le Baskerville. Despite it being his first time meeting Viker, he had a good impression of him. "So that's Viker. I see why Hugo took an interest in this kid. For a 15-year-old kid he's much more decisive and cruel. I can't let a talent like this go." Boston Terrier patted Viker's head and offered, "Come to the Mastiff unit later. I will be sure to guide you with all my heart." After tidying his clothes, Viker immediately found an excuse to leave. "I will consider that. I have an urgent matter, so I must leave first." Although he was politely rejected, Boston Terrier wanted to get this kid even more because of it. But to Viker he was just an annoying old man. After leaving the venue he went straight to where the slaves were. Viker walked, searching for what he was after. There was also a huge safe here containing the money paid by the nobles. If he just took this, the city's tax problem for the year would be solved. But he would put that off for later. Viker had come here for another reason. While searching he happened to find the black barbarian female slave whom no one had bought before. It seemed she had been severely tortured for attempting to escape. Witnessing this scene, even a cold-blooded person like Viker couldn't just close his eyes and turn away. He took a red potion bottle from his belt and made the female slave drink it. Soon after, the potion took effect and all the wounds on the female slave's body were healed. As soon as she regained consciousness, she immediately took a fighting stance. The fighting instinct flowing in the barbarian's blood was beyond doubt. At this time, Viker opened the iron bars and told her to run away in the barbarian language. Having fought the barbarians many times in his past life, he could speak a few of their words, although not fluently. The female slave saw this, immediately stood up and left. Before leaving, she said what seemed to be a word of thanks. But Viker could not have imagined that this action of his would bring a great change in the future after that. Viker continued to search for what he wanted, the corpse of the great monster from the auction. Viker summoned Beelzebub and let it suck its fill of blood before the Mastiff unit arrived. The very next day, a rumor spread that the new deputy consul had swiftly dealt with a criminal organization. Along with this, a rumor also circulated that the nobles and event organizers involved in the illegal slave auction activities had their hands and feet cut off and were sent to prison. And on that day, the biggest den of evil in Underdog City, the Forge, was burned down along with its members. After that, the heads of the VIP guests were displayed as an example to warn against all criminal activities. The 7 families, seeing that their children did not return, also sent a letter of protest to the consul, but the answer was already prepared. For criminals who participated in the forbidden illegal slave trade, death is the only end. The confessions of the 7 criminals, their accounts and statements about their property have been recorded. House Baskerville has investigated this incident and will soon report it to the royal palace. Soon after, the backlash from the 7 families stopped. The arrogant patriarchs had to come to the person who killed their own children and bow their heads in supplication. But Viker's answer was very simple. "We have investigated the blacklist hidden in the Forge. You have violated Baskerville's autonomous law, so your property will be confiscated and as a price for this act of treason. Your 3 clans will be annihilated." Under the new deputy consul's law, for several days, the floor of the execution ground never had a chance to dry of blood. The blood of the pests was washed away from the city. After that, the jobs at the city hall were always short-staffed, which helped to lower Underdog's unemployment rate. With the money obtained from punishing illegal activities, the city's welfare was restored, and the residents' approval rating for Viker grew higher and higher. At this time, Viker was still engrossed in his paperwork. Chiwa was very surprised by Viker's outstanding learning ability and leadership. If Viker continued this momentum, Underdog City could develop even further. When night came, Viker went to the underground prison alone. "Sorry I couldn't come sooner. I've been very busy lately. You said your name was Cindy Wendy Sauce, right?" The person Viker wanted to meet was the assistant of that fat man from before. Although she was imprisoned, her life was spared and she was treated completely differently from the other prisoners. Wendy herself didn't understand why. At this time Viker approached and took off her blindfold. "It's simple. I have a few things to ask you." Even in this situation, Wendy didn't show the slightest bit of weakness. "Will those questions keep me alive?" Viker brought a chair and sat in front of Wendy, saying, "Is it because of you that Baron Gambino, who came from some unheard-of region, was able to grow in power so quickly? According to the investigation, your ability to make money is very good. If you had used your talents elsewhere, you could have been a great merchant or investor. I promise, if you answer my questions I will let you go. But if you don't answer, you will regret this day." With no choice, Wendy could only bite her lip and endure. "I'll tell you what I know." This was the wise answer Viker had wanted to hear. He didn't beat around the bush any longer and asked directly, "What do you think? Do you think I'm doing a good job?" Without a moment to think, Wendy answered immediately, "I think you're doing very well for now," but Viker wasn't the type to want to hear such flattery. "If you're not going to be honest, I can't keep my promise." Hearing that, Wendy had no choice but to speak her mind frankly. "I think you're heading in the wrong direction." That was the answer Viker wanted to hear. He approached with a wicked smile and lifted Cindy Wendy's chin. Then the reason. Faced with his suffocating, overwhelming presence, Cindy Wendy trembled, unable to steady herself. Seeing this, Viker returned to his chair. Let's hear it. Tell me what I've done wrong. Cindy Wendy then opened her mouth. Until recently, one of the main reasons a consul would make an important decision was courtesy. When you make laws to deal with criminals and raise your reputation, many people will die or get hurt because of those laws. In the long run, you'll incur the hatred and resentment of everyone. Furthermore, if you gain more power than the patriarch in Underdog City, House Baskerville will not welcome you. In conclusion, you'll be hated by the people and become a dangerous existence to House Baskerville. After listening, Viker asked, Then what do you think I should do now? Cindy Wendy answered without a hint of hesitation. You must return all the privileges you received from House Baskerville. You must even hand over the honor you gained from this incident to the Patriarch. And to avoid attention, go to Black Red Mountain or the Imperial Central Academy. Your age and family background are common there, so it's a suitable place to hide your power and status. When the time comes, the Patriarch of House Baskerville will take responsibility for you. Viker fell silent for a moment, then emanated a killing intent like a hound about to tear into its prey. Are you telling a hound to bite its master? Despite this, Cindy Wendy showed no fear at all. She looked Viker straight in the eyes and said, As a hound, that is the only way to avoid hostility with the Patriarch. At this, Viker smiled. I will remember those words. That's good advice. Your thoughts are the same as mine. As promised, you are free. As soon as she was released, Cindy Wendy left immediately without a moment's hesitation. Then I hope you will never regret this. Just then, Viker opened his mouth, making her reconsider. Do you know of a family called Messi Medrano? There were more great families in Underdog City than just the 7. Among them was a powerful merchant family, the 8th great family, House Messi Medrano. However, this family disappeared after an unfortunate incident. The youngest son of House Messi Medrano demonstrated his newly learned swordsmanship on his birthday. When the demonstration began, the people of House Baskerville couldn't believe the sight unfolding before their eyes. The swordsmanship the child demonstrated was the secret swordsmanship of House Baskerville. It was something only a family member could know, and the news reached the ears of the Baskerville Patriarch. They judged that military secrets had been leaked, and House Baskerville unleashed its hounds to annihilate House Messi Medrano. But in truth, someone was behind all of this. The demons of the 7 families had stolen the Baskerville swordsmanship and taught it to the youngest son of House Messi Medrano. Hearing this, Cindy Wendy tried her best to remain calm, turning her head to ask, Is that the story of the 8th family? What does this story have to do with me? Viker continued. But in truth, there was a survivor of House Messi Medrano from that massacre. The 7 families spirited away a 1-year-old girl, and that child had to endure abuse and torture simply for being beautiful. Their actions were beyond description. Hearing this far, Cindy Wendy could no longer hold back and turned to leave, gritting her teeth. I don't want to hear any more. Viker seemed to have no intention of stopping her and continued the story. But the story isn't over yet. As time passed, a new deputy consul came to the city. This deputy consul discovered the city's problems and punished them. The culprits behind everything were those 7 sons of bitches. The new deputy consul tortured those bastards and made them pay for their sins until they died. And that was when they left their last words. We apologize for the terrible crimes we have committed. It was the same words. Cindy Wendy could no longer suppress her emotions. Tears streamed down her face like rain as she turned and shouted at Viker. An apology? Who did they apologize to? Viker calmly continued. Who else? To the survivor of House Messi Medrano, who is using the alias Cindy Wendy. Hearing this, Cindy Wendy shouted, How can I trust you? You're the one who captured and tortured them. How can I believe their apology? Viker took this opportunity to lead Cindy Wendy with a torch. Then how about you trust me? It will be easier if you see it with your own eyes. Look. The place the two arrived at was deep within the prison, a place untouched by even the light of a torch. Here, Cindy Wendy witnessed a horrifying scene. 7 corpses covered in blood and full of wounds were kneeling before her. In front of them were scrawled words written in their own blood. We drove House Messi Medrano to their deaths. Please forgive our sins. I'm sorry. I don't want to die. I'm so scared. Just by looking, one could tell how cruelly they had been tortured. Standing on the line between life and death, they feared death, yet longed to die to escape this hell on earth. Viker was truly a cold-blooded demon. Witnessing this scene, Cindy Wendy was overcome with emotion and knelt on the ground wailing. At last, her family's revenge was complete. But that wouldn't bring her family back to life, and now she was all alone in this world. Without showing any sympathy for this fragile girl, Viker approached coldly. But no matter how painfully they died, the revenge of House Messi Medrano is not yet over. There is still one more family to deal with, House Baskerville. Cindy Wendy saw Messi Medrano. You still have much to do. Mentioning the name Baskerville, Viker couldn't suppress his terrifying killing intent. He was the one who hated his own family more than anyone in this world. And with his own hands, with the fangs of a hound, he would tear this rotten family to shreds piece by piece. But how could Cindy Wendy believe such words from a hound of House Baskerville? She wiped her tears and looked straight into Viker's eyes. You are a member of House Baskerville, so why are you helping me? Viker simply gave a wicked smile and said, That's the wrong question. Cindy Wendy was a smart person. She understood everything. She stood up resolutely, turned and left. I know what you mean. Viker van Baskerville, I will repay this debt. From now on, whatever you do, you will never have to worry about money again." Hearing this, Viker gave a cunning smile. This was the reason he had approached Cindy Wendy, and this would be the foundation of his journey for revenge. The next morning, Chihuahua burst into Viker's room with a happy face. "Deputy Consul, the sun is up, it's time to work," but the sight before him made him piss his pants. The entire room was covered in blood. The floor was full of corpses and Viker lay motionless on the bed. At this moment, Viker woke up to Chihuahua's scream and sat up abruptly. "Good morning." When asked about the corpses, Viker answered nonchalantly, "I don't know, I think I killed them in my sleep." Hearing that, Chihuahua was terrified. Fortunately, it was just a joke. All through the night, Viker had been disturbed by assassins and couldn't sleep, and it didn't stop there. He had faced numerous dangers over the past while. 2 poisoned arrows, 4 attempts with poison, hydrochloric acid, sniping fire, being hit by a car, and so on. The only reason Viker had survived until now was thanks to the super regeneration skill he had obtained from the illegal auction. Thanks to his body being enhanced by the river Styx and super regeneration, even a swordmaster level assassin couldn't pierce his skin. But now everything was getting annoying, and he had to solve this problem completely. On the way to the office, the two of them saw a carriage flying the Baskerville family flag. It seemed someone had been sent from the main house. Just then, a person got out of the carriage. As soon as Chihuahua saw this person, he immediately stood at attention, a cold sweat breaking out all over his body. He was none other than the butler, Barry. "It's been a while, young master." As soon as they met, Viker and Barry exchanged greetings and talked comfortably. Chihuahua, standing by their side, looked at them with eyes full of respect. He's the greatest head butler of the Barry family. The Barry family has held that position in a place like House Baskerville for 4 generations. A place where a single small mistake can lead to death. To think I would get to see head butler John Barry in person. The reason Barry had come this time was to deliver a message. "The patriarch has highly praised your achievements, young master, and has ordered you to return to the estate." He seemed very pleased. The thought of Hugo being pleased made Viker a little suspicious. How could a cold-blooded man like Hugo express joy? After that, Viker immediately followed Barry back. When he arrived at the office, Hugo was still holding a newspaper with an article about him. Viker, the most respected figure by the residents of Underdog. Along with that, Deputy Consul Viker had earned several titles. The most trusted person by merchants, the most trusted person by farmers, the most respected person by children, the most respected person by scholars, and the person assassins most wanted to assassinate. Hugo was very satisfied with this article and said happily to his son, "It seems we can finally shed the image of House Baskerville as a bunch of muscleheads. Well done, my son." Viker showed no emotion upon hearing this and bowed his head politely. "I was only doing my duty." Hugo put down the newspaper and smiled. "Yes, rewards and punishments must be clear. You will be going to the academy this year." Viker was not surprised by this reward at all. It was as he had expected. The best academy, Colossio Academy. It was a place where the children of the Empire's upper class attended, a place where the children of nobles and royalty enrolled. For security, students had to stay in the dormitories. "This is a chance to get stronger," away from Hugo's eyes. At this, Hugo continued, "I plan to send a few people with you, but I haven't decided who to send yet. Is there any brother you'd like to take with you?" Viker didn't need to think long and answered immediately. "I am close with Highbrow, Midbrow, and Lowbrow." He planned to use the 3 Stooges as his punching bags while at the academy. Anyway, ever since that incident in their childhood, they worshipped Viker like an idol and obeyed him absolutely. Hugo immediately agreed after hearing this. Then he asked Viker if he remembered the plan from when he was 8. Viker immediately answered, "Do you mean the plan from the joint training with House Morgue, to lend the ruby mine to them and use it to face the demons?" At this, Hugo gave a wicked smile. That plan was a success. House Morgue proposed a subjugation. They even wanted it very eagerly. "So why don't you take a look around the estate before you enroll? Check how the laws you revised have turned out. It will be a good experience for you." Viker immediately complied with this request. But he did not know that this journey would completely change his future plans. After packing his things, Viker, along with a few subordinates, left Underdog City and headed for the ruby mine. Before he left, Chihuahua came out to the city gate, crying and snotting, to see the deputy consul off. After traveling for a while, Viker suddenly stopped and opened his mouth. "You can come out now." The Mastiff unit immediately assembled. Leading the Mastiff unit this time was not Viker's uncle but Staffer Baskerville. He would be responsible for Viker's safety on this journey. After traveling all day, the group arrived at the place they had lent to House Morgue. On the surface, it seemed no one was breaking the law. Staffer then reported, "The reconnaissance team has already investigated the estate, but the problem seems to be the demon tribe. From what I've heard, House Morgue has organized a unit consisting of the 3 largest families, 30 smaller families, and hundreds of nameless mages. It seems House Morgue is very serious about this." On the other hand, House Baskerville sent only a very small number of people and seemed to have little intention of participating in the battle. As Hugo had said, this journey was just to let Viker observe the life of the demon tribe. As they got closer to House Morgue's garrison, they saw numerous stakes sticking out of the ground, and on them were impaled the white bones of the demons who had dared to approach this place. That was the powerful warning House Morgue sent to the surrounding demons. The scene reminded Viker of the terrifying Camus from his past life. He was sure she had become very strong by now. Suddenly a voice came from the top of the city wall. Who goes there? No one can pass without permission. As soon as he saw these three people, Viker recognized them immediately. The three sisters of House Morgue, Vice, Mrs. and Roses. One of them alone was trouble enough, but when they were together, their madness reached a new level. At this time, Viker politely informed them. We are a unit dispatched from House Baskerville. We are here to investigate the estate and maintain friendly relations. Open the gate. But the three sisters didn't care at all. Not right now. We'll report to the person in charge, so wait. You'll probably get an answer by tomorrow. Viker immediately retorted. Are you trying to stop me from entering my own land? The three sisters then showed an arrogant attitude. Oh, are you looking down on us because we're renting this place? Don't you know about the tenant protection laws? That's your own family's law. Arguing with these ignorant people made Viker feel like he was becoming an idiot himself. He could no longer hold back and began to release his aura. I'll change that law now so I can kick out any tenants I don't like. I'll say this one last time. Open the gate. The three sisters were terrified by Viker's murderous gaze and broke out in a cold sweat. But they couldn't stand such an insult and tried to attack with magic. I heard there was a crazy kid ruling Underdog City, but I've dealt with many crazy bastards like you. If I tell you to wait, you wait. How dare a stupid swordsman like you? You can't enter House Morgue's land without permission. Or maybe you should show us the skills of the rising star of House Baskerville. Staffer sensed the situation was not good and immediately drew his sword to prepare for battle. His top priority was to protect Viker from even the slightest harm. Just then, three familiar voices suddenly came from the Mastiff unit's side. Stupid bitches who don't know their place. The three sisters were insulted and shouted in anger. You're just subordinates. Do you think you're higher in status than us? You don't know your place. But those three were not ordinary subordinates. They were the three stooges of House Baskerville. No, the Trident. The three brothers jumped in front of Viker and struck a cool pose. He is the symbol of Baskerville. After speaking, the three brothers winked at Viker. At this moment, Viker considered stabbing these three idiots first. Suddenly his troubles had multiplied. What was more terrible than three unreasonable women was three stooges joining in the argument. It turned out the three brothers had come here to repay Viker for recommending them to the academy. Viker now understood the problem. Was it because of the academy? I was planning to use you as punching bags. These three brothers would become killing machines in the future. They weren't smart enough to make their own decisions, but they could follow orders well. With some training they would be very useful. Thinking this far, Viker's mood improved considerably. He gave the three stooges a friendly smile. I'll leave everything to you, my brothers. And so a fierce argument broke out. Both sides kept hurling insults, unwilling to lose to the other. But the three stooges were so simple-minded that they felt no insults, while the three sisters became extremely furious. You insolent bastards, will teach you a lesson. The three each used their specialty magic, earth, water and nature. This reminded Viker of his past life. Before his regression, the three sisters of House Morgue were known as mages proficient in the three attributes of water, earth and nature. The combination of these three attributes, which complemented each other well, amplified their magical power tenfold. Because of that, they were called the three flowers of House Morgue. Soon, countless tentacles made of earth and vines suddenly shot up from the ground. Hybro saw this but was not afraid at all, and charged forward recklessly. With a single light swing of his sword, the tentacle was split in two. Even Staffer couldn't help but praise this move. But Viker was frowning as he looked at the tentacles. If they were defeated this easily, the three sisters wouldn't have been so famous in his past life. As expected, one of the vines suddenly lunged and sent Hybro flying. The three sisters now stood arrogantly on top of the tentacles. Do you think you can reach us with that tortoise-like swordsmanship? This remark completely enraged the three stooges. They could be defeated by Viker's hands, but they would never tolerate being defeated by the three sisters of House Morgue. The three of them charged forward like madmen without any plan. But thanks to the three brothers' fantastic cooperation, the battle was somewhat balanced at this time. Staffer was leisurely discussing with Viker. Isn't it interesting, magic and swordsmanship? The debate over which is stronger has been going on for a long time. Magic uses the surrounding mana to imitate the power of the elements and amplifies it many times over. On the other hand, swordsmanship uses the mana within the body as energy to create explosive power. Between the mage families and the swordsman families, which will lead the future, isn't it interesting to watch their talent and potential? Viker said he was one of them, but Staffer thought he had already completely surpassed these children. Watching this boring fight, Viker just hoped these guys would all die so his troubles would disappear. Viker's patience was reaching its limit, and he needed to get through here quickly. He had a mountain of things to do. Just then a voice rang out. What is this? What are you all doing in front of my territory? A giant fireball suddenly appeared, interrupting the tense battle. Staffer saw it and was extremely worried for the safety of the three stooges. Viker, on the other hand, thought it would be better if all six of them died. Seeing that the three stooges were perfectly fine, Viker clicked his tongue in disappointment. Now he just wanted to stab each of them once to save himself the trouble. The three sisters of House Morgue were not seriously injured either, but they were crying like children. I almost died. We would have died if you hadn't dodged, sis. The person who had cast that explosive magic was none other than Camus. She was now posing on the city wall with a burning hand. I will not forgive anyone who causes a disturbance in the territory I manage. As soon as they saw Camus, the three sisters hurried to explain. Camus, we were just trying to stop the intruders. They attacked first. Camus rolled her eyes, uninterested in the reason. Camus, are you speaking to me informally? Sisters, you'd better be careful if you don't want to end up like that. As she spoke, she pointed with her hand at a corpse impaled on a stake a short while ago. The three sisters heard this and trembled in fear, continuously calling out for their commander. Just then, Camus saw Viker's arrival, and her attitude immediately changed to that of a demure girl. It's been a long time, Viker van Baskerville. It's been 7 years, hasn't it? As they say, no one can resist a handsome man. She might even sell out her family to follow Viker. Seeing the successfully grown-up Camus, Viker also showed some interest. He gave a friendly smile. It's been a really long time, Camus Morgue. It seemed this young man also had a weakness for beautiful women. Is this the beauty of Camus Morgue who captivated the hearts of countless upper-class men? Rumor has it that many married men were also seduced by her. But why hasn't anything happened in this life? But this was not important. Viker at this moment spoke about the problem of his path being blocked. Camus heard this and got angry. What, after meeting after so long, is that all you have to say? Viker didn't understand what was going on and asked back. Then what should I say? Camus' anger seemed to make her blood boil, and she pointed her finger at Viker and shouted loudly. 0 points. Is that how you should act towards the person who will be your wife in the future? 0 points, 0 points. At this information, everyone froze. No one knew Camus was interested in such things. She was truly a pure girl in love. After resolving a few troublesome matters, Viker rode a horse with Camus to take a look around the place. While riding, Camus asked, "It seems the Baskerville family doesn't know much about the demon tribe." Viker immediately retorted, "Of course we do. We've been fighting them all this time. We know much more than you." Camus heard this and asked back, "Then why did you bring these fools? Aren't they too young and stupid?" Viker answered, "We agreed that House Morgue and our main force would be on opposite sides of the mountain. Why do you ask when you already know that?" It turned out that Camus just wanted to test if her future husband was smart. After that, she asked Viker all sorts of questions and gave him a score. Horse riding, 6 points. You're shorter than me, you're riding a horse that's too big for you. Fashion, 4 points. Your clothes are like rags and that arrogant attitude. 1 point. Your face is 99 points. You've grown up handsome. But your expression isn't very good, so that's a 1-point deduction. Viker was starting to get annoyed at this point. Stop that meaningless act. Camus didn't think so. Why is it meaningless? I'm evaluating my future husband. Viker nonchalantly asked back. Why am I your future husband? Camus mentioned Adov's test from 7 years ago, and as soon as she spoke, she shouted in anger. How dare they decide my husband with just one small test like that? I'm so angry. My love life is over because of your decision. I'm going crazy. Since we made that promise back then, we're as good as married now. But what can I do? I made a promise, so I have to keep it. I have to follow it no matter how much I hate it. I have no choice but to accept it. It was truly a case of playing hard to get. Camus liked him very much, but she had to pretend she was being forced. Viker didn't understand this and said frankly, I've forgotten about that day. I assure you such a thing will not happen. Camus was flustered at this point, her face blushing as she threw something at Viker's face. How can you say you'll change something that's already happened? You idiot, I'm a genius. I'll never forget what I've promised. Then she ran ahead to hide her embarrassment. Only then did Viker realize that what Camus had thrown was his shirt from 7 years ago. Camus had treasured it for years and used it today to show her affection for him. But Viker only cared about the fact that the shirt had not been washed. It truly left one speechless. After a tour, the two returned to the garrison. At this time, Camus briefly explained the current situation. The demon tribe had raided the ruby mine, plundering slaves and agricultural products. The reason they plundered slaves was that they could be sold at a high price elsewhere. This was the city wall that the mages had built in a month. Even Viker couldn't help but admire this. As expected of the mages of House Morgue, in just 1 month they've done what would take hundreds of ordinary people a year to do. Hearing the praise, Camus was very proud. Just then, Viker asked about the holes in the wall. Those are arrow marks from the Balak tribe. Mentioning this problem, Camus was slightly embarrassed. That's right, their arrows carry a very strong aura. At night many people were killed by arrows. They can even pierce through a 2 to 3 meter thick wall. Their abilities cannot be underestimated. The arrows can pierce magic shields, so even my uncle was injured. Fortunately, he survived, but his pride was greatly wounded. Viker could also understand why Camus was so hesitant. Come to think of it, our patriarch had a similar experience. I heard his nose was broken. It seems there is an outstanding individual on the demon tribe side as well. Do you know who it is? But all Camus could guess was that it was a woman. The demons usually paint their faces black, so it is very difficult to identify them. Just then a mage ran over to report. Vice Commander, you need to come this way quickly. The reconnaissance team had captured one of the demons. Viker and Camus immediately went back to prepare to interrogate the prisoner. From his appearance, he seemed to be from the shaman tribe. He hadn't said a word since he was caught. Because he was a powerful shaman, mind control magic was also ineffective. Camus at this time asked the chieftain loudly, "A few days ago you attacked the fortress of House Morgue. Do you remember how many you captured? Among the victims was a daughter of House Morgue. Her name is Rose. She is my 6th cousin. What did you do to her?" The demon seemed to understand these words. He smiled lewdly and answered in the demon language. The female mage next to Camus heard it and could only roughly translate that all the people had been taken away. Just as Camus was at a loss for what to do, Viker opened his mouth. "I know a little of the Rococo tribe's language." Camus saw that and pleaded. Then can you ask where my cousin is? She was captured during the raid. She's only 12 with red eyes, red hair, and white skin. Viker asked the demon based on that information. As soon as he heard it, he immediately showed an unusually excited interest. Viker heard what he said, hesitated for a moment, and then told Camus. She's dead. Camus heard this and frowned in anger. The judicial officer is not here. The temple official is inspecting the other side of the territory, so I will make all decisions. I, Camus Morgue, a member of the family and vice commander of this fortress, sentence you to summary execution. As soon as the words were finished, a stake shot up from the ground and pierced the demon's heart, while at the same time fire magic burned his body from the inside out. The demon screamed in agony at this moment, but Camus had no intention of letting him go peacefully. Keep talking. When the battle is over, your language will only be used in hell. The other demons were terrified seeing this spectacle. Even the warriors, known not to fear death, did not want to suffer this pain. Camus then walked out of the tent with an air of dignity, but as soon as she was outside she began to sob and cry. No matter how tough she acted, she was only a 15-year-old girl. Viker at this time approached and said, "You must have been very close to her." Camus cried and said, "Yes, she always followed me around. She was an innocent child. She didn't fit in with this cold-blooded Morgue family at all." Viker comforted her. "Don't be too sad. She must have passed away peacefully." Camus wiped her tears and turned towards Viker. "Do you take me for a fool? I'm a genius. Even though I don't know the language, I could understand a little. Tell me, is what I heard true?" Viker could only remain silent at this moment. In any case, what he heard was extremely disgusting. What the demon said was, "We ate her." This silence confirmed Camus' suspicions. No longer able to suppress her emotions, Camus knelt on the ground and wailed. Viker reached out to pat her shoulder in comfort, but then withdrew his hand. He knew that no matter what he said now, it would be useless. It would be better to let her vent her emotions. After a while, Camus finally calmed down. "It's not that big of a deal. If there's a beast-like bastard, I just need to take his life. This is no time to be sad. If I want to get revenge, I need to pull myself together quickly." As expected of a strong woman, Viker extended his hand to help her up, but suddenly the alarm sounded loudly. It was a signal that the demons were attacking. It seemed Camus' time for revenge had come sooner than expected. The demon tribe attacking this time was the Balak tribe, which specialized in bow and arrow attacks. Their warriors all rode giant, ferocious wolves. The chieftainess easily destroyed the sturdy fortress wall with a single arrow. She then ordered her warriors to charge forward. In the face of overwhelming power, the mages were helplessly defeated. Some became food for the wolf pack, while others had nooses thrown around their necks and were dragged away like animals. Just as Viker showed his face, 2 nooses were thrown around his neck. From the words of the 2 demon women, Viker understood their purpose. Husband hunting, they're hunting for men to be their husbands to create a new superior race to the natives. But Viker was not one to be caught so easily. He grabbed the ropes and pulled hard, yanking the 2 demon women from their wolves' backs. The other demons saw this and attacked Viker with bows and arrows. Viker hesitated slightly at this moment. Hugo said not to act rashly. "I can't start a battle before joining the main force. Should I wait until the main force arrives?" Viker drew his sword and easily split the arrows in 2. Despite this, he had no intention of attacking. Camus saw this, incinerated the 2 demon women with magic, and then confronted Viker. "What are you doing? Why aren't you killing them now?" Camus was blinded by hatred and turned the entire place into a sea of fire. She approached Viker and asked, "You just used liquefied aura, didn't you? That means you're a sword master." "I knew you were the only man I could acknowledge," Viker answered. "I received orders from the Patriarch to avoid engagement until I joined the main force." Camus heard this, and immediately created 4 giant magic circles. "Those are the orders of the Baskerville Patriarch, right? In that case, the Baskerville family members should stay out of this, because I'm going to wipe out all of those bastards by myself." Soon after, countless fireballs were launched, destroying everything they touched. But reckless confidence often leads to disaster. Just as Camus was about to cast her next spell, a poison dart struck her in the neck. The dart contained a paralyzing poison, making Camus unable to move, and she collapsed to the ground. It truly left one speechless. And she still called herself a genius. The demons took this opportunity and threw a noose to get a beautiful wife. But one can't just let their wife be taken away right in front of their eyes. Viker immediately grabbed the rope with his bare hands. He then advised Camus to retreat and wait for the Baskerville main force to arrive. But Camus refused immediately. "No, I have to avenge my sister. She was taken by those barbarians." Just as Viker was about to stop her, he suddenly sensed danger. He immediately let go of the rope and leaned back. If he had been a moment later, an arrow would have been embedded in his handsome face. The one who shot the arrow stood on high ground, emanating a tremendous aura. This made Viker a little uneasy. That destructive power, could it be the person Camus mentioned? Just then, a barbarian on a wolf charged in and grabbed Camus. Viker was a little flustered at this and didn't know what to do next. Had the situation really gotten this bad? In the past, when Camus Morgue was still a young girl, she had been captured. Of course, she wasn't held for long. She returned after wiping out the barbarians by herself. After that incident, she earned the nickname Queen of Black Red Mountain. Even so, I have to do something. Just then, the female archer from before rushed in and attacked Viker with her bow. What's more terrifying than a 100 critical hit rate ranged dealer is a ranged dealer who fights in close combat. This person's fighting style was completely different, making it difficult for Viker to fight back. Did he really have to go all out here? Suddenly, the female archer stopped and spoke in broken Imperial language. We meet again. When Viker took a closer look, she was the female slave he had freed before. Seeing this, Viker questioned her. Are you repaying kindness with enmity? The female slave answered immediately. I am taking revenge on House Morg who kidnapped me, not you. After that, she mounted her wolf and prepared to leave with her companions. I will repay them in the same way I suffered. We will capture their leader, that woman. If you want, follow me. While Viker was hesitating whether to reveal his power here, Ev rushed over. Upon arrival, Adov used powerful magic to blow up the ground in front of them. But thanks to the wolves' agility, the Balak tribe easily leaped over the rocks and escaped safely. All the members of House Morg could only watch helplessly at this time. Viker, on the other hand, was quite surprised by the situation unfolding before him. He hadn't expected the Balak tribe to be able to finish their raid in just 3 minutes after the alarm sounded. Because of Camus' carelessness and inexperience, everything became more complicated. When a subordinate reported that the Balak tribe was heading for the Forbidden Mountain area of Black Red Mountain, Adov became extremely anxious. The Forbidden Zone was an unexplored and dangerous place. Entering it at night was no different from committing suicide. My niece has been captured, what can I do? While Adov was racking his brain, not knowing what to do, Viker suddenly spoke up. We can chase them. I've been to that forest before. The reason Viker was so confident was that he had passed through that area on reconnaissance and pursuit missions before his regression. Hearing that, Adov excitedly rushed over, grabbed Viker's shoulders and shouted loudly, Are you serious? A subordinate of Adov saw this and stopped him. My lord, going to Black Red Mountain now is a suicide mission, but Adov had no time to think about such things right now. Those who don't want to go, stay home. You will not be punished for this. He looked straight at Viker, placing all his trust in him. I know this child is not ordinary. I have no choice but to trust him. That night, the forests of Black Red Mountain in the Baskerville territory were home to many dangerous creatures such as bone marrow mosquitoes, poison thorn vines, and assassin spiders. An ordinary person could not survive here. That was why this place was called the Man-Eating Forest. But Viker walked in and out of this place as if it were a stroll in the park. Under his guidance, the members of House Morg and House Baskerville gradually went deeper into the forest. Seeing Viker easily dispatching the monsters one by one, Adov was extremely surprised. Can all the children of House Baskerville do that? Stuffer answered reluctantly. Of course not. Only the young master is a special case. The 3 stooges behind them, seeing Viker's dazzling swordsmanship, were completely captivated by his handsomeness. After walking for a while, Viker saw a light ahead and ordered them to stop. They haven't gone far. I've heard the Balak hunters sprinkle dry leaves around to hear pursuers. We must be careful from now on. Hearing that, Adov immediately cast a silence spell. This spell prevented him from making any sound when he moved. From now on, I'll leave it to you. I won't forget this favor, son-in-law. It seemed that after this incident, Adov had completely accepted the marriage between Camus and Viker. Not far away, the Balak hunters were camping by a fire, and Camus was tied tightly to a nearby tree. And of course she was not being obedient. You barbarian bitch, just wait until I get out of here. I'll burn you all to death, I'll show you my magic, you'd better be ready. But Camus' words were completely ignored. The Balak huntresses were only sad about not having hunted for husbands this time. After shouting for a while to no avail, Camus was exhausted and panting. They're not listening. I think they were talking about husband hunting and wife hunting earlier. Is that why they raided? At this time, a big dark guy approached. Since we caught this woman, all the men in the tribe will want her. He looked at Camus with a greedy gaze. Camus didn't quite understand what was being said, but knowing they were about to do something bad to her, she shouted loudly, You psycho, what are you trying to do to me? You might as well just kill me. The male Balak hunter didn't understand at all. I don't know what that woman is saying, but just by looking at her eyes I can tell she's a defiant bitch. This arrogant slave needs to be taught a lesson again. As he spoke, he gagged Camus and brought an arrowhead close to her. Just then Einan approached. Ahan, get away from my slave. Ahan saw that and got angry. What, Chieftain Einan? I caught her. Einan immediately snapped back. You fool, lower your voice. This made Ahan even more disgruntled. What do you mean? I shot the arrow and set the trap, but as the chieftain, Einan was very firm. So who brought the result? If I hadn't stopped that kid with the sword, you would be dead, and so the two argued endlessly. Neither willing to yield the prey to the other, Camus didn't understand the barbarian language, but she could guess to some extent. What, infighting? That woman must be the chieftain. Her name is Einan. She fought on par with the swordmaster Viker. To escape I have to get past her. Despite the argument, Ahan still wouldn't listen and pointed straight at the chieftain. Just because you're the commander, I won't let you have your way. Einan could no longer hold back and emanated a terrifying killing intent. If you object, you can come to me anytime. Ahan, I'll teach you a lesson. Ahan, as if sensing his death in an instant, immediately became as obedient as a puppy. I do not object. When Einan confirmed once more, Ahan had a terrified look on his face. Yes, I give up. Do as you wish, Commander. After speaking, he turned and left in a hurry without looking back. Left alone, Einan began to take her anger out on her prey. Your eyes are as good as your skills, as expected of a high-born bitch. The next chieftain of House Morg, I was captured and sold as a slave by you Morg bastards. I was lucky enough to receive help and escape slavery. But you won't be as lucky as me. I'll teach you a lesson you'll feel in your bones. Your routine will be to kneel and lick my feet. Just then a huge explosion occurred behind Einan. A few Balak hunters were hit by the attack and burned alive in agony. The rest immediately took a fighting stance. From within the flames countless figures began to appear, and leading them was Edav. "You barbarian bastards, I'm here to make you pay for what you've done. Give me back my niece at once." As soon as she heard this voice, Camus immediately recognized it was her uncle and smiled with joy. A battle ensued soon after, or more accurately, a one-sided massacre. The members of House Morg and House Baskerville continued to charge, killing the barbarians one by one. On the other hand, the Balak hunters were too shocked to react. Viker, who was watching everything from a tree branch, noticed something strange. Something is off. Why are the Balak hunters, who were experts at ambushing, so flustered? The Balak hunters seemed to have no intention of fighting back and immediately mounted their wolves and fled. These bastards, how dare they cause a disturbance in the forest in the middle of the night? Seeing the opponent fleeing, Edav, without a moment's thought, ordered a pursuit to the end to kill them all. He would not let anyone who dared to harm his niece live in this world. Camus was very satisfied to see that. Just then she suddenly felt a chill down her spine. Someone was secretly approaching her. Fortunately, that person was Viker, and he was not dangerous. Viker signaled her to be quiet and then cut the ropes. Supported by Viker, Camus was overjoyed. "Did you come to save me? This is not the time for idle chatter. Didn't you understand the signal to be quiet?" Just then Einan blocked their path. "You wield the sword well. I knew you would come. Thanks to your good stamina, you could find your way in a short time, and thanks to your brilliant mind, you could see well in the dark forest. A burning love that risks one's life for a woman. I won't ask about your past. You are touched." It seemed Camus was just bait to lure Viker here. But Viker didn't understand what was being said at all. Touched? What? On the other hand, Camus of course understood the meaning of those words. She sensed a love rival and immediately shot a glare full of electricity at her opponent. Viker held Camus close at this time to make it easier to escape and began to search his memories. "It's impossible to hide my abilities now. Why don't I remember a woman like this from my past life? Could she be the new Night Fox Balak archer who was able to evade Hugo's investigation? She's too young and unskilled to be that person. Or is she of the same bloodline as the Night Fox?" At this time a poison dart flew towards Camus but was easily blocked by Viker. Ahun saw that and was extremely surprised. "What? How did he know? I can't stay here any longer." Viker picked up Camus to make it easier to move. "This is getting more and more annoying, just bear with it for a bit. I'll take you to your uncle." The usually cold and aloof Camus became strangely obedient. He's talking like his usual self. It's probably because he's worried about the poison, but she was overthinking it. Viker simply had no interest in things like relationships between men and women. After that, Viker left this place at top speed and Einan was left alone. "Damn it, I had hoped you would follow me willingly." It seemed Einan had decided to take Viker as her husband. While running, Viker asked Camus if the poison had spread badly. Hearing that, Camus blushed and said it seemed to be severe. At this moment, she just wanted to act weak to get more of Viker's attention. Just then, two female archers attacked Viker, but he blocked them with his sword. The next to come forward was a furious Einan, but her target was Camus. "Should I deal with that Morg bitch?" An arrow containing immense mana flew straight at Camus from behind. By the time Viker had just noticed it, it was already too late. The arrow was flying towards Camus at an unimaginably fast speed. Just as the arrow was about to pierce Camus' eye, a huge ice wall appeared and blocked the arrow. The one who had come forward was none other than Edav. "Niece, are you all right?" Edav then cast a detoxification spell. "The poison has spread badly. I can't remove it all. We'll have to stop by the Holy Body's temple when we get back." But Camus paid no attention to her uncle's words, pushed his hand away and hugged Viker. "You saved me again." Viker truly thought she was losing her mind over a man. Edav at this time could only shed helpless tears. Uncle worked so hard, sob, but Camus didn't care and got annoyed. "Why did you only come now? I'm going to tell Mom." This niece really left him speechless. Just then a rope suddenly wrapped around Viker's neck. It was Einan who had come to catch her husband. But no matter how hard she pulled, she couldn't bring Viker down. "He's not budging at all. How can he be so strong?" When strength didn't work, Einan started a war of words. "You'd better be caught obediently. There's no time." Viker easily broke the rope around his neck at this moment, but her words bothered him a little. "No time? Is there a reason the Balak tribe is in a hurry?" Just then a terrifying face appeared from the dark forest. All the monsters scattered in fear. Einan heard the sound and was extremely terrified. Damn it, did she notice? At this time there was a strange movement in Viker's right arm. "Beelzebub in my veins is warning me. Something is coming." Einan looked towards the forest and shouted in fear. "She's coming, Madam Eight Legs." From within the forest a giant pillar suddenly appeared and pierced the sky. The other Balak hunters saw it and were in extreme terror. Before anyone could understand what was happening, that pillar suddenly split into 8 giant legs and landed on the ground. Edav saw it and was horrified. Unbelievable. To think a monster of this size was hiding in the forest. Viker on the other hand seemed to already know something. "To think I would meet this monster here. If my memory serves me right, this monster is the S-rank disaster, Madam Eight Legs." This monster was a giant spider-like beast. As soon as it appeared, it let out a loud cry with its foul-smelling mouth as if to show off its majesty. As soon as she saw Madam Eight Legs, Camus cried out in surprise, but Viker stopped her. Don't scream, her eyesight is bad but her hearing is very sharp. Viker at this time recalled information from his past life. Before my regression, an old native told me about the incidents he had seen and heard on Black Red Mountain, legends no different from horror stories. The stories were about a being called Madame Eightlegs that lived deep in the damp forest. Even the Empire's monster encyclopedia, which had been revised and corrected many times, had a record of Madame Eightlegs' feats. A danger rating of S means a monster that can destroy a country in a single day. The danger level reaches disaster class. Madame Eightlegs at this time continuously spat green venom from its mouth. This venom could corrode anything it touched. The only way was to dodge or use a mana shield on the other side. When some venom got on a Hun's hair, he screamed without stopping, "My hair, Madame's venom is on my hair." Fortunately, Einan appeared in time and cut off the clump of hair. She then scolded him in a small voice, "You fool, how dare you scream in front of Madame? Damn it, if you weren't the shaman's nephew, I would have killed you already." After seeing that Madame had no reaction, Einan immediately ordered a retreat. Viker's side also immediately retreated quietly. Everyone knew that if they were discovered by this monster, they would only die. In the eyes of Madame Eightlegs, the prey now looked like glowing dots. The Balak tribe retreated in smaller groups while the Baskerville and Morg forces fled together. There was a slight difference in their retreat methods, and that difference would determine who Madame would chase. Madame's choice was to pursue the prey moving in a large group. While everyone was fleeing with their tails between their legs, one mage stopped and used fire magic. "Lord Edov, leave this to me. The weakness of all insects is fire." Seeing the fireball explode on the monster's body, the mage was overjoyed. "It's working, did you see?" But before he could finish his words, his comrade next to him was skewered like a donut. It was impossible to know where these youths had gotten the confidence to fight this monster. Meanwhile, the great mage Edov was still fleeing with his niece in his arms. "My God, what kind of demon is that?" Viker remained silent for a long time at this moment. After careful consideration, he decided to stop and cover the rear. "At this rate, we'll all just be holding hands on our way to the grave. Someone has to act as bait." Hearing that, Staffur offered to be the bait without a moment's hesitation. But Viker refused. "Do you think you can stop that eight-legged monster with your skills? I can't let it chase us all the way to our territory. Among the people here, I am the most suitable to act as bait. Lord Edov, there is no time. The decision is yours." Hearing this, Camus froze on the spot. Fortunately, Edov came to his senses and immediately ordered a retreat. "Run, hurry, don't let my nephew's sacrifice be in vain." Viker faced the monster alone at this time, but he was not the least bit afraid and untied the sword at his waist. "It's not because I'm worried about the Baskerville territory being destroyed. The real reason is that the Allied forces are no match for that monster, especially since it hasn't even revealed its full power. But this is a good opportunity for me. If I fake my death, I can escape Hugo's surveillance and have enough time to learn and remember the 10th form. When I have the ability to escape Hugo's control, or when I can hide and control my skills, then I will return to the family. If I don't use everything I have, I will surely die." Viker then summoned Beelzebub to prepare for a brutal fight with Madame Eightlegs. "With the blessing of the river Styx, I have gained a vast amount of mana, and all my aura is used with the high-grade swordsmanship of the Baskerville family, especially the magic sword Beelzebub. Now I will use all of it to attack it." Viker's eyes at this time were filled with the bloodthirsty gaze of a starving hound. An ordinary person would have faltered in front of this monster, but he was already used to facing such things in his past life. Without the slightest hesitation, Viker leaped high above the trees and attacked Madame Eightlegs' giant body with his most powerful attack. Madame Eightlegs couldn't quite withstand Viker's power and fell to the ground. A huge blood-red mana exploded, illuminating the pitch-black night sky. Witnessing this scene, Camus felt an ominous premonition and cried out loudly, "No, Viker!" And so the male protagonist died and the story ended. But how could a dead person dream, especially if that dream was about a past life filled with pain? In his dream, Viker clearly remembered the scene of being dragged to the execution block and beheaded by his own father's order. That feeling would never be forgotten in his heart. At this time, Viker slowly woke up from his coma. Looking up at the ceiling, he realized something was strange. He seemed to be in a tent, lying on the ground, his whole body covered in numerous bandages and a rope like a dog collar around his neck. "Yesterday, wait, how many days has it been? Did I survive the fight with Madame Eightlegs? If that explosion hadn't blinded Madame and made her suddenly stop, I would have lost my life. From my muscles to my blood vessels, there isn't a place that doesn't hurt. To inflict this much damage with just one attack, I underestimated her. Damn it." After sitting up and checking his body, Viker discovered the rope around his neck. "Was it because of this that my neck hurt? Was this what saved me? Is everything going according to my plan? First, I've escaped Hugo's surveillance. Besides Adav and Camus, there are many witnesses, so I don't need to worry about my death." After that, Viker followed the rope out of the tent. The sight before him greatly surprised him. "Is this the Balak tribe's camp? I'm being held hostage in the Balak tribe's camp, in the middle of the camp of the Baskerville family's sworn enemies. This is bad. I can't escape with this broken body." Just then, a group of male slaves being led away in a line caught Viker's attention. "Hurry up. If you don't want to be bitten to death by the wolves, move quickly." Viker could recognize a few of them. They were all captured soldiers from the Baskerville family and other families. As Viker was wondering why he hadn't been executed yet, a Hun suddenly appeared. "Hey, you understand the Balak language, don't you?" Viker immediately recognized this guy as the one who had shot Camus with a poison dart earlier. Ahun then brought his face close to Viker's and smiled sinisterly. You should be grateful you didn't end up like those guys. How does it feel to see your comrades go to their deaths? It must be helpless to just watch with that broken body. If you weren't the commander's obedient dog, I would have boiled you alive. As soon as he heard the words obedient dog, Viker was reminded of the shackles of his past life. He had sworn not to live like a dog again, yet he was still called an obedient dog, unable to bear it. Viker released a massive killing intent. Ahun felt fear in front of the prisoner before him at this moment. To save face, he immediately punched Viker in the face. You insolent bastard, don't just stand there. Go find your master at the end of the rope. Viker was now too weak and could only watch his opponent leave in anger. I've remembered your face. When I recover, you will pay the price. He then followed the rope out of the camp. Why is this rope so long? I've been walking for a while and I still can't see the end. My master is at the end of the rope. Suddenly, the rope was pulled abnormally tight. When Viker raised his head, he saw Einan submerged in the water. With only her head above the water, Einan gave Viker a friendly smile and sat up. Before Viker could understand what was happening, he fell to the ground. It turned out that an arrow shot by some mischievous children had almost pierced Viker's head. After chasing the children away, Einan looked toward Viker. Thank you for freeing me from the slave auction. Our tribe repays kindness twofold and grudges 100-fold. Since you saved me once, I will save you twice. Viker was surprised to hear that and asked, Twice? Einan immediately said triumphantly, If I hadn't gone back, you would be dead. You should thank me for my stubbornness. Viker held up the rope in his hand and asked again, This rope, did you tie it? Why did you keep me alive? Einan smiled and pulled the rope. You seem to have a pretty high position on your side. I wonder how much they'll pay to get you back. Viker was very worried to hear that. This is bad. If they try to negotiate a ransom with the Baskerville family, my plan to escape Hugo's surveillance will be ruined. What should I do now? But Einan suddenly opened her mouth. What are you thinking? Did you see a glimmer of hope? Unfortunately, you won't be able to go back there because you're going to be my slave. Only then did Viker breathe a sigh of relief. Although it was a little different, his plan had been successfully executed. Einan then cut the rope with a knife and said they should decide on a form of address first. Call me master. Viker was not the least bit flustered, even with a knife to his face. In this life he had decided not to be anyone's hound. Einan saw that and laughed loudly. Haha, I like those rebellious eyes. I will tame you. Before that, there's a place we need to go. Let's go. When Viker asked where they were going, Einan answered, What do you mean, isn't it obvious? When you enter someone else's land, you should greet them first. We're going to see the chieftain. On the way, Einan kindly guided Viker. If you can't find a place to sleep, you can sleep in a friend's hammock. If you're hungry, you can get food from the wealthier ones. That's how our Balak tribe lives together. It may not seem like much to outsiders, but to us this place is a very simple, unadorned and informal home. I hope you'll get used to the way of life here. Viker was curious to hear that. It seems the Balak tribe has no concept of private property. At this time, the two of them arrived at their destination, the chieftain's tent. As soon as she entered, Einan greeted loudly, Mother, we're here. The chieftain heard the voice and got up. You're here, you've brought the young man you've been talking about every day. Einan was flustered at this and denied it. When did I do that? As expected of the male protagonist, women follow him wherever he goes, but Viker was interested in something else right now. So she's the chieftain's daughter of the Balak tribe. Then this person is the Night Fox, the female warrior who left a scar on Hugo's nose. The reason I couldn't cross Black Red Mountain was also because of her. What if my past self had fought her? A head-on fight? Oh, assassination, 0. If I ran away, it would be around 20. Of course, 20 is the survival rate. These numbers are truly desperate. At this time, the chieftain opened her mouth. This face, I feel like I've seen it before. Viker was a little worried to hear that. Could she instinctively sense that Hugo and I are of the same bloodline? But it seemed his worries were unfounded. The chieftain just thought all nobles looked the same. She then turned to her daughter. What are you going to do with this boy? He looks like nothing more than a cripple, Einan said with a smile. He'll be useful when he recovers. After all, he's the one who defeated Madame Eightlegs, the chieftain immediately answered. If you act without thinking about your own position, you can easily get hurt. Well, it doesn't matter if he's a cripple or not, as long as the seed is good. Einan was flustered to hear that and said she only thought of Viker as a slave, but in her mind she was having lewd thoughts while looking at Viker. After finishing the greetings, the two of them left immediately. On the way, Viker opened his mouth. I want to ask one thing. What's your name? Einan was lost in her own thoughts and shouted, Why so suddenly? How dare a slave ask such a question? Viker immediately retorted. I have no intention of calling you master. So tell me your name. Einan then shyly introduced herself, but the obtuse Viker had no interest in such behavior. I am Viker. What do you want me to do from now on? Einan, being called by her name by someone she liked, was a little excited. How can a slave dare to call his master's name so freely? Fine, then I'll give you your first mission. Build a house. From now on, build the house you'll live in. Einan's mind at this time was filled with all sorts of good thoughts. HMPH, how dare a mere slave be so arrogant? Nobles have no idea how to build a house. Making slaves work is one of the master's abilities. I'll take this opportunity to show him the class difference between us. But she had underestimated Viker too much. In a short while he had completed his tent. I have completed your order. Seeing the neat and clean tent before her, Einan was very surprised. How does this guy pitch a tent so well? I thought he'd struggle because of his injuries. In that case, the things I brought are useless. Viker was quite pleased after finishing the tent. It's been a long time. During the Age of Ruin it was naturally difficult for swordsmen who were only good with the sword to survive, so it was natural to learn many survival skills to survive in harsh environments. Recalling this, Viker casually mentioned that the chieftain's tent didn't look very sturdy. He then even suggested a repair plan. Einan didn't understand what he was saying at all, but she nodded repeatedly. After baking all the bricks, Viker and Einan took them to repair the chieftain's tent's pillars. Seeing that the tent had become much sturdier, the chieftain was very satisfied. "This problem has been giving me a headache. No matter how many times I fixed it, the rain kept leaking from the ceiling. So it was a problem with the pillars. Well done. My daughter has brought a pretty useful man. From now on you will go around the camp and take care of these trivial matters." And so Viker became a handyman for everyone in the camp. While he was doing the laundry, Einan approached and asked, "Hey, isn't it hard being exploited like that? Don't you want to become an official member of our tribe?" Viker answered very calmly. "Not really. Labor isn't bad either. In fact, life here was much more peaceful than living in the Baskerville family or Underdog City." Viker's answer surprised Einan quite a bit. Judging by his tone, he must be very well educated. Well, it's understandable that he wouldn't dare to complain as a slave. But no matter what she said, Viker didn't complain in the slightest. Einan didn't give up and followed him around. "How can it not be hard when they only give you hard work? Don't be like that, follow me. I'll help you adapt to the tribe and survive. If you do well, I might even untie that rope." Unable to stand her nagging any longer, Viker answered, "An interesting offer. So what do I have to do?" Einan, having achieved her goal, gave a triumphant smile. "It's so much better when you're being honest. Hunt a big beast. Our tribe's warriors haven't been able to catch a big beast lately, so the children of the tribe haven't been able to eat meat. In other words, if you can catch a big beast, shedding the slave tag will no longer be an empty dream. And come to think of it, you seem to be able to lift light things now. So you just need to help me. You should be grateful to have become the slave of the Balak tribe's hunting commander," she said, hitting Viker's back painfully. Viker couldn't disappoint this girl's enthusiasm and agreed. Alright then, let's go." Einan blushed upon hearing that. She couldn't wait any longer for her date, no, hunt with the person she liked. While the two were being lovey-dovey, Ahun was eavesdropping on everything from the side. He looked at Viker with jealous eyes and gritted his teeth. Disgusting bastard. The next day before the hunt, all the hunters stood in a line in front of the shaman, Bak Ahuman. Ahuman put his hand into a jar and took out a strange black substance. "Alright, all the hunters gather. It's time for the welcome ceremony. Receive my blessing, otherwise you will not find peace." Einan explained to Viker at this time, "The Balak tribe hunters feel a sense of guilt when they kill their prey, so before killing they apply ash to their faces to hide themselves from the god of death." Viker was quite surprised to hear that. He hadn't expected a warrior tribe like the Balak to have a shaman, but some people seemed to be dissatisfied. Ahuman's blessing has failed many times, so not many people believe him now. But since he was a shaman, the hunters had to stop by occasionally. It turned out that quack shamans were the same everywhere. Seeing the messy drawing on Einan's face, Viker couldn't help but tease her. "It's pretty." Apparently, Einan and the old shaman didn't get along, so he would scribble all over her face every time. After that, Einan handed Viker a necklace full of sharp spikes. "Wear this." Viker immediately thought it was a dog collar, but Einan was also putting one on herself. "You wear this to stop prey from biting your neck." Viker looked around and, seeing everyone else wearing one, decided to follow suit. And so today's hunt began. Viker and Einan would hunt together, riding on the back of a white wolf. "I told you to hug my waist, are you really going to be okay?" Due to his masculine pride, Viker refused to hug the woman's waist, but he immediately tumbled backward as soon as they set off. Einan was very pleased to see this. "You should have hugged my waist, serves you right." Viker lay on the ground with no intention of getting up. "My whole body aches, can I even get up?" Just then, Ahun approached with his wolf. Einan could tell he had no good intentions just by looking at him, so she jumped down to confront him. At this moment, Ahun opened his mouth. "Hey, you look free. Are you playing around with a female slave? This time I'll catch bigger prey, so I'll be the leader in the next joint hunt. I'm going to make my grandfather proud." Ahun walked past Viker, who was lying on the ground, and got close to Einan. Unable to stand this guy, Einan retorted, "Your grandfather is a shaman, how are you going to make him proud?" Just then, Ahun suddenly kicked Viker in the head. Einan saw this and shouted loudly, "You crazy bastard, what are you doing?" Ahun looked at Viker and smiled contemptuously. "You even put a hunter's neck guard on him. Why did you bring a guy covered in wounds as your assistant? Think carefully, Commander. He'll only hold you back." His words were filled with jealousy and envy, yet Einan smiled brightly. "Oh really? Why don't you check your back before you talk?" Ahun heard that and hurriedly checked, discovering that his arrows were gone. At this time Viker spat out a mouthful of blood and smiled scornfully. "Tisk, you should protect your weapons like your lover. Otherwise they'll get stolen." Humiliated by a slave, Ahun couldn't contain his anger and rushed to attack. "You insolent slave," but he was blocked by Einan's bow. "Stop it. Do you know whose slave you're picking a fight with?" Ahun saw that and shouted loudly, "He's a slave, how dare he insult a warrior of the Balak tribe?" When Einan said he had shown his attitude first, Ahun became even more furious. "He's a slave, why are you protecting him? Don't tell me you like him." At this, Einan looked like she couldn't even be bothered to speak. She placed a hand on her forehead and sighed. "I get it. A slave is a slave, so if he does something wrong he must be punished, but you have no right to punish him. Because he's my slave. After speaking, Einan suddenly punched Viker, leaving him a bloody mess. Ahn witnessed this scene with his mouth agape in astonishment. He hadn't expected Einan to hit him so hard. Viker was sent flying far away, collapsing on the ground without moving. Einan saw this and stared at Ahn with eyes full of killing intent. Are you satisfied? I know you're in a bad mood because you couldn't catch a girl, but if you do that to my slave, I'll beat you up, got it? Einan looked ready to eat him alive. Ahn was so scared he froze on the spot and could only utter an "ah." After that, Einan took Viker onto the wolf's back and continued the hunt. They didn't say a word to each other the entire way. Finally, Einan broke the tense atmosphere and spoke. Does it hurt? Are you angry? I had no choice. Ahn is a very petty and stubborn guy. I had to do that so he wouldn't cause any more trouble. Why aren't you answering? When Viker said he couldn't speak because it hurt too much, Einan was so worried she almost did a somersault. She held Viker's head, brought him close, and kept asking, does it hurt a lot? How much? Does it feel like you're going to die? Although it hurt, Viker forced himself to answer. It hurts when I talk. I've had many wounds like this. Before Viker could finish speaking, she pressed her lips against his. And so our protagonist's first kiss was stolen here. After the kiss, Einan blushed and turned forward. She wanted to hide her emotions, but her reddened ears betrayed her. I was right. Even though he's from the Empire, he's quite promising. But how could a hound like Viker understand such relationships between men and women? Do these people lick each other's wounds? It's dangerous to lick like that. What if it gets infected? Truly, this young man left one speechless. After calming down, Einan turned her head and asked, is there anything you want from me? Tell me. If it's something I can do, I'll do it. Viker saw that and answered. Can I ask for this? Einan was startled when their eyes met. Of course. A warrior of the Balak tribe never breaks a promise. Seeing Viker thinking for a long time, she started to have strange thoughts. Why is he thinking for so long? Don't tell me it's impossible. Viker then stated his request. If anything is possible, then this should be fine. Teach me how to shoot a bow. Einan was visibly disappointed to hear that. Ah, a bow, okay, then let's start special training tomorrow. The next day, Viker began to learn archery with Einan. At first he was constantly criticized. My slave can't even shoot a bow. Told you to aim at the arrow that's already there. But this one-on-one posture made Viker extremely uncomfortable. Hey, do you really have to teach in this position? Einan, on the other hand, was enjoying it very much. You're the one who asked me to teach you how to shoot. All the children of the Balak tribe learn this way. You won't be able to use a sword for a while because of your broken body, so you'd better learn the bow well. You have to catch big prey to protect your honor. Viker's bones seemed to have reached their limit. He couldn't hold on much longer. Just then, Einan's wolf appeared, causing her to inadvertently break Viker's back. It seemed the wolf had found this hunt's target. Viker was picked up while writhing on the ground. Get up, we're going to move fast from now on. After moving for a while, the two arrived at a river with rapid currents. This is an area where the river and sea meet, so there's only seawater and marine life. My mother said that salmon believe they can become giant monsters if they swim up the waterfall, but most fail and fall, hitting the rocks below. Those fish become good food for the ewing. Seeing the giant monster before him, Viker opened his mouth to ask, is that an ewing? It doesn't look like anything. It's completely different from the ones I've seen. Einan immediately answered. That's no ordinary ewing. It's one with a high bloodline and it has overcome numerous trials. When Viker asked if that was the prey they had to catch, Einan immediately denied it. No, I didn't tell Bakira to catch such a strong female. Our targets are the ones following this female to mate with her. Soon after, 3 male ewings appeared. Their bodies were much smaller than the females. As soon as the female ewing saw the males, she hit each of them once and drove them away from this place. Viker was puzzled to see that female isn't accepting them. How much stronger of a male is she looking for? Einan explained. You're thinking wrong. It's the opposite. The female doesn't want a strong male. She's looking for a partner she can control. Males are not welcome because they might kill their partners when they get excited. That's why the female wants a smaller, weaker partner. Just like how the warriors of the Balak tribe choose their partners. Do you know which men are chosen the most? Young men with good genes. It's even better if they're weakened by injury. Damn, that meant as long as the genes were good it was fine, and these descriptions were pointing at Viker. But Viker didn't pay much attention and focused on the prey. Now the two of them just had to wait. The female would completely suppress the male's strength. A few days later, Viker stood bored outside a cave listening to the groans of 2 ewings. I've been listening to these bears groan for 4 days now. I don't know what I'm doing. I've been providing food for 4 days so those bears can keep mating. Einan held a fruit in her hand and explained to Viker. This fruit temporarily enhances strength, but it's not good because it affects one's lifespan. The female is smarter and will see through our scheme. The male knows too, but he has no choice but to eat it to satisfy the female. Only then did Viker understand why the weakest male had been chosen. After that, the two chatted while eating. Those guys are really going at it. Einan's next words made Viker almost choke. Isn't that normal? All the men of the Balak tribe are like that. Are the men of the Empire different? You came from such a boring place, so you probably can't do it. Can you? Can you do it? As Einan spoke, she approached Viker and struck a seductive pose, but she had picked the wrong opponent. What could a young man who had been a virgin in both lives do? Just then, a loud roar echoed from the cave. Einan immediately grabbed her bow and prepared to leave. It seems the female is pregnant. After the sky-piercing roar, the male who had been lying still suddenly ran out of the cave. When Viker asked for the reason, Einan explained. A male Ewing that has finished mating is like an enemy in its territory. The female is warning him not to come back again. He must be sleepy after using all his strength for 4 days without sleep. He'll hide in a distant safe place. From now on we'll track him quietly. When he falls asleep we'll start the hunt. Viker's first hunt had finally begun. After that the two rode the wolf's back and followed the male Ewing to a snowy region. Viker was impressed at this time. He goes far even when he's tired, Einan explained. He's looking for the place with the least danger. This place is very cold so blood-sucking mosquitoes can't live here. That Ewing's intelligence is quite high. That knowledge is far superior to an animal's instinct. As they went deeper into the glacial region, Viker found it difficult to endure the cold temperature. Seeing him trembling, Einan opened her mouth. Are you cold? If you're cold, come closer. When Viker stubbornly refused, Einan made the excuse that his body would stiffen if his temperature dropped. If your body stiffens, you'll hold me back during the hunt. Do you want to hold me back? After hearing that, Viker thought for a moment. The reason is logical. To think she could give such a logical reason. After thinking for a long time, Viker decided to hug Einan's body tightly to get some warmth. Einan, having barely managed to seduce Viker, turned beet red and sweated like it was raining. I am just worried about the slave's health. As a master, I have to take care of my slave. Just then, Bakira sensed something strange and began to growl. A little further ahead, the two discovered that the male Ewing had disappeared without a trace. While Einan was searching for the prey, the male Ewing suddenly burst out from a crack in the rocks, baring its sharp teeth and claws. At this time, back at the ballot camp, a Hun had returned after catching a giant boar and was receiving everyone's attention. Everyone thought that he would be the leader of the hunting party from now on. A Hun himself was very confident. But they didn't know that on the other side a much bigger prey was fighting back against the hunter. At the critical moment, Viker quickly grabbed Einan and fell backward, saving their lives. As soon as Bakira saw the prey, it instinctively rushed to attack. Meanwhile, the master was being lovey-dovey with her slave. You just saved my life, thanks. It's more cunning than the others. Now I see why the female chose it. After that, the two stood up and prepared for a fierce battle. But Einan had a few thoughts in her mind. The slave helped me, I'm his master. This is a reversal of roles. I can't let my pride be trampled. Einan opened her mouth. My slave, rest behind me. I will show you the dignity of a master. And so Viker was left alone behind a rock. He was speechless at this moment. She's telling me to rest. A slave rests while the master works. This tribe is really special. Thanks to Bakira's agility, Einan continuously attacked the Ewing from above. How dare you act so insolent in front of my slave? You will pay the price, you Ewing. After running relentlessly for a long time, the Ewing hid behind a rock to recover its strength. But it was mistaken to think that place was safe. Einan gathered power in her arrow and released the bowstring without the slightest hesitation. Do you think you can dodge my arrow by hiding behind that rock? A good arrow can pierce through steel when needed, but when not, it won't even scratch a single small leaf. Einan's arrow hit the rock and bounced back. There wasn't a single scratch on the rock, but a powerful shockwave pierced through the Ewing's body. Hearing the Ewing's desperate scream, Viker was extremely surprised. The Ewing hiding behind that rock was hit by an arrow. The aura's shockwave from the arrow passed through the rock and hit the target accurately. This archery skill of hers can be considered a type of martial art, and that technique can subdue any enemy without fail. If I were to evaluate Einan's skills, she is far superior to Kemu Morg. The Ewing was seriously injured and knew there was no longer any way to escape. It used its last remaining strength to rush in and attack. Seeing that, Einan continued to attack with sharp arrows while riding the wolf's back. Despite having one eye injured, the Ewing advanced with a painful roar. Einan immediately delivered the final blow. Do you think you can block my arrow? This arrow contains my sincerity. It can even bring down a fortress wall. On the verge of life and death, the Ewing's instincts revived, and it dodged the arrow by a hair's breadth. Einan couldn't react in time and was rammed by it, sent flying far away. Only now did she remember her mother's words. When a beast is close to death, all its killing intent will be focused on one person. I was careless. I thought it was logical to drive it into a corner and shoot the last arrow. Just as Einan was about to get up, the Ewing was standing right in front of her. It bared its sharp teeth to finish off the one who had chased it. Einan could do nothing now but close her eyes and accept death. Just then Viker's voice was heard. Are you done showing the dignity of a master? Then it's my turn. Viker stood in front of Einan without the slightest hesitation to block it. His eyes were filled with killing intent and not a trace of fear. Viker pierced the Ewing's foul-smelling mouth with his bare hands. When his entire arm was inside its mouth, he suddenly summoned the sword Beelzebub and used the Hellfire skill. The Ewing was immediately sent flying and died on the spot. Einan sat on the ground at this time, dazedly watching the majestic scene before her. Viker's bandages were burned by the flames and fluttered in the air, and he looked extremely cool. At this sight, Einan's girlish heart pounded once again. But the handsomeness was short-lived. Viker felt something was wrong. I knew it. Using that skill was too much for this body. As soon as he finished speaking, Viker collapsed to the ground, unconscious. That night, the entire Balak tribe held a celebratory feast with the Ewing meat. The hunter who caught the biggest prey would receive the villagers' respect and admiration. But Viker had no interest in such useless things. Seeing this, Einan reprimanded him. Slave, your problem is that indifferent reaction. Look, the Ewing is not only strong but also very difficult to catch. So it's a great honor to have caught one. This is why we are the representatives in this plundering ceremony. It's not like that boar which is slow and cowardly, always running away and shitting itself. Right, Hun? A Hun standing beside them was deeply offended upon hearing this. He approached and handed Viker a small bowl of meat. Viker looked at it, puzzled. "What's this? Why is my portion so small?" A Hun didn't even bother to explain and left in anger. "Because that's all you're worth." Einan then explained the Balak tribe's tradition. The person who contributed the most to the hunt receives the least amount of meat and the greatest honor. Of course, Viker couldn't understand this custom at all. Less meat means more honor, but meat is much more valuable than that useless honor. Well, anyway, what I wanted to get from this hunt wasn't the meat, but the 600 kilograms weight skill I obtained from Beelzebub after it absorbed the Ewing. If I hold my breath, my body becomes 600 kilograms heavier. Not only that, Beelzebub even absorbed the Ewing and healed my body. As Viker was tasting the meat, Einan approached, holding a strange bowl. "Hey slave, are you still not full? I snatched this from the old shaman to give to you." "A hunter has the right to eat more," Viker replied. "I've already had a piece of meat, a bowl of blood soup, and a plate of entrails." Einan excitedly pressed the bowl into Viker's hand. Yes, but you have to eat this too. Eating the eyes is good for your eyes, eating the heart is good for your heart, and eating the feet is good for your feet." Viker looked at the strange thing in the bowl and was quite puzzled. "Is this long thing an intestine? Do you think my intestines are weak?" Just then, the girl standing on one side shouted, "Commander, you're showing too much favoritism. Why are you giving that part to that slave? It's so obvious. We all know what you're up to." But Viker didn't pay much mind and immediately ate it. He thought it was just chewy and not very tasty. Einan, on the other hand, was very pleased. "Now you can fulfill your duty." Viker still didn't understand what these words meant. "The hunting mission is already complete. What more do you want?" But he had no idea that what he had just eaten was what the male Ewing had used for 4 straight days. Just thinking about it gave him the creeps. The next morning, Viker went to the base of the large tree he had visited the day before and observed the signs of corrosion on the tree's trunk. Only now did he believe what Einan had said yesterday was true. Before the celebratory feast, a large amount of meat had been placed on top of this tree trunk. Viker saw it and asked Einan with a puzzled expression, "Why are you putting all the delicious meat here? Didn't you say the village was short on food?" Einan looked at the pile of meat and answered, "We will offer this tribute to Madame Eight Legs to ask for permission to live in this forest." At this, Viker recalled the scene of confronting that monster. Madame Eight Legs. If I encounter that in the forest, I won't be able to return alive. But seeing the attitude of the Balak people, I realize how reckless I was. What a troublesome monster. After that, Viker went into the village to find something to do. As he passed a house, he was surprised to see girls standing in a long line. "I've been standing here since dawn. Thankfully, it's almost my turn. I didn't sleep a wink all night. Looking at the results of yesterday's ceremony, he can become a commoner now, right? Then does that mean one of the village girls will become his wife? He even caught an Ewing, so he must be incredibly strong." Just from hearing this, one could tell these girls were talking about Viker. Just then, Einan approached with prey on her shoulder. "You girls, I was the one who gave him the soup yesterday. How dare you try to take what's mine?" The girls seemed afraid but didn't back down. "Then you should use him first and share him with us. You're being too greedy, Commander." Einan threw the prey to the ground and told them to set their own traps if they were dissatisfied. But the girls still retorted, "We've searched so much, we even went to the Empire's border, but there was no man like him." Unable to stand it any longer, Einan emanated a killing intent and gritted her teeth. "Oh really? Then maybe there's one in hell." Seeing the girls all run away, Einan just held her head and sighed. "Once he recovers, these bitches will steal him away. Since I fed him the Yuang's thing, I'll have to order him to fulfill his duty as a man." At this moment, she felt something was off and looked around. Seeing Viker's face full of contempt, she tried to explain. "Hi, you heard everything? Well," realizing she couldn't explain it, Einan changed the subject. "I heard my mother convene the elders for a meeting last night. As an honorary hunter, you can ask my mother for one thing. When my mother calls for you, I've already thought of what you should ask for." After changing his clothes, Viker had an audience with the chieftain, Aquila, with important figures watching. Aquila then spoke. "You caught the Ewing. Thanks to you, we had a delicious meal." Viker knew he shouldn't be arrogant, so he answered humbly, "I was just doing what I had to do." Aquila smiled and continued, "No need to be modest, you did very well. Your wounds seem to have healed quite a bit. Your recovery speed is truly fast." Viker was quite surprised by the chieftain's attitude. "Interesting. Chieftain Aquila, the great archer who led a Balak tribe of fewer than 300 people and made the empire tremble in fear. She has the dignity of Hugo but is also warm and gentle." Then they got to the main point of the meeting. "I must reward you. In recognition of your achievement yesterday, I will change your status. You will no longer be a slave, but a member of our family." Just then, the shaman let out a cough as if to show his displeasure. Viker glanced at him. "Einan said the elders were unhappy with my change in status. That old man who applied ash to the hunters' faces, the shaman of the Balak tribe. That's a Hun's grandfather." But Aquila didn't care about the others and stood up. "Now that you are a member of the Balak tribe, tell me what you desire. I did not give birth to you or raise you, but now you are a member of our tribe. I will accept your request. If you want a pretty girl from the village, I will bless you too. If you do not want a partner, you may choose a slave." At this time, Einan kept signaling from the side. "You haven't forgotten what I told you, have you?" Aquila saw this and misunderstood. "That Einan girl keeps gesturing. Does she want him that much?" But that was not what Viker wanted. After careful consideration, Viker also opened his mouth. "I have one thing to ask. If you permit me, I would like to bathe in the Fountain of Heroes." As soon as he heard this request, everyone present was astonished. Aquila suddenly became serious. "The Fountain of Heroes, do you know what you are asking for?" Before Viker could answer, Ahuman shouted, "Damn it, do you know who you are in front of to be so arrogant, chieftain? Only high-ranking warriors of the Balak tribe can bathe in the Fountain of Heroes. Do not listen to this garbage anymore." Ahun also added his words. "That's right, only a hero who has proven his strength can enter the Fountain of Heroes. Why would this guy dare to ask for such a thing?" Einan didn't lose and shouted for Viker. Viker proved his strength. He was the one who caught the Ewing. Aquila looked straight at Viker and asked, "Since you ask, do you know what the Fountain of Heroes is?" Viker answered without the slightest hesitation that he knew. "The Fountain of Heroes is a sacred temple where only the strongest warriors of the Balak tribe can enter. I have heard that just by soaking in that spring, all internal and external wounds are healed." Einan said it takes a very long time to fill that place with water, and only warriors who have made special contributions can use it. While Aquila was still lost in thought, the other elders spoke. "We cannot let an outsider who has just become a commoner enter the temple. But this child has great potential, so wouldn't it be good to let him go once as an encouragement? Is the Fountain of Heroes a public bath that anyone can enter? His body is injured, so if we consider him family now, shouldn't we treat him well?" There were both pros and cons to Viker's request. Aquila wanted to agree, but she knew this was truly unreasonable. Just then, a bell rang throughout the entire tribe. Viker saw everyone stand up and was puzzled. "Does the bell signal that a fight is about to break out?" Einan immediately explained. "No way. What idiot would dare to pick a fight with the Balak tribe in this forest?" Aquila took this opportunity to postpone this topic. Ahuman was very displeased to see that. It seemed he had a very strong prejudice against Viker. After that, Viker also joined the crowd in the commotion. It turned out the guests were merchants who had brought goods that were not found in the forest. The entire tribe was very much looking forward to their arrival. Viker saw the merchant's flag and fell into thought. That symbol belongs to the Vet family, one of the 7 great merchant families. To get here from the Empire's capital, they have to pass through the territories of the Baskerville or Morg families. How did they get here? There's no way those 2 families would let them pass. Are they doing illegal smuggling? The leader of the merchant group, after displaying the goods, spoke in the fluent language of the Balak people. "Hello everyone, the 5-day market is open. Bring anything you want to trade." The people of the Balak tribe were all happy and brought the things they wanted to trade. Viker, on the other hand, watched quietly from one side. These merchants brought food and daily necessities that are common throughout the empire. They're trading rare items from the forest for such ordinary things. There's no way these merchants don't know the value of these items. Are they exploiting the Balak tribe? Well, this is a problem they have to realize themselves. If I interfere and my identity is revealed, it will only cause trouble. Just then, Einan was dissatisfied with trading 1 diamond for 1 ear of corn and shouted. Viker was happy that there was someone who could think, but Einan asked for 2 ears of corn. Not only that, but after trading the items, she struck a pose, leaving Viker speechless. The others were the same. They were very happy to have traded 1 more item, but they had no idea that the merchant was secretly mocking their ignorance. Just then, a girl approached the merchant and said she wanted to trade a glass bead. At first, the merchant asked very politely what she would trade with, but when the girl said she wanted to trade it for a beetle larva, the merchant immediately changed his attitude, threw the spider away and left. "She's quite a pretty girl. I could get a lot if I sold her as a slave. Too bad." These words completely enraged Viker. He no longer watched and decided to teach these merchants a lesson. "Hey merchant, this trade is unreasonable." Seeing Viker speak the imperial language, merchant broke out in a cold sweat. "Oh, you know the imperial language? It's a misunderstanding," Viker immediately retorted. "Is it also a misunderstanding that you were trying to sell this child as a slave? That's not important right now. You must cancel all the unfair trades that happened today. The prices of the goods you're selling are completely out of line with the market." Seeing that Viker seemed to be the only one who knew the imperial language, the merchant pushed his luck. "You talk as if you know the market prices. This is a sacred trade permitted by the shaman of the Balak tribe who represents the god of the forest. A snot-nosed kid like you shouldn't interfere." Viker had no intention of arguing and pointed directly at the goods. "The corn you brought is 100 gold per ear, but the diamond you received is worth about 2 million gold. If you grind the Ewing horn into beads, it's worth 1 million gold. It's the same price as the new medicinal herb, goblin head mushroom." The merchant broke out in a cold sweat after hearing that. How does this guy know the market prices so accurately? But Viker didn't stop there. "And this glass bead that is said to give you beautiful dreams. If you keep this by your side, you will be drugged and only have good dreams. There are small holes on the surface of the bead that allow this drug to leak out. The drug inside is a cheap one, and using it a lot is harmful to the body. And as far as I know, this is a forbidden item in the Empire, and you seem to be selling it at a much higher price." Without the slightest hesitation, Viker shattered the glass bead in his hand. The merchants saw that and quietly informed each other that the situation was not good. Einan didn't understand everything, but she heard a few words, so she asked Viker, "Did you just say the drug is harmful to the body?" When Viker confirmed it, Einan glared at the merchant with a murderous look. Could it be that the reason many people here have suddenly fallen ill is? The merchant immediately thought of an excuse and found a way to get out of here as quickly as possible. But before he could open his mouth, Einan's arrow was embedded in his shoulder. "How dare you deceive our Balak tribe?" The merchants immediately mounted their horses and fled, not caring about the goods left behind here. Viker was puzzled to see that Einan had no intention of chasing them, and asked why she had let them go. "A merchant never returns at a loss," Einan answered calmly. "I have no intention of letting them go. It's also a hunting technique to deliberately injure and release a beast that travels in a pack. When injured, they have a habit of returning to their pack. Since they dared to mess with the Balak tribe, their end is only one: slaughter." That night, the merchant along with a mercenary unit headed towards the Balak tribe to get revenge. On the way, the mercenary captain kept speaking contemptuously. "Lord Smuggler, you must have been quite surprised that those Balak bastards stole your goods. What did I say? You can't trust those people in the forest. We must kill those bastards and make the rest slaves." The merchant was angry but carefully reminded him. "You've never entered the forest before, so you don't know, but it's not easy to beat those Balak bastards." The captain, far from being afraid, lit a cigarette with a disgusted expression. "If you were afraid, why did you bring us mercenaries? Didn't you hope we would kill those bastards if the trade didn't go smoothly? Our protection fee is also included in the total revenue. So whatever comes out of this raid is all ours." The merchant was angry but could do nothing else. "Do as you wish." The captain was still very confident at this time. "They're that troublesome, we can just raid them at night and burn them down, and that's it." While the two were arguing, the two subordinates beside them were fighting over a single lit matchstick to light their cigarettes. One of them reminded him, "One match can only light 2 cigarettes. Haven't you heard of the rules of the battlefield?" Before the two could finish speaking, they were shot in the head and died on the spot. The captain soon followed. The merchant witnessed the scene of blood splattering and was very shocked. But he soon came to his senses and ordered, "It's the Balak tribe, put out the cigarettes." Far away from this place, Einan was directing the attack. "I will not permit you to hit anywhere other than the head. Show them the terror of the Balak tribe." Viker couldn't help but be surprised watching each arrow flying from the hands of the Balak tribe. Every warrior of the Balak tribe could shoot an arrow anywhere they wanted just by looking at the light from the end of their opponent's cigarette. Just then, a person brought a few barrels that Viker had requested. Although it was during a battle, Viker was a little displeased, so he reminded them that he was no longer a slave. At this point, another man took command of the mercenaries. "Mages, form a line and block the arrows with shields. Aura mages, prepare to counterattack." Just as they thought they could fight back, a barrage of arrows suddenly flew at them. 2 arrows were tied to a single wooden barrel flying over the mercenaries' heads. It was unbelievable that 2 small arrows could carry such a heavy wooden barrel so far. The strength of the Balak tribe was truly terrifying. A suspicious black liquid flowed from the punctured wooden barrels. By the time the mercenaries realized what it was too late. Fire arrows struck the barrels with precision. A series of massive explosions followed, raining fire down on the mercenaries. The merchant quickly hid far away, saving his life. Did they shoot oil barrels by tying them to arrows with ropes? Since when did these bastards get so smart? At that moment, Viker's figure slowly emerged from the darkness. He made no effort to hide his presence, so the merchant recognized him. "You Balak bastard, how dare you ruin my plan? You'll regret killing me. This is an exploration permit from Underdog City. It's stamped with the new deputy consul's seal. If you kill me, House Baskerville will hunt you down." He threatened, shoving the paper in Viker's face. Without even looking at it, Viker asked, "Is the deputy consul you mentioned named Viker?" The merchant immediately confirmed it. "Yes, the infamous Lord Viker." At this, Viker's eyes glowed red, filled with killing intent. "That's strange. I don't remember authorizing such a thing." Seeing this, the merchant was horrified. "What? Your complexion is different from before? Impossible." Before he could finish his sentence, an arrow sent him to the next world. The only penalty for forging the seal of House Baskerville is death. Viker would not let anyone who knew he was alive carry that news out of this forest. Just then, Einan rode in on her wolf. "Slave, we have to run now." Being called a slave again displeased Viker. "I'm not a slave." On the mercenary side, they all huddled together to block the Balak tribe's rain of arrows. When the arrow storm stopped, they were overjoyed. "Why aren't there any more arrows? Looks like those Balak bastards ran away. Using fire like that must mean they're not confident in their fighting skills. After them now, these barbarian bastards, I'll kill them all." But they were wrong. This fire was merely an invitation for a single guest, the master of this forest. Madame Eight Legs gladly enjoyed the late-night snack the Balak tribe had prepared for her. Once their plan succeeded, the Balak tribe immediately left the area. All of this was within Viker's calculations. To use fire, anticipating that Madame would appear. "You have become a true member of the Balak tribe." But Viker's attention was currently on Madame Eight Legs. "Every time I see that thing I feel the same way. It's truly a disaster." And so the smugglers and mercenaries were annihilated. After returning to the tribe, Viker was once again summoned by the chieftain. "I will permit you to enter the Fountain of Heroes. You solved our food shortage by catching the Ewing, won a battle without a single casualty by using oil barrels, and revealed that the warrior's illness was due to fake medicine. You are a true warrior. And since tonight is the night of the full moon, Einan, take Viker to the Fountain of Heroes." Einan happily followed the order. She put her arm around Viker's shoulder and teased him loudly. "Serves him right. Look at Ahun's resentful face. He said the warriors were sick because of a curse, but you made his words powerless." Only then did Viker understand what the merchant had said before. Ahuman was the one who had allowed the smugglers to trade with the tribe. That night, Viker soaked in the Fountain of Heroes. It was strange that a rabbit and a duck were swimming in such a sacred place. Viker submerged himself in the water and slowly felt its effects. My mana is being purified. I can feel my broken bones and muscles recovering. That old shaman didn't make a fuss for nothing. With his self-righteous personality, he'll definitely come looking for me himself. It's not as effective as the Baskerville family's river sticks, but with no age restriction it's much better. At that moment Viker looked ahead and opened his mouth. Won't the effect diminish if you come in too? I believe the chieftain said only I could enter. It turned out Einan had taken this opportunity to soak with him. What does that matter? A true member of the Balak tribe doesn't care about such things. We have Lord Adonai who discovered this spring to thank. He's the only one who can fight Madame Eightlegs, who lives deep in the forest, and he is our tribe's greatest warrior. Now that you're a member of the Balak tribe you must respect him too. Viker sounded as if he didn't quite believe the story. If he really fought that monster then he is worthy of respect. Hearing this, Einan sulked a little. It's so hard talking to an outsider. At that moment she recalled her mother's words. Now that he's a commoner and has a good reputation in the village, he'll be a decent husband once he recovers in the Fountain of Heroes and regains his former appearance. Einan blushed as she looked at Viker, having lewd thoughts. I'll make Viker my man today. To execute her plan, Einan began to talk to Viker. Actually, I knew the merchants were making a huge profit. I had a vague idea, so I thought it would be good to get revenge on this occasion. Even if you hadn't done it, I would have. Viker just laughed after hearing that. All right, seeing that, Einan hurriedly explained. Don't laugh like that. I really knew it, that diamonds are more expensive than corn in the Empire. But when Viker asked how much more expensive, she replied, 20 years of corn. It truly left one speechless. Upon learning that a single diamond could buy a mountain of corn, Einan was so shocked she shouted, What, you can buy that much? Ah, slave, of course I knew that. You Empire folk are the stupid ones. What use is that pebble anyway? At this, Viker spoke. It doesn't matter, whether you call me by my name or slave. What do you want to call me now? I hate it when things are unclear. It seemed being called a slave made Viker uncomfortable. Having been a hound without freedom in his past life, he would not be anyone's slave in this life. Einan thought for a moment, then mustered her courage and approached him. What do I want to call you? You hate it when things are unclear? Then I'll be clear. I don't want to call you slave or Viker. I want to call you. At the crucial moment, a group of children suddenly jumped into the water. Seeing this, Einan was flustered, not knowing what to do. They should know that the Fountain of Heroes was not a place for children to play. Meanwhile, Viker still didn't understand what Einan had wanted to say. She doesn't want to call me by my name or slave. Then what does she want to call me? Truly, this clueless young man left one speechless. Having had her chance to confess ruined, Einan shouted in anger. You little brats, the effect will be halved if you come in. But the children just threw the words she had just said back at her. Didn't you say that a true member of the Balak tribe doesn't care about such things? Einan was at a loss for words after hearing that. A Hun standing beside the children explained, It's the chieftain's order, due to the side effects of the medicine the merchants brought. She ordered the sick children to be bathed in the Fountain of Heroes. Einan gritted her teeth. Mom, you're not trying to embarrass me, are you? Mother of the Year, really? First, she encourages her daughter to confess, then sends people to interrupt. Afterward, Ahun apologized to Viker. Ahun, thank you for saving my little sister, and I'm sorry for misunderstanding you all this time. After listening, Viker just said, Okay. This angered Ahun. I apologized. What's with that attitude? Seeing Viker getting along with the tribe's people, Einan also breathed a sigh of relief. At this rate, there will be another chance to confess. She smiled brightly at Viker. Viker, congratulations on becoming a true member of the Balak tribe. About 2 years later, when Viker was 17, he could easily crush Ahun. You're weaker than I thought, Ahun. Ahun spat blood and resentfully asked for another round, but Viker had had enough for today. He paid him no mind and turned to leave. In these 2 years, Viker had become even stronger after his wounds healed. His archery skills were on par with the tribe's commander. One person heard this and spoke up. But how can you compare him to the commander? I can make Ahun's nose bleed too. At this, Ahun wiped his bloody nose and said, He didn't hit me. His fist didn't even touch me, it stopped right in front of me. This meant Ahun had been sent flying by the pressure of the punch alone. It was terrifying just to hear. Meanwhile, in another place, Viker was training alone, punching holes in a rock wall. I can finally execute it perfectly. The 6th fang. I can withstand the 6th fang now. I'm still far from the 10th fang. But reaching the 6th fang at 17 is quite impressive. And with 6 circle mana, this should be enough to become a high-grade swordmaster. With the blessing of the river Styx, the magic sword Beelzebub, and the archery and assassination skills I learned from the Balak tribe, I can probably fight a top-tier swordmaster. Damn, he's covered in op buffs. This young man's account urgently needs to be suspended. After finishing his training, Viker looked at the tribe with a hint of regret. It's been 2 years since I came to the jungle. Once I'm ready, I'll have to say goodbye to the Balak tribe. That day, Viker continued to hunt with Einan as usual. Thanks to his hunting experience over the past 2 years, he easily identified the tracks before him as belonging to a giant snake, a musu of the jungle. Catching this snake would provide enough food for the entire village for 4 days. Regardless of Viker analyzing the tracks, Einan was silently lost in deep thought. Seeing this, Viker spoke up. Einan, what are you thinking about in the middle of a hunt? Einan blushed and immediately changed the subject. Nothing, oh right. Another hunting party asked me to ask you something. Viker could tell at a glance that Einan was hiding something, but he didn't know what it was. Einan fumbled for a moment, then took out a dagger. That party bought a dagger from an Imperial who trespassed in the forest. Do you recognize this symbol? Viker recognized it at a glance. I do. It's very famous. An extremely famous family. Leviathan. An important family, one of the 7 great families of the Empire along with Baskerville. The Bloodsword family. As she brought this up, Einan became very serious. We thought this was a dagger from the mercenary unit we killed 2 years ago, but thankfully it wasn't. What still bothers us is that they poured a red liquid into several parts of the water source and then retreated. The hunting party managed to catch someone, but he bit down on a poison pill in his mouth and died. The only thing left was that dagger. Viker held the dagger in his hand and thought for a long time. Just then Einan spoke up to ask, I have something I want to ask you. Don't you want to go home, Viker? Viker scratched his head, puzzled. Why are you asking that with such an expression all of a sudden? Einan lowered her head sadly. I don't like secrets or lies, so tell me. The truth is, there's another person from the Empire who has entered the forest. I think her target is you. As soon as he heard this, Viker was greatly surprised. He seemed to have guessed who this person was. Einan didn't hide it and continued. She entered the jungle. In fact, 2 years ago, when you fought Madam, she came into the forest to investigate with a rescue team. I think she came to find your tracks. Are you going to go with her? Einan had to struggle a lot before bringing this up. Will he hate me for hiding this? What if he says he'll go with her? Should I use the tribe's laws to stop him? Can I even do that? After listening, Viker replied nonchalantly. I'm not going back. This answer greatly surprised Einan. This was different from what she had thought. Only after confirming it again did she believe it was true. She was so happy that she hugged her wolf and cheered. In contrast, Viker was carefully reconsidering everything. I thought the Empire knew I was alive, but it seems not. I'll go back when I can completely hide my power without Hugo finding out. The she Einan mentioned, is it Camus Morgue? Has she still not forgotten that I saved her, or is this visit something like a diplomatic event? The fact that House Baskerville allowed the Morgue family's rescue team to enter the forest means their alliance is very strong. Did my death cause the 2 families to unite? I need to investigate what's been happening outside the forest. Just then, a giant fish suddenly leaped out of the water and vomited continuously. This was a type of fish called a lungfish, which had a habit of hiding during the dry season and coming out during the rainy season. Seeing this, Einan deduced. Seeing it jump out of the river like this must mean the rainy season is coming soon. Judging by its size, this year's rainy season will be quite long. Just then, Viker noticed a strange object being ejected from the fish's body. When they cut open the fish's belly, the 2 found a skeleton that had pierced the fish's body while holding an arrow. Judging by the clothes, he seems to be from the Rococo tribe. There are also signs of him stabbing with an arrow and resisting. He must have been quite surprised when he was eaten. A lungfish is a foolish species that only eats dead things. This is strange. Does this mean he was weak enough for the fish to think he was dead? Why would someone so weak go out hunting? At this, Viker spoke. What if their tribe's situation has gotten that bad? It seems something has happened in the forest. We need to investigate. And so, the 2 arrived at the Rococo tribe's village at sunset. Einan was horrified by the sight before her. The area around the Rococo village was littered with corpses and on them were strange marks. It seemed all the Rococo warriors were dead. Viker carefully assessed the situation. The state of the corpses, the signs of vomiting and diarrhea, and the red spots. Could it be? Just then, Einan pointed into the distance and shouted, Viker, look over there, it's past mealtime, but there's no smoke coming from the Rococo village. After that, the 2 of them and 1 wolf cautiously went deeper into the village to investigate. When they didn't encounter anyone on the way, Viker became very cautious. Strange. There are no signs of life at all. No one has cleaned this place for a long time. I can tell just by looking at this grass. Einan thought the people of the Rococo tribe had moved elsewhere and was about to enter a house to check. Just as she lifted the curtain, a swarm of flies and a terrible stench burst out. Inside was a rotten corpse that had been there for who knows how long. Einan hurriedly informed Viker of this, but Viker was not surprised at all. There were such corpses in front of him as well. This reminded him of the past. Now I remember, around this time in my past life, a plague broke out in the jungle. It was called the Red Death. It was a top-tier plague that killed almost every tribe and living creature. The body would be covered in red spots, accompanied by vomiting and diarrhea. Then one would fall into a coma in agony and slowly die. This disease was so contagious that it spread all the way to the Empire's border. Witnessing this gruesome scene, Einan panicked and cried out, "We have to get out of here. This is a curse from the gods." Viker tried to explain that it was just an epidemic, but Einan couldn't calm down at all. She wanted to leave immediately, but Viker wanted to stay and investigate the cause of this matter in detail. Having no other choice, Einan suddenly worried that Viker might die, so she stayed with him. After a rough assessment of the situation, Viker opened his mouth. Looking at the number of bodies, it doesn't seem like everyone died. They probably left the sick and dead here when they moved elsewhere. I'm going to their barracks to get some things. You go and rest somewhere. Einan now thought that Viker, who was not afraid of the god's curse, was truly foolish. After standing and waiting for a while, she suddenly felt something approaching her from behind. Immediately after, Einan's sharp scream echoed. When Viker ran over, she was lying on the ground, trembling and pointing ahead. A curse, child, we have to run." Viker, you run first, I'll follow. But in her excessive worry, Einan got a cramp and curled up in one spot. Truly, one was at a loss for words in this situation. Viker was not at all afraid of this child and slowly approached. Judging by her appearance, this child did not seem to belong to the Rococo tribe. She looked to be only about 5 years old and was building a grave for someone. When Viker asked who the child was, the child hesitated and replied, "Rococo slave, kitchen work." Viker then asked what the child's name was. Seeing the child answer with the imperial name Pomeranian, Viker guessed that this child had been kidnapped by the Rococo tribe and brought here, but the girl's last name made him freeze. La Baskerville. Viker couldn't believe what he had just heard and asked once more. "What did you just say?" The girl pointed to herself without the slightest hesitation and said once more, "Pomeranian La Baskerville." There were 3 types of middle names in the Baskerville family. Collateral descendants were Van, direct male descendants were La, and there was also a middle name given only to direct female descendants, although it wasn't used much since the Baskerville family was mostly male. Looking at the innocent, red-eyed girl before him, Viker was frozen for a long time. He was sure that there were almost no people with this middle name in the family. Just then, Einan pointed to the necklace around the girl's neck. "Viker, look there. Isn't that your family's symbol?" Viker saw it and immediately opened the pendant. The picture inside shocked him even more. "No way, Hugo Le Baskerville. Why is that old man in the picture?" Pomeranian saw that the necklace was about to be taken away and tried her best to get it back. It seemed this was a very important item to the girl. Unable to calm down, Viker inadvertently released a terrifying killing intent. "Who are the people in this picture? What is your relationship with them?" Pomeranian was terrified, clutched the necklace in her hand and backed away. Einan saw it and reminded him, "If you ask a child like that, will she answer? Be gentle." Being so shocked, Viker couldn't control his emotions. This innocent child was completely blameless. After calming down, Viker gently asked again, "Who are the people in this picture?" Seeing the smile on Viker's face, Pomeranian let down her guard against him. Einan, standing beside them, teased, "Slave, you know how to smile like that?" Pomeranian pointed to the picture and stammered, "Mom, Grandpa, Grandma?" After hearing that, Viker could vaguely guess the situation. Only now did he believe that what the butler Barry had said might be true. Young master may not believe it, but in the past the patriarch was a very gentle and emotional person. When he heard this, Viker thought it was a joke. "The patriarch in this Baskerville family, there are very few people who would believe your words." Barry then explained his words. In fact, the patriarch loved his first wife, Lady Roxana, very much and took great care of her. But it wasn't Lady Roxana's death from illness that changed the patriarch. When the patriarch and his wife's only child, Lady Penelope, was kidnapped by the barbarians, that was the last straw. The patriarch hurriedly sent people to find Lady Penelope. For this reason, he requested a transfer to the border region from the king, and the Baskerville family, originally in the archipelago, moved to the den of the barbarians, Black Red Mountain. He sent many people to search but could not find any trace of his daughter. As time passed, with the pain of Lady Penelope's uncertain fate, the patriarch completely lost his reason. After that incident, Hugo's hatred for the barbarians became almost like madness, and he became an emotionless killing machine. His only purpose in life was to kill monsters and barbarians. This story was so absurd that Viker had almost forgotten it, but now a living witness was right before his eyes. Penelope, the daughter of Roxana, the only woman Hugo had ever loved, and Pomeranian, Penelope's daughter. If Viker's guess was correct, this girl was Hugo's own granddaughter. What kind of expression would a man like Hugo, who hated barbarians and treated his own children as tools, make when he saw his own granddaughter who was half barbarian blood? Viker couldn't help but imagine that scene happening in the future. After that, he patted Pomeranian's head and said gently, "It seems you were treated quite harshly in the Rococo tribe. Come with me." Viker tried his best to smile friendly as he spoke. He never thought he would have to learn how to smile properly one day. Pomeranian pointed to Viker and said stammeringly, "Mom, hair, eyes, same." Viker saw that and explained gently, "Yes, the descendants of the Baskerville family look very similar. You can call me uncle." Hearing this, Pomeranian inadvertently turned her head to look at the grave behind her, recalling what her mother had said. "Pomeranian, if you meet someone with red eyes, follow that person." Although she didn't want to be separated from her mother, Pomeranian decided to do as she was told. The girl approached and grabbed Viker's pants leg. "Uncle, I want to go with you." It was a moment when the whirlwind of fate brought together 2 abandoned people of the blood-sworn family. Pomeranian then returned to the Balak village with Viker to live. After her clothes and hair were neatly arranged, she no longer looked as scary as before. The girl always stuck to Viker like a shadow, and even when he was in a meeting with the chieftain, Viker couldn't get away. "Is she scared of being left alone? It's good that she's opening up to me, but taking care of a child is harder than I thought." Having no other choice, Viker had to carry Pomeranian on his back to the meeting. On the way, he thought about the things he had to do with Pomeranian. This child can't grow up here. It has to be a place out of Hugo's sight, and at least a place with imperial culture. Maybe I should ask the chieftain for help. I need to leave the forest and go down to the city once. After hearing Viker's report at the meeting, the chieftain was very worried. An epidemic is spreading, the rainy season is coming soon. This is a really big problem. If the epidemic continues to spread during the rainy season, the damage will be even more severe. A human immediately shouted loudly, "Chieftain, that's not an epidemic, it's a curse. We just need to break the curse." We must offer a great sacrifice. Einan on the other side retorted, it's not a curse. We should leave the village and move to another place to live. The elders of Ahuman's side heard this and retorted, this is a sacred place where generations of our ancestors are buried. How can you say we should abandon it? We cannot leave this place. This is where our tribe has lived for 200 years. The young people had more progressive thoughts. Then what will you do if the epidemic spreads here and kills the children? There will be no one left to carry on the future of this tribe. These sprouts might disappear because we are obsessed with our ancestors' land. Both the young and the old continued to argue, and neither side was willing to back down. Aquila, who had to make the final decision, was very troubled. She didn't know what to do to satisfy the tribe's people. At this time, Viker was in a corner, putting his niece to sleep, not getting involved in the argument. The Red Death had the same level of danger as the Black Death, which caused great damage to the Empire in the past. This terrifying epidemic spread in the blink of an eye and reached the Empire's territory. The reason the Empire was still safe was because Camus Morgue created a firewall to stop the spread, and Saintess Dolores of the Quovides Holy Family used her powerful holy power to eliminate the epidemic. But the safe zone was only within the Empire's territory, and most of the barbarians living in the forest and Black Red Mountain died. This worked in the Baskerville family's favor as soon as the barbarians who played an important role in the deep forest disappeared. Low-level monsters multiplied in huge numbers, causing a monster wave that resulted in many civilian casualties. The Empire requested the Baskerville family, who were guarding the border, to deal with the monsters. In the end, the Baskerville family successfully defended the border, and from then on, Hugo's influence grew rapidly. But this time it won't happen that way. While everyone was still arguing, Viker raised his hand to speak. I know how to stop the Red Death. The next day, everyone did as Viker said. The monster soaked in the contaminated water was immediately infected with the Red Death. The monster's corpse was immediately cremated to prevent the spread of the disease. Since everything was exactly as Viker had said, Einan was very happy. The goblins we put in the contaminated water all got the Red Death. It's just as you said, Viker. Is it really transmitted through water? Viker explained. Yes, contaminated water is the biggest cause, but if you boil the water, it's no longer a problem. As soon as she heard it, Einan picked a lucky goblin and put it in a boiling pot. As expected, the goblin died immediately. Einan was shocked to see it. It's dead. Truly, one was at a loss for words with this mind. After that, the remaining 2 goblins were soaked in boiled and cooled water. After a while, there were no signs of infection on the 2 goblins' bodies at all. Everyone now believed that there was a way to stop this deadly epidemic. Aquila was very happy about this. Well done. Thanks to you, we can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you so much. Viker did not let his guard down and cautiously reminded them, we can't be complacent yet. It's not transmitted through the eyes or skin, but it can be transmitted through the respiratory system, so be careful when there's fog in the morning. Einan at this time teased loudly. Who said it was a curse? Ahuman was resentful and retorted. HMPH, then does that mean we have to avoid water? The rainy season is coming soon, how can we avoid water? The others also started to murmur. That's right, when it rains, the river will flood and the air will become humid. The method of boiling water and washing our bodies will become difficult, so we have to move the village. As soon as he heard it, Ahuman became agitated and shouted loudly. What? Didn't I say we can't abandon the place where our ancestors fell? Are you ignoring the words of an elder? While everyone was at a loss, Viker spoke up once more. There is a way to not have to leave the Balak territory. The rainy season descended on the forest in an instant. The floodwaters rose, and what was previously a plain was now a swamp. The flood in the deep forest was something even the elders had never seen, and so everything in the forest was submerged in the flood, except for the Balak village. While the flowing water swept everything away, the Balak people were busy reinforcing their houses on the giant tree trunks. No matter how much the flood rose, the village was not submerged at all. The villagers at this time continuously thanked Viker. Viker, thanks to you, our village wasn't flooded. Thank you. It was a good thing we listened to you. It's a good thing there are many tall trees in the Balak territory. Everyone can get through this rainy season. While Viker was lost in thought, Pomeranian whined that she wanted to go with him. Uncle, I want to go out with you. It was so cute. Just then, Viker discovered a giant shadow under the water. As he shouted a warning to the 2 young men, a giant monster leapt out of the water. With its sharp teeth, it tried to swallow its prey in an instant. Fortunately, Einan shot an arrow in time and sent the monster flying far away. Get lost, you damn catfish. Viker saw the monster and asked if it was a mususu. Einan replied, that thing has been the king of this area for 1,000 years. We call it Ka. The monster, in pain after being hit, rushed in out of anger and destroyed the Balak tribe's houses. Viker saw it and decided he wouldn't let it go. How dare you destroy the house we worked so hard to build? I'll teach you a lesson. He summoned Beelzebub without the slightest hesitation and used the Baskerville family's 6th fang. The entire space seemed to be dyed blood red with Viker's aura. But that alone was not enough to kill the 1,000-year-old monster. It painfully fell into the water, struggled for a moment, and left. The 2 young men who had been sent flying earlier were fortunate enough to grab a tree trunk in time and did not touch the contaminated water source. Through this incident, Viker's reputation within the tribe rose once again. Oh, Viker drove Ka away. How many times has he saved us? Viker, you are truly a hero of the Balak tribe. and of course, Ahuman was not happy to see that at all. In contrast, Einan had almost laid an egg at Viker's cool posture just now. Truly, she was so in love with men that she would only come to her senses in her next life. That day, Einan came to Viker's house to get some of the food he had made. She and Pomeranian were both amazed by Viker's outstanding cooking skills. Viker at this time opened his mouth. "I never invited you to my house," Einan answered innocently. "If it smells good, I have to come and get some." The two then had an argument. Pomeranian saw it and opened her mouth. "Uncle and Einan are like a married couple." Einan was happy to hear that and hugged Pomeranian, rubbing against her. "Wow, really, you're so cute." Somehow the two had become this close. Just then rainwater suddenly poured into the house. Einan saw the shadow of a person standing outside the door and asked coldly, "Why are you here?" Ahun stood in the rain, crying and snotting. "Viker, you've saved me many times, so I beg you. Viker, please save my little sister." Although he didn't know what the situation was, Viker decided to follow Ahun. Ahun was covered in red spots and panting. "When did she get sick?" Viker asked coldly. Ahun immediately answered without hesitation. "Since yesterday. I think we entered the swamp when we were cutting down trees." Einan, standing beside them, added that the child was always a child who wanted to help others. And then she asked Viker if he had a way to save her. "It's what she deserves. How dare she not listen to her grandfather and wander around as she pleased? It's karma. If she listens to that imperial spy, that's what happens." Ahuman came in from somewhere and showed not the slightest concern for his little granddaughter, but rather spoke contemptuously. Ahun saw that his grandfather was speaking too harshly and intervened, but was slapped instead, and then he was even cursed at for being like his parents. After finishing his words, Ahuman went outside with an umbrella, not forgetting to add that this was the god's curse and that an ancient ritual had to be performed to appease it. The family was truly a mess. Hearing his grandfather's words, Ahun could only stand and sob. 2 streams of tears flowed endlessly down his face. "There is a way to treat her." Viker broke the tense atmosphere and opened his mouth. Viker began to explain the method to the 2 siblings standing beside him. First, he used boiling water to sterilize the things Ahun had used. Next, he lit charcoal to drive away all the insects and bats around the house. They had to create the best possible environment for the child to fight the disease and buy even a little more time. Ahun swallowed his tears and began to move quickly according to Viker's instructions. But to truly save the child, what comes after is important. "I need Einan's help. Please take me out of the forest so I can get medicine." Viker looked her straight in the face and frankly told her the only method he could use right now. Ahun, who was outside, heard every word clearly, but he had to pretend not to know for his sister's life. Einan, of course, did not agree. This was because the Balak tribe had rules about going to other territories. Even though she said that, Viker had no intention of giving up. He continued to persuade her. "The chieftain will surely abandon Ahun. If everyone just keeps it a secret, I can sneak out and come back without being caught. Will you let me go?" Einan was cornered by his firm question and sharp gaze. There was no other way in front of this man. She was completely defeated even though it was pouring rain outside. Viker had to hurry and leave before it was too late. Einan reluctantly followed Viker for a long time. Einan said she would go with him, but Viker flatly refused. He didn't even want to answer why he was carrying Pomeranian on his back. Seeing Viker's silence, Einan became restless. She held his hand tightly as if the man before her would completely disappear if she waited any longer. She recalled the things they had experienced together, from their first accidental meeting to going hunting together, and everything up to now. Einan bowed her head and decided to speak her heart. "When you drew your sword and when you knew about the Red Death, I didn't ask anything. I knew from the first time we met. I knew I would always be helpless in front of you. The reason I didn't ask anything was because I felt you would disappear the moment you answered." Even knowing that Viker would disappear after this question, she wanted to hear the answer. So no matter the outcome, Einan had to ask. "You'll come back, right?" Einan fell silent, waiting for an answer. She didn't dare to look him straight in the face. She was afraid she would cry. If it had been a love confession, Viker wouldn't have been able to answer, but this was too simple. The young man answered immediately, "Of course I'll come back." Einan's heart calmed a little as she watched his departing footsteps and back. She remained standing there shouting that he must come back. Meanwhile, in Underdog City at Chiwa's residence, the old man sat in front of a mountain of paperwork. He remembered when the deputy consul was still here. It was tiring but really enjoyable. Chiwa looked out the window. The lights of the nearby buildings were already out. He repeated to himself that he still couldn't believe Viker was dead. Looking up at the moon, the old man uttered 3 words, "I miss you," speak of the devil, right before Chiwa's eyes. Viker's head was dangling. "Did you call me?" Chiwa was so surprised he screamed. His eyes widened in fear as if he had seen a ghost. Whether he screamed or not, Viker calmly jumped down to the floor with a thud. "Have you been well, Manager Chiwa? In a situation like this, even I, with a will of steel, would have gone to heaven. Why does this deputy consul scare people like this in the middle of the night?" After calming down and realizing the being before him was not a wandering spirit, Chiwa could finally let out a sigh of relief. He almost had a heart attack and went to meet King Yama. Chiwa sobbed. He was happy that the deputy consul he missed had returned, still breathing. After expressing his feelings, the old man turned his attention to the child Viker had brought. The old man thought the child was Viker's son with some barbarian woman. Viker hurriedly explained that it was not what he thought. How could he have a child when he had been a virgin in both lives? Viker simply explained that they looked alike because they were of the same bloodline, and asked him to take care of the child. Her name is Pomeranian. It wasn't just about taking care of her. The young man emphasized that it would be better if he taught the child some basic things, receiving an order from the deputy consul for the first time in a long time. Chiwa couldn't hide his joy, and immediately nodded in agreement. He was even confident that he would do a very good job. Pomeranian's matter was settled without any worries. Viker saw the pile of documents on the desk and, knowing the old man had to handle the city's affairs alone, suggested he ask Cindy Wendy S. Messi Madrano for help. He asserted that to find her he should go to Judy, the flower-selling girl to whom he had previously given 10 billion gold. He said that since Judy had no backing, Cindy Wendy would have surely approached her. If she didn't cooperate, he was to tell her clearly that he was alive. She owed him a debt, so she would 100 help. Chiwa felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. Having someone to help couldn't be better. The old man asked him when he would return, but Viker didn't give a specific answer, vaguely saying he would return after finishing his business. He then left Pomeranian there and immediately departed, because he had to keep his promise first. Ahun's illness could be easily cured with a single drop of holy water from the devout Quovides family. Thus Viker quickly headed there. He hid in a merchant's oil barrel for 2 hours and secretly entered the fortress of St. Mi. Luckily he passed safely in exchange for an Yueng's fang. The merchant couldn't help but wonder as he watched him leave. How can a person sit in an oil barrel for 2 hours? There's no way that guy is human. His doubt was understandable. Viker himself thought it was amazing. It was the first time he had held his breath for so long since he had submerged himself in the river Styx for 7 minutes. But he decided to put that matter aside for now. Now that he had infiltrated the Quovides territory, he had to act quickly. This was St. Mi, a central city of 160,000 people where lust and greed were completely forbidden due to the church's influence. Even if there was gold on the ground, they would just walk past it. The citizens had a very high awareness of order and peace and abided by the law well. At that moment, a bell suddenly rang. Viker was startled. He suddenly remembered that at times like these they would stop what they were doing and pray. It was truly strange and bizarre. He paid no mind and just walked past, wondering to himself how they could live so suffocatingly. After fumbling around for a while, Viker arrived at a well deep in the slums. He took out a bottle containing the Red Death pathogen from his pocket and poured it down without hesitation. Anyone who drank this would be immediately infected. It was quite extreme, but in such an urgent situation, every second mattered. So he had to use this method to obtain the antidote. In this devout region, they would save people before casualties occurred. While carrying out this dirty scheme, Viker was discovered by a group of children. One would think the young man would run for his life, but surprisingly, he turned around and threatened the children. The children were scared and ran away. "Listen up, kids. This well is cursed. Whoever drinks this water will die. Listen to me well." The children were terrified and ran away in a hurry, shouting that a ghost had cursed the well. "I'll never drink that well water again." It seemed he could prevent the children from getting infected as Viker had intended. He continued to carry out his plan. He threw the dagger of the Leviathan family, famous for its poison, far away to frame them. Since he knew well that they were the ones who had spread the Red Death in the forest anyway, he was just adding a little catalyst to make them reveal themselves to the world sooner. The preparations were complete. Now it was time to pour the holy water, and the next thing to do was to meet Saintess Dolores. Countless people stood in front of the church at the Saintess's residence. They shouted over each other, begging the Saintess to look at their illnesses. From lords to chieftains' sons, family heads, and guild masters, they all wanted a chance for an audience. They promised to pay a huge price if they were cured. But no matter who they were, material wealth could not determine consciousness here. Saintess Dolores flatly refused and dispersed them all. Once the people had completely left, Viker, who had been in the crowd, revealed himself. He remembered seeing the Saintess often on the battlefield before his regression. Her figure, treating the wounded amidst despair, covered in blood. Her white clothes were stained with blood, and the moonlight from her divine power shone endlessly. The Saintess, he knew, hated money and power, so that was the way Viker could get a chance to meet her. The young man stood in front of the door, knelt down, and pretended to be extremely sincere. "I am just a lost sheep." He thought he would fail, but surprisingly, with that one sentence, the church door opened and he was invited inside. But it wasn't the Saintess who came down to meet him directly. She spoke through a statue. After all, she had no reason to meet someone in such suspicious attire. At this time, Viker, feeling guilty, had spread the poison and yet came to report it, feigning innocence, pretending to be a good person and bringing the well water for the Saintess to examine. But the Saintess didn't seem to believe his words. "Before you even finished speaking, soldiers rushed out with great momentum. Although you call yourself a lost sheep, your tone is quite aggressive. Who are you?" Viker showed no sign of fear at this question. It had been quite a while since he had seen that face. Pietro Quovides. Before his regression, he was a soldier Viker had trusted on the battlefield. Unlike his appearance, he never compromised with injustice, even if it was done in the name of justice. Pietro was a merciful person, but he could also become more vicious than a demon. The interrogation methods Viker had used on the 7 young lords of Underdog City had come from him. He thought this much memory was enough. Viker answered Pietro's question in an indifferent tone. "It's very interesting to meet you here." Pietro couldn't understand what nonsense this crazy guy was spouting and immediately demanded that he take off his mask and show respect. Otherwise, he said not to even dream of meeting the Saintess. Viker of course gave the reason that he couldn't take it off. Since his report was finished he said he would leave now. But just because he wanted to leave with such a suspicious appearance didn't mean he could. Pietro gave Viker a loving kiss, throwing a piece of paper infused with divine power to draw a little blood. This guy still uses interesting weapons, Viker thought to himself. After finishing his work he landed with a thud and began the interrogation. I feel an evil energy from the water pouch you brought. If there really is an epidemic then you are the one who spread it. Viker still flatly denied it, explaining that if he were the culprit, why would he come here to report it? Of course Pietro saw through this statement. Who knows, maybe it's a scheme to lure out the Saintus. It was really accurate. It was as if he had been inside Viker's stomach and come out. Pietro didn't waste any more words. If he wouldn't listen to reason he had no choice but to use physical methods. Brother, whatever you like, I'll accommodate you. I'll hear your confession after you're imprisoned. As soon as he finished speaking, he continuously threw pieces of paper full of divine power at Viker. If it touched him, it could easily cut his opponent's Achilles tendon. Viker's movements were extremely fast. He kept dodging. If he used magic they would recognize him as a member of the Baskerville family. So the young man had to use another method. Viker jumped high and delivered a blow right to the center of Pietro's head. The opponent felt as if he were being crushed by a rock weighing hundreds of pounds. It was the 600 kilograms weight skill he had obtained after defeating the Ewing 2 years ago. This was his first time using it, but it wasn't bad. Viker continued to attack, gifting Pietro with another skill, Cerberus's Flame A grade. With this the book in the opponent's hand was completely burned. But even though he was pushed back as a warrior, Pietro did not lose. He became even more fired up and rushed to attack with all his strength. But before the opponent could fully unleash his power, Viker landed a direct punch to his stomach. Pietro flew quite far and spat blood, even breaking the Saintus's statue. The remaining soldiers, seeing Pietro defeated for the first time, were extremely surprised, as if in a dream. By the time they came to their senses and shouted to protect their superior, he had already lost consciousness. Seeing that the opponent had no intention of stopping, Viker was about to show them what a festival was. Fortunately, in this extremely tense situation, the Saintus appeared and stopped everything. Even while sitting in front of the Saintus and drinking tea, Viker's mind was full of other thoughts. Is this kid 16 now? Saintus Dolores Rune Quovides. In the future, in the war against the demons, she treated the wounded on the front lines, she saved countless lives, and she was the living example of benevolence. In the Age of Ruin, any warrior who met her, like other people including myself, had to respect her. I've been under a lot of stress lately. Dolores broke the suffocating atmosphere and opened her mouth. When the other party remained silent, she continued to talk about her studies at the Royal Colosio Academy. She had come home on vacation to take care of family matters, but the nobles and merchants were annoying. Most of their illnesses were occupational diseases or the after-effects of STDs, and no one was seriously ill. He didn't know why she was suddenly making small talk, but Viker couldn't rush it. He answered with a passage from an ancient scripture. Theology is essentially a process of understanding humans, so it is inevitable. Dolores was very surprised. Not everyone knew of the existence of that ancient book. Viker took this opportunity to mention the epidemic spreading in the slums of St. Mi. At first Dolores didn't seem to believe it, and asked him several times directly if he was involved in this matter. I can't honestly say I did it, can I? To avoid suspicion, Viker pretended to be a good person, and when further explanation didn't work he used his last resort. He didn't know how, but he emitted divine power from his body and showed it to Dolores. I don't like to harm innocent people, especially in my hometown. Listening to what he had just said, I wanted to ask if he wasn't disgusted. After seeing the divine power, Dolores stood up in surprise. Viker had now gained the Saintus's trust and began his psychological manipulation. He pretended to have discovered suspicious people pouring liquid from a glass bottle into the water source of the slums. Viker even boldly framed the culprits as the Leviathan and Vet families, saying they wanted the decline of the Quovides family and were the ones who would benefit from it. Then he took out a map he had prepared in his pocket and pointed to it. The Leviathan family will use the epidemic to collect samples from numerous patients and use them for research. Moreover, if the Holy Family falls, this is the best method for the Leviathan family, who have always been at odds with them. There is also the Vet family. Treasures do not disappear even during an epidemic. If the laborers die, the landlords will go bankrupt. The fields, factories, and shops will be abandoned. Much land and houses will become their property, and then they will gain more wealth. For that reason, I think they are closely related to this pandemic. Of course, this is my hypothesis. Dolores felt that it sounded quite plausible after listening. It was unexpected that someone could predict the future so accurately. Who are you? She suddenly opened her mouth and suddenly asked for his name. Viker hurriedly made something up and, fitting the context, asked her to call him Night Hound. Pietro, standing beside him, sneered that the name was really frivolous and suited his attire. Dolores thought for a moment. The speculation was plausible enough. So she immediately ordered her guards to go to the slums, investigate the epidemic, and report to her father. Looking into Viker's eyes, Dolores wondered who he was. How could someone who could defeat both Pietro and the Knights Templar look so small and pitiful? His soul smelled of beast blood, oil, and steel. Amidst the maelstrom of countless emotions, there was a deep sadness within him. Our saintess is going to be the death of me. Of course he only smelled of oil and steel after being in an oil barrel for 2 hours. Why don't you try getting in there for just 10 minutes and see if you don't turn into a sirloin steak? Since there wasn't much time, they hurried to the slums. Just as Viker had said, the scene before them was horrific. Glancing at the people here, the young man felt a pang of sympathy and apologized in his heart. He asked for forgiveness for having to resort to such a despicable method because there was no other way. Fortunately, no children were infected. It seemed his scare tactic had kept them far away from the area. Dolores sat beside the infected people and began to treat them. As she clasped her hands in prayer, tears fell, and as if a miracle had occurred, a holy light illuminated the entire area. The sick were completely healed. The priests shed tears of emotion, but that was just the tip of the iceberg. Their joy was short-lived. They sobbed again, begging the saintess to save the others as well. It wasn't just here, there were far more infected people. Viker watched Dolores pray without taking his eyes off her for a moment. Yes, that was the power. He had to bring that miracle of holy water back to the forest. Even after returning home after a tiring night, Dolores did not rest. She knew that treating the disease with holy power was only a temporary solution. So she continued to research to find a cure. She couldn't stop the patients from coming, so she had to find the source of the infection as quickly as possible. Studying the disease sample, she found that the incubation period was very short, but it took a very long time for the patient to die. It was extremely cruel. It made the patient suffer so much they wanted to leave this world. Dolores knew that to stop the epidemic from continuing to spread, she had to purify the deepest well. She thought how wonderful it would be if she could condense her holy power into a single drop. Lost in thought, she suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground. It was anemia from using too much holy power, but there was no time to rest or think about such things. As long as Dolores had breath in her, she had to keep fighting. She went back to save those on the verge of death. But she had the worst luck. Just as she stepped out of the church, she ran into the children of wealthy families who had come to ride on her fame as if they had gone on an alms round with a monk in the forest recently. They pretended to be very resolute, but as soon as they arrived in the slums, they showed their true colors. The hypocrites quickly found a way to slip away. As they left, Dolores felt even more indebted. Without hesitation, she entered the area where the critically ill patients were. But what came into Dolores's eyes now was a sight she could have never imagined. Viker was making an incision with a knife and using holy power to spread it to the infected area to treat it. Dolores watched him with her own 2 eyes, marveling. Incredible to be so proficient in both medicine and holy power. In fact, Dolores just didn't know. Holy power was the result of God hearing the prayers of the priests. God had permitted it and given them power. The amount of holy power varied depending on their faithfulness to God, and the amount of holy power needed was the same as the holy power used when performing a miracle. 1 unit of holy power was 1 miracle, and 10 units of holy power performed 10 miracles. But Viker knew a fraudulent method to perform 10 miracles with just 1 unit of holy power, and 100 miracles with 10 units of holy power. To understand it better, let's listen to a little explanation. One autumn, when a demonic beast invaded, the priests saw the people fallen at their feet and knew they could not stop this disaster with their holy power. Since God had decided, thanks to the priests' earnestness and steadfastness, they decided to turn their holy power into a miracle to solve this matter first and deal with the aftermath later. They decided to perform the miracle first and think about other things later. Even if interest would accrue on that holy power, they used all the holy power they had. People called it high-grade holy power. Thus, slaying demonic beasts was considered a religious act, even if one was not a priest. As long as they slew a demonic beast, they could use high-grade holy power. Simply put, hunting demonic beasts was considered to grant holy power. So even someone with a soul full of past karma like Viker could use holy power if he was in a sacred area. It sounded a bit strange. After finishing the explanation, I don't understand a single word of what I just said, guys. But anyway, all you need to know is that Viker has holy power. Let's continue the story. While treating the man on this side, the little girl next to him sobbed and begged the young man to save her mother. Seeing the mother lying down, Viker approached without hesitation, patted her on the shoulder in comfort and gave the child a coin, telling her to buy food and firewood to take care of her mother. If they didn't receive material help, they would ask endlessly. Then he would have to give them all the money he had. Seeing the young man giving money, the priest next to him quickly shouted. Viker immediately retorted. The money in his pocket was limited, so it was okay to give it all. After finishing his words, he even added that he was sorry at the end. Dolores witnessed this scene of psychological manipulation from beginning to end, and fell into the trap. She didn't understand why he had to be sorry. Could it be for the same reason as her, because he couldn't treat more people? At this moment, the heart of the 16-year-old innocent girl, Saintess Dolores, began to pound fiercely at the sight of the mysterious man before her. The next day, Viker went outside for a short break. Dolores followed him and said she wanted to talk to him for a moment. It was a rare thing for a pretty girl to approach him first. Of course, the young man did not refuse. He wouldn't turn down a piece of cake that had rolled his way. Dolores expressed her gratitude for Viker's help and praised him, saying that such a strong person should have been born with divine power. She said she was just not strong in mind and faith and her body was weak, yet she was chosen as the saintess. Dolores lamented the responsibility on her shoulders, feeling she was not worthy of it. The usually cold Vicar unexpectedly comforted her, and at his words the girl's eyes welled with tears as she sobbed. As expected of someone who had lived through 16 twice, he knew very well how to manipulate others, and for the next few days, to completely solve the epidemic problem, all the priests of the Quovides family gathered and prayed together. They successfully helped in the process of creating holy water. A sacred essence was born that could purify all the infected in the slums with just a single drop. They concentrated a total of 3 drops of holy water, including what they had in reserve. Its name was Plenty J, also known as the Saintess's Tears. When everything was over, Dolores entrusted the holy water to a soldier for safekeeping and went to her father's residence to report on the Red Death. Dolores's father was the cardinal of the Humbrun Quovides church. She reported everything she had investigated to him. Along with it was the dagger Vicar had left as evidence at that time. As soon as he saw it, Humbert was enraged. Was it them? How could they create such an artificial epidemic? How dare those insidious and base scoundrels blaspheme divinity, pass down a holy punishment? As Hump spoke, he released a terrifying power enough to make his daughter standing beside him tremble. The old man did not miss a single small clue and ordered the one called Nighthound to be captured and made to confess everything. Hearing those words, Dolores hurriedly and firmly retorted, "He's innocent. He did his best to treat the injured. Thanks to him, there were no casualties. He couldn't be so malicious. Our poor saintess, she trusts people too much." The father was quite surprised to see his daughter dare to contradict him for the first time, but instead of letting it go, he became even more agitated, raising his hand and shooting a beam of holy light as if to warn his opponent. "I must interrogate him myself, daughter. It means nothing even if you oppose me. I've already sent the holy knights to track him down, but people usually say that those who rush in are bound to fail." The firm words had barely left his mouth when a subordinate rushed in to report. His flustered expression almost made me burst out laughing. "Your Eminence, there's big trouble. One of the Saintess's Tears has disappeared from the underground." At this, Dolores felt a chill down her spine and thought to herself, could it be that his reason for coming here was for that? But by the time she realized it, it was already too late. Vicar had gotten what he needed and had already disappeared. Deep in the forest in the Balak tribe, Einan was also infected with the epidemic. She was recalling things that had happened in the past at this time, from when she was very young. She had followed people to hunt the 3-headed dog Cerberus fell off a cliff, and it was that very dog that Vicar had coincidentally killed. It turned out their fate had begun from here. Due to that misstep, Einan became a slave to merchants. She went through a hellish life, being sold as a worthless commodity, living a life worse than death. Years passed and she became a toy for the rich, repeatedly beaten and waking up, painting her face with her own blood like a pre-hunt ritual. Finally, the wheel of fate freed her from the shackles of slavery. It was thanks to the good fortune of meeting Vicar at that time. The 2 words, "go away," were deeply engraved in her mind from that moment on. Einan woke up from her sleep on her mother's lap. She spoke softly as if she were about to give her last words. "Mom, it hurts more than before. My chest hurts and my whole body feels like it's on fire. My heart feels like it's being squeezed. I'm suffering from the Red Death. I can't stand it. It hurts so much I regret being born." Her mother tried to calm her daughter down, telling her how she and her husband had smoked marijuana and given birth to her, and even the story of her father committing a crime and being executed. She comforted her, telling her to endure a little longer. She said there would be a way to treat her when Vicar returned. As if waiting for these words, tears streamed down Einan's 2 eyes. She told her mother there was no need to comfort her, because she knew he wouldn't come back. But reality slapped her across the face the very next moment. The villagers shouted that Vicar had returned. The chieftain was about to boast to her daughter, "See, wasn't I right?" But her daughter had already run out on all fours, leaving her mother with a bewildered expression. Wasn't she suffering from the Red Death? It was true what they said. Only being reborn would cure a woman crazy for men. Even if she was sick and exhausted to death, she had to run out as soon as she saw a man. Without even giving Vicar a chance to say hello, Einan rushed straight at him and pounced. The young man was tackled by the woman and rolled on the ground, constantly grumbling that his back was almost broken. Einan seemed to have lost her sense of shame. Even with the villagers standing by, she hugged the man tightly and wouldn't let go. She didn't care if she lived or died. As soon as she heard the news of his return, she felt like her illness was cured. It was truly a magical thing. Ahan's condition was very critical. There wasn't much time. Vicar had no time for pleasantries and hurried to her to treat her. Fortunately, everything was done in time, with just a tiny bit of holy water. The girl regained her health and the red spots completely disappeared. Ahan shed tears of joy and the people beside him shouted, unable to believe their eyes. Vicar had no time to show off. He told the people to inform the other tribes so all the patients could be gathered in one place and treated at once. There were about 10,000 of them, but it was fine. The medicine was sufficient, so let's take this opportunity to show off his skills in front of the other tribes. On a side note, he said he had easily dealt with the swamp monster Ka on his way, so they should take it home and make food out of it. The villagers were so continuously surprised that they no longer had the energy to be surprised. They quickly dispersed to inform the other tribes immediately. The people quickly gathered around the riverbank. Everyone waited with extreme tension. When Viker poured the holy water into the river, a terrifying beam of light shot out and the entire river glittered as if it held tons of gold. "You just need to drink this water," Viker told the people calmly. No one doubted it. The sick people hurriedly supported each other and followed. Isn't it amazing? As if they had drunk a doping potion, everyone became surprisingly healthy. Their bodies felt lighter than ever, and the Red Death had completely disappeared. Everyone was very happy to have been saved from the brink of death. Viker added that everything in the river basin was being purified, so the epidemic would soon be over. For his contribution, Aquila did not hesitate to appoint Viker as the tribe's shaman, but Viker had no desire for honor, so he naturally refused immediately. Seeing him refuse, the other tribes immediately flexed their muscles threateningly, and the young man almost pissed himself. A man stomped his foot and shouted, "Descendants of the deep forest, answer me. Who is the hero who purified the forest?" Everyone shouted in unison. Viker, on this side, the women of the other tribes were not to be outdone. "Who saved all of our families?" Viker, another group chimed in. "Who brought a bright future to the deep forest?" Viker. And so, under the night sky, the name Viker echoed everywhere. A halo seemed to shine around him as if he were their saint. Viker clenched his fists and recalled the time before his regression. The foolish act of the tribe using a deadly poison had become a blessing in disguise. The Baskerville family took the lead in conquering Mount LaRue Eleanor. The enemies of the Baskerville family were the natives of Mount LaRue Eleanor. Viker recalled one thing: if he could persuade them and repay them, he might be able to fight the entire Baskerville family. He could use this opportunity to land a blow on Hugo. It was a rare occasion for the tribes to gather like this. Aquila ordered a festival to be held. This unique and joyous occasion had to be celebrated. But Viker stopped them. Before holding a feast, they had to find the one who had poisoned the forest. At this time, the shaman Ahuman had been hiding deep in a cave since he was ordered to perform a sacred ritual and had not come out at all. After so much time had passed, he thought everyone would be sick. Ahuman decided to solve the epidemic with an antidote at the moment of everyone's despair. That way, the entire tribe would respect and revere him, and he was the one who had personally poisoned his own granddaughter. Ahuman laughed madly, thinking of his perfect hero plan. Then he went straight downstream to see if the villagers were all dead, but he had the worst luck. Ahuman's calculations were no match for Viker's. What surprised the old man even more was the truth revealed right before his eyes. Seeing everyone healthy, the old man couldn't help but be surprised. Weren't they all dying when he started the rites for their ancestors, and his granddaughter Hun too? What on earth was happening? Ahuman hurried to the riverbank to check. The water was clear and the fish were swimming. Everything was completely different from his expectations. The river water is clearer than before. Before he knew it, Viker had crept up close and whispered, startling the old man. At this, all eyes turned to Ahuman as if demanding an explanation. Just as Viker had thought, the one who had spread the Red Death in the forest was him. Before his regression, there was a time when the story of an old man living in the forest and his crimes was quite famous. It was a horror story about an old man who spread an epidemic in his own tribe because of his ambition to become a hero. But in return, he failed to cure the epidemic and nearly wiped out the entire tribe. Ahuman, still bewildered and thinking the people had come to greet the shaman, arrogantly stroked his beard with an innocent expression. Seeing him standing still like a statue, the chieftain also chimed in. "Have you finished your work?" Shaman Ahuman, unaware that everyone had been cured, still boasted that the epidemic would soon disappear. Aquila, with a suspicious look, revealed that the tribes in the kingdom had declared war on each other because of the Red Death. Then she asked if it wasn't strange that this disease was artificially created and spread everywhere. How could an epidemic spread between the royal family and the deep forest? Ahuman put on an innocent expression, explaining that he knew nothing and had only come to perform a ritual to help the tribe recover completely. Aquila, following Viker's advice, continued to press him, demanding to see what was in his pockets and why he was loitering here instead of entering the village. Hit where it hurt, Ahuman's legs trembled, and he was at a loss for words. Before this, Viker had gotten a rough idea of his background from Einan. Ahuman was not originally a native of the Balak tribe. His origin was unknown, but a long time ago, he had come to the Balak as a shaman's slave. He stabbed and killed the shaman who was about to start a rebellion. After killing him, he took his power. For his merit in preventing the rebellion, Ahuman was promoted from a slave to a shaman. After that, to adapt to the Balak, he had to do everything, including cleaning up filth and grime. He took on all the dirty work in the village. He was even used as bait when hunting dangerous prey. But now he was recognized as a member of the tribe, and as he grew old, his hair began to turn gray. Viker had already seen through Ahuman's plan now that he was old. He wanted all the privileges he hadn't enjoyed in his youth, so he crossed the line and coveted the chieftain's power. His ambition to rule the entire forest was truly greedy and ridiculous. When pointed out as the one who had spread the poison, he stubbornly tried to deny it. Demanding evidence, Aquila coldly said no more and directly demanded that he perform an Irius to protect his honor and pride, as he had claimed. An Irius is performed when there are irreconcilable differences. The Balak tribe will side with the winner of the Irius, for the loser is deemed to lack ability. Seeing Ahuman hesitate, his troublemaking grandson Ahun stepped up to help. "Grandfather, you always said tradition is important. The Irius is a Balak tradition. Show us how you uphold our traditions. Ahuman was furious. If the chieftain weren't there, he would have slapped his grandson a few times to bring him to his senses. In front of so many eyes, he reluctantly had to pretend to be noble. He pointed directly at Viker and promised that 4 days later, on the night of the full moon, he would officially propose an Irius duel with him. He thought that would be the end of it. But Viker was not that foolish. 4 days? Viker knew well that the person challenged to a duel sets the date. The young man emphasized that that was the true tradition. Cornered, Ahuman had no choice but to agree immediately. And so the duel began right then and there. Before that, Aquila restated the rules. The Irius is conducted only within a circle made by the warriors. The warriors will execute any coward who tries to escape the circle, and behind them is the mountain of warriors where their ancestors rest. The ancestors will watch and will not forgive any wrongdoing. Our ancestors will judge what is right and wrong, and they will choose the victor. As a warrior of the Balak, prove that you are right, Aquila declared forcefully. Battle officially began. The young people all cheered for Viker, making the old man even more resentful and determined to win. Since weapons were not the only thing that could be used in battle, Ahuman used a dirty trick. He squeezed out a drop of blood as if offering a sacrifice, muttered something, and summoned a few skeleton soldiers to aid in the battle. Ahuman ordered them to watch his blind spots and inform him if the opponent approached. The old man was confident. A man who had only been here for 2 years could not defeat him. He had lived in this forest for 7 years and knew the terrain like the back of his hand. Thinking he would shoot Viker as soon as he showed himself, Ahuman smiled brightly like a flower and hid behind a tree, waiting. But he had no idea that Viker was standing right behind him. The silent heal skill obtained after defeating the master of the swamp allowed the user to quietly target the prey's weaknesses, helping the young man eliminate all sound and easily approach the enemy for assassination. Viker watched with amusement as Ahuman reveled in his past achievements. It seemed his title of shaman was not for nothing. Seeing him raise the dead, he was probably from the Rococo tribe, but that couldn't change anything. Viker leaped into the midst of the skeleton soldiers, and with a few basic sword moves turned them into a jumble of bones. By the time he noticed, a sword had pierced his chest and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ahuman wondered when Viker had approached. He hadn't heard any sound, not even a leaf falling. Ahuman fell to the ground. The winner of the Irius was decided in an instant. He felt extreme pain, and his wound felt like it was on fire. Ahuman did not want to die. On the threshold of death, he recalled his past. To survive in the Balak tribe, Ahuman had to endure a shameful past. He felt it was truly unfair. This ending was not just. Why couldn't he have what Viker had? Ahuman swore he would never forgive Viker, who had taken everything from him, the bastards of the Balak who had looked down on him, and the Rococo tribe who had abandoned him. He couldn't be left to suffer like that. Viker suggested that Ahun end this himself, but the grandson still hated him for poisoning his sister Ahun, so he wanted no part in it. Even if it was his own grandfather, Ahun could not forgive him. A coward deserved to suffer. He did not deserve sympathy. Hearing this, Ahuman was completely desperate. He used his last remaining strength to draw a black magic circle and summoned a bow from deep within a grave. A terrible energy surged with it. Ahuman staggered to his feet while everyone was bewildered. He was no longer human. His face had completely transformed into that of a demon. Ancestors, should I fear the ancestors? Sensing something ominous, Viker rushed to finish off the old man. But it was not that easy. If he could have been stabbed, it would have been over already. A black arrow flew from somewhere and blocked the attack. Ahuman looked confidently at the villagers. He bared his white teeth, smiled brightly, and proclaimed, "You said to let the ancestors decide. Then from now on let the ancestors decide the punishment." From the direction the arrow had flown, a magnificent death knight stood there. Ahuman had used summoning magic on the graves of the Balak tribe's ancestors and had even turned himself into an undead. Ahuman encouraged the villagers to fight their ancestors with all their might, then mounted the back of a skeleton soldier and fled. Ahun shot arrows and reproached him, but it was useless. As the situation grew chaotic, Aquila immediately ordered everyone to prepare for battle. "These are just Ahuman's puppets. We will deal with them and apologize to our ancestors later. Survival is the top priority." After that command, a fierce battle erupted. Aquila drew her bow and with a single arrow blew off the heads of 3 skeletons. Indeed, she was the top-tier slayer. The night fox Aquila. The information that she had defended the forest from the Empire was not just a rumor. Viker didn't even bat an eye at this sight. Since the chieftain was here, he signaled to Einan, and together they chased after the old man. After a while they finally found where he was hiding. Ahuman was sitting on a magic circle. He was chanting some very suspicious spell. He couldn't be allowed to do such a suspicious thing. Einan, angry, shot her bow. But she was too naive. Who would sit still and wait to die? Just as the arrow was about to fly, he finished chanting his spell. A hand shot out from the ground and lightly caught the arrow. Ahuman shouted with joy, "I've succeeded in summoning him. According to legend, he was sleeping deep in the forest. I am the only one who has found you, holy archer Adonai." The corpse before them gradually revealed its form, its large, sturdy physique looking very majestic. Before the two could react, Adonai shot an arrow of terrifying power. An arrow made of aura could be dodged, but the damage would still be immense. Einan was hit by the attack and her leg felt like it was on fire. It seemed the legend of Adonai fighting Madame Eightlegs was true, and the arrows he used were made from that monster's corpse. The destructive power was truly terrifying. Einan realized the situation was serious and repeatedly urged Viker to flee quickly and leave her here. But Ahuman would not give the two children a chance to escape. As soon as he opened his mouth, he immediately ordered the corpse to deal with him. An arrow was knocked and flew forward, and Viker widened his eyes, thinking this was really it for him this time. Fortunately, thanks to his parents at home, he was saved. Akila appeared from nowhere and spectacularly caught the arrow, shattering it with her hand. She looked at Ahuman with a resolute gaze. "Elder, what is going on?" It turned out she had sensed the powerful aura and come here. If it weren't for her, this day would have been their death anniversary. Seeing her mother's cool appearance, Einan was startled. "Mom, that arrow has poison on it, you need to get treated quickly." Without answering her daughter, Akila showed her what treatment was. She expelled the poison and dirty blood by releasing her body's own aura. As expected of a master. "I am humbled, truly humbled." After finishing the treatment, it was time to deal with Ahuman. The old man was terrified by her murderous gaze and made excuses that they had driven him into a corner, so he had no choice. But Akila didn't care whether he had betrayed them or not, and only asked him to answer one question. "Is this person really the holy archer Adonai?" At this question, Ahuman, as if seizing an opportunity, hurriedly boasted, 100 certain. It was the legendary Adonai, the one no one dared to face. He thought the chieftain would be scared after hearing the answer, but she smiled an incomprehensible smile and told the children to step back. Then she spoke to the corpse before her in a solemn voice. "Holy archer Adonai, it is a great honor to meet you under these circumstances. Let's have a match to see who is the strongest warrior." As expected of a genius among geniuses, even in front of a corpse she was not afraid at all. Akila opened fire first and Adonai responded afterward. The two sides were evenly matched, neither willing to yield. The whole forest seemed to be torn apart. It was a battle between masters of aura, something not everyone gets a chance to witness. But no matter how strong the chieftain was, it was not easy to fight a corpse. Adonai was already dead. This was just a soulless corpse. As Ahuman had boasted, Adonai could use the multidimensional aura of hell indefinitely. Akila was not foolish enough to be unaware of that. She resisted to find her opponent's weakness. A ranged battle was disadvantageous, so she had to find another way. Speed, strength, and agility. Adonai was the perfect archer. He had no weaknesses, but Akila realized that he was missing one crucial thing. The will to fight. Two arrows collided, creating a terrible explosion. From within the smoke, Akila burst out and took the opportunity to attack with her feet. Adonai dodged the attack and slashed at his opponent's face with a knife. Akila took the opportunity to duck, drew her bow, and shot an arrow that grazed his shoulder. It didn't do much damage, but it made half of the corpse's body disappear. Akila landed on the ground and looked at the holy archer with respect. Then, with the intention of liberating her ancestor, she shot another arrow. "Is it because you have no will to fight because you are already dead? Or is it the longing to not harm your descendants?" But the chieftain's attack was completely nullified. This time Adonai no longer held back and was completely controlled by Ahuman. The corpse, as if trying to resist his summoning spell, cried out in pain. After resisting for a moment, the corpse lost its former appearance and turned into a demon. It could no longer be called Adonai. Following Ahuman's command, the hideous Adonai burst into flames, his whole body covered in black mana and his hair flew everywhere. The A-ranked demonic beasts living in the forest, attracted by the commotion, came to watch. But before they could even see who was causing the disturbance, their heads were sent flying. Even Akila was bewildered, unable to see which direction the arrows came from. Ahuman, triumphant, laughed in satisfaction at Adonai's power and ordered the corpse to deal with the woman before him. As soon as the words were spoken, arrows continuously pursued Akila. The chieftain kept fleeing from the murderous arrows. Every time she was hit by an attack, the poison of Madame Eight-Legs spread and her body grew weaker. There was not much time left. If she dragged it out any longer, there would be no chance to win. The chieftain turned back and shot two arrows at the same time. The first arrow missed, but the second hit its target. The moment the opponent blocked the second arrow, the first arrow would return and pierce their head. It was a technique that made the arrow gain maximum rotational force in the air. When it reached its peak, it would return and pierce the enemy. That was Akila's archery, something she had created herself after hearing about Adonai's battles with the Empire's knights. If it had been a person, they would already be a corpse buried in the ground, but this was an undead, so no matter what she did, it stood firm. A single arrow piercing the neck was not enough to take it down. Akila was quite helpless. She had used almost all her skills to fight, but she couldn't even scratch this corpse. From a high place, Einan watched the entire forest shake and was very anxious. But since Viker had specifically told her to stay put until he solved the problem, she could only grit her teeth and wait. After observing for a long time, Viker also realized that Ahuman was very afraid of Akila, so he was likely hiding behind Adonai to confront Akila, and it was true. After searching for a long time, he found his faint figure. Viker rushed in, hoping to take him down with a single attack, but he had the worst luck. He was blocked by the undead before he could even touch a hair on his head. Only then did Ahuman realize he had been ambushed and was shocked. If he hadn't been prepared, his head would have been sent flying. The corpses he had summoned were quite useful. They were strong enough to be buried in the warrior's cemetery. On this side, Akila was cornered, continuously attacked until she fell to the ground and knelt. Human was ecstatic and let out a roar of delight. Haha, you finally knelt before me. Aquila, the guardian of the forest, will soon die here, and I will rule this forest. This is my reward for a lifetime of unfair treatment. First, I'll deal with the tribe members who dared to look down on me. Human shouted, but what answered his words was not the cancreams of the villagers but the wails of the undead struck by the sixth fang of House Baskerville. That would be a problem. The people of this forest will soon become my supporters. Viker pierced through all the undead and spoke confidently to the old man. Human was so surprised his jaw dropped. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, that the undead knights who surpassed the level of a grand swordmaster had been completely defeated. Human wondered if this man was even stronger than a high-grade swordmaster. Now he had no more cannon fodder. Panicked, Human cried out Adonai's name, but it was already too late. Not even a god could save him now, and Adonai was helpless. Viker, dodging a flying arrow, rushed forward and slashed Human's arm horizontally, then slashed his back once more, and finally his neck. Watching his own body fall like a dry banana leaf, he cried out in agony, but he was powerless to do anything. The summoned undead also vanished into thin air along with him. Just as Adonai was about to deliver a fatal blow to Aquila, he fortunately had no more chances. The chieftain held his hand and paid her final respects. Rest in peace, great ancestor. Looking at the chattering head, Viker thought he was no ordinary man. To turn himself into an undead and use his voice to control warriors, including Adonai, with spatial magic. If Human had committed himself to the path of a true mage, the outcome might have been different. Barely clinging to life, he tried to shout with his teeth-bared mouth, "Don't think it ends like this. You'll regret putting me in this state. You and the Balak tribe, I'll curse you even in death." Before he could finish his words, his grandson Ahun shot an arrow straight into the middle of his forehead. Then, without even looking at his grandfather, he apologized to Viker for not being able to do it sooner. Seeing this, Viker patted his shoulder in comfort. "It's not your fault. You did well, Ahun. Now let's go back to the village. It's all over." But the ending was not a happy one. What greeted them was not their beloved village but a scene of desolation and destruction. Einan, sobbing and crying from a distance, ran and stood before them. "It was Madame Eight Legs. Fortunately I hid so I wasn't hurt." According to Einan, before Madame arrived, smoke had risen from the ritual site where they paid respects to their ancestors. After that, Madame rampaged everywhere as if venting her anger. After observing the scene for a moment, Viker found a gorilla's corpse and traces of burned insect-luring grass nearby. Only then did everyone gasp in horror. No one had known he had prepared such things. The chieftain was furious at this point. If his head hadn't already flown off, she would have torn him to pieces. After venting her anger on a rock, Aquila ordered the warriors to collect the remains of the fallen warriors and rescue the survivors. Not only the people but the livestock were also severely injured. Bakira's entire leg was infected with a deep blue poison. Einan cried in anguish, hugging her dog. The disastrous evil god Madame Eight Legs was an object of fear for the tribes and a difficult being to deal with, possessing the core of darkness. The Balak tribe considered Madame Eight Legs a natural disaster, so they had no thought of revenge. But Viker was different. He went to the chieftain and asked a few things about Madame Eight Legs. At first, Aquila was quite surprised to hear him ask, but when he took out the records about Madame that he had found in the Rococo village, she began to speak to him seriously. The Balak tribe had records of her from a very long time ago, a document about the battle between Adonai and Madame. In the battle, Adonai shot an arrow and pierced her leg and they thought they could kill her that way. But that was the beginning of the disaster. The destroyed leg instantly grew back, doubling in number. As they continued to destroy them, the number of legs increased infinitely. The more they tried to destroy them, the stronger the legs became. Not even a god's arrow could pierce that hard body. According to the records, everyone who participated in the battle was poisoned by Madame's venom. They could tell by the power of the poison remaining on the arrow. Legend had it that Madame was an evil god made of countless malevolent spirits. Aquila advised Viker to give up if he was looking for a way to fight Madame. She didn't want anyone else to be sacrificed. But despite the advice of his future mother-in-law, the chieftain, Viker still harbored thoughts of declaring war. The chances of him winning against Adonai or Aquila were very slim. But it was a different story with a demonic beast. Although monsters that invade the human world like Madame are very rare today, during the Age of Ruin, demonic beasts with power comparable to Madame were common, and Viker had countless experiences fighting them. No matter how strong Madame was, she was just a demonic beast, and a demonic beast naturally has habits and weaknesses. Viker resolved to find that weakness, and he would deal with her himself. Through the records of the Rococo tribe, Viker easily found the whereabouts of Madame Eight Legs. Without hesitation he went there to check. Every time she woke up it was a total commotion. After monitoring Madame Eight Legs' lair for several days, Viker discovered that she went out to find food at a set time and returned to her lair 2 hours later. Taking advantage of this, Viker charged straight into her dwelling to search. From the outside it looked like a rocky mountain, but the inside was empty. He cut a single strand of spider silk with the sword Beelzebub, looking at the cross-section. It was difficult to pierce even with the mana of a grand sword master, so instead of foolishly trying to cut it, it was better to use it as a foothold to go down. The entrance didn't seem wide enough for her enormous body to pass through, but the further in he went, the wider it became, like the mouth of a teapot. Considering Madame's size, this place was very suitable as a hiding spot. Looking around, Viker discovered corpses of people and monsters tied up in bundles. That must be the prey she had hunted. Some were barely touched but were already rotting. It was as if she were warning others or playing with her prey for fun. She seemed to know her position in this forest's food chain, but it didn't matter. There wasn't much time to figure that out. Viker had to investigate more before she returned. Oh, there it was. A giant egg nest. He swiped an egg for research. No wonder so many monster spiders appeared when the world was destroyed. This was the reason. Just as he pocketed the egg, Madame Eightlegs returned. Viker hid behind the spiderwebs, almost pissing himself, wondering if her intuition was strong enough to detect an intruder. If it weren't for the sound-nullifying skill the Musu had given him, he would have been dead already. After roaring for a while, Madame Eightlegs gave up her search when she couldn't find anything suspicious. Thanks to that, Viker was able to escape safely. A few days later, the young man continued to keep to himself, making Einan struggle to find him. Some said he went to another tribe early in the morning, while others said he had been still in his tent for days. Unable to listen to anyone, she decided to go to his tent herself to check. After standing outside for a long time, she was finally allowed to enter. Einan flew inside like a bird, but what met her eyes was the information about Madame Eightlegs that Viker had collected from various tribes in the forest. In addition, there were the eggshell and spider silk he had brought from her lair. Einan was startled and shouted loudly, "You went to Madame's cave? Are you really going to fight her? If so, I'll go with you." To this sudden proposal, Viker was surprisingly calm and refused her, who was still limping from the fight with Adonai. "You'll only be a hindrance if you follow." He also frankly said that he would be leaving this forest soon to return to the Baskerville family as he had things to do. Before she could be sad, he added that he would come back once he finished his work. So now he was making a plan to protect the place he would return to. Moreover, he had now figured out a way to hunt Madame. Einan could no longer stop him, because it would be useless even if she tried. She could only encourage him from the side, saying that everything would be fine. To execute his plan, Viker needed a regeneration ability, and of course the prey for that was a fire dragon. Without delay, the young man went straight to catch the monster. Now that he had the skill, it was time to start the main course. Looking up at the sky, he could only pray that God would bless the great warrior about to face a disaster. On a dark night, Viker ran into the forest with his bare hands, stopped where Madame was hiding and observed for a long time. It was the time the beast was asleep, the best time to hunt. Viker thought of the many variables that could occur while hunting Madame, so he devised many ways to resolve all situations, and now was the time to execute it. Following the old path, Viker jumped inside and delivered a blow with the sixth fang of the Baskerville family. He cut off her front leg and landed stylishly. Ambushed, Madame Eightlegs wailed miserably, and her leg multiplied into two as the legend said. Viker did not back down at her scream and executed Plan A. He continued to cut her other legs to make them multiply as much as possible. Poison splattered everywhere, and the young man was unfortunately hit by an attack, the poison spreading rapidly. He didn't want to use the regeneration ability, but in this situation, Viker had no choice but to cut off his poisoned arm. Without hesitation, he cut it off in one go, and immediately his arm grew back. Truly a genius among geniuses. To use a cheat skill without anyone knowing, facing Madame Eightlegs, Viker once again rushed in and rolled on her body, continuously swinging his sword. He didn't know how many times he had cut off his own limbs and regenerated them, but in return he had made the beast's legs multiply countless times. With the first plan successful, Viker grinned and jumped out of her hiding place. Seeing the intruder about to flee, Madame Eightlegs hurriedly gave chase, but unluckily for her, she fell into Viker's trap. The legs that had magically continued to multiply made it difficult for her to move and became a great obstacle. Unable to move, she lifted her rear and shot thick spiderwebs at her prey. Viker had predicted everything, so he easily dodged. And he had already thoroughly researched and discovered that this spiderweb had a fatal weakness. This web wouldn't burn with ordinary fire, but with hellfire it burned like firewood. Moreover, this place was filled with gas from corpses. It was as if it were shouting, "I'm right here." It was a very good condition for a fire to start. Drunk on your own power, you've accumulated too much karma. Good, now it's time to pay the price. Viker laughed triumphantly, shouted, and threw a fire to light up the entire hill. A long time ago, during practical training to improve his skills, he had met a pack of Cerberus that had been driven out of Black Red Mountain. Viker wondered why the tribes had to drive their enemies and dangerous monsters out of Black Red Mountain. Now, after researching Madame Eightlegs, he understood that they were trying to occupy territory to live. The tribe's people were defeated by Madame and were driven out to Black Red Mountain. And there was a reason she did that. In fact, Madame Eightlegs had borrowed the hands of the tribe's people to drive away Cerberus and the demons of hell. She did that because she wanted to avoid hellfire, and that was her weakness. And hellfire, as you now know, was right in Viker's hands. It was something he always carried with him, whether he was eating, sleeping, or shitting. Now that the fire was lit, he just had to prevent the beast from escaping the cave filled with spiderwebs. According to Viker's calculations, she wouldn't be able to jump out because of her many legs, nor could she use the spiderwebs to move. He was quite confident that he would win this time. Due to the heat of the flames, Madame's skin surface would gradually melt, and before the fire went out he had to obtain her ability. But how could a person's calculation match heaven's? Before he even had a chance to approach again, the cave suddenly shook. Madame Eightlegs broke the entire mountain and jumped out. She continuously opened her large sharp mouth and spewed venom everywhere like a firework display. The tree branches that came into contact with the venom were completely dissolved. The situation was extremely tense, and even Viker had not anticipated this. He stood motionless under her belly, sweating profusely as he observed. Fortunately, Madame Eightlegs' eyes and skin were burned, so she couldn't see him. There wasn't much time to think. Viker discovered cracks on her body that had formed when she destroyed the mountain. He quickly looked for an opportunity to attack there. A single attack could not easily kill this monster. Viker prepared for a second attack. But this time not even the ancestors could help him. Viker had made a mistake. Her eyes had regenerated as the outer shell fell off. A terrible blow landed squarely on the young man's body. He was sent flying quite far and both his legs were blown away. It seemed that because he had used too much strength, the regeneration speed was gradually slowing down. It was over now. Watching her searching for him from a distance, Viker could only helplessly pray for his 2 legs to grow back quickly. In this moment of life and death, a familiar voice echoed in front of him. "Why are you fighting that monster here? You should have left this forest long ago. If you want to get revenge on Hugo, you should only think about stabbing him. That is your only wish in this life. Because of the things that happened in the forest, that wish is gradually fading. Wake up and think about it. You must plunge a knife into Hugo's neck." Viker slowly raised his head and looked in the direction of the voice. Oh, what met his eyes was his own scarred face from his past life staring at him intently and shouting. The only reason he had existed in his past life was to carry out the missions given by his master. Even if he lost his life, he had to complete it. Because he had been raised that way since birth. That was his way of life, and it was the only thing that gave him pride. But despite being so loyal, in the end his head fell under his master's blade. At that time Viker realized that he had lived a futile life. In the past, Viker had also thought of going against Hugo's will. It was when he wanted to leave the unit, but in the end Viker lacked the courage. After that, he decided to follow the direction the shackles led. He admitted that he was a hound skillfully tamed by Hugo. Back to reality. Viker tried to push away the face before him. "Don't force me anymore. Whether I submit to Hugo or take revenge, I'll be the one to decide. You made the wrong decision in your past life. What you truly wanted was freedom." Before the words could finish, Madame Eightlegs located Viker and extended a sharp leg toward him. Fortunately, although this young man's legs were useless, his mind still worked quickly. He used all his strength to roll dozens of times and dodge the attack. Hovering on the brink of death once more, Viker realized that revenge and protecting the place he wanted to live were all his own desires. He wanted to live his own way, not be forced by anyone else. To no longer live under someone's control, Viker resolved to use all his strength to get up and fight that monster. After attacking Viker, Madame Eightlegs suddenly screamed in pain. A few of her legs were attacked again. But it wasn't Viker who had acted. His legs were still out of commission after all. Those 2 arrows were shot by Aquila and her daughter. From a distance, Einan shouted in anger at the beast, "You damn spider bitch, don't you dare touch my husband. Viker, I've come to fight with you. The warriors of the Balak tribe are with me too." The young man lying on the ground looked up at this chaotic scene, his mouth agape in utter surprise. He couldn't believe he would receive help again at this critical moment. Viker was overjoyed, like a drowning man grasping at a straw. Just then his legs grew back. It was truly a perfect coincidence. The Balak warriors scolded him for his solo recklessness, but their bodies continued to fight to help him deal with the giant spider. Everyone kept shooting arrows at Madame Eightlegs from a distance, while Viker quickly rushed in and attacked her a few more times with all his might, using the 6th fang. However, the spider was still imposing and seemed unfazed by such attacks. Viker's attack had officially angered her. Madame Eightlegs began to rampage. Under Einan's command, everyone held their ground and continued to fight. Aquila, though injured from the affair with the old man Ahuman, still joined the battle. Watching the fight, the chieftain was extremely ashamed. For a long time, everyone had considered Madame Eightlegs a natural disaster without even thinking of resisting. Every cell in their bodies thought so, but that young warrior was different. He overcame his fear and confronted that disaster as chieftain, whether she coughed up blood or her wounds reopened. Aquila decided she had to deliver a blow that would open a path for that warrior. Madame Eightlegs took a direct hit from Aquila's terrifying arrow. Viker seized the opportunity and leaped into the flames. His sharp teeth sank deep into her body. Viker became one with the beast. The Baskerville family's first technique, bite. Second technique, clamp down. Third technique, seize. Fourth technique, tear. Fifth technique, chew and swallow. And finally the 6th technique, pulverize. With the 6th technique, Madame Eightlegs' body seemed to be crushed and the chain around Viker's neck that had bound him for so long completely shattered. Now it was time to end it, a life bound to others. From now on he would no longer live the life of a hound. After that, Viker flew out of the beast's eye and she collapsed. The poison spread through the young man's body, causing a pain that made him want to kill himself. He used his remaining strength to throw his magic sword, trying to absorb her abilities and push the poison from his body. The sword plunged straight into the beast's body. She screamed horribly as if being torn apart by countless hellhounds, and then went to the great beyond. Viker too was out of energy and soon lost consciousness. When he awoke, a dense crowd of people was gathered before him, and Einan was continuously pleading and shouting for him to live. "I can't even get a moment's rest. I just closed my eyes for a bit, and they suspect I'm dead." Viker opened his 2 eyes as she wished and chided her. "Ah, I'm fine, please be quiet. I can't rest because you're shouting so loudly." Even though she was scolded by the young man, she was unspeakably happy and hugged him, crying bitterly. "Do you know how worried I was, you idiot?" For the next few days the Balak tribe celebrated their victory on the corpse of Madame Eightlegs. They feasted day and night, to the point that even Viker was exhausted. The dog Bakira lost a leg but defeated the other dogs and won his mate. It was truly a proud moment. After dealing with Madame, the young man was able to use the seventh fang. Although it wasn't perfect, he had gained results after dealing with the beast and had also accumulated more practical experience from the life or death battle. He was much stronger than before, but this was still not enough to assassinate Hugo. His goal in the forest was accomplished, so it was time for Viker to return to the Baskerville family. After completing all his preparations, he put on some flashy clothes and held his luggage in his hand. With the chieftain's permission, Viker said goodbye to everyone and left. Akila was reluctant to part but had no reason to hold him back. She reminded him that once family, always family, and that no matter where he was, they would be like one family. Everyone happily saw him off, wishing him a smooth journey. Goodbye, hero of the tribe. However, everyone was there, but only Einan's figure was missing. Not seeing her made Viker quite sad, but he didn't say it. He quickly left the forest, but he had to stop after just a few steps. Einan had been waiting for him for a long time. "Are you really leaving?" Einan opened her mouth and shyly handed something to Viker, telling him to take it. She said embarrassedly that it was Adonai's bow and Nubashit. She said she didn't use it well so he could take it. Not only that, but Einan also put the old chain around Viker's neck. She explained that when he was unconscious he kept mumbling about chains and dogs, so she made it for him again. Viker was quite surprised by this gift and couldn't say anything for a long time. "You're not a hound. A hound is not like you. You're a wolf. A wolf is not tied down by anyone," she said. Before Viker could say thank you, Einan pulled him close and planted a passionate kiss on his lips. "Truly the great man in my heart. He doesn't hesitate to do anything." Viker was embarrassed and stood frozen like a statue. He had no idea what was going on. After stealing someone's kiss, Einan left in tears filled with sorrow. Only after a long time did she turn her head from a distance to look at him, and they promised to meet again. Leaving the forest, Viker headed for Red Fang Castle, the place where he had first gone missing. Looking at the two flags on the castle walls, the young man wondered if House Morg was still mining rubellite. If so, they were still cooperating with the Baskerville family. Is she still here? What will she say when we meet again? But putting that aside for now, the young man was also tired. After a long journey he needed to find a place to rest. But before he could even think about which way to go, a golden statue that was both familiar and new appeared before his eyes. "My God, why is it so big?" To build such a statue would have required the consent of both families. Hugo agreed to this. While he was wondering, someone blocked him from behind. It was a guard. Seeing his suspicious appearance, the other party immediately opened his mouth. "What are you doing? Don't touch the hero's statue. I won't let you off if you steal even a little bit of gold. And don't touch it. Stay away." Viker almost fell over when he heard the two words hero. Unbelievable. He had to check again. The soldier, seeing someone who didn't know their hero for the first time, was quite angry. Then, showing his respect, he began to boast. "I witnessed him fight with my own eyes. His power swept away the demonic beast with a single blow. With the spirit of a knight, that hero tried to save the young lady of House Morg. He fought a giant monster alone, allowing his comrades to escape. The story of his sacrifice is so moving and tragic that House Morg erected a golden statue to express their gratitude." Seeing that Viker didn't believe him, the soldier became even more excited and pointed straight at his face with a firm voice. "Remember this. 2 years ago a great hero lived here, and his name was Viker van Baskerville." Viker almost threw up when he heard this. What kind of hero? It was truly unbelievable. To confirm further, the young man went to a tavern to get information. But as luck would have it, he ran into the 3 talkative triplet sisters of House Morg. They were drinking and passionately recounting their first meeting with Viker. From his beautiful appearance to his sharp eyes and expression, everything was perfect. An irresistible and enchanting beauty, they said. The 3 sisters even boasted that they had talked with Viker for a very long time, although they were interrupted by the 3 little brats of the Baskerville family. Viker sat opposite them, feeling disgusted as he listened. It was so different from what he had experienced then. After listening for a while, he heard a rather surprising story from the triplets. 2 years ago, when he went missing, Hugo was furious and went to House Morg to cause a scene several times. Even though House Morg had given a portion of immense value to the Baskerville family, Hugo still seemed to be angry. It was understandable that he was angry about losing a very valuable hound. Perhaps the compensation from House Morg was not satisfactory. One of the boasting sisters suddenly noticed Viker's suspiciousness and demanded that he stop and be inspected. But there was no way Viker would listen to her. He ignored her and prepared to pay and leave. Seeing that her words had no effect, she got angry, stood up and used magic on him. A commotion broke out in the tavern. He was almost caught up in it, but there was no way this shabby skill would work on the young man. He dodged it lightly as if he were dancing ballet. Unable to win, she resorted to numbers. A group surrounded him, pointing their spearheads at him and demanding that he take off his hat and cloak for inspection. This group was quite annoying. He could fight if he had to, but it wasn't important. Since he was planning to announce his return to the Baskerville family anyway, it was fine to let them see his face and remember him. Having made up his mind, Viker immediately took off his hat. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised when they saw him. While the three sisters were lost in the beauty before them, a soldier suddenly shouted, "What, that face, although it's a bit dirty, that coldness, black hair and red eyes, it's him. Viker is Viker." After a scream so tragic it could be heard all the way in Cambodia, the news that the hero who fought the monster returned after a 2-year disappearance spread like wildfire. The next day, before leaving this place, Viker didn't forget to ask about Camus Morg's whereabouts. When he learned that she had suddenly left Sir Adolph's Legion and joined the Dark Legion to study magic, Viker felt something was ominous. Before his regression, her relationship with Snake, the head of the Dark Legion, was very bad. Could it be that he had changed the future? Since there wasn't much time to stop by there, Viker left a message with the three blonde sisters to tell Camus that he wanted to meet her and to advise her to leave the Dark Legion. Viker returned to his position as deputy consul. Chiwa couldn't hide his joy. "Last time you snuck in through the window, but this time you can walk proudly through the front door." Ignoring the old man's praise, Viker looked out the window and helplessly asked why so many people were gathered outside. Hearing the answer, the young man's face turned ashen. The story of the deputy consul's life had spread throughout the empire. They had heard the news of his return and had come to welcome him. Just looking at it gave him a headache. Just as his stress was about to explode, Pomeranian fortunately ran over and hugged him, easing his worries. But this child was no less formidable than her uncle. She held out a mouse in her hand and boasted that she had just picked it up. "It's so cute." Viker just quietly warned her to be careful of the plague and then asked the old man if all the matters in Underdog City had been resolved. Seeing the deputy consul show interest in him, the old man stood up straight and reported that thanks to Cindy Wendy everything had been resolved smoothly. But the joy was short-lived. Chiwa took out a pile of documents and said with a sad expression that there were a few things that even Cindy Wendy couldn't find any clues about. Recently, children in the slums had been disappearing one after another. Their parents had not heard any news yet. They couldn't be found in the black market either, so the purpose of the kidnapping was unclear. It didn't seem like they were taken by monsters, and the children disappeared without a trace. Although there was no evidence, Chiwa was convinced it was the work of the same culprit. Looking at the documents in his hand, Viker was extremely angry. He remembered that in his past life the case of many missing children in Underdog City was related to his indictment. But after thinking for a moment, Viker felt something was strange. Wasn't that supposed to happen much later? While he was lost in thought, Pomeranian interrupted his train of thought by boasting that she had revived the mouse. The two looked and were shocked. They couldn't believe the fact before them, a large question mark appearing above their heads. It was necromancy, dark magic that used mana from the negative dimension. Viker stroked his chin and fell into thought. He who had no beard asked the child where she had learned this. Pomeranian, knowing she was about to be beaten, counted on her fingers and stammered. "1 night, 2 nights, 3 nights. I secretly watched the tribe's people do it and copied them." Viker thought it made sense since Pomeranian was found in the Rococo tribe village. It was natural for her to learn their black magic and necromancy. Besides, the children of the Baskerville and Morg families were considered geniuses. They could feel mana by the age of 8. A magical genius and a black magic genius of the iron-blooded Baskerville family had been born. Viker wondered how Hugo would react if he learned of this heaven-shattering fact. The thought that he would immediately execute this child who used black magic and had barbarian blood was chilling. Viker resolved that he could not let Hugo meet Pomeranian again, and that he had to hide her thoroughly. "Speak of the devil and he shall appear." As soon as the words were spoken, Chiwa, who had just read a letter brought by a pigeon, turned pale and announced that they were about to be in trouble. "The head of the family, the patriarch, is on his way here." Before the words could finish, Hugo appeared at the door without any time to prepare. The young man had no choice but to take Pomeranian to the next room. "You're back." Hugo opened his mouth, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Surprisingly, the old man showed interest in how his son had been eating lately and asked. Viker made up a ridiculous story to tell his father. First he was swept away by a river, then lived with barbarians to heal his wounds. During that time he said he pretended to be close to the barbarians and planned to annihilate them. Hugo laughed loudly when he heard that and seemed very satisfied. Viker continued to analyze his plan. "I will control the barbarians by supplying them with imperial products. To them, diamonds and handicrafts are cheap, while food, vegetables, and fruits are precious. Using this we can easily manage them. It's not just about making them submit with a trade plan. In the process we will demand that they kill monsters in exchange for imperial goods, making them shed their blood." Hugo was quite excited to hear his son's words. If they shed blood he would be able to expand his territory. What a scheme. "You are my son indeed." Thus the old man entrusted the matter to his son without a hint of suspicion. Seeing the conversation between the long-separated father and son revolve entirely around cutting and stabbing, Chiwa felt a chill run down his spine. Meanwhile the mansion's butler was profoundly shocked to see the patriarch smile as he used to. In the 2 years since Viker disappeared he had not smiled once. The father and son drank tea together, each with their own thoughts. Viker had already prepared for his plan. He did not want the Balak tribe to be massacred by the Baskerville family. From Hugo's perspective, the tribesmen would shed blood killing monsters. But in reality, they were just returning to Madame Eight Legs' territory. Thanks to this, he could temporarily prevent a battle and buy time for the Balak tribe to grow stronger. Since Hugo knew nothing of Madame Eight Legs' existence, he would think the Balak tribe easily agreed to negotiate, never dreaming that his enemy was growing stronger by the day. As Hugo was enjoying his tea, he suddenly remembered something, his face hardening as he reminded them that they would never negotiate with the Rococo tribe and that he would destroy them himself. Hearing this, Chihuahua's face turned pale. This incident further convinced Viker of Hugo's hatred for the Rococo tribe, and he became even more determined not to let him meet Pomeranian. Realizing he had suddenly become angry for no reason, Hugo held his head, looking apologetic, and worriedly told his son not to overexert himself. The old man also revealed that after Viker went missing while saving the young lady of House Morgue, they had received special benefits from the Morgue family. The royal family, upon hearing the news, had also bestowed an award upon the Baskerville family in honor of his noble knightly spirit. But Hugo's expression soon turned sorrowful. But to a child who has lost his father, everything is meaningless. The most important thing is that you are alive. So try not to push yourself too hard. Viker was disgusted to hear such words from the one who had cut off his head. It was all a lie. Before his regression, he had been falsely accused. The sensation of a blade piercing his back was still vivid. The sharp gazes of the hounds he had shared his life with were fixed on him. In that moment, Viker clearly felt that he had been abandoned by his master. Back then, Hugo hadn't even given the young man a chance to explain. The young man's heart was filled with rage, but he still had to pretend to be grateful and thank his father for his concern. In the midst of the extreme tension, Pomeranian suddenly ran in from somewhere, making the atmosphere even more strained. "Uncle, it's raining and I'm cold. The thunder and lightning are scary." Seeing the child, Viker froze. He had not wanted them to meet, but in the end he couldn't stop it. Damn it! Upon seeing Pomeranian, Hugo lost his composure and shot up, surprising Viker. The head of the iron-blooded sword family, Baskerville, one of the 7 great families of the Empire, Hugo le Baskerville was the one who drove the barbarians out of the Empire, a great swordsman who had slain hundreds of monsters. He was a man who saw things through once he made up his mind. He was literally known as a man of iron and blood, but now Hugo's emotions were beginning to waver. That face, could it be? Hugo stood up abruptly, looked at Pomeranian and questioningly asked Viker, sensing something ominous. Viker hurriedly explained. This was just a child he had brought with him to run errands. He had thought she was a member of the family because of her red eyes, but after investigating, he found she belonged to a tribe on the border and couldn't possibly be a relative of his. Thinking that his son's words made sense and that Penelope couldn't be this young if she were alive, Hugo didn't ask further and left. He also told Viker not to forget to attend an important banquet tomorrow. Seeing his uncomfortable demeanor, Viker guessed that there was definitely something more to it. It was truly hard to understand why a man with the spirit of a swordmaster would make such an expression. And that banquet must be a grand affair that only a few could attend. It was a place everyone in the family longed to go to at least once. At night, Viker lay shirtless on the floor thinking about the past. Although there was a warm blanket and a soft bed, the young man did not lie down. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to the primitive life of the past 2 years and couldn't adapt to a comfortable life. He mulled over Hugo's reaction and thought about observing his actions at the banquet tomorrow night. If used well, Pomeranian's existence could be the perfect piece to bring him down, and above all, he had to think of a way to keep the child from getting hurt. Just as he finally closed his eyes, another intruder appeared, an assassin with a glamorous body completely covered in a black cloak. Not even a full day had passed since he arrived. Rumors travel really fast. Viker spoke loudly, leapt up, kicked the dagger from the opponent's hand and was about to treat her to a secret technique of the Baskerville family. Fortunately, if she hadn't explained in time, she would have gone to meet her ancestors. It turned out Cindy Wendy had come to see how he was doing. After a light chat, they got to the main point. As expected, Cindy Wendy pulled out a bundle of documents from between her ample breasts. Seeing the way she hid it, the young man's face turned pale. It was so embarrassing he could die. In exchange for the documents, Viker promised to help her trade with the natives. Looking at the list of attendees for the grand banquet tomorrow night, Viker didn't find anything particularly noteworthy. They were all faces he knew well. For example, Boston le Baskerville, the captain of the Pitbull Knights, Hugo's half-brother. He was hot-tempered and hated being tied down. Ryden le Baskerville, the captain of the Mastiff Knights, and Osiris le Baskerville, Hugo's eldest son and the most likely successor to the patriarch's position. His swordsmanship was said to be on par with the 7 counts, so everyone believed he would soon reach the level of a Grand Master. Before his regression, Viker had also met Osiris a few times. He was a taciturn and cold person, not even caring about his subordinates or direct siblings. Besides the patriarch and the 7 counts, wasn't he the strongest in the family, or are you stronger than him? Cindy Wendy suddenly asked probingly, slightly annoying Viker. He immediately shot back that she should stop trying to gauge his fighting ability. Stung, Cindy had no choice but to shut up. Besides the people mentioned above, Viker paid attention to one more person, said Baskerville. Hugo's second son and second in line to succeed the patriarch. His talent had always been far behind his brother's, and he had suffered from a severe illness since childhood. His personality, unlike other members of the family, was gentle and kind. As a child, he was abused by Hugo for being weak. He was also the only one who cried for the hounds who were treated like trash, and the only person Viker respected in the family. The rest were not even worth his attention. The young man knew them like the back of his hand. Who else but Hugo's triplet sons? The banquet tomorrow night was sure to be very interesting. The next day the banquet began amidst everyone's anticipation. Viker entered with a serious face and greeted them. Viker van Baskerville, I have come to attend the banquet by order of the Patriarch. Thank you for the invitation. They each sat in their places, but in their hearts they were all making different calculations. Boston broke the extremely tense atmosphere by saying, the meat seems to be undercooked. But it was not a complaint for himself but for Raiden next to him. Why is this madman suddenly paying attention to me, drawn into this useless affair? Raiden glanced at him with an annoyed look. Do you have a problem with me? Seeing him frown, Boston slyly changed his direction. No, I just wanted to remind you that your meat seems undercooked. It would be too cruel to let our precious nephew eat raw meat. Viker was dumbfounded as he listened. What is this, my two uncles? And then something incomprehensible happened. Suddenly the two of them started arguing loudly. They were fighting over which unit would be better for Viker to join. The uncles spared no praise. As the eldest son of the family, Osiris was also witnessing this scene. Viker was truly fed up, was the only reason they had called him here, so they could fight over him, one of the 7 units representing Baskerville. The Pitbull unit and the Mastiff unit had made an offer. In the past he would have been very happy to be recognized, but now he decided to just let it go. Viker now simply regarded them as fools. Meanwhile Hugo did not intervene. He watched with interest as his 2 younger brothers fought. After a good fight, Boston turned to Viker and probed to see how much his nephew had improved over the past 2 years. Raiden did not lose either. He added that he too was curious about what his beloved nephew had experienced in that dangerous forest and how much he had grown. As if to say not to bother someone who is eating, Hugo finally opened his mouth and told his 2 younger brothers to let his son eat in peace. But there was no way they would listen. They still persisted with their questions. At this, Hugo got angry and shot them a sharp glare, threatening them. Shut up. You know I don't like to repeat myself. Seeing the situation turn hostile, Viker immediately stood up to resolve it. It's not that difficult to tell you about my achievements. I can show you my skills anytime, anywhere. Don't I have to train every day anyway? Uncle Thierry seems to have poured too much wine in his glass, and Uncle Den's steak is still a bit undercooked. After speaking, Viker lightly tapped the table with his finger, releasing a very powerful aura. It was enough aura to reduce the wine and cook the beef just right. Boston laughed loudly at this sight. He seemed very pleased with Viker's show of strength. But Viker was a little puzzled. Something was strange. 2 years ago when he fought Madame Eightlegs he had revealed himself to be an intermediate swordmaster. But no one knew this. Didn't those 3 triplets also know about his abilities? Why didn't they report it? It was very suspicious. As the eldest son of the family, Osiris couldn't be left behind either. He was known for being cold and taciturn, but he still had to add a word of praise. Well done, brother, very good. Keep up the good work. My goodness, what is this? Viker got goosebumps hearing the praise. What did I just hear? The first in line to succeed the Baskerville family, the one who most resembled Hugo, had just praised him. Not only Viker but his second brother, Set, who was sitting next to him, almost fell off his chair. He took a sip of wine and sarcastically interjected. This is the first time I've seen Brother Osiris praise someone. He's even smiling brightly. After teasing his brother, Set sarcastically said Viker was pretending not to recognize him. Upon hearing his younger brother say, I knew it was you, brother, Set's face brightened, and he chattered on for a long time. Seeing him chattering excitedly, Viker was reminded of the past. Set's open attitude, completely different from the people of the Baskerville family, was still the same. Viker had served Set all that autumn, so the two of them had some memories together. Even in the chaos of war, he was the only one who went to comfort the dead hounds. Set comforted him when he wandered the battlefield until his whole body was soaked in blood. Even when Viker was unjustly accused, he believed in Viker and stood by his side. He was the one who had accepted the young man, promising to protect him until the end. He was the only person he had wanted to meet at this banquet. But Viker smelled a disgusting and terrible stench, a smell only he who had been there all that autumn would know. The stench of a demon. He knew that a demon was hiding among the people here, but where and who was the source of that disgusting stench? What are you looking for, Viker? Set asked, breaking the young man's train of thought. Viker continued to observe Set's every move. He always spoke to Viker, worried that he would be awkward. Set asked the servants who brought the food how they were doing. He was that kind of person even before Viker returned. But why did he now smell of demonic power? Viker tried to find a clue and discovered that Set did not reflect in the glass. He guessed that Set was already dead and a demon had taken over his empty body. Viker hesitated, wondering if he should reveal the truth right here. But after thinking, he decided it was not yet time and decided to stay still and do nothing until he found evidence. After a long time of eating, drinking, and talking, this tedious banquet finally ended. Viker returned with a deep sense of disgust in his heart. He had wasted 5 hours eating with those people. The food really wouldn't go down. By Hugo's order, he couldn't return yet and had to stop by his residence for a while. But before he even arrived, he was being followed. It was the 6th fang of the Baskerville family. Viker debated whether to fight back. After asking himself, the young man answered himself. He could only show the level of an intermediate swordmaster and should not reveal a higher level. As soon as he thought it, he acted. Viker launched the 4th fang of the Baskerville family to confront the one who was following him. Oh, who would have thought it was Boston who wanted to test his beloved nephew, after blocking the attack and listening to his useless talk for a long time. Raiden also suddenly appeared from behind and reprimanded him for his barbaric behavior. Viker stood silently and watched the two uncles argue loudly for a long time, then left them and went on his way. Pit bull or mastiff, they were all the same. After fighting to their heart's content, the two uncles once again drew their swords and began to compete in martial arts. It was boring just to watch. After getting away from the two troublemakers, this time the three triplet brothers stood tall in front of Viker. Thinking they were about to attack, Viker was about to show them what a difference in skill was and teach them a lesson. Now there was no other way but to deal with all the hounds who didn't know their place. But surprisingly, the three of them drew their swords at the same time and knelt down with a thud, freezing Viker for a few dozen seconds. Is that posture a vow? The young man asked himself. A posture of firmly stabbing a sword to pierce the back of the foot. That posture meant dedicating one's life to another. What are you doing? Viker asked, not understanding. They answered in one voice that they wanted to repay their debt with their lives. I was very scared when I was attacked by you at the age of 9. I acknowledged you when you hunted Cerberus, and I was very surprised when you pierced the Ewing. Finally, when you confronted the giant monster in the forest, we were completely impressed and came to admire you. On the day we saved our lives and fled, the three of us decided on this. From today, we vow to become the three spears of Van Baskerville. Please be our master. We hounds will serve our master for the rest of our lives. Viker's eyes welled up with tears of emotion when he heard this. What is this? Before his regression, these damn guys had caught him when he tried to escape. They were called the Three Spears of Hugo, and Viker knew that they were just hounds following orders, but that didn't mean his feelings disappeared. Viker nonchalantly passed them and didn't look back, but still pretended to be noble. No need to vow. I'm tired, so let's postpone it. I have a grudge against you, but if you come willingly, I'll accept. In the dark and quiet night, three clear voices echoed, and a satisfied smile spread across Viker's lips. Returning to the matter at hand, Set's body being possessed by a demon was something he hadn't expected. He had to ask Cindy Wendy to investigate it quickly. If nothing else, Viker would have to drive out that demon, but before that he had to clarify one thing with Hugo. Hugo, standing before his son, demanded that he enroll in the academy as he had promised before, Colossio Academy. It was recruiting for its 20th class of freshmen, a huge educational institution run by Delcope Rock. Graduates of the academy could take advanced courses from royalty or high-ranking officials in other fields. Before his regression, Viker had gone to the academy as an attendant for the triplets. At that time his face was full of scars and he limped. The children at the academy despised him like an abandoned dog, but it was different now. Let's see who's on top. Hugo asked him if he wanted to go with the triplets or if he wanted to take someone else, and that he just needed to let him know. He was in a good mood and would listen to anything. Viker was in no hurry to deal with that matter. He mentioned the reward he would receive for his contribution to the diplomacy with the Morg family 2 years ago. Viker decided to be bold and make a deal this time, and spoke daringly. Could you tell me a story after that? Please allow me to ask a question. Hugo was quite surprised by his son's behavior but nodded in agreement. Viker continued. I want to hear the story of Lady Roxana and Lady Penelope, your deceased first wife and the daughter born between you. Can you tell me about them? Upon hearing this, Hugo seemed to lose his composure. He clenched his fists. Gritting his teeth, he asked him why. Was he just curious? Viker, unafraid, confidently replied that he would reveal his reason if the patriarch told him. The young man wanted to know the old man's attitude toward his daughter, who had been kidnapped by barbarians. This was information he needed to decide whether he should reveal Pomeranian to the old man. Everything he had heard from the butler was hard to believe, so he couldn't rely on it to let Pomeranian meet the old man. He had to confirm it himself. Hugo had no other choice. Once he had agreed, what could he do but see it through to the end? He really began the story. Roxana is the only woman I've ever loved in my life. Penelope was the greatest treasure of my life. My goodness, listen to him talk about love. Viker felt a chill down his spine hearing those words. In fact, Roxana and I were not in an arranged marriage or anything like that. She was just a commoner with nothing. I still remember the first time we met. I fell in love with her at first sight. Hugo continued his tragic story, unaware that Viker was eavesdropping. To be specific, they faced opposition from the family, and Hugo abandoned everything to follow the call of love, but even after running away it was not peaceful. They were hindered once again. The family had set up a watch on the streets of the Baskerville family to catch those who had run away like them. Hugo fought desperately to protect the woman he loved. The path the two walked was thorny and no one blessed them. But no matter how hard it was, they managed to get married and defied their parents' opposition. As a result, Penelope was born. Hugo always did everything he could to protect the happiness he had found so hard. But unfortunately, the happiness did not last long. After giving birth, Roxana's body weakened rapidly. In the end, she left the world, leaving behind a still young Penelope. Fortunately, the child grew up smart and cheerful. But this was not a happy ending. An accident happened after that. Penelope went out for a walk and was kidnapped by the Rococo tribe. How could those barbarians have penetrated so deep into Baskerville territory? Why did they take Penelope? I couldn't understand it at all. To this day I have not found any trace of Penelope. Hugo spat out each word with rage. At this point, Viker also gradually understood the situation. To expand his own territory, he had set out to find Penelope and conquer the barbarians. Feeling that his own power was limited, he increased the number of his wives through arranged marriages. Hugo had children with the same military talent as himself. As the years passed, a powerful family was born. The iron-blooded sword family Baskerville was on the border, but no one could surpass them. A cold-blooded man focused only on the glory of the empire and the revival of his family, but behind that was the sorrow of losing his loved ones. But what did that matter? There is no villain without a story. All that remains is their evil deeds. What's the difference between them and those heartless people who give birth to sons and send them to the battlefield? Viker inwardly cursed with anger. The story was over. Hugo also asked Viker for his reason. Viker also did not hesitate to take out the pocket watch Pomeranian always carried from his pocket and hand it to the old man. As soon as Hugo saw it, his face changed color. Before he could understand what was happening, Viker said something that almost made him fall backward. What would you do if Penelope's blood relative appeared? Penelope's daughter, I mean. In other words, you have a granddaughter. As soon as the words were spoken, Chihuahua brought Pomeranian in from outside. Viker explained that he had met the child in Rococo territory when he was in the forest and that the person who had given her the pendant was the child's mother. Seeing him still looking at the pendant in a daze and then at Pomeranian, Viker waited eagerly. He waited for the moment Hugo would waver. What he hated most was what he wanted to see most. Hugo slowly approached and asked once more with eyes full of killing intent, "Is this child really the child of Penelope and that barbarian bastard?" Viker nodded quickly, as if to provoke him to go crazy as soon as possible. He thought that the moment the old man began to collapse would be the moment his revenge began, but it was truly frustrating that things didn't go Viker's way. After learning the whole truth, Hugo turned 180 degrees, collapsed at Pomeranian's feet and cried like a baby. Viker couldn't believe this at all. The next day, even after witnessing Hugo smiling brightly with his granddaughter with a very happy expression, he still thought it was a dream. When he regressed, the thought of assassinating Hugo had crossed Viker's mind, but in reality it was impossible. Those who had reached the level of a swordmaster all had firm minds, so he could not find any of his weaknesses even in daily life. Years after giving up on the assassination, Viker met Pomeranian. He thought that if the child appeared, his emotions would surely be shaken. Even a swordsman's heart of steel would be shaken. And he, a swordsman who had been tempered, had overcome the poison of Madam and Beelzebub. As time passed, the probability of a successful assassination gradually increased. With that thought, Viker brought Pomeranian to plan Hugo's assassination. But his sudden change at that time made him very confused. Hugo shed tears of happiness and regret. It was a sight he had never thought he would see in his life. Because of that, Viker had to hide his plan, making himself out to be a good person who had found a lost family member for his damned father. His sons and butler were all surprised by this sight. Viker wondered if the Hugo before him was the same flawless Hugo of the past. The young man felt helpless and returned home, lying down on his bed, but he still couldn't escape the confusion in his thoughts. The old Hugo he knew was the one who had framed him and mercilessly cut him down. But now, why was he hesitating just before making a move? He was really tired of this person. It was as if he had collected firewood for 3 years, but it all got wet before he could even light it. Wendy entered through the window, breaking the young man's train of thought. She grumbled that while she was working hard, he was lying comfortably in bed. Then through the documents she had investigated about Set Baskerville to the young man, she was too busy to argue. Wendy briefly explained what she knew. It seemed that Set was sponsoring several orphanages under a pseudonym. As a sponsor, he was in charge of adoptions, and notably, the identities of all the adoptees were erased. They couldn't find any information about the whereabouts of the adopted children either. Wendy emphasized that if a demon were to kidnap children, it would surely be for sacrifice or to eat them. And Set could be related to the missing children case in Underdog. Viker thought it made sense. Only now did he realize that he had missed that detail. Set is now a demon. And before his regression, the Set Viker had served was also a demon. It must have been that bastard who had framed him to be cut down by Hugo. Thinking this far, the young man felt foolish for having lived so long without knowing what was right in front of him. Meanwhile, on Set's side, a 10th-ranked great demon, Andromalius, had brought his next prey to his den. After swallowing the child alive, he grumbled that it wasn't enough and complained, stroking his chin, that the food supply was still insufficient. He wondered if he should raise them in herds like livestock and slaughter them all at once. The 8th-ranked great demon heard that crazy thought and hurriedly stopped him. If they made a big scene, it would be easier for the humans to notice their existence. Besides, they only hunted young prey. The Baskerville family's dogs had very keen noses, so they had to be careful not to be sniffed out. But this guy thought that was nonsense. He boasted confidently that he had created a 100-safe barrier that no one could invade. To quickly increase his magical power and open the gate, he had to suck more blood for 12.5 years, and especially he couldn't arouse human suspicion. The 8th demon reminded him once more. They were the great demons, the ones who would open the gate between humans and demons. The only goal should be the Age of Ruin. Everything was for the benefit of the great demons and the destruction of mankind. Andromalius casually replied that he understood, but after the other guy left, he had other thoughts. To weaken the Baskerville family and not hinder their plans, Hugo had to maintain his cold-blooded nature, and the children of the Baskerville family had to be eliminated as well. Naturally, that included Viker, who displeased Andromalius from head to toe. He scowled in anger and vowed to nip it in the bud. The next day, something very surprising happened. Hugo called Viker to walk with him quietly for 5 minutes, and then suddenly the old man apologized to his son for being a bad father, for treating his children like hunting dogs, and for always putting them in danger, blah blah blah. After that, Hugo poured out all his heart, blaming himself for living a life of anger because of his own childishness. Then he bowed his head 90 degrees in apology and said he was very grateful to him. He had heard the story of Penelope again from Pomeranian. Knowing that his daughter had passed away peacefully, his heart, which had been heavy for a long time, felt much lighter. It was as if he had been saved. When Viker didn't answer, Hugo, still bowing his head, promised to reward him not as a reward for a hound but to express his gratitude. Viker still stood like a statue at this time. A vague question came to his mind. Recalling the time he had taken care of him, wasn't the Hugo before him too different from the Hugo he had known before? The cold-blooded Hugo might no longer exist. That was the most special thing that had happened since Viker had regressed, but because of that it was harder to decide everything. Should he forgive Hugo, whom he had only thought of getting revenge on for 17 years? Even though it was Set who had framed him in the past and not Hugo, he still didn't believe it and decided to execute him. Revenge or forgiveness, which side should I choose? That question lingered in Viker's mind, but now he had no more time to think. He had to do what he had to do. He would decide Hugo's matter later. After that, Viker asked for the special grace he had promised at that time. It would allow him to eliminate Set more easily than ever before. Meanwhile, Andromalius was still engrossed in his plot to eliminate the seeds of disaster, completely unaware that he was already a target. He pretended to be close to Pomeranian and looked for a way to get rid of the child. While talking, Andromalius accidentally mentioned Penelope, making the nanny a little suspicious, and to eliminate that danger, he thought it would be faster to just eat her without needing to explain. With no one to disturb him anymore, he was about to eat Pomeranian right away while she was hot, but was interrupted again. Set, where's the nanny? Why are you here? Osiris appeared in time and saved Pomeranian's life. He was very angry at being disturbed, but he had to force a gentle smile and pretend to explain ABC. He called him brother with his mouth, but in his heart he wanted to stab this brother to death. Osiris approached and held his hand tightly, looking at Set with affectionate eyes. Shouldn't you go back to your final training now? Don't overdo it. If you need help, just tell me anytime. Seeing his brother worry about him for the first time, Set was shocked. Who was I oppressed by my father because of? It was all because I was compared to you, who was considered a genius. If it weren't for you, Set looked at Osiris with a hateful expression, then realized he had just acted wrongly. The memories in the host's mind appeared and made him lose control for a moment. After regaining his composure, he turned around and left, but his heart was full of anger. Looking at Set's departing back, Osiris felt a little awkward. This was the first time he had shown concern for his younger brother. As the eldest son of the family, he naturally had to resemble the patriarch. Osiris had learned that way under his cold father's shadow, but now that his father was actually able to express his emotions, he also decided to show his emotions from now on. Osiris patted Pomeranian's head and thanked his niece for bringing a new wind to the Baskerville family. Set was so angry that he returned to his den and grumbled, complaining about missing his prey. A few days ago, he had no chance to approach Pomeranian either, because Hugo was always stuck to the child's side. This was the only chance, but that damn Osiris interfered. It was so infuriating. Having no other choice, Set calmed himself down and decided to wait until the gate opened. There was still a lot of time, so there was no need to rush. It would be more effective to deal with her after Hugo had formed a deeper bond with his granddaughter Pomeranian. Set thought of all sorts of ways to get rid of Pomeranian. For example, he could poison her like Roxana so that she would appear to have died of illness, or use barbarians to kidnap her as he had done to Penelope, or even grind her up and eat her fresh. While he was happily thinking about that time, outside, Viker casually broke the barrier. He was so confident no one could enter and came in. "I've come to find you, brother, as I promised." Set. Viker walked in confidently. As soon as he saw him, he was so surprised he almost collapsed, shouting at his opponent how he had gotten in here. "Oh," Viker confidently said that he had been following him for a long time, but he was so lost in thought that he didn't notice. Although he said that, would he have been able to catch up with his eyes if he didn't have the Musu's sound nullifying skill? Viker continued to pretend to be gentle, and asked his brother what he was doing in such a disgusting place, saying that his brother was the demon behind the missing children case in Underdog City. Hearing this, Set also knew he had been exposed and no longer hid it. He shamelessly admitted that he was a demon, took up his sword and excitedly charged straight at Viker, slashing him. "I don't know why you came here empty-handed so confidently, but I'll just kick you into the chicken coop and be done with it. But you're so unlucky, brother. You could have fought anyone, but you had to fight Viker. Why are you laughing?" Set finished his attack and turned to his opponent, asking. By the time he noticed, his arm had already flown into the chicken coop with his sword. Set clutched his arm in pain, wondering when he had gotten a weapon. It was as if his soul was being cut from his body. He suddenly shouted and asked, "The magic sword Beelzebub, how do you have the relic of an ancient demon lord?" Indeed, demons recognize each other's origins. Viker pointed out clearly that he was one of the 10 high-ranking demons who had descended to the human world to open the gates of hell. Set was once again shocked and cried out in despair. How do you know that? What, the soul you have? How can I smell the blood of our demons from the soul of a brat like you? Have you been to hell? Viker did not answer him. The hatred in his heart boiled over, and he recalled that the one who had framed him in the past was this very same man. As if that wasn't enough, he had deceived Viker into thinking he was a benefactor, and in the end had personally executed him. Being used like that was enough. Viker no longer held back, his face strangely filled with excitement. Wake up, demon, wake up from your dream. I'll give you a comfortable death. Set was frozen for a few dozen seconds, and his blood ran cold at the sight of the opponent before him. Before Viker's regression, a disaster struck the peaceful world. The gate connecting the human and demonic realms opened, and it was then that the demons began their invasion. It was called the Age of Ruin. The one who opened the gate was none other than the first of the 10 high-ranking demons to descend to the human world. In the long war against the demons, the hounds of the Baskerville family had encountered the 10th high-ranking demon. The result was desperate. Of the 671 who participated in the battle, 666 died, and of the 5 survivors 4 lost consciousness, and only 1 remained. The reason he had been left alive was because of the demon's whimsical taste to make the number of the dead 666. The overwhelming power of the 10th high-ranking demon was self-destruction, surprisingly. The young man had now met that demon again. Only the time was different. Seeing the scattered skeletons of children, Viker became even more enraged and cut off his remaining arm before he could say another word. But this guy had the ability to regenerate. In just a few seconds both arms had grown back, good as new. He stood up confidently and loudly declared that he would eliminate him immediately to get rid of any future trouble. But Viker didn't care whether he was spouting nonsense or not, because the one who had to die was him. The world has changed, kid. Set was still confident, not believing in a misfortune that had not yet come. He thought that since the opponent's middle name was Van, he would be different from the children with the same middle name as himself. According to the rules of the Baskerville family, illegitimate children and those from collateral branches could not learn swordsmanship beyond the 4th fang. So Set thought Viker could not defeat him, who had learned up to the 6th fang. But that confidence was short-lived, and the next moment reality slapped him across the face. Viker clearly showed him what the family's 7th fang, which only the patriarch could use, was. After a fierce battle, the tide turned in Viker's favor, and the magic sword Beelzebub pierced his chest. You demons always look down on humans, saying you are high-ranking demons, but you don't know. The easiest to deceive in this world are the cunning demons. Viker laughed triumphantly and spat in his face. Even the heroes who closed the gate and ended the Age of Ruin could not find and punish the 10 high-ranking demons. But now it was different. The Age of Ruin had not yet begun. The 10 high-ranking demons were in hiding to build up their power. Now was the perfect opportunity to deal with them. Viker approached Set's ear and whispered a few words of love, making him so scared he pissed himself. To be able to make a demon fear a human, one could tell what his level was. Viker continued to stab. Set spat blood and retreated, the blood turning into sharp thorns that wrapped around his body. He slowly walked out from within his body in the form of a demon. He could no longer be called Set. He had to be called Andromalius. In his demonic form he expressed his superiority and admitted that Viker's strength had surprised him a little. Then he sent out snakes from all directions to attack. The young man, caught off guard, couldn't avoid it and was bitten several times. Seeing the bite marks, Andromalius was confident that it was enough and showed off his infinite blood-sucking technique. My power is to control the flow of blood. As long as my opponent is a living creature, my power is invincible. I'll suck all your blood and let you slowly wither and die. Faced with this threat, Viker was surprisingly calm. He covered his mouth and sneered. What a stupid fool. Before the words were finished, Andromalius also realized something was wrong, fell to the ground and struggled. It turned out that Viker's blood contained the poison of Madame Eightlegs, and he even cut off his arm to show his self-healing ability. It was truly cool and amazing. Andromalius was so continuously surprised that he no longer had the energy to be shocked. He couldn't believe that a monster like himself existed in this world. At this time, Andromalius's top priority was to survive and inform the other demons of Viker's existence. He absorbed the magic power released from the cave to increase his power and turned all the water here into blood. And of course there was no way Viker would let him do as he pleased. A second later, the young man's blood was mixed in that water. But this guy did not absorb that blood. His purpose was to turn them into blood knights who could replicate the 6th fang he had learned. Although Viker's 7th fang was outstanding, it would be impossible for him to deal with so many of them at the same time. To end this quickly, Viker no longer wasted time with small talk. Of course he was not foolish enough to come and fight a demon alone and empty-handed. Viker had prepared a trump card that Andromalius would never have dreamed of. He took a whistle from his pocket and began to blow it. Andromalius was truly desperate this time, shouted the 2 words, "No way," and then angrily ordered the Blood Knights to charge. Viker still stood and finished his words before joining the battle. If I add the power I already have and the right to use it as a Baskerville Knight, this whistle can use all the power of the family. Before the words were finished, a terrible power erupted from somewhere. Half of the mountain was completely gone. Andromalius's cave was now empty. Following that, a familiar and terrifying voice echoed. A single person requested to borrow all of Baskerville's military power to hunt a demon, and that person is my son. Seeing the mighty army before him, even the demon Andromalius flinched. Not only Hugo but the head of the army, the eldest son Osiris, was also there. Tear that bastard to pieces. Viker did not let this demon run rampant for even a second longer and immediately gave the order. The soldiers charged immediately. Countless swords plunged into Andromalius's neck and he screamed in pain. Since he had the ability to suck blood to recover his magic power, Viker ordered the wounded to soak themselves in the poisoned river, and the uninjured to fight to the end and not give the demon a chance to survive, so all hounds must protect themselves and not get hurt. A major offensive began and countless heads were cut off. It was repeated over and over, but even though they knew the enemy's abilities well, the hounds of the Baskerville family did not back down. Faced with a power beyond his imagination for the first time, Andromalius knew it would be difficult for him to escape. His quick mind struggled to find a way out. Let's negotiate. If you let me leave here alive, I'll immediately leave Set's body. You're not going to abandon the family's second son, are you? Andromalius stubbornly persisted, but he wasn't even given a chance to continue his words. The negotiations are over. It was concluded with a single firm word from Viker. Do you think Baskerville would agree to such a negotiation? Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Andromalius fumbled in the crowd, his eyes darted around. Oh, there he is. His gaze was fixed on Osiris. He knew he was the most soft-hearted person in the Baskerville family and targeted him. When his name was called, Osiris immediately came down to assess the situation. Knowing his brother was soft-hearted and naive, Viker used his experience to implore Osiris not to be deceived. Osiris nodded and said he understood, then demanded to meet Set's soul. As if grasping at a lifeline, Andromalius immediately transformed into Set's head and cried pitifully, begging, Brother, it's me. I'm still alive. I'm sorry I sold my soul to a demon. The days of being compared to you and judged by Father, they were so hard. I was too weak. I really regret selling my soul to a demon. I've caused so much trouble until now. Please give me a chance to atone for my sins. Seeing his brother's tears, I thought Osiris would soften, but he became too soft. He raised his sword and cut off the demon's neck with a single blow, and before he could understand what had happened, the demon fell in shock. The head had already flown into the chicken coop. Set, I don't think there's any other way. My heart aches for you too. As Osiris sheathed his sword, Viker stood beside him and comforted him. At this moment, the brother also deeply regretted not paying more attention to his younger brother, giving the demon an excuse to approach Set. While the two brothers were chatting, Andromalius's head soared high into the sky. He cursed the group below as fools and vowed to return and take revenge once he recovered. Just you wait. With no wings, Viker and Osiris could only watch. What the two sons couldn't do, the father did for them. Hugo looked up at the sky with sharp eyes from a high place. I taught you a swordsman should not reveal his weaknesses, son. Andromalius felt his legs go weak when he heard these words. The fear of standing before a transcendentally strong person. Hugo's sword slowly came out of its scabbard. Set triumphantly sneered at him, saying that even a swordmaster could not reach the sky. Before his words were finished, Hugo showed Andromalius what a festival was. With a single sword strike, he shattered his head into hundreds of pieces. Indeed, Sword Saint Hugo Le Baskerville lived up to his name. Finally, at the hands of the patriarch, the attack was successfully concluded, and not a single hair was harmed. A few days later, a notice was posted throughout the Baskerville territory. The truth behind the child kidnapping case and several other incidents was thoroughly investigated, and the compensation process began. After reading it, everyone was shocked. The matter of the high-ranking demon was not revealed, but the cruel actions of the family's second son were clearly exposed. Soon after, in court, Set's mother, Nut, was tried for the crime of releasing a poisonous snake into the children's room, poisoning the first wife, plotting to kidnap the family's eldest daughter, and aiding and abetting Set's child kidnapping. She was sentenced to death on the spot for a total of 1642 charges. Surprisingly, Nut was not brainwashed by the demon. She only cried out that she wanted to see Set before she died. After that, Set's subordinates received the same punishment. The person responsible for this trial was none other than Osiris. Everything was presided over and decided by his hand, and there was one more person. The person who received a portion of Osiris's power. That person was none other than Viker van Baskerville. The story of the war with the demonic realm, along with the fact that Viker had made the greatest contribution, spread widely among the residents of the territory. The residents' complaints about the family gradually subsided. To honor the hero Viker, Osiris and Viker completed their mission in less than a week. The fact that a high-ranking member of the Baskerville family was tried on the spot was a bolt from the blue for many residents of the territory. It showed how strict the laws of the Baskerville family were, and that even family members were no exception. Realizing the strictness of the law once again, people became more cautious, and after this incident, Hugo seemed to have completely changed. He shaved his beard clean, looking much more like a grandfather. And as a father, he prevented Viker from doing any more work and hurriedly prepared to enroll him in the academy as promised. The purge of those related to Set was also finished, which meant that the remnants of the demons would also disappear from the Baskerville territory. To be sure, Viker asked Wendy to investigate information about the other demons. After experiencing several unexpected events, Viker now had other thoughts. Before his regression, his life was bound by a chain, following its direction and only looking at Hugo's back, so he didn't realize that Hugo was also being controlled by another chain. The things he knew had now changed, including his experiences, relationships, and even the ending. It turned out that after removing the chain, Hugo also had such a positive side. Viker was convinced that the Hugo he had intended to get revenge on no longer existed. His past was liberated. Viker would go to the academy to continue his new life. However, he was not yet free, because the real revenge would begin from now on, and the future would be an unpredictable confrontation between a genius and a demon. A bustling city appeared before his eyes, and a river flowed through it, crossing the streets. Every day, countless people flocked to the water city of Venero, the capital of the Great Rock Empire. The most eye-catching thing was the huge and majestic academy surrounded by winding waterways. Today was also the entrance ceremony of the world's most prestigious Colosio Academy. The first day was very noisy with the Academy's club recruitment. Clear voices shouted one after another. "Welcome, I'll tell you a very wonderful story. It's our small meditation club, first years. Could you fill out this questionnaire? Please stamp and fingerprint the application form." Beads of sweat formed on their faces, but they looked very excited. This year's first-year recruitment is much more competitive than last year. Both the Fire and Ice Department freshmen are no pushovers. To briefly introduce, this academy is divided into two departments. Specifically, the Ice Department consists of students who use swords, bows, and spears, while the Fire Department consists of students who use magic. For 4 years here, besides learning those fields, students will also learn all the knowledge of the continent. 2 seniors were diligently studying the list in their hands. These are the notable freshmen of this year. They are faces that couldn't shine any brighter. Tutor of the Don Quixote family, famous for his spearmanship. Bianca of the Yu family, famous for her archery. Both of them took first place in the Ice Department's practical exam and are receiving the most love calls. We can't leave out the 3 brothers of the renowned Hound family. Following them, the 3 triplets of the iron-blooded swordsman family, the Baskervilles, took 3rd place. If it's the Baskerville bastards, there's nothing more to say. Next, there is one more person who is receiving the most attention in the Fire Department. She is a very talented freshman, Sinclair. First place in the practical exam, 2nd in theory. Her overwhelming score was recorded. Amidst the countless stories, a pair of feet quietly approached. There's one more person, the top student in the theoretical exam. Viker mysteriously pushed up his glasses, and at the same time his name was called. Viker. Red eyes were revealed from under the glasses, and he could not be mistaken for anyone else. But his reputation didn't seem to be very good. Why would you recruit a bookworm who's the top student in the theoretical exam? He's sure to ruin the club's atmosphere. With over 10 students named Viker among the first years, trying to find him would be a pain. He had intentionally enrolled as a commoner, dropping the Baskerville surname to avoid standing out at the academy. But now he was breaking out in a cold sweat, having never expected to attract this much attention. Like it or not, their whispers got on his nerves. He had heard that life would be more difficult if he enrolled as a commoner, so taking first place in the theoretical exam instead of the practical one seemed to have backfired. Not far away, a person handing out applications was flustered to see the 3 Baskerville brothers hiding behind a stall. "We must protect our master." He didn't seem to have noticed them yet. "I must try to be as inconspicuous as possible. That's the only way I'll be able to act more freely." Suddenly, a loud cheer caught Viker's attention. "Senior, please look at me." A crowd of people surrounded a single girl. "Senior, I'm a fan of yours. I really love you. I came to this academy to meet you. You're so noble and holy. You're so beautiful," she said in a flustered voice. Now everyone, please calm down." It turned out this person was Dolores Runquovides, the student council president and vice president of the newspaper club. She asked, "Are you all interested in the newspaper club?" They replied instantly without hesitation. "No, we're more interested in you, senior." He watched quietly from a distance. Dolores Runquovides. Seems she's the student council president. I should avoid her. With that decision made, he left the spot before Dolores could notice anything. The academy was built in a high-rise style. The campus was situated in a large space surrounded by a U-shaped structure. Viker stood before a door and asked, "Is this it?" A moment later, someone else approached him. "Oh, you're in this room too?" He turned his head curiously toward the sound. Then we're roommates. It was a student with a bright and pure expression. He introduced himself. "I'm Piggy." Viker was slightly surprised, but still replied politely. "Viker," he greeted him enthusiastically. "Nice to meet you." Viker gradually recalled the past. "Piggy, I remember him clearly. Before his regression, Piggy had kindly offered him a bag full of bread. Want some? He had been very kind, always taking care of him in various ways, even though I had only come to attend to the 3 brothers. The next thing that came to mind was the sight of him surrounded by a group of menacing faces. Back then he was bullied by the bad apples in the same room. That was the beginning of his unfortunate days. Entering the room, he threw his bag to the side, hoping that what happened then would not be repeated. Piggy enthusiastically guided him. "It's a bunk bed, so pick whichever one you like." He mentioned an important upcoming event. "Viker, are you going to the freshman welcome party after dinner?" He awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Ah, was that a pointless question? It's not mandatory, but all the freshmen will be there. School life will be tough if you don't make friends or get close to the seniors, he said firmly. No, I'm not going. His two eyes widened in disbelief. Why you're not going? He replied curtly. Yeah, a look of extreme worry instantly crossed his face, and no, you can't if you don't go. The seniors will single you out. You'll become an outcast among your peers too. The next moment he began to list them off. Many famous seniors will be there. The student council president Saintus Dolores will be there too. Our class is truly amazing. Tutor, the eldest son of the Don Quixote family, and Bianca, the eldest daughter of the Yu family. Have you heard of them? And that's not all. The three Baskerville brothers will be there. They are really talented. Also, Sancho from the Northern Mercenary Guild turned down the leadership of the Varangians to come here. Sinclair will be there too. She passed the Mage Tower exam with the highest score. She's the top student of the fire department. I can't believe they're all my classmates. He was completely uninterested. He was very good at gathering and analyzing information in my past life too. After speaking until he was out of breath, he clasped his hands in front of his chest and said in an excited voice, "Now you want to go, right?" But what he got back was still a firm refusal. No, at that one word he turned pale. Why? He walked toward the door as if to leave the room, not forgetting to give a parting wave. Just because have fun. Piggy stood there blankly. Oh, he couldn't hide his admiration in his heart, that coldness. I want to learn that. On a quiet night, a bright moon hung high in the sky as if trying to drive away the dark clouds. Under the mystical moonlight stood a young man of unknown identity. His worn-out cloak fluttered in the wind. Most things were shrouded in darkness, but a faint light seeped out from a corner between the abandoned houses. It was a group of thugs gathered around burning firewood in a drum barrel. It's a relief we don't have to hear those kids whining anymore, they chatted excitedly. The warehouse was full of kids. Why did they all come here? A freight truck came at sunset and took them. One of them was about to reveal something. I heard they're going to an orphanage in Quovides, another chimed in. Hey, curiosity killed the cat. They didn't notice a shadow quietly approaching. A rough voice suddenly rang out. Stop the chatter and stand guard properly. If you want to get paid with those pathetic lives of yours. A man with a menacing face, 2 large scars on his eyes and a long tongue hanging out of his mouth. Butcher John Batison. He arrogantly passed the still-dazed thugs. Weak-ass trash. What can monoless insignificant mercenaries do? He continued to mutter. Aren't there any strong ones? I'm itching to slice someone up. Just then a voice came from behind him. Are you John Batison? He turned his head abruptly in excitement. What, a mercenary mutt like you dares to bark my name? He gripped the hilt of his sword, preparing to deal with the thugs. But what he saw was the sight of someone having already beaten him to it. He opened his eyes wide in horror. What is this? A mysterious voice once again echoed in the quiet night. John Batison, 4 years from now you will kill a neighboring family and offer them as a sacrifice for a pact with a demon. He continued to listen warily. After that you joined the Northern Guild Association. You gathered information and exchanged it with the demon. The story was reaching its climax. Finally, you stole information from the Allied Forces of Humanity. While on guard duty, you used a hand mirror to leak the location of the unit's encampment. He couldn't stand it and shouted, "Cut the baseless crap and come out now!" In a brief moment, the disguised Viker moved very lightly behind his back. And so the Allied Forces unit was massacred. The blade, reflecting the moonlight, glinted in the darkness. He swung his twin swords, attacking relentlessly, but soon felt that something was wrong. This is too easy. His intuition was not wrong. Before he could do anything, 2 slashes from behind instantly subdued him. After inflicting significant damage on his opponent, a red aura enveloped his arm. John fell to the ground with both arms severed. He could only scream from the excruciating pain. My arms. In his indignation he hastily explained. I don't know anything about the Allied Forces of Humanity. Why are you doing this to me? Viker answered coldly. Of course, because it hasn't happened yet. Then he grabbed his hair to meet his gaze. I know you made a pact with a demon. Hand over the information on that demon. He gritted his teeth. Suddenly, a strange change came over his face. It began to swell as if the blood in his body had stopped circulating entirely. In the end his head exploded, leaving nothing behind, and blood splattered onto the adjacent wall. Viker looked at the corpse and reached into his coat, lost in thought. His head exploded again. He drew a line through a name on the unfolded death list with his bloody finger. This is the 3rd one already. After finishing his work he closed it. A death list created based on my past life's memories and Cindy Wendy's investigation. The image of a mysterious group completely covered in cloaks under a demon's skull came to his mind. It contains information on those who worship demons and betrayed humanity. Before autumn comes, the demons will kill them all. There are no exceptions. He carefully put it back into his coat. 3 demon worshippers, all dead with their heads exploding. Viker made his judgment. If that is the ability of that demon, he concluded in one sentence, it means it's hiding in the capital. Meanwhile, a single, unidentified hand reached out. It stretched further and further toward a mysterious mask. A man was taking it off his face, and black energy emanated from his back as if it had been stuck to his face for quite some time. The 10 high-ranking demons made a pact with them. The sound of a tower bell echoed in the dead of night. In an eerie and lavish mansion, Viker stood outside the balcony with his back to the light. Dozens of corpses were scattered on the floor. Black energy gathered on the back of his hand. Is this the 29th one? Looking down at the motionless corpses in the pool of blood he secretly analyzed. Either they die or their heads explode if they mention the demon. It seems to be a condition of the pact with the demon. He drew a thick line through a name in his notebook with a pen. I can't find any more clues to the location of the high-ranking demon. This is going to be a long and dirty fight. The moon still hung high in the sky, silently watching everything. His monologue flowed with it. Not that I had high hopes in the first place. The lively sounds of the day had disappeared and the city was enveloped in darkness. Should I go back to the academy now? Viker skillfully leapt across the roofs of the buildings. He was ready to jump over a high wall and into the bushes below. He landed lightly on a tree branch, and before him was a large window of a room with the light still on, a red light clearly reflected off the lenses of his mask. He peeked at everything happening inside. The freshman welcome party seems to be still going on, after taking off his disguise. He placed one foot on the ground, slowly stood up and brushed the dust off his school uniform, not forgetting to put his familiar glasses back on. Should I drop by? The party was very lively with numerous students. The three Baskerville brothers were downing drinks one after another in front of everyone. Another group was like a bunch of crazy fans who had met their idols. President Dolores is here, Vice President I love you, Tutor was over here, talking affectionately with some young ladies. Ha ha, Bianca was politely offering a drink to a senior. Senior, let me pour you a drink. Everyone was busy, so no one noticed Viker sneaking in halfway through. He muttered as if he had realized something. Those two. The presence of Tutor and Bianca particularly caught his attention. I didn't know they were the same age. He recalled the great heroes, the young warriors who led humanity to victory before Camus Morgue in the Age of Ruin. First, one had to mention the spear-wielding warrior. One of them was a genius from the Don Quixote family, one of the 7 great houses of the spear who had been the vanguard of the battlefield. He spared no praise. Haha, you ladies are truly adorable. The bright smile that appeared on his face captivated people's hearts. Tutor La Mancha Don Quixote. Next to him was an outstanding female archer, a master archer who had defeated countless demons, a genius from the Yu family of the divine bow, one of the 7 great houses. A girl with a quiet and somewhat strong-willed beauty, Bianca Forer. Besides those two, I recognized many familiar faces from the battlefield. Saintus Dolores and Sancho were among them. Viker lowered his head slightly and laughed quietly. To think I'd meet them again in a situation like this. Suddenly, another name flashed through his mind. Come to think of it, Camus Morgue must have enrolled in the academy too. Not far away, a person laughed arrogantly. Shall we play some music? Another person had his neck shrunk. Piggy was surrounded by a group of male students. He hesitated. The group pushed him aggressively. Tisk, a senior is telling you to do something and you won't listen. Hurry up, let's hear the freshman sing. He quickly spotted the small figure buried in the crowd. Piggy. A giant glass of alcohol was thrust in front of him. If you down this in one shot, you don't have to sing. He looked terrified, on the verge of tears. How can I drink all of this? The seniors showed no sympathy and wore harsh expressions. Drink. Along with it came a challenging, pressuring tone. Are you going to disobey a senior? Piggy had no choice but to comply obediently, raising the glass and downing it in one go. They were very pleased with this interesting sight. Good job, but a moment later he couldn't hold it in and threw up. Bletch. At this, they all erupted at once. Haha, this crazy bastard threw up. Ah, gross, it got on my clothes. The jeers echoed endlessly in his ears. Your nickname from now on is Pukey. Pukey Piggy. Tears and saliva mixed and flowed down his face in humiliation. Suddenly the hem of a long cloak appeared. It was long enough to cover the puddle of vomit on the floor. The seniors were startled when they saw it. They stammered and shouted. Who are you? Viker remained silent without a word. He looked at his friend, who was panting heavily with both hands on the ground. His heart was complicated. Before the regression, Piggy couldn't stand the bullying and dropped out. He became a low-ranking official and lived a difficult life supporting his parents. He recalled his dependable back from that time. After the Age of Ruin began, I met Piggy again on the front lines. He was one of the few who volunteered. With his brilliant strategies and information analysis skills, he saved countless lives. No matter what, Piggy was always such a good kid. I was one of them too. He made a firm decision. Piggy is a friend worth respecting. His face was exhausted and drenched in sweat. Viker reassured his friend. Piggy, I'll take care of this, so go back to the dorm first. He seemed to have already made up his mind. I can't just stand by and watch a friend be insulted. Just then, a senior came up and put his hand on his shoulder. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Daring to interrupt a senior? He mercilessly slapped his cheek over and over. Are you this guy's friend? You're from the Ice Division, Class B, right? You seem pretty confident walking in so boldly. The 3 Baskerville brothers were so angry their blood was boiling. How dare he touch our master? But Viker's red eyes were even more dangerous. He warned the 3 with a kind of telepathy. In the academy I am a commoner. If you make me reveal my identity, I will take your lives. They received the holy decree and did not dare to act rashly. Another female senior suddenly cut in. Hey, don't bully the freshmen too much. As seniors, you should treat them a little better. She clasped her hands together. Her foxy eyes had a sly glint. I have a good idea. The direction of the bullying instantly shifted to Viker. If you drink all of that, I'll let both of you go, Piggy said guiltily. Viker, I'm okay. Without a word, he resolutely lifted the beer mug and to everyone's shock, drank it without hesitation. The seniors sneered. That drink is incredibly strong. It's got vodka and rum in it too. My God, a person can't drink over a liter of that. Contrary to their thoughts, he became more spirited the more he drank. The atmosphere became noticeably tense. Huh? He slammed the empty glass on the table, raised his hand and wiped the foam from the corner of his mouth. Then, while the others stood there dumbfounded, he left with Piggy. Goodbye. A senior once again rushed in indiscriminately. Hey, wait a minute. Witnessing this situation from a distance, even Tudor and Bianca felt a chill run down their spines. He didn't say much to the incompetent bully. He simply lowered his voice and said one sentence. The question was polite. Seniors, is there anything else you desire? But his voice made the other party's entire body tremble uncontrollably. Only then did Dolores notice the commotion here. What's all the noise about? The bullies explained in a panic. President Dolores, a freshman just threw up. We'll handle it. She did not stop reprimanding them. You shouldn't treat freshmen like that. You must protect the Academy's image, Piggy hurriedly whispered to him. Thank you, Viker. The three Baskerville brothers covered their faces with their hands, unable to hide their endless pride in their master. As if by agreement, Tudor and Bianca had the same thought. Did I see that wrong? Only one young girl was deeply impressed by the scene just now. She was none other than the pure and lovely female student who had placed first in the ice department's practical exam and second in the theory exam, Sinclair. She followed Viker's gentle back as he helped Piggy up, thinking, I found a good person. On the podium of the lecture hall filled with countless students, a dignified figure of the Academy stood. The fire and ice departments almost always had classes together. All the students were focused on the lecture. This created competition among the outstanding students and increased class participation. The old professor closed the book in his hand. This is an overview of the Manji tribe's culture. He was Professor Benhamer, the head of the combat theory department. His lecture calmly continued, based on the locations where the Manji tribe had been discovered so far. Can anyone guess where their base is located? The students sitting below just looked at each other, avoiding eye contact. Even Tudor struggled with this question. First, the places where the Balak and the Empire fought were points 1, 8, and 75 on the Western Front. What else was there? He was Tudor, from the ice department, who had tied for first place in the practical exam. Bianca had her hand on her chin, seemingly lost in thought. All the battle points are in lowlands. The Manji tribe probably settled in a basin. She was Bianca of the Yu family, also from the ice department, who had tied for first place in the practical exam. Suddenly, to the surprise of the two practical masters, a hand shot up high. It was Sinclair, who had placed first in the fire department and second in the theory exam. Professor Benhamer recognized her immediately. You're Sinclair, the top student of the fire department, right? Go ahead. She stood up straight and answered the professor. According to the military intelligence provided to the Academy, the places where the Manji tribe clashed with the Empire are points 1, 4, 5, 7, 8, 30, 75, and 207, she continued to explain. Except for point 8, which is located on a high mountain peak, almost all are lowland plains. Based on this information, meanwhile, Viker seemed to be lost in his own world. He recalled the 29 people he had killed yesterday. All of them had a peculiar demonic smell, and just before they died, their faces had all exploded. Faint clues in his mind gradually connected. Exploding faces. If this is the ability of the high-ranking demon hiding in the capital. There's one suspicious place. As he was lost in thought, thinking he should tell Cindy Wendy to investigate that place carefully, Piggy, sitting next to him, kept shaking him. Because it wasn't just him. Countless other eyes were staring intently at Viker. Professor Benhamer couldn't hide his annoyance. It seems the ice department is not as studious as the fire department. To think there's a student dozing off on the first day of school. He hurriedly adjusted his glasses. I wasn't sleeping. Piggy was once again shocked. Viker, the professor lowered his voice and asked him, not sleeping you say, what's your name? At this point he no longer hid it. It's Viker, the professor continued. All right, Viker. I saw you with your eyes closed. How dare you make excuses? He still calmly defended himself. It's true I had my eyes closed, but I wasn't sleeping, Professor. The professor replied with just one sentence. Is that so? I must have misunderstood. The conversation ended peacefully. All right, everyone makes mistakes. But in reality, the professor's insides were like a volcano about to erupt. Just what kind of brats enrolled this year? He barely regained his composure and spoke in a low voice. He said to Sinclair. Since Sinclair, the top student of the fire department, just answered correctly, I'll give her 10 points and the entire fire department 1 point. If you can answer my question, I will award you and the entire ice department as well. The professor pointed ahead and offered a compromise. But if you can't answer, the entire ice department will lose points. Viker hurriedly protested. That's a bit unreasonable, Professor. The professor shouted nervously. All right, listen to my question. Tell me where the Balak tribe fought the royal army and based on that, reveal the location of their den. Sinclair worried inwardly. Information on the Balak tribe is harder to find than other tribes. The difficulty of this question is too high. On the other hand, Bianca wore a displeased expression. Why should the entire ice department lose points because of that one guy? He lowered his head and his glasses completely hid his current expression. Memories from his previous timeline flooded back. The image of everyone gathered around a bonfire, happily singing with hot meat in their hands. A moment later, Viker found the answer. The place where the Balak and the Empire fought was, his answer shocked everyone, the southern mountainous region. The key is, the river and the ocean to the south, that is all. He completely ignored Piggy's extremely surprised expression and was lost in his own thoughts. After the all-human incident, the Balak people migrated, so it doesn't matter if I reveal the original information here. The professor's shocked expression was more intense than anyone's. It's correct. How does this kid know something that even the Academy hasn't confirmed yet? Suddenly, as if he had realized something, his eyes widened. Wait, if his name is Viker, then the one who got a perfect score on the exam is this kid. He could only quietly give Viker 10 points and add 1 point for the ice department. He didn't forget to warn him in a stern voice. But even if you're the top student in the theoretical exam, I cannot tolerate closing your eyes during class. I will deduct 10 points. He had no choice but to vow firmly. I will be more careful next time. Sinclair carefully glanced at him. The name Viker is common, so I didn't recognize him. The morning sunlight scattered across his body, looking like a brilliant halo. But that person is that Viker. Murmurs erupted from all corners of the classroom. I heard Viker is the top student in the theoretical exam. So what? Our entire department almost lost points because of him. Honestly, I just want to punch those bookworms who only know how to study. Tudor tilted his head slightly. A theoretical genius? This is getting more and more interesting. Let's see if that great head of his can keep up in gym class, Natalie. A game played with one ball and a pair of gloves. The field is a large area with goals far apart at both ends. It is a sport using a ball with 20 players on each team, and the objective is to get the ball into the opposing team's goal. The rules are as follows. The only things forbidden are the use of mana and weapons. In this game, you can use any means to get the ball into the goal. One foot stomped hard on the grass. Tudor powerfully broke through numerous players of the opposing team. He was confident that Natalie was the sport he was best at. This is the place for me. Outside, the female students cheered enthusiastically. Tudor over there is so cool. Bianca just frowned in displeasure. Tisk, what a barbaric sport. His smooth attack was stopped by 3 shadows that suddenly appeared. The 3 Baskerville brothers quickly formed a formation to defend the goal. Where do you think you're going, you bastard? How dare you? How dare you? But that didn't make Tudor hesitate in the slightest. The infamous 3 brothers of the iron-blooded swordsman family. With agile movements, he easily slipped past the 3 brothers. Sorry, but I have no intention of facing the monsters of the Baskerville family head-on. They couldn't react in time and could only turn their heads. One of the 3 brothers blocked his path. Hand over the ball. Tudor immediately formed his hands to prepare to shoot a palm blast. A bright blue light gathered at one point. He delivered a blow to the opponent's abdomen. Where the palm blast hit, it was as if a small whirlpool had formed, but it was powerful enough to bind the opponent's movements. Tudor smiled triumphantly and hugged the ball tightly. But that doesn't mean I can't handle you. Countless praises poured in. Wow, is that Tudor? He's amazing. To be that strong without using mana or weapons. I heard everyone in the Don Quixote family is a Natalie genius, as expected of the top student of the ice department. He had not let go of his obsession with Viker from then until now. So what if you remember theory? A true warrior fights with his body. Suddenly something caught his attention. Speak of the devil. The person he was thinking of was standing right in front of him. Tudor immediately recognized his opponent. Isn't that the guy from Professor Benamer's class? He clicked his tongue in anger. Tisk, I told those 3 not to drive him over here. I should just let him pass. He dug his heels into the grass to gain momentum. Should I mess with him a bit? His intention was to use his elbow to hit him hard. Hey friend, take this opportunity to train properly. Don't just bury yourself in your studies. He kept his mouth firmly shut and didn't say a word. The next moment his body was still standing tall in the same spot. On the other hand, Tudor's body was sent flying into the air, his eyes gradually losing focus. Bianca and Sinclair, who were sitting in the stands, couldn't quite comprehend what had just happened. He free-falled and collapsed to the ground. From his side, Viker just quietly raised an eyebrow as if he couldn't understand, unable to hide his helpless feelings. I was trying to avoid him, so why did he have to run into me? Now, to make it look real, he fell backward, landing on his butt. He even made a sound to show that he had hit himself quite hard. Ouch, I should pretend it hurts. Tudor lay unconscious on the grass, his face drenched in sweat. Suddenly he snapped his eyes open and shot up. Unable to hide his bewildered expression, he still hadn't properly grasped the situation that had just occurred. The people around him all asked about his well-being with concern, and he couldn't help but wonder to himself. What did I just do? Did I pass out? Wait, did I doze off during the game? He hurriedly tried to recall the memory of the collision just now, right? Viker, the top student in theory. I was going to push him as a joke, but I can't remember. Viker had already stood up long before him. The moment I collided with that guy, was I the one who bounced off? He knocked me down? This Tudor Don Quixote? He turned his cold back to Tudor. He kept brushing off dust from his body that wasn't even there. Tudor gritted his teeth in frustration. I need to check again. The formation was set up to restart the game. The ball was thrown accurately into his hands. Something strange, I have to try again, as usual. The 3 Baskerville brothers lined up to protect their master. Bianca in the stands noticed something strange. Tudor's running trajectory is a bit odd, she wondered. The goal is over there, what are they doing? He shouted. Viker and those 3, the 3 brothers did not back down and retorted loudly. You shall not pass us. You can't pass. I said you can't pass. But they were broken through one by one all too easily. Viker felt that this was getting more and more troublesome. I told them to avoid that guy, But why does he keep rushing at me, he thought as he ran at full speed. It can't be a coincidence. His eyes widened and he chanted an incantation inwardly. The secret technique of House Changhe Flash. He charged forward like a drill at maximum output. Viker just stood still with no particular expression on his face. He got closer and closer, but he had no intention of avoiding it. The result was the same as before. What came into view was the sight of Sancho bending down to ask about his well-being. "Tutor, are you conscious?" Tutor was startled awake once again, only to find himself collapsed on the grass again. He immediately shot up in shock. "What is this? Why did I pass out again?" Sancho tried to calm his friend down. "Calm down, Tutor." He explained the situation. "After you attacked him with a high-speed attack, you bounced off him." He raised his hand to adjust his protector. "I can understand why you're targeting him. That guy is definitely hiding something. This time I'll take him on." Tutor blankly called his name. "Sancho." Sancho's dignified back moved step by step toward the light. "My friend was taken down by that guy twice. I can't just stand by and watch." An exchange student from the Northern Mercenary Association, Sancho Baratheon. His hands were large enough to completely grasp the ball. Because of his overwhelming physique, he couldn't fight with his peers, so he didn't participate in Natalie. He opened his mouth and began to preach. "In the frozen lands of the north, even the newborn babies of dying old men fight fiercely. That means they are all strong warriors." Flame of determination seemed to burn before the barrier of the three hounds in front. "This time we will not let you pass." In an instant, Sancho charged like a beast and his forearm swept them away with an impeccably clean blow. Three helpless bodies were sent flying backward, brushing past Viker as if he were an inanimate object. Not only were they instantly crushed by a strong enemy, but they were also scolded by their master, asking if they wanted to die. Tears flowed endlessly, forming 9 rivers. That beast in human form did not stop, charging straight at him without the slightest hesitation. He gritted his teeth, looking extremely ferocious. He was still calm, without a trace of agitation. Sancho gathered all his strength into his forearm, preparing to attack. "Let's see if you can withstand all my strength." A moment later, he swung his arm, delivering a fierce blow to his opponent. But he soon realized that what he had hit was harder than tons of earth and stone. His whole body trembled, and cold sweat formed on the bridge of his nose. Viker, standing tall like a mountain, was at this time thinking about his next performance. "Should I act a little?" His 2 feet slowly left the grass, and to Sancho's surprise he fell backward, as if he had been sent flying several meters by the opponent's blow. Numerous heated comments poured in. "Oh," Sancho broke through the defensive line. "Wait a minute. The guy who was pushed by Sancho, he's not dead, is he? Who cares? At this rate, Class A's victory is certain." He was still not out of his shock, staring at his trembling hand. What was that just now? It felt like he wasn't human. Seizing the opportunity, he focused on his stiffened arm muscles. One of the 3 Baskerville brothers stealthily approached and in an instant snatched the ball from the opponent's hand and ran off. "Ah," the whistle blew, signaling the end of the game. They slid on the ground and cheered. Behind them, the whole team danced non-stop. "Yeah, yeah, yeah." Everyone simultaneously threw the 3 brothers high into the air to celebrate. Along with it, a clear voice announced, "Score 0-1, Class B wins." Suddenly, a stream of cold water poured over Viker's head as he was struggling to get up. Sancho and Tutor had somehow stood around him. "You contributed greatly to Class B's victory. Don't just stand there." Tutor leaned affectionately on his shoulder. "Cheer up. Your victory makes me want to retire. I was jealous of you during theory class and wanted to teach you a lesson, but I realized how shameful that is. I'm sorry." Sancho also carefully placed a hand on his other shoulder. "By the way, how do you train? Your body is really solid." "I thought you were using mana." Viker slowly untied his headband. "I'm a commoner, so I can't use mana," he continued to ramble on. "What a shame. With such a natural physique, you could become a master like me with just proper training." From a distance, a few female fans brought them towels. "Tutor, you guys wipe your sweat with these towels." Sancho took a towel and handed one to him. "Here," Tutor quickly said. "Thanks so much. My classmates are the best." Although they had lost, the two still had smiles on their faces. Tutor of House Changhe and Sancho, the ace of the mercenary guild. One day they would save humanity and become heroes who hunted countless demons in the Age of Ruin. Viker took off his glasses and recalled. He never knew they had such a past. Everyone's eyes widened at the sudden sight, staring blankly. Bianca and Sinclair, who were in the stands, witnessed everything, and their cheeks unknowingly flushed. Oh, under the soft sunlight, his muscular, rugged body was clearly visible beneath the tight-fitting clothes. A moment later, the towel slipped down, revealing the handsome face that was usually hidden behind his glasses. God, he's so handsome. Viker didn't know that his academy life began to get complicated from this moment on. As time turned to night, in a gloomy and enormous mansion, a man trembled endlessly in fear before an unidentified voice. Lloyd Doc Seller, 52 years old. Around him, dismembered corpses lay scattered in pools of blood. Head of the Communications Guild and director of an orphanage. You conspired with a demon to sell the children of high-ranking families. The disguised man menacingly raised the weapon attached to his gauntlet. Did you think no one would know? Lloyd pressed himself tightly against the statue behind him. No way, that aura, a swordmaster. Hearing that, he pondered it. A swordmaster, huh? My aura is almost solidified, but it's still closer to a liquid state. To be more precise, it has reached the peak of a graduator. He made an offer. Join me and let's catch the demon. If you do, I will give you a suitable reward, he stuttered. A strange silence followed. He patiently waited for an answer. Suddenly a building was thrown into the air. Following the Earth's gravity, it fell and shattered into pieces. Viker quickly got out by a hair's breadth. Looking up at the sky, a black figure stood silently against the moonlight. He frowned deeply, analyzing the overwhelming energy he could feel even from this distance. It was a man with his face hidden behind a white cloth full of stitches, revealing only his blood-red eyes. He came to a final conclusion. "Are you a high-ranking demon?" Suddenly, the person was gone from the broken gap. Ephibo gripped the hammer in his hand and jumped down in a bent leg posture. Without a word, he smashed the very spot where he had just been standing. The hammer was heavy enough to crack the ground, but his movements were extremely agile. He swung the hammer once more, and he leaned back slightly to dodge it by a hair's breadth. He couldn't help but wonder as the hammer suddenly stopped before his eyes. His grip on it grew stronger. It turned out that from the beginning he had intended to use the side of the weapon to push him hard. He leaped backward, not a single scratch on his body. Viker raised the sword on his gauntlet and assumed a defensive stance. The aura of a graduator superior and the mace techniques of Quovides. He immediately realized the problem. This guy is not a high-ranking corpse. All sorts of confusing thoughts flashed through his mind. Could it be that a demon has invaded the Holy Nation? Well, they have their fallen regions too. This guy seems to be a subordinate of one of the 10 high-ranking demons. The weapon on his gauntlet suddenly turned into black energy and disappeared. If I kill you, I might be able to meet the 10 high-ranking demons, though it's a real pain to clean up trash like this. As he opened his mouth, "It's been a while since I've had a proper fight." Ephibo leapt high once more, preparing to strike a powerful blow, but this time he reacted in time, directly blocking the attack with his foot. He let out a low growl in surprise. While he was off guard, he clenched his hands into fists to prepare for a counterattack. The next moment, numerous dents appeared on his body. Not stopping there, he delivered another powerful punch at waist level. His huge body was sent crashing into the mansion behind, breaking through the solid earth and stone, but overall he was unharmed. One foot kicked off the ground and leapt up. Viker had already arrived at the large hole in the wall where he was still struggling with his hammer. Ephibo ferociously swung his weapon forward to meet the enemy. This time he didn't hold back at all, delivering a fierce kick that nearly deformed his arm. Without a second's delay, he took the opportunity to get behind him and launch a surprise attack. He simultaneously drove his elbow and knee into his remaining elbow. After successfully neutralizing Ephibo's sturdy arms, Viker did a somersault in the air and without a shred of pity, threw him with considerable force. A steel pile pierced the deep arteries of his helpless body, causing blood to spurt out. He slowly took one step at a time toward the demon lying on the floor in a critical state. A name carved on his chest caught his attention. "Ephibo, is that your name?" He began the interrogation. "Who is your master? Who did this to you?" He screamed desperately from behind the stitched cloth. He judged. "From your appearance, it seems they've controlled you to the point where you can't even speak." He knelt on one knee and slowly extended his arm toward the steel pile. Besides using words, there are other ways to interrogate. And he suddenly applied force and gripped it tightly. "Based on your internal organs, bone structure, wounds, the freshness of the blood in your vessels, and the coagulation of your mana, I can get a lot of clues if I dismantle you piece by piece." He lightly placed a hand on his shoulder and commanded, "Ephibo, let's begin the interrogation." Suddenly a faint sound was heard in the dark night. "Help me." It came from under the pile of rubble outside. Viker hurriedly lifted the pieces of earth and stone to look. It turned out Lloyd was not yet dead and was buried here. He remarked in admiration, "You said you were a poison merchant? You have a pretty tough life." The more he spoke, the more his face contorted in fear. "If you want to live, you know what to do, right? Tell me everything you know." He hesitated slightly and asked back, "If I do that, will you let me live?" He replied nonchalantly, "That depends on whether the information you provide is useful." He didn't notice the black figure standing on the top of another building. That person was just quietly watching everything, as if grasping a lifeline. Lloyd shouted with all his remaining strength, "I'll tell you everything. In the director's office, in my safe." Suddenly, a change occurred in his pupils. At this time, Viker faintly sensed a figure appearing and disappearing in the distance. He hesitated and opened his mouth. Just now, at the same time, the sight of countless, terrifying faces pouring out of his mouth was utterly horrific. By the time he looked down with wide eyes, it was already too late. As he could no longer bear it, the faces exploded in unison, turning the owner and the surrounding pile of dirt into sand and dust. Due to the terrible explosion that had just occurred in the middle of the city, the tower's bell continued to ring and white smoke billowed thickly. A group of soldiers ran over, informing people of the explosion. There was an explosion. When they arrived, there was no one in sight except for the severe damage. Dolores had appeared behind the soldiers at some point. "What happened? Are there any casualties?" They were very surprised by the Saintess's appearance. They reported the situation to her. "We're still investigating, but there's almost no evidence left after the explosion." The huge crack in front of the orphanage quickly drew the attention of many people. One foot walked over the uneven pile of dirt. The explosion was abnormal, and the large building had suffered considerable damage. The traces of the battle were scattered throughout the orphanage. Standing before these ruins, Dolores continuously asked herself, what kind of monsters fought each other here? Suddenly, she lowered her head and stared intently at something on the ground. It was a piece of the disguise mask Viker had used. Suddenly, Dolores collapsed to the ground and a soldier standing nearby raised his voice and asked, "Saintess, are you all right?" She hurriedly made an excuse. "I'm fine, just a little dizzy," he tried to reassure her. "It seems no one was hurt, so please don't overexert yourself." She completely hid the extremely flustered expression under her arms. "Although I tried to hide my confusion, this mask is Night Hound's." Professor Benamer's middle-aged face couldn't hide an annoyed frown. He was currently standing face-to-face with Viker questioning him. "I don't know who wrote this report. It turns out it was you." On the large desk in the lecture hall, a giant scorpion lay on its back. "The Venopian has a second stinger that has not yet been discovered. If you write a report with false information as a joke, all team members of the ICE department will have 10 points deducted." He growled and threatened. "Do you understand? Top student of the theoretical exam, Viker." He broke out in a cold sweat. "I was mistaken. Could it be that it hasn't been discovered at this time yet?" He raised the sharp knife in his hand. "I will check if the second stinger is in the abdominal integument." And he made an incision in the Venopian's hard skin. Blood immediately spurted from the deep wound. Suddenly, something powerful flew toward the professor's head, leaving him no time to react. The students who had witnessed the scene just now were also startled. The stinger, still coated with poison, was very close to him. The professor's whole body stiffened and fell backward. It turned out Viker had quickly used his notebook as a shield. "Is this enough proof, Professor Benamer?" His face was drenched in sweat. He still couldn't believe what had just happened. There really was a second stinger. A student had made a great discovery about the Venopian that could solve the mysterious death cases. He had no choice but to reward him. "I will add 1 point for every team member in the ICE department. Viker, come to my research lab after class and explain in more detail." He did not refuse this offer. "Yes, Professor." As Viker walked up the stairs, the surrounding students constantly whispered, "Wow, that's amazing. How did he know? I used to think only people who were good at sports were cool, but it turns out being smart is cool too." "But isn't he good at sports too? He fought Tudor and Sancho." They revealed the secret. More importantly, he slowly returned to his seat. Piggy was already waiting there. "Good job, Viker." Soft sunlight scattered on his soft black hair. The face hidden behind his glasses and hair was truly handsome, but he paid no attention to such whispers. He closed his eyes tightly to concentrate better. The memory flowed to yesterday's explosion. The moment a column of white smoke billowed up, obscuring his vision. A body with not a single intact spot revealed terrifyingly red muscle fibers. Over time, it gradually recovered, and it seemed as if pieces of skin were regenerating. Soon, Viker regained his original handsome appearance. Back to the present, he recalled the enemy he had encountered that night. Right after the explosion, Afibo hid. "The only thing I got was the record book from the director's safe." In his mind, he vaguely drew the general topography of the area. The record book contained the locations of the children who had been fed to the demon. There seemed to be no connection between these locations. The whereabouts of the countless terrifying eyes hidden in the darkness were unknown. He couldn't completely rule out the possibility that there was more than one elite corpse in the capital. Finally, the image of the black figure standing blankly under the moonlight flashed by. And more importantly, the person I met yesterday. I couldn't see their whole face, but I'm sure that person sneered. Viker's eyes momentarily blazed red, proving that he was very serious. His suspicion even fell on his potential classmates. "One of the 10 elites is inside the academy. The academy has a famous newspaper that operates in the capital. They are a collection of several individual articles. The influence of this newspaper is very large, and the daily papers sell out quickly. The Lucan Newspaper Club of Colosio Academy, no one didn't know about it, and the president of Lucan." Shining blonde hair was slowly revealed. It was the Saintess with a bright smile on her lips. "Welcome everyone to Lucan, 53rd class of Lucan students." Lucan President Dolores Runquovides. The Saintess enthusiastically welcomed the new members. "The fact that you applied to Lucan, which is rumored to be difficult to get into, proves that you are very determined. Let's start with self-introductions." Tudor was the first to be interviewed. "I want to be the best in both class and club activities." First year, Tudor La Mancha Don Quixote. Next was Sancho with a calm demeanor like a warrior. "I hate it when people think I'm just a loser. So I joined this club to become an intellectual person." First year, Sancho Baratheon, Sinclair announced persuasively. "When it comes to power, money and information often go together. But I think information is more important, so I joined this club." First year, Sinclair, Bianca frankly stated her purpose. "I chose the club with the clearest vision. I will do my best." First year, Bianca Forer. Piggy was a little shy but bravely declared, "I like to collect and analyze information, so I thought the newspaper club was the best." First year, Piggy. Finally, Viker just nonchalantly spat out, "According to the academy rules, everyone has to join one club, so I just followed Piggy." First year, Viker. His mind was quietly calculating at this time. Lucan, the famous newspaper club of the academy. "If I'm here, I can easily collect various information." But there was still one problem. Naturally, the Saintess was also here, which was inconvenient. Dolores was slightly displeased. "Did you say your name is Viker? You can't be a reporter for Lucan with such a half-hearted attitude." Anna, who was nearby, suddenly discovered something. She quickly interjected. "It's this person, right? I thought his face looked familiar. It's unexpected that a famous student like you would join our club." She inadvertently made the Saintess flustered. "Wait a minute. A newspaper with a sensational headline was pushed in front of Viker. The content was as follows. Exclusive, who is the first-year student from ICOF who appeared in the flash match? The mysterious first-year male student who participated in last night's gym class. Tutor burst out laughing in delight. Haha, so it was you, Viker. He was just silent, at a loss for words. The Saintess asked her friend in embarrassment. Anna, when was this article published? She said proudly. I got information about a handsome first-year male student. If I didn't write an article, I wouldn't be qualified to be a reporter. This person was the 53rd Lukon student, Vice President Anna. The Saintess covered her face as if she couldn't help it. Anyway, Anna energetically proceeded. All right, the other second and third years are out gathering news, so let's start the activities with everyone here. Articles were spread out on the desk one by one. On X month X day at dawn yesterday, an unidentified attacker appeared and burned down orphanage number 20. Piggy raised a question. Is this about the explosion incident that happened in the capital yesterday? Anna was certain. That's right. On the day of the incident, I heard the news when I was outside the academy. She added, we suspect that the person behind this incident is the same person behind the recent murders in the capital. He read the article more carefully. Shockingly, most of the bodies of the children from this orphanage had been identified. He subtly covered his mouth with his hand to ask the Viker sitting next to him for his opinion. Viker, do you think this is the work of that mysterious person? He was lost in thought for a moment. The dead children's bodies are the work of a demon. Anna interlocked her fingers and said, all right, let's all decide on a title for this article. They then had a heated discussion on the topic. The birth of a terrible demon. The appearance of a monster causing chaos outside the academy. What are the Royal Guards doing? An unparalleled demon challenging the Quovides family. The questionable deaths of children. Who is behind this? Bianca stared intently at the summarized paper. None of these are impressive. Tudor stroked his chin as if in thought. Isn't it because we don't know the demon's name? Cruel criminals like Jack the Ripper or Brew get nicknames. His suggestion was quickly praised. That's a good suggestion. Tudor's nostrils flared with pride. Then what about the Grim Reaper? But the ensuing laughter made him have to be disappointed. Well, that's too cheesy. Numerous suggestions came out. How about the explosion demon who brought misfortune? Too long. The orphanage murderer is fine. I was thinking about Mr. Terrorist. Amidst the noisy chatter, Dolores, who had been quietly bowing her head, suddenly muttered a nickname under her breath. Nighthound. The image of the mask piece left at the scene came to her mind vividly. The mask that appeared at the scene is definitely the Nighthound's. Why was he there? A video of the past came to mind. No power or wealth could be felt from his humility. The man in the Saintess's memory had said this. The money I have is limited. I can't give it all. He had devotedly treated the people of the slums afflicted by the Red Death. His dedication and love for the poor were genuine. The Saintess was tormented, so I thought he had stolen the Saintess's tears for a noble purpose. But why was he at the scene? A line of cold sweat trickled down her white cheek. Did he really kill the orphanage director and the children? What's clear is that he's not a bad person. If the Nighthound is the culprit, there must be a reason for it. Suddenly a voice burst out. Nighthound. That name's not bad. Dolores, who had been lost in thought, was startled. What? Everyone seemed to agree. It's a barbarian naming style. It sounds very violent. I think so too. It also sounds gloomy and negative, Sinclair concluded. Then let's use the name Nighthound. The Saintess hurriedly covered her mouth. Did I just mumble that? Anna probed further. Then how about this title? Who is the Nighthound spreading fear in the capital? The Saintess's refuting voice echoed in the meeting room. Anna, Lucan's articles must contain only facts. It hasn't been confirmed that he's the culprit yet. Tudor took this opportunity to speak to Viker. Hey, what do you think? He raised an eyebrow. About what? He mentioned the previous topic about the Nighthound. Do you think he's a bad guy? He answered coldly. I'm not interested. Inwardly he was impressed. I didn't expect the Saintess to say Nighthound. He suddenly put his arm around his shoulder affectionately. What? But if you had to choose, which side would you pick? He was silent for a long time before answering, finally opening his mouth to give a rough answer. What I'm sure of is that he's not a virtuous person, so he must be a bad guy. Tudor was just about to open his mouth. Right? I agree. Just then a hand suddenly slammed on the desk, startling him. Dolores stood up abruptly with a displeased expression. You say the Nighthound is not a virtuous person? The Saintess continued to press him. How can you be so sure? The hand on Viker's shoulder flinched in fear, and even he was momentarily on guard. The four boys looked at the voice-raising Dolores with embarrassed expressions. The Nighthound is not a saint. Her eyes were filled with seriousness and a slight anger. Why do you conclude that? She continued to ask. Your name is Viker, right? Both Viker and Tudor broke out in a cold sweat, flustered. The Saintess continued to press him. Hurry and answer. Can't you answer? You must have concluded without any evidence. Don't forget that a single uncertain word can ruin an innocent person's life. Tudor hurriedly defended him. But there was also the testimony of the Royal Guard. They said the Nighthound destroyed the building and killed the orphanage director. Dolores immediately retorted, the interview with the Royal Guard is also just speculation without concrete evidence. She mentioned the crime scene. Besides, this case has many unresolved mysteries since the children's bodies were found in the orphanage's basement. It's strange to conclude that the attacker, the Nighthound, harmed those children. Anna hesitantly called her name. Dolores. Bianca had nothing more to say. Senior, in front of such a resolute Saintess, everyone was inwardly impressed. to maintain a neutral stance even though it happened at an orphanage managed by her family. The saintess suggested to her friend that she revise the article to be more objective and less biased. Anna was a little flustered. Then there's nothing to write about. The saintess stood her ground. When the reason why the night hound did this becomes clear, it won't be too late to publish a critical article then. Suddenly, Dolores's eyes darkened for a moment. If he is truly an evil person, her smile was tinged with sadness, I will be the one to criticize him most harshly. He was lost in thought, looking to the side when suddenly the door burst open. A male student entered and called out loudly, "President," he hurriedly informed her. "Professor Benheimer, the club advisor, is calling for you. He's probably going to tell her to revise the article in a way that presumes the night hound is a villain, isn't he?" The saintess covered her forehead as if helpless. "He just likes to be in the spotlight. I'll go and talk to him." After the two left, the meeting room door closed quietly. Even Tudor had to admit. "The president is a really strong woman," Viker answered as if it were obvious. "She was like that in the old days too," he asked, not understanding. "What old days are you talking about?" He recalled the dignified appearance of Saintess Dolores, who led the Holy Knights on the front lines of the apocalypse before his regression. She commanded all her subordinates without rest. "Where is the Knights formation? Why aren't you attacking more fiercely? Kids these days are so weak-willed. If someone was lazy, she would not hesitate to scold them. What are you doing just standing there? Save even one more person." Her urgent voice seemed to be trying to boost her comrades' morale. She charged as soon as she saw a demon. He closed his eyes and nodded to himself. "I expected my actions to be seen as evil, but it doesn't feel bad to see someone trying to understand the truth." Watching Dolores argue intensely with Professor Benheimer, he thought deep in his heart, "Thank you very much, Saintess." Early the next morning, the sound of a loudspeaker echoed noisily throughout the academy's dormitory area. Piggy was awakened by the noise. He opened his eyes with difficulty. As soon as he shot up from his bed, a voice greeted him. "Good morning, Piggy." Viker had woken up very early and was exercising. He rubbed his eyes in a daze. "Good morning. The general schedule of this school is as follows. The academy starts the wake-up alarm at 6 a.m. Students wake up to the sound of the reveille and gather on the field in front of the dormitory. They follow the instructor's calisthenics and start the day with a light run. After that, it's free time. When the morning exercise is over, the students disperse. Some go back to sleep, some to the shower, and some to the cafeteria." Someone sighed as if bored. "Ha," Piggy muttered tiredly as he walked down the hall. "I feel like my brain would work better if I got more sleep during morning exercise time." Viker seriously reminded him. "Piggy, moving your body helps activate your brain." He became even more dejected. "You don't have to be so right all the time," Tudor teased a few words. "Viker, you won't be popular with girls if you lack empathy. How about you practice empathizing with Piggy?" He shuddered at the thought. "I'll pass." He immediately changed the subject. "By the way, are you free this weekend?" "I was thinking of going downtown to hang out," Piggy chimed in. "Sounds good. I wanted to buy a few books too." Sancho also agreed. "There's a restaurant I want to go to as well." They were left with only one person they hadn't asked, Viker. "What about Viker?" he replied nonchalantly. "I have to do volunteer work this weekend," he shouted, not understanding. "Volunteer work?" Piggy hurriedly explained. "Viker lost a lot of points this time," Tudor chuckled. It's Professor Benheimer again. He always stands out whether he wants to or not, as if he had hit a nerve he didn't want to talk anymore. "Anyway, you guys go hang out." Nevertheless, the group nonchalantly followed him. "Volunteer work will be fun too. We can't let a friend go alone. We'll go with you." "Viker, everything's more fun when you do it together." Suddenly, Tudor put his hand on his chin as if in thought. "Strange," Sancho asked. "What is?" The two looked at the large, seemingly sturdy back of the person walking in front. "When I'm with that Viker guy, I find myself standing next to him like I'm looking at my older brother without realizing it. He's taciturn, but he exudes the dignified aura I saw during my mercenary days. Such people naturally lead and attract others." Piggy, who was following behind, couldn't hide the admiration on his face. "Viker is truly amazing." He recalled his achievements so far. People of high status like Tudor from the Don Quixote family, and Sancho, the top student from the Northern Mercenary Guild, both approached him first. He was kind enough to help me at the entrance ceremony party. When I was struggling with academics or sports, he did everything perfectly. His round eyes were filled with expectation. "With Viker, I feel like I can overcome any trial in the future." Just as the flame of hope was beginning to burn faintly, what came into his eyes was Viker's ferocious face, as if he were about to take the life of his prey. He opened his eyes wide in terror, but Viker's killing intent was not directed at him nor at the two friends behind him. It was directed at someone who had just passed by them. He turned his body and stared intently at a young man between two beautiful female students. Viker suddenly opened his mouth. "Piggy, you know the students here well, right? Do you know anything about that person?" Piggy was slightly surprised but answered honestly. Yes, you mean the young man between those two female students. Of course I know him. He's the most handsome man in our school, the second-year senior Von Kusha." He gritted his teeth in displeasure. "I didn't expect him to participate in such an activity from Dinong." He quickly identified his opponent, one of the 10 warlords. The thought of should I attack swirled in his head. No. If I fight here, many people will get hurt. In the end, he decided to stay still. "I can't let future heroes get hurt." Tudor called his name worriedly. Hey Viker, he made a rough excuse to get away from his friends. I'm not feeling well, so I think I should rest today. His feet stepped lightly on the wooden floor. First, I need to gather more information. He activated the assassin skill, slot 2, Silent Masue. He took off his glasses to track the target more easily. Should I follow him? He didn't notice Dolores coming down the stairs. By the time she noticed his presence, it was already too late. He was no less surprised. The sound of the two colliding made the other three turn around in shock. A sharp scream erupted. Do Dolores, President Dolores? The Saintess fell to the floor feeling a slight pain. Ouch! The group hurried over to check the situation. Tudor asked impatiently, President, are you okay? He gently pinched Viker's shoulder to remind him. Why haven't you apologized yet? Viker bowed his head in apology and expressed his sincerity. I'm sorry. The Saintess, who stood up with Sancho's help, also said it was okay. I'm fine. I didn't see you either, so it's my fault too. She was inwardly impressed. He's so solid. It's like I hit a wall. Her wariness of Viker grew even more. I couldn't sense his presence at all. Who on earth is he? He thought to himself. There are too many eyes, so I'll have to postpone the chase. He reluctantly gave up his main target. The scene changed to the cold stone steps of the night. The 10 warlord named Vankaka. Dantalin entered a dark place with 2 women in his arms. They couldn't hide their curiosity. What, Van, why did you bring us to such a dark place? But you're too slow. I think I have to tell you some sad news, he said grimly. Hearing that, the 2 women were very surprised. Sad news? What is it? He began to elaborate. Lately, a guy who's been bothering me has appeared, so I haven't been able to eat properly. The woman on the left shouted angrily. How dare someone bother Van? I can't forgive them, he added. So I went to check who he was, but I accidentally went in my academy uniform. He probably saw that I'm an academy student. The woman on the right was also very angry. If he comes to the academy, we'll take care of him. We're always on Van's side. He pretended to be moved. Thank you guys. You're not just pretty, you're also really kind-hearted, of course. We'll always be together. He suddenly grabbed the 2 women's heads and made an unbreakable vow. From now on too. He recalled Viker, who had been disguised that night. That guy in the plague mask has power comparable to a high-grade swordmaster. There's no way he died in that explosion, he continued to ramble on. The women's faces gradually turned bizarre. Seeing as he only attacked my food sources, he must know about the existence of demons. Numerous grotesque eyes and mouths appeared on his palm, and they slowly moved to the women in his grasp. His pupils flashed with a terrifying green light, which means he's related to Andromalus's death. His true identity was the 9th apostle of the 10 warlords, the demon Dantalion. Viker lowered his gaze with a slightly gloomy expression. Numerous discussions were going on around him. There's no end to the troublesome things these days. On the conference table in front of them, numerous newspapers were spread out. Dolores and I have organized the incidents that happened both inside and outside the academy. Lucan is short-staffed right now, so we'd like you first years to participate in the investigation. Anna explained her requirements. Everyone pick one incident, investigate it, and bring back an article. Piggy looked through them one by one with a worried expression. I've joined Lucan, so I have to complete my first article. Bianca also had trouble choosing a suitable one. Looking at it this way, there are really a lot of incidents. What on earth is happening in the capital? Terrorist threat. A terrorist has threatened to poison the river in the city of Venero, the capital of the Rock Empire. The capital is investigating the incident under the command of Leviathan. Handsome actor missing. Actor B went missing on his way home after a performance. It's possible it was the work of a stalker. Bizarre murder case. A family was murdered and all members' heads were missing. Street murders. A man A was executed for attacking an Archangel's proxy on the street. A confessed to his crime but is still appealing, claiming someone had changed his face. Rise in missing persons cases. The number of missing persons cases in the Echo District is increasing, and it is yet to be confirmed if the culprit is a Seoyama hound. A hand quietly picked up a piece of paper. The list contained detailed information on the related individuals. Missing persons case at the academy. 3 students have gone missing. The 3 were often seen together, so there were many witnesses. Could it be an elopement? He gritted his teeth, his expression terrifying. The newspaper featured a photo of a male student, and it was none other than the 10 warlord Vankusha. Night fell upon the city once more. The magnificent and splendid city of water. At this hour the streets were deserted, with only a few houses lit up. A couple was fast asleep in a large bed. In the middle of the night the husband quietly opened his eyes and carefully got out of bed, trying not to wake the person beside him. Mystical moonlight shone through the glass window, and the husband sat alone in a chair nearby. Suddenly he opened his mouth, revealing bizarrely shaped pupils. Then a group of people appeared opposite him. He assessed the situation. Any news on the plague mask-wearing individuals who interfered with us? The first was Ephibo, one of the 9th Sector Dantalion's subordinates whom Viker had recently encountered. The second was a figure with his head completely covered, with long flowing red hair, Haranto, a subordinate of the 9th Sector Dantalion. The third was a figure with large pincers on his shoulders, also a subordinate of the 9th Sector Dantalion, Eber. The last one made no sound. Beto, a subordinate of the 9th Sector Dantalion. He stroked his chin and muttered, "It seems they are just as cautious as we are." It turned out he was the master of those 4. The 9th of the 10 warlords, Dantalion. He raised a hideous hand. It can't be helped. We'll expand our area of activity from now on. Immediately his subordinates' heads were slightly thrown back as if struck by something. Their heads transformed one by one. I will share my face with you, but soon they became whole like ordinary humans. Go out and find that plague mask-wearing person. His wife happened to come in and witnessed everything. She couldn't help but be puzzled. Honey, what are you doing in the dead of night? Who are these people? Dantalian just glanced at her indifferently. Then he nonchalantly closed his eyes and sighed lightly. I just wanted to see a few more lively faces, but it can't be helped. A cruel command was given. Ephibo, take care of her without damaging the face. Before she knew what was happening, a sharp blade touched her neck. Ah, a heart-wrenching slice echoed in the quiet night and blood splattered on the floor. His wife died unjustly, her eyes not even closed, but he didn't care at all. Because of Andromalus's death and the interference of those plague mask guys, the plan to open the gate is being delayed. His face swirled into a terrifying vortex. His features were jumbled and messed up. How annoying. Ephibo, follow me. I need to meet her. A firm nod came in response. His appearance had completely changed. It was time to relieve his accumulated stress. In a vast cathedral-like space with a magnificent chandelier hanging from the ceiling, Dantalian had a holy smile on his lips. A person with a slender figure approached and spoke. Why are you smiling? He politely clasped his hands and said, how could I not smile? It turned out to be Dolores in a pure white dress, and he was admiring her in front of such a beautiful saintess, but her face was filled only with displeasure. I'm not here to joke with you, Mr. Kitten, he said. Anyway, I was quite worried since you haven't been visiting much lately, saintess. She immediately explained. I've been busy investigating the recent disappearances and murders. He feigned understanding and said, it seems your Academy Club activities are busy. The world is getting more and more chaotic these days. Inwardly, he thought wickedly, I'm the one who committed all those incidents. The man before her did not give her a very good impression. She quickly organized what she knew in her mind. Kitten Indenhentia, head of the Indenhentia family, a branch of the Quovides family. On the surface he runs an orphanage. He seems to be doing charity work by running monasteries and hospitals with Quovides' resources, but in reality he supports the system of selling indulgences that pardons the sins of wealthy sinners. She finally reached a conclusion. He's clearly a two-faced person, and he must be hiding something. He brought his face close and smiled slyly. So what business brings you to me? She went straight to the point without hesitation. I've come to request the abolition of the indulgence selling system. It's wrong to think that all sins can be atoned for with money, he retorted. Why? The indulgence system has been the church's policy since ancient times. Isn't donating a large sum of money punishment enough? Her expression remained resolute. Sins can only be forgiven by confessing to the Lord and receiving a fitting punishment. A dazzling halo seemed to emanate from her. She asserted firmly. Indulgences cannot save people. Dantalian opened his mouth slightly as if to say something but stopped. He turned his back to her. I am simply following the teachings of the church. Perhaps you should discuss this with your father, the Cardinal Saintus, he said gently. Please leave. I heard that Academy students are coming here to volunteer today. There's no need to make a scene about the Quovides family's affairs where your juniors are. Dolores didn't want to talk any further. She just left one remark. Then I will come back another time to continue this conversation. The two went their separate ways, and at that moment he revealed his hideous form. His eyes slanted to the corners as if wanting to observe the saintess a little longer. So beautiful, beautiful and beautiful. He was so excited he had to bite his tongue to restrain himself. I almost couldn't resist the urge to collect her, but it's not time yet. In his mind he pictured her sleeping deeply on a bed of bloody masks. The saintess is a treasure I have found. When this world is in turmoil and she faces extreme despair, I will collect her. He hugged himself tightly to suppress his trembling, and a large eye sprouted from the back of his head. I have to open the gate as soon as possible. What he desired was, after all, a quagmire of blood. Come quickly, age of chaos. The scene changed, and a foot stood firmly on the ground. Viker was currently in front of a magnificent mansion. Is this it? He recalled the clues he had. This is the orphanage that Cindy Wendy analyzed from Andromalus's book. It's highly likely to be related to the 10 warlords. The family crest hanging on the tower fluttered in the soft early morning breeze. Is this orphanage also owned by the Quovides family? If even the family of Faith has been dominated by demons like the family of iron-blooded swordsmen, it's highly likely that other families have also been infiltrated by demons, he reasoned further. Since the Seoyama hound has shown itself more clearly after the explosion, I will investigate cautiously as a student volunteer. The group of 3 boys had also arrived. Oh, is this the orphanage where we're volunteering? Tudor wrapped his arm around his shoulder. You're so lucky to have so many friends volunteering with you like this, he just replied coldly. I don't remember asking. Faced with unnecessary enthusiasm, he sighed helplessly. A feeling of stuffiness filled his chest. Everything was so annoying. The situation on Dolores and Dantalian's side was no better. The Academy's 10-day-long vacation began. It was a golden holiday created by the overlap of the weekend, the school's anniversary, and the Dunn Church's Easter. The students made fun vacation plans, like traveling to the capital with friends or going home. Currently, they were all packing their bags and saying goodbye to their friends. But not all students were enjoying the vacation. An excited voice rang out, Viker, be grateful we gave up our vacation to come here. Tudor walked down the hallway with his hands in his pockets. We have to fill our volunteer hours anyway, Sancho said, clasping his hands behind his head. It's not bad to do it now. Piggy excitedly added, I actually like volunteering, so it's fine. Viker opened his mouth bluntly. All right, thank you. He looked around. Is this the Indenhentia orphanage? It's indeed the largest orphanage in the capital. It's different. Piggy pointed to one side. I heard the director of this orphanage is the founder of a charity foundation and also a visiting lecturer at our academy. Sancho was curious. Who's the director of the orphanage? Piggy answered as if he knew well. It's the person in the frame over there. In front of them was a portrait of a man. Kidden Indenhentia, head of the Indunia family, a branch of the Quovides family. I heard he's highly respected by many people and has considerable influence in the Dun Church. Piggy revealed his relationship with Dolores. Oh, speaking of the Dun Church, it seems he's in conflict with Saintess Dolores. They say it's because of different religious views, but it's a pretty famous story in this world. Tudor felt a little creeped out. I don't want to get involved in this kind of family dispute. Viker's expression darkened. The director of an orphanage who is respected by the people? He looked at the portrait with suspicion. You have to see what's inside. A nun came out and explained. The volunteers this time will live with the children for 10 days as their teachers. Behind her, the children peeked at the academy students with curious eyes. She continued gently. If you take care of them sincerely, the children will remember your kindness for the rest of their lives. Please love them like their own parents. While her voice echoed evenly, Tudor, Sancho and Piggy suddenly stared blankly at one side. The presence of two girls bothered him. Why are Bianca and Sinclair here? Bianca clenched her fists as if resigned. She asked back. Volunteering? Why are you guys here? Tudor just shrugged nonchalantly. Does a hero need a reason to do good deeds? She said sarcastically. A hero, just like the Don Quixote family. Over here, Sinclair suddenly approached Piggy and Viker. To meet like this by chance, it must be fate, right? She called Viker's name with a gentle smile. Then she awkwardly held out her hand to show her friendliness. I'm sorry we couldn't talk much before. I'll be in your care for the next 10 days. He had no reason to refuse her handshake either. Yes, I'll be in your care. After it was over, she left in a joyous mood. Piggy whispered quietly to him. Viker, I have some information for you, he asked. Information, Piggy revealed. I saw Sinclair go to the volunteer coordinator and ask for something the other day. She asked where you were volunteering and requested to be assigned to the same place. Do you know what this means? He thought carefully. Is she trying to get close to me under the guise of coincidence? I should be wary of Sinclair. He suddenly turned his head to the other side. His gaze was directed to a wide area where priests were talking together. But is the orphanage director not present? A clear voice announced. Now it's time to choose your teacher. At the same time, the children rushed out noisily. Tudor happily held two children in his arms. Everyone is so sociable. Sancho was also struggling with two other children clinging to his back. Oh, Bianca affectionately stroked the head of a cute little boy. You're so cute. Sinclair was reading them an interesting story. Only Viker's situation was not good. He glared down. You guys, a low voice like a debt collector. What are your names? The children were directly frightened. They all ran to Piggy and hid, and Piggy hurriedly advised, Viker, loosen up your face, he thought to himself in embarrassment. I didn't know because Pomeranian was so affectionate, but dealing with children is really difficult. Suddenly a small shadow flashed by, catching his attention. He looked toward where a blonde girl had run out of a large door. The small feet stopped in a shaded area. The girl stood alone, leaning against a stone pillar in the middle of a wide hallway. The girl's expression held an unspoken story. Suddenly, Viker appeared right next to her. I sometimes feel suffocated when I'm in a crowded place, he continued. If you don't mind, people usually think I have a bad impression. Finally, he raised a question in front of the bewildered girl. Why did that child leave? The girl firmly kept her silence and turned her head. He was a little embarrassed. Is it not working? He tried to recall a past event. Come to think of it, someone once gave me a piece of advice. How can a child answer if you ask like that? You have to smile when you ask. A gold name tag was attached under his collar. Viker knelt on one knee to meet the girl's eye level. PJ. Surprisingly, an incomparably gentle smile spread across his face at this time. Is that your name? The girl's pupils dilated to the extreme, reflecting his image. But the girl still didn't face him and ran away. He buried his disappointment in his heart. Is my smile that bad? Without noticing the approaching footsteps. She probably didn't run away because she dislikes you. Dolores approached with a noble appearance. I was watching everything. You look cold, but you're actually very gentle. Viker hesitated. Principal Dolores, the saintess explained. PJ is a child who has been hurt a lot and has closed her heart. That's why she has aphasia and can't speak. This information caught his interest. What happened? A sad expression momentarily flashed across her face. I don't know the details, but PJ was born in an orphanage. For the past 13 years, she has met many volunteers who came to work here. Like a bright hallway leading to a place covered in endless darkness. At first, everyone approached her in a friendly manner. But because of their busy lives, they didn't come back. Maybe that child was too tired of short farewells and long longing. He listened in silence, not knowing what to say for a moment. Suddenly a foot stepped on the stone floor in that darkness, approaching step by step. His eyes suddenly widened with wariness. Dolores was still rambling on about the touching story from earlier. But that child reacted to you. If it's okay, Viker, can you take care of PJ? Without a word, Viker suddenly covered her mouth with his hand. Two men were approaching where they had just been standing. One of them opened his mouth. It's hard to see your face these days because you're so busy. Dantalian nodded in understanding. It's because there are many people coming to confess and seek forgiveness recently, the other person demanded. While I'm here, I'd like to buy an indulgence. He opened his eyes, revealing his green pupils. How much do you need, sir? The conversation continued while Viker and Dolores hid and eavesdropped. 10 billion gold should be enough. Who did you kill recently? A Manji slave I bought a while ago ran away. In the process of catching him again, I taught him a lesson and he died. They chattered on without restraint. Do you need a 10 billion gold indulgence for killing one slave? On the way back I got angry and burned down a whole farmer's village, he whispered quietly. Be quiet. The Saintess looked at him in bewilderment. Viker, why are you doing this? His two eyes once again shone sharply as if he had sensed something. This smell, a gloomy and terrifying aura emanated from them. The smell I smelled at the academy. Meanwhile, they continued to discuss. 5 billion gold is enough for such a sin. The other 5 billion is a tip for the god who forgave me. Specifically, that sinister aura emanated strongly from Dantalian. The scent of a 10 warlord. He continued to speak mockingly to the man. That is blasphemy, sir. Dolores's eyes widened when she heard this. Of course, if you pay in cash, God will forgive everything. Cackling laughter echoed throughout the hallway. Haha, Lord Kitten, you always teach me about faith. Don't mention it. The Saintess tried to slip away, but he skillfully blocked her path. Wait, don't move. She struggled to resist. Let go. Unfortunately, the two had already noticed their presence. Surprised by the sudden appearance, Viker inadvertently relaxed the strength in his arm. Damn, are we caught? Suddenly, he realized something was off. Wait, I feel a very familiar energy from that guy. This guy's smell is, from a distance. Dantalian also noticed the two. Well, I didn't expect the Saintess to be here. I didn't know you had a bad habit of eavesdropping on others' conversations, he taunted. Or were you enjoying a secret rendezvous with a male student? The Saintess stammered in embarrassment. Lord Kitten, her mind was in extreme turmoil. This means I was caught eavesdropping. The situation has become awkward. His interest instantly shifted from her. Seeing your academy uniform, you must be a student who came to our orphanage to volunteer. His green pupils glinted with a dangerous light. I didn't notice because of the glasses, but up close you have quite a handsome face, he thought wickedly to himself. With looks like these he would rank among the best of my collection. I'm starting to want him. He remained silent, only staring intently at his opponent. The man behind Dantalian let out a few low coughs as if to hurry him. Cough, cough. He had no choice but to feign politeness. Sir, I've kept you waiting. He quickly left with his subordinate. Well then, I'm busy, so I'll be on my way. Viker was still a little concerned about Dolores. After what had just happened, she could only bite her lip in humiliation. How humiliating, the Saintess thought resentfully. Even after seeing him brazenly selling indulgences and hearing him insult the Lord, I couldn't say anything. She questioned Viker about why he had done that, but seeing the expression on his face, she had to stop. He opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. I apologize if my actions just now surprised you. I will be more careful in the future, he continued as he walked inside. I've been away for too long, excuse me, she broke out in a cold sweat. Still not recovered from her shock, she stared intently at his retreating back and couldn't help but wonder to herself. Was that person making a furious face? To summarize briefly, Kitten Jun Inden Hentia spent an average of about 2 hours a day at the orphanage, his main task being to sell indulgences to nobles and merchants. Occasionally he would mail investment reports or indulgence sales ledgers to house Quovides. The carrier pigeon had long been hacked by evil forces. Checking the package, the recipient was Cardinal Humbert Jun Quovides, the head of House Quovides. Moreover, Kitten was always accompanied by a security detail during his external activities. The security detail consisted of 3 men and 1 woman who took turns guarding him. They were Dantalian's loyal subordinates. One of the guards was the masked man I had met during the orphanage explosion incident. From his scent, I confirmed that he was a Phoebo, whom I thought had died that night, he analyzed further. Then the other 3 must also be high-grade graduators like a Phoebo. Facing 4 high-grade graduators along with a 10 warlord is extremely dangerous. Finally, he came to a conclusion. To eliminate Kitten, I must first deal with the 4 guards. Tutor, Sancho and Piggy stared bewilderedly at one spot. They were watching Viker diligently doing laundry by the stream. Isn't he overdoing it? Sancho crossed his arms with a guilty expression. I'm just doing volunteer work to earn points. I'm so ashamed. Tutor seemed inspired. To work so hard for the children. Viker, I will follow your example and become a true hero. I must try harder. The 3 young men simultaneously raised their fists high into the air. Let's all be like Viker. He paid them little mind, lost in his own thoughts. Am I overthinking this? It's hard to act during the day anyway, so I have to wait until night. For now, it's best to focus on the daytime activities. Under the clear blue sky, amidst the gentle sunlight, a ball suddenly bounced up. It turned out the children were playing on the grass. The entire area was noisy with the children's chatter, but only PJ still couldn't fit in. She sat alone on the stone steps under a large tree. Hearing a sudden sound, the girl glanced nervously to the side. A smaller ball was bouncing continuously on the stone floor. The person doing this was none other than Viker, who was sitting not far from the girl. The girl's eyes widened with curiosity. He smiled slightly. The children of the Balak tribe love playing with this too. He squeezed the ball in his hand. It's one of Madam's eggs, but it still shows no signs of hatching. I don't know what's going on, but I've always carried it with me, and I didn't expect to use it at a time like this. The girl watched with interest as he continuously bounced the ball on the floor. After a moment of inner conflict, the girl's expression suddenly became resolute. In the end, she succeeded in borrowing the new toy from his hand. Viker pushed up his glasses with a satisfied expression. She's come over. From a distance, Sinclair, who was sitting on the stairs, witnessed everything. He really is a kind person. She called his name. Viker. She judged him to be a little cold, but his gaze was still on the playing PJ. What is it? Sinclair slowly approached. She leaned very naturally and closely against his body. Of course, it's because I want to get closer. So since I'm a year younger, is it okay if I speak casually? He was silent for a moment, glancing at her as if sizing her up before agreeing gently. Do as you please. At those words she smiled brightly, showing her teeth. Riding the momentum, she continued to make a request. Then is it okay if I just call you Oppa? Viker. Oppa. He immediately refused. I don't like being called Oppa, she giggled. Hee. Then I'll think of another title next time. Let her do as she pleased. Whatever over here. PJ continued to bounce the ball excitedly. Suddenly, the ball slipped from the girl's hand. Out of control, the ball bounced further and further away. Unfortunately, it rolled through a hole under the fence and fell straight into the sewer. A moment later, Viker and Sinclair also noticed. By the time the two ran to check, it was already too late. She said helplessly, "Oh my, it fell into the sewer. There's nothing we can do." PJ looked up at him with teary eyes. Viker reassured her in a gentle voice, "It's just a ball, no need to worry." Realizing that wasn't enough to console the girl, he thought of another plan in his head and slowly raised his hand to unbutton his shirt. I have no choice. On the other hand, a pair of feet in clerical robes calmly approached. Dolores walked down the long hallway, her heart still heavy, her eyes mixed with an indescribable complexity. Viker. The saintess recalled her first impression. When we first met, I didn't like the way you judged others with prejudice. She had been very angry at that time. The night hound is definitely not a good person. How can you be so sure? Moreover, he had to participate in volunteer work because he had lost points for inappropriate behavior. However, Tudor had a child on his back. Viker, when the cafeteria was short-staffed, he volunteered to help. Sancho was helping with something under the kitchen. He was serving food earlier, and then he was checking the water pipes because the hot water wasn't working. He was working without even eating. Piggy looked quite messy, as if he had just finished doing laundry. Team leader, he went to do laundry now. Viker fixed the water pipe earlier, so now we can boil water to do the laundry. Bianca was hanging laundry outside. Viker, he was hanging laundry with me earlier, but the children asked him to play with them, so he went to fix the playground. The more Dolores thought about it, the more she felt sorry. Everyone thinks Viker is a good person. I misunderstood him so much. It was actually me who was trapped by prejudice. She slowly approached the stairs. Everyone knows that Kitten and I don't get along. What if he realized Kitten's presence and deliberately hid me for my sake? She quickly made a decision. I have to apologize to him. Just then, the figures of 3 people near the wire fence caught her eye. The saintess frowned in confusion. Sinclair covered her face with both hands in embarrassment. PJ's cheeks were flushed with tears. An academy uniform and white shoes were placed neatly on the ground. Without a word, Viker jumped over the high wire fence and shirtless dove into the cold sewer water. Dolores, Sinclair, and PJ were all continuously astonished. Not long after, the small ball landed in his hand. He announced in a low voice, "Found it." Gentle sunlight shone on his soaked body, creating a flawlessly beautiful scene. This way I don't need to feel sorry at his actions. The 2 girls stood with their mouths agape, speechless. The most surprised was of course PJ. The firmly shut door of her heart seemed to slowly open, letting happiness seep in. A joyful activity between the academy students and the orphanage children unfolded vibrantly in the yard. Tudor placed a hand on his sweat-soaked forehead. Is today the last day of volunteer work? Even the healthy Sancho had to catch his breath. Yeah, time flies. Viker and PJ watched their lively forms from a distance. Then let's play to our heart's content until we're exhausted today. Ho ho! The 2 sat still in that spot for a long time with no other sound intruding. The girl shyly glanced at him. It was as if she had something to say in her heart. His gaze was fixed forward. But what he least expected was for the girl to place a pretty flower crown on his head. Viker tilted his head slightly and looked up. Is this for me? The girl waved her hands, not knowing what to do. Suddenly a small hand reached out and took his. PJ communicated by writing with her finger on his palm. This is my way of expressing my gratitude. The girl chattered on, expressing her feelings. Thank you for always being by my side. Thank you for finding the ball, he said humbly. You don't have to, I enjoyed being here too. The girl smiled cheerfully. Hee. The small hand paused for a moment, then lightly tapped the larger palm again. The girl wanted to ask, can we meet again? Dolores's words flashed through his mind. At first everyone approaches in a friendly manner, but because of their busy lives they never come back. Maybe the girl is too tired of goodbyes. The meetings are short and the longing is long. He was lost in thought. When hunting demons I have to be prepared to die at any moment. I can't be sure that I'll come back. Nevertheless, his next words made the girl's eyes light up. I will definitely come back to see you again. Under the leaves rustling in the cool breeze, he made a solemn vow. I promise I will return here in the future. Hearing those words, the girl immediately couldn't hide her happiness and smiled brightly. It was a sign that PJ had completely accepted him. I'll be waiting, Oppa. He quickly corrected her. It's not Oppa, it's a juicy mister. In the main hall of the Indenhentia orphanage, Piggy, Sancho, Bianca and Tudor shed tears at the moving speech about the children who had lost their parents and lived in the orphanage. This time is precious beyond words. Through meeting you, the children were able to feel the presence of their parents and fill the void in their hearts. Dantalian spread his arms with a gentle expression. If the children grow up to be better people, it is thanks to wonderful volunteers like you. Now then, the love you have given the children here for the past 10 days, he extended his hand toward a cart. Please share it with the children. While Piggy sobbed like a child beside him, Viker muttered a single word. Was it you, kitten? He couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He's so good at spouting words like grace and loyalty with a demon's tongue. How skillfully he stimulates their respect for parents and their guilt. It must be a scheme to make the young students donate money. Nearby, his 4 loyal subordinates were also positioned. He brought all 4 guards. It'll be difficult to attack him. His red eyes flashed with extreme hatred. But I can't let that bastard run wild any longer. In front of his false and inhuman smile, he had already made up his mind. Everything is prepared according to the plan. Today I hunt a 10 warlord. Numerous gold coins fell one after another. Sinclair, seeing Viker standing apart from the line of people, felt curious. Aren't you donating? He answered bluntly with one word. I'm broke. She was even more puzzled. Why don't you have money? You're an academy student. He consistently stuck to his point of view. Give money to a demon? Of course not. The way she addressed him bothered him a little. By the way, why are you calling me Oppa? She reminded him. We decided I would call you Oppa. He didn't want to question it further. Do as you please. She returned to the previous topic. But isn't that too cold-hearted? Since we're better off, we should help the children here, he explained, lost in deep thought. Parents aren't necessary in the first place, he continued. In the end, this is a world you have to navigate with your own strength. Parents are only needed when you're young and need someone's help, otherwise they're not necessary. He uttered in a low voice, Oppa. She gently took Viker's hand. It seems you've been through a lot. Her eyes sparkled as she suggested. Oppa, come visit my house later. Let's eat together with my family during the holidays or vacations. After speaking, she immediately left, not forgetting to leave a farewell. Well then, I'll be going. I have to go see the children. You have to make time after the volunteer work is over. He was left staring blankly at the hand that had just been held. What a strange person. According to the previous timeline he knew, the personal information Sinclair had submitted to the academy was fake before his regression. She was the top genius of the fire department. She had placed first in both theory and practical exams for all 4 years. But for some reason she disappeared right after graduation and never appeared again, Dantalian declared in a clear voice. Now it is time to thank the teachers who have been by your side for the past 10 days. The children excitedly ran forward. Tudor moved, hugged a child tightly. Kids, I'll come see you every week until the day I become a great hero, and of course, even after that. Sancho soothed the child and carefully advised. In the north they say children are the sprouts that will lead the future. The most precious existence. The future of the empire rests on you. Stay strong, Piggy cried even more than the children. I'll definitely come back to see you. I'll bring lots of delicious things next time. Bianca affectionately stroked a girl's head. 10 days went by really fast, but I've grown very fond of you. In front of this touching scene, Viker chose not to participate. His eyes scanned the academy students, saying goodbye to the children on one side and then to the several people trying to comfort the children on the other. Dolores was also busy with 2 children. Viker suddenly approached from behind and opened his mouth. Dolores, Senior, the saintess's cheeks blushed slightly. Viker got straight to the point with a serious expression. I have a question, but all that was in her mind was the image of him soaking wet. Why does the image from that day keep resurfacing? He raised a question. Have you seen PJ? The saintess asked back. PJ? She hurriedly looked around. Oh, now that you mention it, I don't see PJ. That's strange. I saw her just this morning. Viker's expression instantly turned grim. He didn't want to delay, so he immediately turned and left. You don't know either, Senior. Then please excuse me. The saintess called out his name, Viker, in a flustered voice. The girl's bright smile flashed through his mind. PJ didn't show up. His red gaze turned to one side. Could it be that all suspicion is pointing to Dantalian? He too responded with an extremely wicked smile as if he had received the signal. His wariness rose another level. The gloomy night returned, and dark clouds covered the moon high in the dark sky. Tudor lay in bed, sleep-talking in his dreams. Farewell is not our end. One bed in the dormitory room was already empty. In dormitory 4 of the Indenhentia orphanage, the infant area, Dantalian's 4 subordinates stood in a majestic line. Suddenly, as if by prior arrangement, they left their respective positions and scattered in 4 directions. Ephibo was highly focused on his patrol duties. He was clearly guarding this place alone. Suddenly a black shadow loomed out of the darkness. He turned his head to check, but there was no one there. He still maintained his composure. He had not yet noticed anything strange. When he turned back, Viker was already standing before him, startling him. I have a question, he asked without delay. Where are the children locked up to be used as food for the demon? Unfortunately, instead of an answer, the opponent took out a weapon and prepared to attack. He gathered all his strength into his sturdy arm, preparing to strike a single blow. But it didn't take long for him to realize he was no match for him. Viker's palm grabbed Afibo's hair. "Ah, so you can't speak." He raised his gauntlet weapon. "In that case I have no time to spare." Viker held the head that had been separated from the body. Suddenly something piqued his curiosity, and he turned his head. The head in his hand suddenly smoked and melted like plastic, and a completely different head fell out from within. He carefully observed the piece of cloth full of stitches. This was the piece of cloth Afibo had worn. Was it a disguise with a fake face? He then turned his gaze to the object rolling on the floor. And this face, although it had been severely decayed long ago, it was generally recognizable. Peter. Suddenly, one detail made him hesitate. No, Peter didn't have this mole. He recalled the old memories between the two. Before his regression, Peter had often talked about his missing younger brother. He thought he had gone missing after entering internal training, but it wasn't because of the training. He had become a plaything for a demon. Viker's eyes flashed red from behind the lenses of his disguise mask. Then the other two subordinates heard the strange noise and came to support. He judged that the other guys might also be people he knew when they were alive. They were none other than Eber and Beto, their faces filled with solemnity. The two simultaneously took their stances and raised their sharp weapons high. The first to move was Viker. He charged forward with speed. A dark aura emanated from the sword on his gauntlet. The moment he struck, the two guys in front of him were nowhere to be seen. The two sides attacked each other relentlessly, and blood, whose it was impossible to tell, splattered everywhere. A terrible explosion occurred in the dark corridor. Thick white smoke billowed. On the other hand, in the middle of the room, a stone statue of a goddess stood majestically, exuding tolerance and authority. A low voice flowed out with two hands clasped together. "O my Lord in heaven." Dolores stood quietly under the statue and prayed. "Hallowed be your name, your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven." The image of a drenched Viker faintly flashed through her mind. "Forgive us our sins as we forgive those who sin against us, and let us not into temptation but deliver us from evil." As the image became clearer, she blushed with embarrassment. Now the saintess could no longer hide it. Why did that image keep appearing in her head? She struggled to regain her composure, turned and left. "Calm down, Dolores. Viker is just a kind junior." The saintess's heart was now wavering between the two men who had impressed her the most, but in fact she did not know they were the same person. Suddenly a loud noise from afar caught her attention. A tense battle was unfolding before her eyes, and a shadow quickly jumped out from the thick smoke. She recognized the person in an instant from the mask. Her expression was filled with bewilderment. Nighthound. The more she thought, the less she could understand why the Nighthound was here. After the smoke dispersed, Eber and Beto also charged out in turn. More importantly, why was he fighting Kitten's guards? As she shouted, Viker's movements momentarily froze. "Nighthound," he turned his body and exclaimed in surprise. "Saintess." The moment he let his guard down, a streak of light pierced his body. She was horrified to see his body collapse to the ground. Next, she spread her arms and blocked their advance. "Stop. I don't know what happened, but if we talk calmly, however." Didn't listen and came closer. She still stood her ground firmly, closed her eyes and gritted her teeth as if in resignation. A low voice was heard. "Move aside, Saintess." A deafening sound of two swords clashing, and an arm reached out to block the sharp piercing blade. It was Viker, and he had saved her in time. The Saintess was extremely shocked. "Nighthound, your arm," he gently reassured her. "It's fine." In the very next moment the weapon in Eber's hand shattered. The next development was even more terrifying. He had no time to react and was beheaded. Seeing this, Beto rushed to support his comrade, but the wound was too deep and Viker even had the strength left to behead the second guy. Witnessing this gruesome scene, Dolores couldn't help but tremble, staring at the back of the blood-soaked man in front of her. At their feet, two headless corpses rolled in their own pools of blood. The Saintess finally came to her senses. She asked him worriedly, "Nighthound, are you all right? Hurry and treat your arm." He answered perfunctorily, "Don't mind it." Inwardly he thought, "I didn't expect to meet the Saintess here at night. What is she doing here?" The Saintess's complexion darkened. "Why did Kitten's guards attack even me? They should know who I am." He pointed a finger down. "Look." A sign of their scalps slowly melting like clay appeared. She hurriedly covered her mouth to suppress her nausea. "Their faces," he explained. "They are just undead wearing human masks." Her whole body trembled. "Why did this happen to someone from the Quovides family?" he added. "Saintess of the Quovides family, shouldn't you know better than I do?" The cruel truth slowly revealed itself before her eyes. Could it be that Kitten is also? Two dirty pieces of cloth were thrown aside. Viker quietly and meticulously observed. He hurriedly searched his memory. A familiar face. It must be Stafford Baskerville of the Pitbull Knights. The image of him when he was alive flooded his mind like a torrent. "When I went missing during the flood disaster, I was spared responsibility thanks to Adolph Morg's defense. I heard he volunteered to enter internal training." He bitterly realized the problem, and couldn't help but curse. "Damn it," Viker continued to analyze. Looking at the tattoo on the remaining guy's neck, he's probably from the Jo Gyu-So family. The image of his second brother, Set, who had gone mad, flashed by. Set had also entered internal training. They were all from prestigious families who had cut off contact with the outside world. Suddenly, something bothered him. Internal training. I remember the three triplet sisters reporting that they were in training now. Suddenly, he mentioned that he had left Adolph's uncle's unit to join a secret organization and was engrossed in magic research. As soon as he slowly realized it, a small flame ignited on the palm of his bandaged hand. Could it be? Without a word, he threw it directly at the pile of corpses on the ground, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The scale of it grew, directly destroying everything it swept over. Countless pieces of wood scattered in all directions. Under the terrifying pressure all around, Viker had to use his cloak to protect Dolores's body. Fortunately, the flames did not cause much harm to the two. The two slowly opened their eyes, but it didn't all end there. A pair of feet slowly walked out from the still raging explosion. Haranto, with her long red hair flowing behind her, approached step by step. A familiar voice along with another memory flashed through his mind. 0 points. Is that your attitude towards your future wife? 0 out of 100. Seeing Haranto, who had the body of an acquaintance gathering power in her palm, Viker seemed to freeze and shouted, "Camus!" Viker and Dolores simultaneously turned their attention to the newcomer behind her. The flames that seemed to burn the sky blazed fiercely. The arm that had blocked the attack to protect Dolores was slightly scorched, her cheeks flushed. I was protected by the night hound again. She looked at him with emotion. She soon realized that this was not the time for such thoughts and tensed up with a guarded posture. Dolores observed her and guessed, an attack filled with malice. It seems the attack wasn't just aimed at the night hound. Is that person also undead? He said uncertainly. Probably. Viker suddenly became curious. Saintess, since when has she been following Kitten? She only knew vague information. I heard she was recently hired by Kitten. She remained silent, pursing her lips tightly and hesitating. It was as if she was about to make an important decision. After a moment of thought, she clasped her hands and used her ability. I am a servant of God. If the opponent is undead, I cannot stand by. I will help Nighthound. But he first stepped forward and commanded her. Stay back, I have something to confirm with that one, Dolores insisted. Then at least let me use healing magic. He coldly refused. Not necessary. Then he raised his hand and summoned his power. She stammered in a flustered voice. This is. On the other side, Rose had already started her attack. Sharp spears appeared simultaneously in the air. She sent them straight at Viker. His eyes flashed red as he swung his sword. Immediately, the spears were cut in half. They flew backward and exploded, raising a thick cloud of dust. He carefully evaluated her. Long red hair, magic of at least the 6th circle, using fire and metal. Viker quietly summoned Beelzebub. To be able to use such magic at such a young age, she is a rare talent even in the magical Morgue family. Rose continued to charge, and her power was fierce. The area around him exploded, raising a thick cloud of dust, and countless spears were embedded in the ground. Viker was not affected at all. He slowly walked out of the flames like a god of death. 2 more spears flew and grazed his shoulder. An attack with the heat of lava brushed past his ear, and a part of Viker's clothes was burned. Dolores's eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't understand. Why isn't the Nighthound dodging? She watched the fierce battle between the two, and countless questions arose in her mind. Why is he doing that? Could he know that magician? If so, what is their relationship? Viker was silent. From the beginning of the battle until now, he had been in a passive state. He recalled before his regression. She was known to be very close to her uncle, Adolphe Morgue. There were 2 people in the photo. A middle-aged man with a gentle face stood, his hand resting on the shoulder of a girl with fiery red hair sitting next to him. Then there's no way she would leave the family and come to this godforsaken place. The memory of encountering her in childhood. She asked with a displeased attitude. Hey, what did you just say? She arrogantly declared. Fine, I'll clarify the ownership of the ruby mine. This side is your land. That side is mine. Then it went to the time when the two dueled and she was utterly defeated. If I had no relationship with her, when she cheerfully praised. I'll give you 8 points for knowing the habits of the barbarian tribe well. Of course it's 8 out of 100, he answered coldly, even though she had answered well. Viker reached out his hand to help her up. And if I hadn't built a relationship with her, he blocked a dangerous attack for her. Finally, the scene where he faced the monster alone, and she was firmly dragged away by her uncle reaching out to him in despair. Before him was a giant spider monster. Viker looked like an ant next to it. If I hadn't used her for my plan, the beautiful and strong girl Camus looked at him with a worried expression. Viker made up his mind and stepped forward, stepping on the blazing flames at his feet. My choice made her like this and made the brilliant future of the hero Camus Morgue disappear. Rose was very similar in appearance to Camus, but her personality was colder and more ruthless. The most important thing was she didn't seem to recognize him. In an instant they were very close. He asked himself, "What have I done?" Rose summoned fire magic and the fire element slowly gathered in her palm. Viker tightly grabbed her wrist to stop her and then firmly grabbed her head, quickly removing the mask before she could react on the other side. Dolores was dumbfounded by the current situation. Viker's expression suddenly changed. The sharpness in his eyes immediately intensified and blue veins popped on the back of his hand. The atmosphere became quiet and a sense of pressure filled the air. He swung his sword without hesitation and Rose's head was separated from her neck. Viker withdrew his hand, the head rolled on the floor and her body also fell limply. He knelt on one knee before her body. Dolores was surprised to see it. Nighthound. She hurriedly ran over and used healing magic, worried with tears in her eyes. Why is the wound so serious? She couldn't help but guess with surprise. Could it be that you knew that person? Viker was silent. It was unknown what he was thinking. He said in a plain tone, "It's an unfamiliar face." That's a relief. After speaking, he stood up and commanded, "That's enough, stop." Dolores looked uneasily at the fresh blood on his clothes, but the wound is still there. He was all too familiar with it. This is enough. She couldn't hold back her curiosity. Why did you fight until you were exhausted? Can you tell me the reason? Viker was silent. After a moment he answered, "Demon hunting." Dolores didn't understand and asked back. "A demon?" he slowly explained. "This is just a personal grudge." He quietly picked up a piece of burnt cloth of an unknown shape. Viker felt a strong magical energy emanating from it. "These are the pieces of cloth that Kitten's guards wore." He made a decision. "I'll keep them for now and deal with them later." Suddenly a strange sound rang out. "Hey, give me back that memento." He was startled and turned his head, and Dolores was horrified to see that side. A mouth grew out of Rose's corpse and kept muttering. "Afibo, Eber, Beto, and even Rose. I borrowed them from her. She's going to make a fuss." She was horrified. A mouth grew out of the body. It asked as if it was certain. "You're the plague mask that's been attacking our subordinates lately, aren't you?" Viker recognized its identity. "Why ask what you already know?" Viker casually revealed his identity. "Should I call you a high-ranking demon, or should I call you Kitten?" Kitten stared at him in shock. Could this voice be Kitten's? He laughed cheerfully, not at all concerned that his identity had been exposed. "Ha, to think the Saintess would find out," the high-ranking demon whispered chillingly. "But that's fine too," he monologued triumphantly. "I guess I'll have to discard the identity of Kitten, since the Saintess already knows. I avoided touching the Saintess for fear of being discovered, but now I have a reason to, don't I?" Dolores trembled all over. It felt as if her faith was crumbling. To think that Kitten was a demon. He calmly affirmed, "Yes, that's right, I'll take off my mask, so look at me with eyes full of despair and terror." She clasped her hands and prayed. "Light of my life, fire of my loins," he watched, puzzled. With every word she spoke, the holy light grew more intense. Though she was anxious, her eyes were filled with resolve. "My sin, my soul, O wicked ones, feel the weight of this karma multiplied," she shouted. "Holy light!" A massive pillar of light descended from the sky, engulfing the high-ranking demon. He screamed in agony. "Kra!" he screamed as if he were about to be blown away, unable to even pronounce his words properly. The divine power instantly purified him. Arg! The space became quiet again. The bodies of Rose and the high-ranking demon were completely incinerated. Dolores declared, filled with rage, "Repent in hell, you demon." Suddenly a disgusting slurping sound echoed. Before they could react, a force shot out at the speed of light and pierced Viker's body. "A look like this is truly rare for the Saintess," she cried out in shock as she hurriedly supported him. "Nighthound." Footsteps drew closer. The one who appeared was none other than Dantalion. The high-ranking demon that should have been annihilated was in the palm of his hand. "It's rude to interrupt someone when they're talking," Saintess Dolores demanded in anger. "How can a demon wear the face of a saint and commit such terrible sins?" He calmly introduced himself. "Because I am a demon, Saintess. Surely you're not trying to stand against me." She spread her arms to shield Viker behind her and said in a frail voice, "Yes." He looked at her with a gaze mixed with contempt and ridicule. "A rookie apprentice, Saintess, and a half-dead swordsman dare to stand against me?" Dantalion grabbed her chin and teased her. "You're forcing yourself to act strong." Dolores had never experienced such a thing and couldn't hold back her tears. He continued, "But what can you do? The fear is written all over your face." He licked his lips with a disgusting expression. "You can't fool anyone with that face, Saintess." She was overcome with despair. His saliva dripped greedily. "Finally, the Saintess's face will be mine." Suddenly a fist flew from below and struck his jaw. He muttered blankly. "Ha!" A voice came from the side. "I realized one thing while chasing you." Dolores turned to the side in surprise. Viker, who she thought was dead, stood before him, speaking the truth. "You're a coward. You sacrifice your subordinates easily, and you don't try to fight directly. I knew you wouldn't show up unless I was seriously injured," he revealed nonchalantly. "So I just pretended to be hurt." The hole that had been pierced by his attack had now healed. "A wound like this is nothing." His eyes shot a sharp glare at him. "How was my acting, you high-ranking demon?" His pupils rolled back and his eyes filled with blood vessels. Soon his pupils changed and a strange turquoise light flickered. He gritted his teeth and laughed chillingly, blue veins popping on his face in anger. "Call me Dantalion, you damn bastard." Dolores had not yet escaped from the previous situation. Worry was written all over her face. She couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. How could he not die even after being pierced through the head? The atmosphere grew heavy. Viker was silent. Observing him, he assessed him inwardly. This one, the title of a high-ranking demon, isn't just for show. His eye sockets were dark and his green pupils glowed despite having a sword embedded in his head. He laughed triumphantly. "So you're the one who killed Andromalius." Cracks suddenly formed on the back of his head and gradually widened. A woman's face was revealed beneath. "I guess I can't use this bride's face anymore." He opened his eyes wide in surprise. He slowly emerged from the shell of his old body. Pieces of flesh still connected them. "What did I do wrong? When I collect those faces, I also obtain their memories and lives," he then revealed with contempt. Extremely confident in his own power, he said, "The one you just killed was merely Kittenrune Indenhentia. That's just one of the many faces I, Dantalion, possess. You can't kill me unless you kill all of them." A red light flashed in Viker's eyes. He raised Beelzebub in his hand and asked in a cold voice, "Then I just have to kill them all, right?" He resolutely pierced his stomach and blood immediately spurted out. "What is this?" Dolores stammered, trembling in fear. A pained groan and a plea were heard. "Save me, please save me." The woman whose body had been stolen by Dantalion seemed to have regained consciousness, crying in despair, "I don't want to die. Why do I have to die?" She began to vomit blood which spread to her eyes. "Please, please save me." As Viker pulled out his sword, she collapsed to the floor without any support. Dolores stood nearby, watching in a daze. Suddenly a strange sound echoed from her corpse. The scene from before repeated itself. A man tore through her corpse and emerged with a horrifying appearance. He looked around blankly. Where am I? He raised his hand to his head, trying to remember. I was on my way to buy the meat pie my daughter likes. On my way home. Before his words could finish, Viker mercilessly beheaded him. How arrogant! A child's reflection wiping away tears appeared on his glasses. Wah! He continued to cry and resent him. Wah, mister, you're so mean. His arm faltered. He asked in a frail voice, I didn't do anything wrong, so why are you bullying me? Viker coldly exposed him. Stop the act. He froze upon hearing those words. He spoke in a voice filled with hatred. Thanks to your friend, I'm immune to such tricks. He recalled how Set had also pleaded, pretending to be innocent. Brother, save me, Mom, I miss you. Realizing he could no longer hide it, he smiled strangely and revealed his true nature. Ah, so that's what it was? Then snapped his fingers. How about this? Viker was startled and bewildered. Something like a cell attached itself to his wrist, and it even had an eye as if it were alive. Dantalian announced cheerfully, It's a gift for you. Before his words could finish, a red light flashed and he unhesitatingly beheaded him. His face still wore a strange expression, and his body flew far, spinning and sliding, leaving a mark on the floor. He bent his body slightly and knelt. When Dantalian raised his head, a completely different face appeared. A contemptuous sound came from the mouth on his palm. Ha ha! Viker's pupils contracted and he froze. He felt dizzy and his mind went blank. He knelt in pain. Dolores cried out in worry. Nighthound, countless eyes and mouths appeared on his face. I've planted a face inside you. Now I'll show you its memories and emotions. Mask. A dark landscape covered him, and a distorted image appeared. A knife was embedded in a woman's head. That face belonged to someone who suffered from schizophrenia and delusional disorder. It was the result of him killing his own family in the past. How does it feel? The feeling of two people's memories colliding in one body, in other words, he explained. Your memories and his delusions will merge into one. Viker gritted his teeth and endured. Half of your face will be distorted and you will begin to lose your sense of self. Bloodshot eyes stared at him and an evil illusion appeared. Dantalian stroked his chin and admired it. Oh, Viker staggered to his feet. Dolores covered her mouth in shock. She frowned, her face pale and filled with horror. Your arm, he reassured her. It's fine. The severed arm began to grow back. I may be fighting a demon. In just a few seconds it had returned to its original state, but that doesn't mean I'm an ordinary human. He watched in amazement. Now I see why Andromalius lost. His attention was drawn to Viker's weapon. That magic sword, is it Beelzebub? And an aura of graduator superior. Dantalian smiled with interest. It'll be difficult to face this one head-on. In that case. Viker crossed his arms in a defensive stance. But he turned toward Dolores. She was startled and closed her eyes in fear. As the attack flew, he blocked it in time. He raised the corners of his mouth triumphantly as if everything was as expected. I knew you'd protect the Saintess, so you have a weakness right next to you. Feeling like a burden, she pleaded with guilt. Please don't mind me and fight him. Viker still stubbornly protected her from behind and refused. I can't do that. I can't lose a pillar who is a future hero. Dolores was surprised to hear those words. She hesitated, biting her lip. The two sides clashed fiercely. The fight was terrifyingly brutal. The Nighthound was fighting alone. Does he intend to keep fighting alone in the future? Yes. She clasped her hands and encouraged herself. I have to be more vigilant too, but I'm so scared I can't stop my body from trembling. Her worry for Viker overcame everything. But I have to help the Nighthound. She made up her mind, closed her eyes, and used her ability. At that moment something flew in front of her. Dolores looked at it in surprise. A strangely shaped piece of flesh moved its mouth. Sister, sister. She was in a crisis and couldn't move. Dantalian's ominous shadow seemed to appear behind her. Her pupils contracted in terror. Her face turned pale, and cold sweat continued to flow. Aye, his right hand turned into a tentacle as he arrogantly declared. Too easy. It was painful enough just to implant one face. I wonder what will happen if hundreds of faces are implanted into one person. Approaching his opponent quickly, Viker remained calm, gripping Beelzebub tightly. Ready to fight, he said in a confident voice. Then I'll just have to cut them all down. Sharp sword strikes crisscrossed, destroying everything that rushed in. Dantalian was not worried at all. Do you think you can cut down hundreds of faces? He proved it with his actions instead of words. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. Among the countless faces he recognized a familiar one. That face brought back memories of the orphanage. A girl placing a flower crown on Viker's head. The two sat far apart, looking at the same place. Her bright smile was something he could never forget. As the two faces overlapped, he checked in disbelief. PJ, in a moment of distraction, he was hit by the tentacles' attack. They rushed in one after another as if they were endless. Suddenly a tremendous force blew everything away. Viker stood alone in a pitch-black space with nothing around him. He frowned, raising his guard. The path ahead looked like a sewer, and dozens of children sat side by side, hugging their knees. The current under his feet was strong. Here, he observed them and suspected. I remember being swallowed by Dantalian's ability. Then does this mean I'm inside Dantalian's ability? It was an unbelievable guess. Were all the people here eaten? Suddenly his pupils contracted and blood vessels popped. Countless bizarre faces floated on the water and the quiet scenery began to shake violently. It was the same disgusting feeling as when he appeared with that face. It was impossible to count how many tragedies had occurred. The delusions of those here are mixed and flowing into me. A child with his head down groaned quietly. It hurts so much, please." Viker reached out and gently stroked the child's head, comforting him. His face darkened and his mood sank. He recalled what he had seen before being swallowed. "If all those swallowed by Dantalion are here." With a serious expression, Viker looked around. "That child must be somewhere here too." The children continued to resent and sigh. "It's scary, it's hard." A desperate feeling filled the space. "I want to die, I hate it. I don't want to live anymore." Dolores listened blankly. The sounds continued to echo. "Don't laugh, disappear, disgusting, terrible, evil, sad, hard." She collapsed to her knees. All of this was the vengeful spirits of those who had been eaten by the demon. A person slowly approached from behind and asked proudly, "How is it, Saintess? This is my collection of human souls I have swallowed so far." The original form of Dantalion boasted with interest, "I chose them very carefully. I don't want to eat ugly ones." His face admired disgustingly. "This crying, doesn't it truly touch the heart?" His true identity was the 9th corpse, Dantalion. Danger level S, size unknown. Discovery location was the deepest part of the Gate of Ruin, the Serpent's Womb. Nickname is the 9th corpse. One of the 10 great disasters called the natural enemies of mankind, incomprehensible, indestructible. Dolores did not look at him and questioned him. "Even the children of the orphanage, how could you commit such a sin?" His attitude was extremely nonchalant. "Do I need a reason to eat?" Dantalion put his hand in his robe and corrected her. "Besides, I am not guilty." He bared his teeth and took out a stack of documents. "Because I have this indulgence." He laughed evilly and chillingly. "The human idea of selling sins for money. Human thoughts always pleasantly paralyze my brain," he then calmly explained. "Using an orphanage as a food supply is just an idea I borrowed from the way humans raise and slaughter livestock. If I have a sin, is it the sin of learning too much from humanity?" Dantalion whispered emphatically with the intention of brainwashing her. "Of course, Saintess, you are just one of those harmful and evil humans. You just happen to have holy power, but you're so helplessly weak on the inside that you only bother those around you." He wanted to completely destroy her confidence. "If it weren't for you, it would have been impossible to trap this assassin in the world of the abyss. It's all thanks to you holding him back." At this time, a perverted thought came to his mind. "Ah, seeing a speechless Saintess is always exciting. In my spiritual world, the negative energy of the dead will swallow her ego." Dolores was still silent. He was very excited. "I really look forward to the expression on this woman's face when she is contaminated by negative energy." Suddenly she turned and admitted, "Yes, not a single word you said is wrong." Twisted faces overlapped on the indulgence, symbolizing sin, harming other lives for convenience, my inadequacy. All of it is human weakness. Those things piled up and created a desperate situation. Dantalion thought he had achieved his goal and drooled with excitement. "Yes, just as you say, human." Dolores's attitude suddenly changed. Tears flowed down her cheeks and a holy light enveloped her. She declared, "But the faith in a better direction, even in despair, is also the strength of humans." He was immediately flustered and avoided her, stammering, "Holy power, weren't you already contaminated?" At this time she was more resolute than ever. "Thanks to you, I realized more clearly how much I have hesitated until now." She thought of her father. "I couldn't abolish the indulgences because I was afraid of my father. I couldn't help the Night Hound's lonely fight because I was afraid of the demon." Next was Viker's lonely figure. "I know well how useless I am, but he taught me." Memories of the two people came to her mind. Dolores had always wondered, why did God choose someone as weak as me to be the Saintess? There are many people with stronger faith than me even without holy power. Why did God give me this noble title of Saintess? He had told her the answer. God chose you because you suffer and feel guilt, because what this world needs is something that shines only when it is at its most difficult and fierce. She was surprised to hear those words. Dolores vowed to herself, "I can't just leave him who fought so steadfastly against the demon. I can't let him fight alone anymore." Her holy power grew stronger. She decided she had to do what she could. An explosive light spread around. Dantalion sensed the danger. "Damn it, I can't let that woman use her holy power like this." He hurriedly blocked her path, hoping to sway her heart. "The people here can still be saved, but the souls purified by holy power cannot be revived." But this time Dolores had come to her senses, and she would no longer be swayed by the demon's words. Just then a small hand reached out and touched her chest. A boy with innocent eyes stood before her, and behind him other children waved their hands cheerfully in farewell. Tears streamed down her face again. With a sorrowful heart she apologized for not being able to save the children. A dazzling holy light filled the entire space. At that moment, in another area, the children were still hugging their knees with their heads down, and among them was a girl with particularly light blonde hair. The girl's expression was deathly, and her eyes were vacant. Viker sat down, leaning his back against the girl's. "I finally found you, PJ." Purple veins had spread all over her body. "Why did I want to see you one more time? That's all I thought about on my way here." Viker's face slowly began to crack, and a few fragments scattered and fell. "I have something to tell you." The scene of countless fierce eyes staring at him flashed by, and the chains connected to his back broke. The rest of his life was just a series of days spent getting revenge on demons. He had come to the orphanage to hunt a demon. He hadn't thought at all about what would happen after that. "But then I met you." Under the warm sunlight the two sat apart, but the atmosphere was perfectly harmonious. PJ's expression was bright. Seeing that smile, Viker realized that his own expression was also slowly becoming vacant. If there is something to give meaning to this revenge, it is to create a world where future seeds like you can live and laugh happily. "Thank you for giving meaning to my journey. A powerful holy light spread. The girl listened silently, then said she was sorry for not being able to protect him. Suddenly PJ opened her mouth. "You really came to see me again?" Viker was so surprised he doubted his ears. When he turned in confusion, the girl and the children behind her had all been purified and had regained consciousness. The girl raised her hand to wipe away her tears and said, "I was scared." He was so caught off guard by this unexpected joy that he stood there blankly. Viker hurriedly pulled PJ into a tight embrace. He whispered firmly in the girl's ear, "I promise I will never forgive the one who made you cry." The girl smiled happily and answered, "Okay." The holy power spread throughout the entire house and light seeped through the windows. Dantalian covered his face with both arms to block the blinding light. He wondered to himself, does the saintess have such amazing power? Could it be that she has awakened and purified the entire spiritual world and the souls within it? Viker and Dolores joined forces and approached him. She continued to maintain her power. He was amazed and stared at his own palm. "This is," then, as he clenched his fist and felt it, a red aura enveloped him, overflowing with a halo. "The saintess's holy power is amplifying my aura." 6 blood-red energy spheres appeared in the space. "I can reach it now." That state. A similar new sphere began to form in the center, and the aura grew more and more intense before slowly taking shape. Dantalian was stunned to see the aura materialize on Beelzebub in Viker's hand. "No way, a sword master." The energy already enveloped his entire body. He opened his mouth. Dantalian gritted his teeth in a voice filled with hatred and declared, "You will die in pain." While Dolores used her ability, Viker stood in front to protect her. At this moment she realized, "I can feel it." In a state of extreme concentration, she felt the sorrow of the countless sacrificed children and the anger towards the demon who caused their deaths. The night hound's emotions are being shared. The image of a saintess with her hands clasped, turning her back to face a knight with a sword came to mind. In the past, the Pope had said that the saintess could only awaken when she met someone with whom she truly connected on a soul level. Amidst the dazzling golden light, she vowed, "I will offer all my holy power, this power that is growing stronger and stronger, to the night hound." A huge pillar of holy light shot straight up into the sky. Soul resonance. The saintess transmitted her holy power to the one she had acknowledged, the one with whom her soul resonated. It temporarily amplified the recipient's abilities to their limit. Viker's gaze was resolute. Not the night hound, Viker van Baskerville. The powers of the two were connected. The ultimate state had been awakened. The first holy sword saint in history. Dantalian was speechless and froze on the spot. A sword master, he suppressed his fear and recalled, only a select few humans could reach that state. The only ones to be wary of were usually the heads of prestigious families. A terrifying aura emanated from Viker's entire body. Does this young brat have the right to reach the state of a swordmaster? He wondered why the tables had turned. But before his words could finish, his neck was severed and flew into the air without giving him a chance to react. Viker continued to attack, cutting Dantalian's body into hundreds of pieces. Severed legs, arms, and his head rolled on the floor. Viker approached and stomped hard on his face. "The souls you collected have been purified and are gone. Now you have no spare faces, no way to struggle." A fierce, killing intent permeated every word. "Desperate, aren't you, Dantalian?" He frowned in confusion. "Am I going to die here?" A heavy pressure filled the space. He felt resentful. I was about to open the gate to the demonic realm. He had thought the human world would be easily dominated, but a human who dared to block his path had appeared. He had to eliminate this one, even if it cost him his life. Viker suddenly sensed something strange. Dantalian transformed and countless eyes and mouths appeared. He asked confidently, "Did you think I had no more faces?" His body slowly grew larger and larger. "There's still one left. I will self-destruct and take you and the children of this orphanage to hell with me." Dolores watched with concern. It was a dangerously murderous aura that made her skin crawl. "What should I do, Nighthound? At this rate, this entire area will be destroyed." Viker calmed her down. "Calm down, Saintess." She was stunned by his words. He looked back at her. Even in this situation, he was still composed. "Don't worry, everything will be fine." His expression was serious. "Because I believe I can reach it now," the state he had yearned for his entire past life but had never reached. He recalled the power of his father Hugo, the sword he had wielded. Dantalian roared in anger. "My brothers, fulfill the mission of bringing the age of ruin to humanity." A blood-red halo flashed by, and Viker swung his sword with all his might. The sword strike cut across the entire orphanage. What had been shining conspicuously in the darkness immediately exploded, and its power affected the surrounding area. Bianca and Sinclair were awakened from their sleep by the vibration. Tudor and Sancho were similarly flustered. What is this, an earthquake? In the midst of such a violent situation, Dolores still trusted Viker and closed her eyes, entrusting everything to him. Only after the space became quiet again did she open her eyes and gasp in shock. The scene before her was unforgettable. A huge slash had split the top of the orphanage building in two, and the stars in the sky were visible through the gap. Sinclair observed it carefully and exclaimed in admiration, "Wow!" She looked up at the sky and wondered what it was. The incident that occurred in the middle of the night at the Indenhentia orphanage plunged the capital into terror. Another attack targeting an orphanage belonging to the Quovides family. The long slash left a deep mark in the ground. As before, the night hound was once again identified as the culprit, and countless people flocked to the scene. In the crowd gathered in front of the main gate, Bianca still couldn't believe it. "I can't believe the night hound appeared here." The more Sinclair thought about it, the more her skin crawled. An attack happening right where we live, it's really scary, Piggy added a word. All sorts of things are happening on the last day. Tutor was interested in another matter. What a shame, it was a chance to catch that guy and prove my worth as a great hero. Sancho noticed something strange. But it's really strange that there were no casualties after that explosion. Piggy hurriedly turned and reminded him. Hey Sancho, watch your words. He looked at Dolores's back and guessed. Yesterday, the director of this orphanage kitten disappeared along with his escort knights. They were probably victims of the night hound's attack. He suddenly realized with an awe. I think I know how she feels now. Senior Dolores must be heartbroken. Pedro frowned and admired. Then Kitten, I always felt he was a suspicious person, but I didn't know he was a demon. He expressed his opinion, and the one who had solved the matter was the night hound. Although he couldn't forgive him for attacking a branch of the family, he felt a certain sense of relief that the rotten part of the family had been cut out. The crowd on the other side noticed their appearance. He continued, Of course, even if that's the truth, I don't know if people will believe it. Dolores was silent for a moment, as if thinking about something. Finally, she turned and made up her mind. Lord Pedro, I apologize in advance for what is about to happen. He was puzzled. What? She approached them and raised her voice to announce. Everyone here, please listen to me for a moment. The crowd immediately stirred and began to murmur. It's Saintess Dolores. It seems the Saintess has something to say about this incident. She took a deep breath and composed herself. Night Hound. Returning to that night, Viker had handed her a book. This is the truth I have about the Quovides family. It's up to you how you use it. Now she held it in her hand with a resolute attitude. Dolores opened it without hesitation and read it aloud. X month, X day, detailed record of indulgence and pardon sales. At these words, Pedro, who was standing behind her, was startled. The faces of two people came to mind. Sender, Kitten Jun Inden Hentia. Recipient, Cardinal Humbert Jun Quovides. Sancho, Piggy, and Tutor's eyes widened in surprise, their mouths agape. Baron Vicon, wanting to avoid leaving an inheritance to his parents, staged an accident to kill them and took all their assets. To atone, he donated 1.5 billion gold. Bianca and Sinclair were also shocked by the information they heard. Baron Lago assaulted and murdered a maid and buried her under the sewer system. To atone, he donated 200 million gold, murdered a business partner to take all the investment money. To atone, he donated 800 million gold. The crowd was divided into two factions. One side believed it and said, selling indulgences to such demons, even if it's for atonement, there should be a limit. The other side was still skeptical. There's no way Cardinal Humbert and Lord Kitten would do such a dirty thing. Someone refuted. But the Saintess is saying it herself. Dolores paid no attention to their reactions and continued to read the list. Count Isso, tax evasion of up to 100 billion gold. To atone, he donated 300 million gold. She made a firm resolution in her heart. I will no longer let fear stop me. I want to become someone my father would not be ashamed of, she declared seriously. I, Dolores Quovides, believe that sin cannot be traded with money. And that act is a blasphemy against God, her voice echoed. I swear that from now on such cruel acts will not be forgiven within the Quovides family. In another part of the orphanage, Viker sat alone in the place where he had mummeries with PJ. Saintess, he muttered. The warm sunlight shone through the leaves. He was slightly impressed. Even after regressing, her honesty hasn't changed. He looked up at the sky and calculated. Then there are only 8 of the 10 high-ranking corpses left. Then he glanced to the side with a story-filled face. Viker gently caressed the empty seat next to him, made a vow to himself, and quietly left. I will create a future where children like you can live with a smile. Under the tree was a grave with the name PJ and a still fresh flower crown. Laugh to your heart's content there, he urged. Inside Professor Benemer's office, a questioning voice was heard. Why wasn't my article published? Dolores placed both hands on the desk and asked. I wrote the truth without any falsehoods. Why are you publishing an article criticizing the Night Hound instead of mine? He still maintained a nonchalant attitude. Are you really asking because you don't know, Dolores? He then explained. Your writing is very aggressive towards a certain group. The Academy always maintains a politically neutral stance. He gently touched the pile of documents in front of him. It had a very eye-catching title. Was the Night Hound's attack really an unprovoked act of terrorism? The darkness behind the Quovides family of faith. She raised her voice and corrected him. I only wrote the facts, Professor Ben sighed helplessly. Didn't your father, Cardinal Humbert, deny all those facts? Even the people on the indulgence list are claiming it's not true. Dolores tried to persuade him, but he refuted. But there's a ledger that clearly records that. Yes, but it's a ledger whose source cannot be verified. She couldn't quite understand why he was so stubborn. Why are you taking the Quovides' side so much? Was there any external pressure? He was silent for a moment, as if thinking about something, and finally decided to reveal it. Yes, I don't need to lie to you. They want the article to focus on the Night Hound's terrible terrorist acts, so the headmaster has been in a difficult position all day. She was surprised to hear that. Dolores wanted to know more. Does Cardinal Humbert have enough power to put the Academy's headmaster in a difficult position? The professor rubbed his brow tiredly. If it were just that level of influence, I wouldn't have listened to him myself. She was shocked. That means, she thought of one person in the Quovides family. The only person higher than Cardinal Humbert is the Pope. She then analyzed the situation. Even if other people are corrupt, he must have maintained his nobility. I heard his judgment has been a little clouded due to his old age lately. Could Cardinal Humbert have taken advantage of that opportunity to block his eyes and ears? He reminded her seriously. Anyway, your writing is not suitable for the newspaper. People might get the impression that you are implicitly supporting the Night Hound. Don't forget that he is a villain who committed acts of terrorism. She pursed her lips and asserted firmly. The Night Hound is by no means evil. The truly evil ones are the Quovities and the demons hiding within them. But she couldn't bring herself to say it out loud. The image of Viker came to her mind. Demons still exist in the world. The Night Hound has been fighting alone all this time, and he will continue to fight. Realizing that she could not achieve her goal, Dolores finished her conversation with Professor Ben and turned to leave. Now I understand why the Night Hound risks his life to kill demons without telling people. He urged her. It's better not to dig into this matter any further, she immediately replied. Yes, I understand. Her expression was still filled with her initial intention. But I still have to find a way to help. Tudor frowned and stretched. He complained. It's so tiring to come to class after a long time. I didn't know volunteer work would suit me so well. I just realized it, Piggy enthusiastically suggested to Viker. Let's go together again next time. Tudor suddenly remembered something, approached him and put his hand on his shoulder. Oh, that's right, we were all supposed to train Natalie today. Do you want to go? He immediately refused. I'm not feeling well, so I think I need to spend some time alone. His face turned pale. Time alone, Piggy pointed to himself. Then I'll go back to the room too. Tudor hurriedly covered his mouth and agreed. Time alone is important. All right, we'll keep Piggy occupied. Viker didn't understand the situation, but he replied, yeah, all right. In the empty room, in the quiet space, he sat at his desk and opened his bag. Good, I haven't had time to be alone since that day, so I couldn't organize properly. He was lost in thought, recalling the state of a sword master he had reached with the Saintess's blessing. Although he had returned to the top rank of a graduate after that day, it had been a great opportunity to have reached the state of a sword master. Viker rummaged through his bag and found the biggest spoils he had obtained from this battle. This was an item obtained from the fight with Dantalion's escort knights. It was a leather pouch taken from Dantalion's subordinate. When he placed the 4 leather pouches side by side, they merged into one large mask and the pieces of cloth slowly connected. According to his memory, this holy relic was a mask in the shape of a wolf's head, and a sinister red glint appeared. The beast's mask, picaresque. Ability, Fratricide 0, Bestiality off. Viker secretly felt lucky, not expecting to find a holy relic comparable to the magic sword Beelzebub here. He imagined the figure of a werewolf standing alone in the middle of numerous corpses holding an axe. In the Bekmulji book of 100 Things he had read before his regression, it was recorded that this was a mask whose power grew stronger the more one killed one's own kind. The wearer of this mask becomes stronger the more they kill their own kind, and gains unimaginable recovery and magic accumulation abilities. He picked it up, observed it, and muttered, should I try it on? I think it was written that there are some side effects. When he put on the mask, Viker's pupils contracted in surprise. He felt his body's condition. The stamina and aura that had been severely depleted after the battle with Dantalion were recovering rapidly. Unlike the simple recovery ability of the Rosy Swamp, this mask even restored stamina and fatigue. Suddenly he frowned and noticed something strange. But something strange. The surrounding objects looked unusually large. Why is my vision so limited, and why can I only see everything in black and white? On the chair was a dog with black fur. It barked in bewilderment. Woof! Viker's clothes were so big that they slipped off his body. He was horrified to realize that he had become a dog. Could this be the side effect? He scurried around in a panic. It'll be a big problem if I can't turn back. I have to take off the mask. The mask immediately fell to the floor. He was stunned. Viker, now naked, let out a sigh. Just thinking about taking off the mask makes it come off on its own. He observed it carefully. If this is an ability that allows me to turn into a dog at any time, it's more of an additional ability than a side effect. Fortunately, the Academy's dormitory rules don't prohibit keeping animals, so I'll be able to act more flexibly in the dormitory. Just then, the sound of something cracking was heard, and he turned his attention to that side. The egg in his hand began to crack its shell. Viker recalled Piggy holding it before it rolled into the sewer. Madam's egg is cracking. Could it be that the wiggling last time was a sign of hatching? He couldn't help but recall how dangerous a situation he had gone through to defeat that monster. Madame Eightlegs. A high-ranking magical beast that had almost killed him several times in numerous battles. Even the great demons who once ruled hell were wary of it, to the point of providing it with a habitat deep in the abyss. Could it be that the offspring of that monster is waking up now? 2 hairy legs poked out of the eggshell. Without keeping Viker waiting for long, the shell immediately shattered into several pieces. A small spider that didn't even reach his palm appeared. Its eyes sparkled, and it barked. Woof! It looked at him pitifully. This small furball is Madame's offspring. He suddenly realized something strange. Wait, did it just bark? It was desperate to communicate with him, he guessed. A barking sound. A dog. Could it have learned it when I left it in the wolf den in the swamp? The little Madame's expression was as if it was trying to be cute, its eyes moist. Viker asked, "Are you hungry?" It hurriedly nodded its head. In response, he cut the piece of meat on the desk in half and gave it to it. It just kept spinning and paid no attention. He observed it for a moment. I thought it would eat meat like Madame, but it seems the offspring doesn't eat meat. The little madam obediently crawled back onto his hand. Anyway, this is a good opportunity to raise an S-class magical beast from the swamp. I should look for something for it to eat. Only Viker's footsteps echoed in the wide corridor. As he was about to turn a corner, he heard an unpleasant voice. Don't tarnish the Academy's honor, you commoner. He peeked out his head slightly to eavesdrop. Over there, 3 people were surrounding Piggy. One of them was holding his arm. Isn't that Piggy? And the guy next to him is the other guy with long purple hair and an arrogant expression. It's Gremu Leviathan of the fire department, isn't it? From the Leviathan family of darkness, one of the 7 great families of the Empire. The second-place student of the fire department's first year and the arrogant first-year vice president. This was information Piggy had told him. His footsteps brushed past them. He rubbed the back of his neck, laughed awkwardly, and stammered, excuse me, can I go now? I just stopped by for a moment. My friend is waiting outside." One of the subordinates blocked him, raised the corner of his mouth and insulted him. "You think you can just leave as you please, you commoner?" Gremu's words were even harsher. Piggy bit his lip and remained silent. His pride hurt. "A guy who's not even a junior swordsman, how unsightly. You annoy me every time I see you. Someone like me with someone like you." His gaze looked at Piggy as if he were a pile of trash. "The noble blood of the 7 great families. You know how much of an insult it is to have to attend the same academy as a commoner like you? You don't deserve to be here." Moreover, he insulted not only Piggy but also his friends. "Your friends must be the same kind of trash as you." At these words he could no longer stand it. Frowning in anger, Piggy immediately grabbed Gremu's collar. He was shocked, as if he hadn't expected Piggy to dare to do such a thing. Piggy gritted his teeth and warned him. "I can tolerate insults to myself, but I won't forgive you for insulting my friends." Blue veins popped on his face in anger, and he looked down at Piggy arrogantly. "What are you going to do if I don't forgive you?" Then he coldly pushed Piggy back hard and ordered, "Crush him." A subordinate immediately raised his fist, preparing to attack him. He closed his eyes tightly in fear and waited. But even after a moment there was no movement. Puzzled, he slowly opened his eyes. Tudor had appeared from somewhere and was lightly blocking the subordinate's fist. The guy used all his strength but couldn't get away. He showed concern for Piggy. "Are you okay?" A larger hand snatched his head. Cold sweat ran down his cheek. Sancho's 2 eyes glowed with a vicious red light as he tightened his grip. "If you want to test your strength, you've picked the wrong opponent." The guy screamed in pain. Arg! Piggy was stunned by the current situation. Tudor Sancho. Just then he came up from behind and supported him. He was surprised. And Viker too. Since when? The 2 subordinates knew they were at a disadvantage and retreated. Gremu called Tudor's name, filled with hatred. "Tudor La Mancha Don Quixote." The group of 4 had all gathered. Tudor said, "I came because you didn't come back no matter how long I waited, and this was happening." He turned and demanded, "How dare you touch my friend?" He glared at him sharply and declared, "All right, this won't end easily." The atmosphere grew tense. Piggy watched worriedly. Sancho cracked his knuckles, preparing to fight. Viker quietly watched the situation. The 2 sides faced off, and an extreme tension flowed between them. Gremu sneered contemptuously. "Birds of a feather flock together. Seeing that all your friends are commoners, I can tell what your level is, Tudor." He suppressed his anger and reminded him, "Gremu, have you forgotten that this academy does not distinguish between nobles and commoners?" He provoked him nonchalantly. "So what can you do? You were at the scene of the Tsuyoyama hound incident and couldn't do anything. You're so useless." Tudor was startled and retorted, "That's because I was sleeping at the time." Suddenly the 2 subordinates took out gas masks and put them on. Gremu spread a strange mist. "Losers always make excuses. If I had been there I would have caught the Tsuyoyama hound." They were surprised. The mist grew thicker. Tudor was on guard and raised his arm to block it. "Is he trying to show off his power inside the academy?" Viker immediately recognized that this smell was a paralyzing poison. Suddenly the little madam, who had been quiet until now, wriggled. Its 2 eyes sparkled as if it had seen something attractive. He was puzzled by this situation. He arrogantly declared, "This isn't even worth my attention. I just wanted to show you the difference in our skills." Fall into despair, feeling the difference in skill, "You stupid bastards." Everyone hurriedly covered their noses and tried to hold their breath as much as possible. Tudor gritted his teeth helplessly. The little madam opened its mouth wide and inhaled. Then it sucked with all its might. The surrounding poisonous mist was its target. Viker watched this scene with puzzlement. "The little spider, it's absorbing the poison," he guessed. Could poison be its food? He quickly grabbed the little madam and blocked it so that others wouldn't see. It was annoyed at being interrupted while enjoying its meal. Tudor over there was also bewildered. The air became clear again. They were puzzled. "What was that?" he rarely praised. "That was scary. Fortunately you have some conscience, Gremu." But he himself was stunned by this situation. He was frozen, sweating coldly. "What was that?" "From what I felt, it felt like all the poisonous mist was sucked towards that guy just now." Viker turned his head, pretending to be innocent. Under his collar, the little madam was still absorbing the remnants as if it was a pity. He couldn't find anything strange and denied it. "I must have seen it wrong." Gremu, to save face, pretended to acknowledge Tudor's words and crossed his arms. "I showed you mercy. It's not worth wasting poison on ice and muscle idiots." He approached. "You've been ignoring us since a while ago." He raised his fist with a serious expression and challenged him. "Then let's have a go." Then he proposed a condition. "There's a team battle in this midterm exam. The team with the lower score will run around the academy naked. How about it?" Gremu also showed interest. "That's an interesting idea." He turned confidently and waved his hand as a farewell. "I'll accept that challenge. I'll watch how you become a laughingstock, Piggy apologized guiltily. This happened because of me, Tutor corrected him. It's actually a good thing. We'll take this opportunity to flatten that arrogant nose of his, he asked with tears in his eyes. But I'm only a junior swordsman. Will I be of any help in a team battle? He placed his hand on Piggy's shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry, you're smart and have good observation skills. He was moved. Tutor, they walked together, he instructed. The team battle for this midterm exam happens to require 4 people. Sancho and I will take the vanguard, Piggy, you'll be the commander in the center, and Viker, you're a sharpshooter, so you'll take the rear. With this strategy a high score is guaranteed, he asserted with conviction. We'll never lose to someone like Gremu, Piggy excitedly and hurriedly agreed. Yes, at this moment Viker nonchalantly announced an important piece of news. I promised to team up with someone else, so I'll be out. Hearing those words he was stunned. Tutor thought he had misheard. What did you say? He explained calmly. I said I promised someone else. Piggy still wanted to cling on. Can't you change it? He was not swayed at all. A promise is important. The three were at a loss. They opened their mouths wide and cried out in despair. Viker, please read the room. He was still quiet as if he couldn't understand. The Academy's stadium. This place could accommodate tens of thousands of people. The Academy students had come early. The atmosphere was noisy and lively and the cheers were deafening. They excitedly cheered for the group that was just entering. President Dolores, you look amazing this year too. Go for it. The Colosio, the pride of the imperial capital. Her entire body was covered by a protective barrier. The Colosio Academy's midterm exam is held publicly. The midterm exam consists of a total of 3 subjects. Defense ability is evaluated in a group battle where teams deal with various skills. Attack ability is evaluated in an individual battle where students fight monsters alone. And finally, there is a written exam. The defense exam held today uses illusion magic to create a dungeon inside the stadium. Dolores stood in the center, surrounded by monsters, and the examinees had to fight fake monsters created by combining clay golems with illusion magic. Countless insects appeared in swarms in the air. She stood in the center and focused on her magical abilities. A protective shield enveloped the students' bodies, and when they received a certain amount of impact, a number was displayed on a remote scoreboard. Students formed teams of 4 to defend against the waves of monsters, and their scores were evaluated based on their contribution and the time they endured. A fierce battle unfolded, and various types of magic continued to explode. The provided HP or hit points decrease with each attack from a monster, and the exam automatically ends when the HP reaches 0. Each wave lasts for 20 minutes with a total of 3 waves, and surviving for 60 minutes is scored as a perfect score. In the stands, all the Academy students were still cheering excitedly. This semester's highest record belongs to a third-year student. President Dolores's team has endured for 58 minutes, and if they can hold on for just 2 more minutes, they will complete the run and set a new third-year record. Their team had exhausted a lot of stamina from the previous battle and were all panting from exhaustion. Piggy seriously took notes and analyzed. The 4th-year seniors are graduating, so they don't participate in the exam. So the highest score for this midterm exam will definitely go to President Dolores's team, he explained. Usually, 3rd years complete 3 waves and 2nd years complete 2 waves. So if a first year can just pass the first wave of 20 minutes, they'll be in the top rank. Tutor opened his mouth. But I can't be satisfied with just that, Piggy. Their attitude showed no sign of worry. To flatten Gremu's arrogant nose, we have to at least get to the middle of the 2nd wave. Just then, a girl approached and arrogantly declared, HMPH, since I'm here, that's no problem. Bianca flicked her hair and confidently urged, you guys just have to stop the monsters from approaching. I'll hunt the monsters. Seeing her, Tutor's expression changed. He coldly reminded Bianca again. Teamwork isn't a game of a princess and her 3 servants. All of our honor is on the line here, so please take it seriously. Tutor La Mancha Don Quixote, co-representative of the first-year ice department. She gave a sarcastic smile. No one wants to see you naked, so please take it seriously. You look really pathetic, so just take care of yourself, Tutor. Bianca Forer, co-representative of the first-year ice department. The most mature Sancho stepped in to stop them. If you want to fight, go to the battlefield. Sancho Baratheon, 6th place in the practical exam of the ice department. They hated each other and simultaneously turned their heads. HMPH, Piggy was worried. Tutor and Bianca really don't get along. Piggy, 3rd place in the first-year comprehensive written exam. He looked up at the sky and longed. Viker, why did you go to another team? At the same time, on the other side, he said. I don't like to stand out, he instructed nonchalantly. I ended up standing out a little, but it's going to be troublesome from now on. Go wild so that I don't have to step up. Viker, 1st place in the first-year comprehensive written exam. The 3 Hound brothers answered respectfully in unison, we will protect you well so that you don't have to move, sir. The eldest was Highbrow Baskerville, 3rd place in the practical exam of the ice department. Next was Middlebrow Baskerville, 4th place in the practical exam of the ice department. And finally, Lowbrow Baskerville, 5th place in the practical exam of the first-year ice department. They were burning with fighting spirit, determined to carry out the first mission their master had given them. Viker's 3 friends watched in disbelief, then one approached with contempt. HMPH, that tutor guy, ditching his commoner friends to recruit Bianca from the U family to win. Not surprising, he gave an arrogant smile. but that doesn't mean they can beat us. Gremu Leviathan, the second-place student of the first-year fire department, frowned and glanced back upon seeing that his side had also recruited a trump card. Sinclair complained. Grammys, can you stop that sinister smile? He corrected her. It's Gremu. He acted arrogantly, as if doing her a favor. Ahem, you should be grateful that I accepted you, a commoner. She reluctantly accepted. I'm not exactly thrilled, but let's cooperate for the sake of our grades. Then she tilted her head, lost in thought. He shouted in anger. I said it's Gremu? Sinclair, top student of the first-year fire department. She looked around, searching. Which team is Viker on? As his two underlings looked at her with worried expressions, he declared confidently, in any case, first place among the first years will definitely be ours. In the stands, countless academy students cheered and shouted with excitement. The atmosphere in the stadium was very heated and lively. Viker was lost in thought. I've never taken an academy exam in my past life. I'll probably just have to fight well. But Hybro saw him and explained, Master, do you not have information about the exam? When you enter the stadium, a virtual reality magic circle activates and turns the surroundings into a dungeon. The exam begins when the monsters swarm in. Below in the arena, a team was struggling to fend off the poison gas spewed by a swarm of giant ants. The mission is to survive until the provided HP drops to 0. But the poison the monsters spew is real, just diluted, so you have to be careful. Even if you're not physically attacked, your HP will continuously decrease because of the poison, so you must be cautious, Viker asked. They use real poison, he replied. If there's a problem, the instructors will release the mana barrier and intervene. He was curious. You know a lot. Have you trained for this before? Middlebrow added. After you left the family, Master, I tried it a few times at the family's training ground. He decided to trust them. Then I'll leave it to you. Do as you please. So that I don't have to step in, they placed their hands over their chests and vowed in excited voices, we will protect you like an iron wall, sir. We must do well on the first mission our master has given us. Just then, Tudor and his group approached and greeted him. You're here. He was surprised. He scratched his head and showed his interest. All ready, Viker. Then he leaned in close to his ear and whispered worriedly, I didn't know you'd team up with the 3 Baskerville brothers. Are you going to be okay? He explained calmly. I wasn't forced. We really promised to team up. He was still suspicious. Really? He assured him. Really. They said they needed knowledge about monsters, so we talked about it a few weeks ago. Tudor checked one more time. You're not being bullied or anything, are you? Viker answered. No, I'm fine. Just then an announcement rang out, catching Piggy's attention. The battle in the arena below had stopped and everyone was injured. Monster corpses were scattered around chaotically. The exam for first-year Team 68 has ended. First-year Team 69, students of first-year Team 69, please come up to the stadium. Gremu laughed gleefully. It's our turn. His team advanced with an air of confidence. Then let's cause some trouble. A swarm of ferocious giant ants charged, the ground shaking beneath their feet, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. In an instant they closed in on the team. Gremu shouted in a fluster. Sinclair, aren't you ready yet? She seriously summoned her magic. Ready. Orlick. Her expression was serious and her pupils shone, completely different from her usual dazed look. The magic directly hit the monster in front in the abdomen, and its power affected the surrounding area. The students in the stands watched the battle and cheered with excitement. Viker was lost in thought. Sinclair. He was impressed, as expected of the top student. Below, she continued to maintain her magic. He analyzed, with that kind of skill she would surely become a famous mage in the future. But why was she completely inactive during the Age of Ruin? A moment later an announcement rang out. The exam for first-year Team 69 has ended. Exhausted, she collapsed to the floor, wiped her sweat with her hand and sighed in relief. That was really tough. The others weren't much different. Team 69 exam ended. Record 19 minutes and 55 seconds. First place among first years. Tudor clenched his fists in anger. HMPH, Gremu's team set a new first-year record. Suddenly he glanced to one side. Gremu gave an arrogant smile and mouthed the words, I'm looking forward to your naked run. At these words the 3 were enraged with burning eyes. Tudor gritted his teeth and growled. Gremu. Next up was Team 108, consisting of Viker and the 3 Hound brothers. The stand suddenly grew noisy. Tudor shouted loudly, Viker, I'm cheering for you. His best friend Piggy chimed in. Do your best. He paid them no mind. The 3 Hound brothers boosted their morale, determined to take first place, befitting their master. As they came to a stop, monsters appeared one by one in the air before them. Bianca suddenly had an expression of disbelief. What? Viker turned his attention. She was puzzled. That guy, did he just use a bow? Below, he was holding an arrow, ready to fight. Piggy explained. Yeah, Viker registered a bow as his main weapon for the ice department. She became slightly curious. Let's see how well he shoots. He raised his arrow, drew the bowstring taut, and in an instant countless arrows were fired simultaneously. Piggy was shocked. So fast, Bianca was startled, her pupils contracting in disbelief. What? That rate of fire? She observed the situation and evaluated. But it's just fast, the power is weak and the accuracy is poor. But seeing Viker quickly continue his attack, she thought, what is this uneasy feeling? He recalled calmly. The arrow before him was the same, but in the past it was surrounded by a blood-red halo emitting a dangerous aura. It embedded itself strongly in the head of the monster opposite and caused an explosion. A dazzling light spread out. Returning to the present, Viker was lost in thought. This is what it would be like if I didn't hide my skills, but not being able to go all out is really making me itch. The image of her fiercely warning him came to mind. If you lose to anyone with this bow, I won't let you off. He secretly felt sorry. "I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise." He smiled slightly and looked down under his collar. Then at this opportunity little madam, as soon as it received the command, it shot out and rushed to the monster's corpse without a moment's delay. Its 2 eyes sparkled with excitement. Viker let it frantically suck up the poison. "I heard monster ants discharge poison. This place must be a buffet for little madam." And it was. "Enjoy yourself until the exam is over." A moment later a familiar announcement echoed throughout the stadium. The 3 Hound brothers knelt in frustration at the result. Team 108 exam ended. Record 19 minutes and 50 seconds, second place among first years. Gremu laughed heartily, holding his stomach triumphantly. "Ha ha, triumphant. As expected, a commoner like you can't beat me. You'd better understand the difference between us." The 2 underlings behind him did the same. Sinclair looked at them awkwardly as if they were idiots. "That sounds just like a line from a third-rate villain." On the other side, the 3 Hound brothers felt extreme guilt, holding swords to their necks and trembling. "We failed to offer first place to our master. We deserve to be beheaded." Viker helplessly stopped them. "Stop it, second place is already more than enough. Next, first-year team 109. Students of first-year team 109, please come up to the stadium." Sancho spoke up. "Viker got second place," Piggy praised cheerfully. "That's a result worth celebrating." Tudor strode forward confidently, aiming to surpass Gremu's team's record of 19 minutes and 55 seconds. He declared confidently, "We will aim to finish this in one go." All members of team 109 appeared in everyone's sight one by one. A giant ant with sharp fangs charged ferociously. Tudor was at the forefront, thrusting his spear hard to pierce its body. Bianca aimed at it accurately with her bow from behind. The others also cooperated without rest to face the monster swarm. Viker watched the battle intently. He analyzed. Tudor and Sancho are facing the monsters at the front. She continued to shoot powerful arrows. Bianca is providing support from the rear, and Piggy is just as importantly observing and giving orders from the center. He evaluated objectively. "Looks like they've prepared a lot. Their teamwork is quite good. They might actually take first place." Suddenly Viker realized something was wrong. He brought his hand to his neck. "Wait a minute, what is this empty feeling?" But the spot was empty and his face turned pale. His pupils contracted in terror as he guessed. Could it be? He spotted a suspicious little dot in a corner of the stadium on the corpse of a giant ant. Little madam was still diligently absorbing the surrounding poison gas. Having eaten until its belly was about to burst, its cheeks were puffed up contentedly. Viker was startled. "Why is little madam over there?" Little madam opened its mouth wide, trying to absorb as much of the poison gas spewed by the giant ant as possible. Viker frowned nervously. "That little spider, I'm sure I put it away after my exam." It couldn't resist its greed for poison and jumped out. He noticed its shell and its even larger body. It even molted. Could it have grown that much in such a short time? A growth rate worthy of madam's offspring. Though very anxious, he stood his ground and observed. "As long as the exam is in progress, I can't do anything about little madam. I can only hope the exam ends without any incidents." On the other side, he gripped his spear with both hands and struck down hard. He slung his weapon over his shoulder and smiled confidently, a dazzling halo shining around him. Bianca shook her head and criticized. "What a waste of energy. Is there any need to smash the ant like that?" Hearing that, he gritted his teeth in displeasure and shouted angrily in provocation. "My God, how well can you hold back then?" She arrogantly raised her bow. "That's a piece of cake. Watch this." As soon as she finished speaking, a fierce arrow flew towards the giant ant's head and easily pierced it between the eyes. It screamed miserably. Tudor didn't spare any praise. "Not bad, I can't lose either," Bianca challenged. "HMPH, try to keep up if you can." A sharp slash split the monster's body vertically. Sancho was helpless at their childishness. "Are those too close or not?" Piggy seriously reminded them. "Everyone, the formation has broken. Let's regroup first," he calmly commanded. "Bianca, no need to kill them. It's better to focus on their front leg joints. Tudor, it'll be more effective to deliver the finishing blow when the ant's formation collapses." Sancho, instead of blocking from the center, lure them in a little deeper. He followed without hesitation. "Piggy, your observation skills are better than I thought." He laughed loudly and declared, "Haha, Piggy is a true warrior too." Receiving high praise, he was very proud. "It was worth studying hard so I wouldn't be a burden to everyone." Everyone cooperated, and they all excitedly faced the monster swarm. "With this team we can definitely break the record." A moment later, only the remains of the giant ant corpses were left on the ground. They were exhausted and panting for breath. Team 109 exam ended. Score 19 minutes and 55 seconds, tied for first place among first years. Gremu gritted his teeth in anger and cursed resentfully. "Those idiots, those fools got the same time as us." Bianca sat down in disappointment. Tied for first place, kneeling, she seemed dazed. "What a shame. If only we had held on for one more second," Tudor sighed, thinking it was a relief. "At least we don't have to run naked." She touched the protective shield on her body. "Does HP reaching 0 mean I would have died if this were a real battle?" Sancho set a goal. "One day I'll become a warrior who can last for an hour like President Dolores." Tudor smiled and urged. "All right, let's go." Dolores watched the entire battle, very satisfied. "They're my club juniors, but they all did really well. I'm looking forward to seeing how they'll grow in the future." An announcement continued to ring out. Phase 1 has ended. The first-year exclusive monsters have ended. Phase 2 will begin. From now on they will be second-year exclusive monsters. She was startled. What? The swarm of giant ants formed again in the air. Viker frowned in confusion. Gremmy's team was also shocked by the current situation. Below in the stadium, Tudor's team was tense. What is this? Why did the ants appear again? Wasn't the exam already over? He shouted a worried warning. Damn it, whatever it is, everyone be careful. All physical damage from now on will cause real pain. They prepared to fight warily. We just have to hold on until the school intervenes. On a control room. The hallway outside was quiet, but the room was in chaos. Someone pointed at the screen. The children's HP has all reached 0, but the exam hasn't ended, they demanded. They're just first-year students. Who activated Phase 2? Another person checked and explained. There's a strong life sign inside the exam area besides the students, so the system has an error. The professor was puzzled. It's normal for there to be no life signs when the armor's HP reaches 0, but the control panel indicated that an entity full of life force was still able to fight. Dolores suddenly pushed open the door and came in. Professors, there's a problem with the exam. Please hurry and save the students inside. Everyone froze at those words. They looked at each other and helplessly passed the buck. Even if you say that, we're just the tactical model management department. Checking life signs isn't our responsibility. Everyone ignored her and whispered to each other, would it be faster to go to the golem forest than to decode the magic circle? That's because from this year on, golem creation and operation are automated, and the related magic circles are connected to mana stones. We need permission from the higher-ups to deactivate it, then quickly deactivate the mana barrier. But to destroy the mana barrier, we need a key. Dolores's face turned pale. She was dumbfounded listening to their conversation. I have the mana barrier key, but one key isn't enough to deactivate it, a loud voice announced. Professor Sao, you have key B, but you said you were going to the bathroom and we lost contact. She bit her lip in frustration. They're just complaining. What? He left his post without permission again. She headed towards the stadium. Viker sat in silence. He frowned and guessed. Could there be an error in the magic device? When I took the exam, no life signs were detected. Does that mean little madam grew after eating the poison? And its life sign was detected by the mana stone? He checked the situation inside the barrier. It seems the poison fog started to rise because of the error. If I don't rescue them quickly. Suddenly, Viker's eyes widened in shock. He discovered a device installed nearby. It was an air vent made for air circulation. The entrance is small, but if I pass through there. Sinclair suddenly glanced to one side. She looked curiously at the noisy crowd. What's all the noise about? Did someone break our team's record? A four-legged creature ran by quickly. It brushed past her like the wind and she screamed in surprise. Ah, then she collapsed to the floor. The others stared blankly at it. Sinclair groaned as if in pain. Ouch! She chased after the dog, wondering why it was biting her pants and dragging her away. A powerful slash collided with the mana stone. The professors were speechless and horrified. Dolores continued to attack it with her sword. They shouted urgently. What, President, what are you doing? They quickly grabbed both her arms to stop her. The mana stone is an extremely precious and expensive ancient artifact, she retorted angrily. Who cares? We have to cut off the power source to save the children, they warned. If you destroy that, you'll be expelled. House Quovides will demand compensation directly. Dolores gritted her teeth firmly. Just hold on a little longer. I'll save you no matter what. Back in the stadium, Piggy was bitten by a giant ant. His eyes rolled back, unable to resist. The ant rammed him, sending him flying, and he fell to the ground. Bianca and Tudor called out worriedly. Piggy? They tried to wake him. Piggy, wake up. Piggy, he was unconscious and motionless. As a huge black shadow loomed over the three, they cursed helplessly. Damn it, Tudor lamented. I haven't even become a hero yet. He was resentful. Do I have to die such a meaningless death here? In front of them, a giant ant was preparing to attack, spewing poison gas. It bit down decisively. Bianca was horrified. Tudor, her eyes filled with tears, terrified, unable to believe this was her end. I don't want to die like this. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared from the poisonous mist behind her, and two red dots flashed. She could only close her eyes and wait for death. A fist struck the giant ant's head, and its outer shell was destroyed. Viker leaped up and sent the ant flying with his fist, a sound ringing in Bianca's ears. The force of the attack made her hair fly, and she squinted slightly to watch. The poison gas blurred her vision. Why are you here? Viker's dignified back was incomparably dependable. He clenched his fists and a blood-red halo enveloped him. At the same time, he promised seriously, Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. The two professors on either side held Dolores's hands and desperately tried to stop her. President, calm down, this is not your place. She gritted her teeth and struggled. Let go, I have to save the children. While they argued, one professor stared intently at the chart with an expression of disbelief. He shouted, wait a minute. They stopped and looked, and he urgently informed them. One more life sign has been added inside the stadium. The two professors were surprised and disgusted. What? One of the slaughter ants has been taken down. It seems someone has broken into the stadium. You mean they broke through the mana barrier? At this moment, everyone had the same question. What on earth is happening inside? The small dots on the chart were divided into two sides, red and blue. On the stadium side, Piggy and Bianca were unconscious on the ground, affected by the poison gas. Sancho and Tudor were in a similar state. The only conscious person was Viker. He clenched his fists and stood in front to protect them. He frowned. His sharp gaze glanced to the side and he said, Let me warn you, there's a saying in our family's motto. The fate of a beast that cannot be tamed is death. Little Madam, who was hiding behind the corpse of a giant ant, was startled and broke out in a cold sweat. Then he ignored it for a moment and commanded, "All right, I'll lecture you later. Absorb all the poison around for the children's safety." Driven by the desire to live, it immediately obeyed seriously. It opened its mouth wide and sucked with all its might, and all the poison gas was drawn towards it at once. Suddenly, a giant ant appeared above his head. Viker cursed in annoyance. This shameless bastard. It bared its teeth at him, ready to attack. But before it could act, its neck was severed by his kick. The two professors in the mono-control room were horrified as they watched the situation, and suddenly detected a huge life sign. Viker also noticed something was off. He was worried. "Oh no, can they detect life energy from here?" He crouched slightly and took a defensive stance. "If it is revealed that I am not an 18-year-old mid-grade spur but a graduator, it will definitely cause a huge commotion." He evaluated the monsters before him, recalling that these fake golems were made to be identical to real monsters. Slaughter ant, soldier ant, danger level B. They looked similar but were of different species. Slaughter ant, soldier ant, danger level C. Viker picked up Sancho's axe. "If I apply the strategy for dealing with slaughter ants that I knew in my past life, with all your friends' weapons, even a superior sword expert can handle them." He focused on its neck area. The ant's weak point is the part connecting the head and chest, called the backplate. Then he swung the axe with all his might. It spun and accurately hit the monster's weak point. Viker's dark eyes remained in the same posture as when he had executed the technique. This is where the slaughter ant's biological compass is located. Its body continued to tremble. Without giving them a chance to react, he pierced them one by one with lightning speed. When that is destroyed, they will lose their sense of direction and retreat. He drew his bow and aimed. There's one more weak point. His target was the center of its head. The skull is divided into two pieces, and below the center is a small chain-like plate the size of a little finger. Viker decisively released his hand, and each arrow left the bow like the wind, instantly destroying the shell there, which was much less hard than other parts. Next, he gripped Tudor's spear tightly, turned, jumped into the air, and delivered a clean slash. It collided with the body of a giant ant, then turned to another one. His pupils flashed red, and their corpses were torn into several pieces and fell from the sky. Suddenly, Viker paused, remembering something, and a giant black shadow loomed over him. "Ah, right. The one in front of me is a completely different form from the previous ones. Slaughter ant, general ant, danger level A." It drooled, staring at him greedily. He asked nonchalantly, "Were you also in this exam?" Then he smiled wickedly, drew the sword from his back, and the cold blade glinted. Outside the stadium, nothing had changed except for the increasingly noisy commotion. The students in the stands were curious and discussed. "With so much poison gas, you can't see anything. Is there a problem? The time for the third round is already over. There's no way a first-year student can withstand the third round, which even third-year students can't endure." A professor in the mono-control room suddenly shouted. "No way!" The others looked at him urgently. "What's wrong now?" he informed them in a disbelieving tone. "The general ant has been taken down. Moreover, the life signs of the examinees have all been intact so far." Professor Ben was horrified. The general ant, he suspected. The general ant was not a golem that academy students could defeat. It was a device added to prevent students from easily lasting an hour. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. What on earth happened inside? Just then, someone came in, supporting a seemingly unconscious woman. It was Professor Sao, who had the key to Mono-Barrier B. Immediately an angry voice echoed. "Where have you been?" The man supporting her explained. "The owner of a bar in the back alley reported her to the guards for property damage and obstruction of business, so we found her. They were just helpless." "Crazy, this person is really..." Dolores, seeing the conversation going off topic, urged. "That's enough, hurry and open the mono-barrier." On the stadium side, the inside of the barrier was still covered in thick poison gas. After a moment it opened and the poison gas slowly dissipated. The accident that occurred during the midterm exam at the Academy Stadium was resolved by deactivating the mono-barrier. Time elapsed, 42 minutes and 13 seconds. The professors rushed over, everyone still panting for breath. The scene before them was numerous monster corpses scattered chaotically. "Are all these ants down?" Dolores hurriedly looked for them. "Where are the children?" Suddenly she stopped, her eyes widening in surprise. What? Viker was lying unconscious among the pieces of corpses. She wondered why Viker was here. In fact, he was uninjured but pretending to be unconscious. She immediately made a decision. Although there are many loopholes, it's best to let them think he collapsed while fighting with the children. Dolores stood quietly and watched. "It might be a little troublesome, but I'm satisfied that the future heroes are still alive." Anna noticed the situation here, approached, and quickly took a picture with her camera. Thus this image of Viker was saved. It was the moment a hero was born who risked his life to save his comrades in the Academy Stadium midterm exam. The newspaper featured a story about the Tudor Quartet's incident, along with a description of Viker's heroic actions as seen in a daze. The description was accompanied by his dazed expression. "This is an achievement accomplished by all friends working together." The hero's humble act, the flood of praise, and the handsome face when he took off his glasses to wipe his sweat. Viker, a first-year student who had gained attention for his handsome looks, was re-evaluated as having a superior desperate magic level. His confused expression as he recalled the giant ant, the head of the Monster Research Institute, questioned whether a superior sort desperate could defeat a general ant. Viker explained that he knew the weak point in the slaughter ant's skull. He frowned and knelt thanks to Viker revealing the secret of the slaughter ant. The Empire's army's death rate is expected to decrease significantly. The Crown Prince awarded Viker a commendation. Finally, he couldn't hold back his annoyance and revealed it. The newspaper headline was sensational. "This year's hottest star, Viker. Who is he?" Someone unhesitatingly tore the newspaper in half. Under the night sky with a bright moon he sat on the roof, his head bowed in frustration and sighed. Viker grumbled in dissatisfaction. "My academy life, which I wanted to live quietly, is heading in such a troublesome direction." Little Madam smiled brightly and happily wagged its legs. "Woof," he reminded it. "It's nothing to celebrate, you fat thing." Well, at least the children are safe. As soon as he finished speaking, an eagle flew over. Little Madam was startled and terrified. It immediately panicked and hid inside his collar. As the eagle landed, he noticed the paper tied to its leg. "Is this Cindy Wendy's regular report?" There were a total of 4 new pieces of news. First, the 10 high-ranking corpses have collected information. Analysis will take a month. Second, Seoyama hound copycats have appeared, one for worship, the other for an unknown purpose. Third, Osiris of House Baskerville has left the territory, possibly heading to the capital. Fourth, a rumor that there is a royal bloodline in the academy. He read it with concentration and guessed. "Is there a clue about the 10 high-ranking corpses? If I have to wait a month, they must be approaching very carefully." Viker recalled fighting Dantalion with Dolores. This time, he was able to win easily thanks to the Saintess's power, but I have to train really hard for the next month. He moved on to another problem. "I was worried, but I didn't expect 2 Seoyama hound copycats to appear. It will be very troublesome if they startle the royal family or if their activity areas overlap. I might have to investigate once." He thought of his older brother. Also, the news that Osiris Le Baskerville has left House Baskerville. Lastly, an unidentified person and a hidden royal bloodline in the academy. He couldn't understand. What on earth is this meaningless item for? Why did she write that? But he already knew the answer in his head. Cindy gave a thumbs up and a smirk. Because it's fun, with nothing else to pay attention to. Viker immediately burned the information report. But there's nothing to lose. As he let the ashes be carried away by the wind, a girl suddenly appeared nearby. She admired. Wow, he was surprised and looked up. To meet the hero of the academy at this hour. Here, Sinclair smiled under the moonlight and spoke. "Is this what you call fate?" She naturally sat on the roof. Sinclair, evaluated as having both diligence and talent, always takes the top spot in the fire department with overwhelming grades. Viker frowned in caution. Why is someone like her here at this hour? Her next words answered the question in his mind. "I didn't expect to meet you here at this time, Oppa. This is the ideal place for me to see the Milky Way whenever my heart feels troubled," he responded nonchalantly. "Is that so?" Sinclair blushed shyly on both cheeks and glanced sideways with anticipation. "If I come here later, can I see you again?" She had no idea that Viker had already secretly decided to change the place where he received news from Cindy Wendy. She seemed excited. "Did you know that the entire academy is buzzing with stories about you these days, Oppa?" He was indifferent. "I don't want to know." She thought he was being shy and comforted him. "What's there to be shy about? Outstanding people always attract public attention." Sinclair counted on her fingers and listed. "Not only are you the top student in the theoretical exam, but you've also written several papers that could shake the academic world. And you've reached the level of a superior aura expert despite being a commoner." With every word he felt more and more pricked, and he didn't dare to face her. She sincerely admired. "You're truly a person that your colleagues can respect," Viker said modestly. "Grades are fleeting, so don't pay too much attention to them." Sinclair tilted her head blankly. "Money, power, everything will become meaningless sooner or later." A desolate landscape without life came to his mind. Skulls scattered on a sandy field. "When the age of ruin begins, the old order will collapse and only the age of survival will remain," she teased him. "You talk as if you've lived through this world. When I hear you talk, Oppa, you sound like an old man." Viker was immediately startled. He thought to himself, "This kid is really sharp." Fortunately, Sinclair changed the subject. "Oh right. Do you have any plans after the midterm exams?" he answered boredly. "Back and leg training," she suspected. "Did you just reject me?" He pushed up his glasses and remained silent. Come to think of it, this kid had as many secrets as I did. She sighed helplessly. "Really, I can't help it." He recalled the past. Before my regression, she was a top student who had never been defeated, and at the same time she disappeared into history without a trace. Viker observed her and guessed. If her commoner background is a lie, she's probably the hidden royal family that Cindy Wendy mentioned. The next day, warm sunlight enveloped the academy. Tutor stretched tiredly. "Ah," he complained. "I didn't know this exam would be so long." Then he was happy at the thought of being free from his ordeal. "But anyway, after the attack exam today, the midterms are over." The 4 were still together, Sancho explained. "Because we got hurt in the defense exam accident. The fire weapon exam was postponed, so it feels long." He frowned in displeasure as he recalled his arrogant face. "It's a shame that the fight with Gremu ended in a draw." A meaningful glance passed by. "Thanks to that, I've decided on a new rival, so it was a very fruitful exam." Viker, knowing that he was the person he was referring to, quietly pretended not to be there. They continued to playfully hit Viker and talk. "Thanks to Viker, we weren't seriously injured, but it's really annoying that you hid your skills." "Superior expert, that's really unfair." "You hid this from your friends, you bastard," he nonchalantly corrected. I don't remember, but I'm sure it wasn't just me. Tudor waved his hand and shook his head, being humble again. Suddenly, a voice changed the subject. Oh right, did you hear that the Tsuyoyama hound attacked again? Viker's eyes widened in surprise. Piggy took a notebook out of his bag. This time, the students of the Vilangione training camp were the victims. His expression was serious. I heard that students were injured in the process of discovering and stopping him. The thing he was holding was a newspaper, and it said, "Breaking news. The Tsuyoyama hound's endless evil deeds. The worst villain, the Tsuyoyama hound, has bared his claws once again. Early this morning, students from the Vilangione training camp studying in the capital were attacked by him. The damage is severe, with a few minor injuries and no serious ones. The victims include the director of the Vilangione training camp." They murmured worriedly. To think even Vilangione was attacked. Isn't the Tsuyoyama hound's range of activity getting wider and wider? I heard some people have even started supporting him recently. What on earth is he after? Only Viker remained silent, saying nothing. Is this the work of the fake one again? He recalled that there were two fakes. One seemed to have become less active recently, but the other was causing more and more incidents. The group ignored it and continued toward the classroom, but he was still bothered. Because of that, the vigilance against the Tsuyoyama hound has become stricter. That could create complications for my assassinations. Viker hesitated. After this exam is over, I'll have to deal with the fake one first. Academy Stadium, the attack exam area, was composed of 4 identical arenas. Unlike the defense exam, which required the teamwork of a 4-person team, the attack exam focused on individual capabilities. The exam was conducted in a one-on-one battle format between a professor and a student. The student had to fight a golem controlled by the professor. The score was calculated based on various factors, such as effective hits and dodges. Tudor was currently in battle, and the purpose of this exam was to let students experience real combat against a strong opponent, when the golem mimicked the movements of a battle expert. However, this exam had one fatal flaw. Behind the golem was Professor Ben. The golem acted exactly like him, and one professor could only handle a maximum of 50 students. In other words, the evaluation criteria depended on each professor's combat style. As he thrust with all his might, the golem's shield was destroyed. Here, he smiled confidently. This is still manageable, Professor Ben frowned. A solemn expression. An announcement echoed. Still not enough. As soon as the words were spoken, numerous giant vines shot up from the ground surrounding Tudor. He was startled. A voice revealed that the vines were just a feint. As the golem raised its fist and charged, he was surprised. It's faster. Is it physical enhancement? He quickly raised his spear to block in front of his chest, and the golem added more force. The fist was indeed a feint. The golem suddenly kicked him hard in the side. He hadn't expected this move at all. Tudor's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the floor, clutching his stomach in pain. Seeing that he had lost the ability to continue, the golem stopped. Did you think I wouldn't use my hands and feet just because I'm a mage? Exam ended. The two shook hands amicably. The purpose of battle is one thing only, victory. Even a mage must use their fists, feet, and even teeth to win. Remember that, Tudor replied. Thank you for the lesson, Professor, the system announced. The score has been tallied. He went up to the stands and sat down, sighing in relief. Few Ice Department Class A, 1 Kiss La Mancha Tudor, supervising Professor Ben Mur. Effective hits 12, effective dodges 20, effective blocks 1, critical hits 0, total score 35 points. Immediately, someone was surprised. What? Bianca couldn't believe it. 35 points? I lost to Tudor. No way. Ice Department Class B, 4 Bianca. Effective hits 7, effective dodges 24, effective blocks 0, critical hits 0, total score 31 points. She stood up in anger, pointed at Tudor's face and raged. This is all because of the exam format. One-on-one is disadvantageous for archers, he retorted. You didn't bring up balance when they were grading individual scores in the defense exam. Just then a loud, satisfied laugh was heard. Ha ha. They stopped bickering for a moment and turned. Gremu looked down arrogantly. Tudor, this confirms my superiority over you. Fire Department Class A, Gremmy's Leviathan. Effective hits 11, effective dodges 22, effective blocks 2, critical hits 0. Total score 35 points, he corrected him, displeased. What are you talking about? We both got 35 points. He raised his voice in anger. Yes, it's been a draw from the defense exam to the attack exam, he explained triumphantly. Which means the one with the higher written score is the winner. And that's me. Tudor was speechless, as if struck by lightning out of a clear sky. He hung his head in disappointment and sighed. I lost to Gremu in the overall ranking again. Seeing this, Bianca stopped arguing and began to console him. Anyway, our supervising professor is Ben Mur, so we're still lucky. Her expression became slightly fearful. The supervising professor for the other group is Professor Sati, the poor professor who disappeared with the Mana Barrier B key and was found dead drunk. The mere thought of her perverted expression made her shudder. According to the seniors, Professor Sati is the #1 professor to avoid due to her eccentric personality and unfaithful work attitude. Tudor was also worried. He wondered how such a person could become an academy professor. Bianca was lost in thought, but I heard her skills are excellent anyway. She even helps the military track criminals. The image of Viker came to mind. Dangerous criminals like the Tsuyoyama hound, for example. He thought of his friends and reassured himself. They're all talented, so they should be fine. She shattered his hopes again. That's why I'm more worried. Bianca looked up at the sky and explained. Professor Sati is the last descendant of a fallen Marquis family. I heard she has an inferiority complex towards students from prestigious families or talented ones. The problem is, there's a rumor that she crushes talented students because of that inferiority complex. At the same time, on the other side, a high-heeled foot was mercilessly stomping on a student's head and a pool of blood formed beneath it. Murmurs continued from the stands and people were terrified. He fainted again. What is this? Is this an exam? They immediately fled in unison but discovered a terrible fact. The door won't open, someone urged. Open the door, call the other professors. What on earth is happening? Help over there. The woman nonchalantly brought a hand to her lips and observed. She maintained her posture and spoke in a critical voice. Are all the students this year cowards and useless trash? The one lying at her feet was already motionless. Fire Department Class B, Piggy, supervising Professor Sati. Effective hits 8, effective dodges 0, effective blocks 0, critical hits 8, total score 0. Sinclair was in a similar situation. Fire Department Class A, Sinclair. Effective hits 0, effective dodges 0, effective blocks 0, critical hits 0, total score 0, unconscious. Seriously injured Ice Department Class A, Sancho Baratheon. Effective hits 0, effective dodges 0, effective blocks 0, critical hits 0, total score 0. Sati turned bored. Continuing like this is just a waste of time, the sound of high heels echoed, and she said nonchalantly. That's enough. Viker's gaze was sharp, filled with anger. She smiled creepily, licked her lips, and announced for the next student to enter. Donatien Alphonse Francois de Chaudet, also known as Professor Sati. As Sancho prepared to fight, an announcement echoed. The exam will now begin. He immediately leapt up, fiercely raising the axe in his hand high. The target was Sati. She stood still on the spot and smiled. She opened her mouth and sneered. A warrior's will never breaks, you say? Viker, Piggy, Sinclair, and the other students were dumbfounded by the scene before them. She covered her mouth with an expression of disbelief. He turned pale in horror. Their pupils contracted as if they had seen something terrible. In just a few seconds, Sati had taken down Sancho. He was unconscious, held by the scruff of his neck. The surroundings were thick with dust and his face and clothes were stained with fresh blood. She choked Sancho and mocked him. It's already broken. As she laughed triumphantly, magic circles appeared on both her hands. Does this mean the warrior has failed? Viker frowned and watched tensely. As soon as the exam was over, the three immediately rushed over in concern. Sancho. He was unceremoniously thrown to the floor. Viker and Piggy supported him on either side. He shouted loudly. Wake up, Sancho, Sinclair asked angrily, demanding an explanation. Professor, what are you doing? She clenched her fists in frustration. To beat a student to the point of unconsciousness during an exam, Sati replied nonchalantly. This exam is to provide students with real combat experience. She laughed joyfully and reminded her. The first headmaster of the academy said so. You wouldn't make such complaints in a real battle, would you? Right? Then she pointed at her and decided. You're next. Let's see the skills of the second best in the ice department. Sinclair hesitated at the sight. Just then, someone commanded, Refuse Sinclair. She turned to that side. He analyzed. That woman's actions are clearly abnormal. If we report this to the academy, we can get a retest. Her face darkened and she replied. Thanks for your concern, Viker, but she declared proudly. I don't want to run away in front of the person who hurt my friend, and she gritted her teeth, glaring at Sati with a resentful gaze. She teased her. Are you going to keep scowling with that pretty face? She proposed with interest. Then I'll smooth out the wrinkles on your forehead. The exam will begin right now. Sinclair immediately activated 3 spells simultaneously. Sati didn't spare any praise. To be able to cast 3 third circle spells at this age, as expected of the second best, then her expression suddenly turned bizarre. But you, the golem rushed in like lightning. Have you ever experienced mana backlash when a spell is forcibly cancelled? She was so startled she had no time to react. She struck Sinclair hard in the center of her stomach. It's going to be very painful. She felt as if all the meridians in her body were severed and her eyes rolled back. Her nose started bleeding. Sati stood with her hands on her hips and asked nonchalantly, How does it feel? It hurts 10 times more than you thought, doesn't it? She clutched her stomach, her whole body trembling as she tried to endure. Her expression was filled with excitement. If you're unlucky, you might never be able to use magic again. It would be really interesting if the second best of the ice department couldn't use magic. Sati kicked Sinclair away with contempt. Pray that doesn't happen. After all, you worked really hard to become the second best despite being a commoner. Piggy rushed over in a panic and shouted. Sinclair, she signaled. Next. Viker was still silent, but his expression grew more and more serious. Piggy raised his sword warily, but his body continued to tremble, unable to overcome his fear. Sati uttered an insulting remark. Who is this trash? You don't even know how to hold a sword? He steeled his resolve. I'm not a coward. I won't back down. He encouraged himself. Yes, this exam is a chance to reveal the courage hidden beneath my weak shell. As a flash passed by, Piggy's sword was split in 2. He still stood there, dazed. Sati kicked lightly, and the broken tip of the sword flew far and stuck into the ground. He stared intently at the broken part. Cold sweat ran down his cheek, and he turned pale, wondering. Next, she quickly kicked him hard under the chin from below. Sati asserted arrogantly. No matter how much trash struggles, it's still just trash in the end. Viker gritted his teeth, his anger becoming almost unbearable. Blue veins popped. She mercilessly stomped on Piggy's head. He had now lost the ability to resist. The other students were horrified. Another one fainted. Is this really an exam? They immediately fled in unison, but soon realized the door wouldn't open. Open the door, we have to call the other professors, they begged desperately. What on earth is this? Help me. Over there. Viker stood silently in front of Piggy. The floor pooled with his blood. Sancho, with a bruised eye, was no different. Seriously injured, Sinclair lay motionless on the spot, all of them unconscious. The atmosphere around him became heavy and grim, his whole body seemingly submerged in darkness, his emotions extremely suppressed. Sadie raised the corner of her mouth and criticized. All the students this year are cowards. All right, next student then. Just then she noticed one side. Viker stood opposite her with his bow and arrow slung over his back. He said in a low voice, "I'm next." Sadie praised him excitedly. What a passionate student. Inwardly she was very pleased, thinking, to get to eat the main dish right now, how impatient. The other students also stopped running and watched this side. They recognized him as Viker. He was the famous hero of the academy, rumored to be a superior expert. They didn't really believe he would win. Professor Sadie must be at least a graduator. A superior expert can't beat her. And a bow was the worst weapon to use in a one-on-one duel. Ignoring the reactions of others, he silently drew an arrow. An announcement rang out. The exam will begin right now. She laughed with excitement. Crushing talented students is so much fun. She immediately controlled the golem to charge. This one is currently the top student of the academy. How fun would it be to beat the top student? Sadie raised her hand to prepare an attack, her heart filled with anticipation. I'll enjoy his pain screams after I break his arm now. Just then, Viker resolutely drew an arrow, knocking and aiming with lightning speed. A cold flash was seen. She opened her eyes wide, dumbfounded. Before she could even move her body, the arrow flew straight and left a deep wound in her shoulder. Viker's expression remained unchanged through all of this. Dolores focused on Piggy, Sancho and Sinclair, using healing magic. Her face was filled with worry. She diagnosed that Sinclair had suffered internal injuries from mana backlash, Sancho was covered in bruises, and Piggy even had a broken jaw. A dazzling light spread out. These are not injuries students should receive in an exam. Tutor rushed over and asked, "Senior Dolores, will they be okay?" She answered truthfully, "Thanks to calling for help in time, they'll recover without any lasting effects." He and Bianca sighed in relief, their anxious hearts finally at ease. Thank goodness. She walked forward silently. Dolores extended a hand to the woman sitting quietly with her face in her hands. "Professor Sadie, please show me your wound," she informed her coldly. "Once your wound is healed, I will request a disciplinary meeting with the student council regarding student abuse." But she smiled bizarrely. "Are you the saintess of the great Quovides family?" She didn't pay attention to this meaningless question. "I'll say it again, please show me your wound." Suddenly, warm, fresh blood spurted out and Sadie's left eye was severely injured. Her expression was extremely terrible and she brought the arrow that had attacked her to her mouth. "I don't need your help." Professor Ben and the others were very troubled by this scene. She left nonchalantly. "I'll accept it if I'm disciplined for this, but wait for the day I finish my punishment." Sadie felt a thrill. "There's a guy causing a commotion in the capital every night, and recently there are many guys who entertain me." She tilted her head back. "Viker, right? I'll skip the goodbyes. I'll remember your name. Let's meet again." His face was expressionless and he paid her no mind, and so the long midterm exam finally came to an end. Numerous academy students gathered in front of the bulletin board. The rankings for the recent exam were posted, and familiar names were listed in order from the top. Sinclair, Gremmy's Leviathan, Tutor La Mancha Don Quixote, Highbrow Baskerville, Bianca Forer, Middlebrow Baskerville, Sancho Baratheon, and Lowbrow Baskerville. Only Viker's name was far down, ranked 21st and 199th. The students who had been assigned to Professor Sadie in the attack exam and had lost significant points, including Sancho and Piggy, were able to retake the exam with the help of the instructors. Although Sinclair, who had recovered her score, took first place among the first years, the students' attention was directed elsewhere. A student gestured to his friend. "That's him, right? The only one who could land a critical hit on Professor Sadie." A correcting voice was heard. "It wasn't a critical hit. He destroyed her eye," everyone whispered as they looked at Viker. "That was so satisfying. It's like all the nightmares of being tormented by that monster have disappeared." "Eye Hunter Viker, so cool. Considering what he did in the defense exam. Shouldn't we call him a hero?" someone admired. "Hero Viker, so amazing." He walked past them without paying any attention. "Is this what I get for acting on emotion?" Because of his identity as the Tsuyoyama Hound, he had tried to keep his presence as low as possible. "My daytime is for my nighttime activities. I don't want to attract too much attention, but seeing them get attacked, I acted without thinking." Suddenly, a girl mustered her courage, handed him a love letter, and shyly confessed, "Viker, I've liked you for a long time." At that moment, a shadow rushed in from behind. Lowbrow blocked her path, snatched the letter from her hand, and glared at her fiercely. He immediately crumpled it up. The other two brothers also approached menacingly, grinding their teeth and threatening her. "Who are you to dare block our path?" She was too scared to say anything. The three Baskerville brothers. They cleared the way for Viker, continuing to threaten those around them. "Are you blocking our way to curry favor with this commoner? Do you all want a beating? Get lost." The cowlick on his head stood up proudly. "We've taken care of everything." He praised them inwardly. "Well done." Newspaper club room. Viker pushed the door open. "I need to be careful so that my daytime doesn't get affected too much." Suddenly his attention was drawn. Dolores was sitting at a desk, carefully reading the documents in her hand. Her expression was serious. He sat down and spoke to her. What are you reading so intently with a frown? She was startled by the sudden voice. She asked blankly, "When did you get here?" Viker replied nonchalantly. "Just now." She found it strange that she hadn't sensed his presence at all. He asked curiously, "Is there a new article about the Tsuyoyama hound?" She stated. "He destroyed the Central Lake Tower, a symbol of the Empire, and vandalized the royal monuments. They're saying it's the work of the Tsuyoyama hound." Dolores frowned in displeasure. "There's no physical evidence, but they're saying all those incidents were committed by the Tsuyoyama hound. The current perception of him is really strange." Viker agreed. "I understand." He thought to himself that it was more comforting than he expected to have someone who believed him. He also picked up a newspaper. The clock tower is a building that symbolizes peace and order, and everyone living in the imperial capital sees it at least once a day. Seeing as they destroyed a symbolic building of the city, perhaps they hold a lot of hatred for society. This person might not follow what others do. He recalled the information he had received from Cindy Wendy yesterday about the royal monuments. She had said that contact with her informants had been cut off. This is very suspicious. The space was quiet, and everyone was engrossed in their own work. I need to deal with the copycats first. Should I go investigate? Night fell upon the city, and unexpected dangers lurked. A shadow appeared. Viker, disguised as the Tsuyoyama hound, observed from a high place. The royal monuments are in the central cemetery where the Empire's heroes are buried. There's no one below. Come to think of it, the 9th corpse Dantalian was hiding near the Indenhentia orphanage. If I check that, I'll be able to see whether that choice was a coincidence or not. A cross hung above the archway, and a desolate wind blew. He hid behind a wall, peeking out and lost in thought. I see now why Cindy Wendy's informants disappeared. Zombies were lurking around. Danger level C, size 1.7 meters, found all over the continent, also known as the rotten ones, common corpses found in cemeteries, battlefields, abandoned houses, and sewers. Viker evaluated them. I don't know what they did when they were alive to become zombies, but I know that some of them are Cindy Wendy's informants. He hesitated slightly as he took out his weapon from behind his back. It's been a while since I used Anubis. Should I try it tonight? He connected the two ends. This weapon is easy to carry and convenient, but I can't believe Ian gave me a weapon like this. Then, as he drew the bowstring and aimed, the arrow burned red like fire. It smoothly destroyed the zombies' heads, all of them hitting their mark. The zombies were completely wiped out. Viker walked out leisurely. This is on a different level from the arrows I was given during the midterm exam. The saying that a craftsman doesn't blame his tools is a lie. Suddenly, a strange scent wafted over. It lingered at the tip of his nose, and he immediately turned his head to look around. Viker felt it faintly in the air and was certain. This is definitely the smell of a monster, but compared to a normal monster, this smell is very faint. It's as if their characteristic stench has been diluted by something. A building of the orphanage, the one Viker had split in two when he fought Dantalian. A shadow appeared. Two girls stood facing each other, and the one with the mask opened her mouth. As expected, Shia's ability to find people is useful, but we've only found boy so far. Camus was lost in thought. There's one more person I can't find, no matter how hard I try. To completely control the power I obtained through a contract with a demon, I have to completely cross the threshold of death right now. I'm only half-baked. I have to get my hands on all of Shia's power as soon as possible. Footsteps echoed in the empty space. A huge black shadow with red eyes appeared and commanded, "Don't move." Camus was startled. She hurriedly stepped in front of Rose to protect her. Someone was watching. He's so skilled that I didn't even feel him approaching. Viker aimed his bow, ready to attack at any moment. He warned, "Answer my questions now. If you so much as twitch a finger, you will die. If you say anything other than the answer, you will die." He posed a question. "I smell both human and demon on you. Are you human or a demon?" Camus answered. "I am both human and demon." He moved on to the next question. "That girl is Rose, Dantalian's subordinate. I'm sure I killed her, so why is she still alive?" she explained nonchalantly. "This child is not Dantalian's subordinate. He just took what was mine without permission." Viker asked his final question in a low voice. His eyes glowed red as he stared at her coldly. "The name of the demon you made a contract with, it must be one of the 10 high-ranking corpses, right?" Camus didn't let her guard down either. "So what if it is?" As soon as the words were spoken, an arrow flew fiercely towards her eye. She quickly tilted her head to react, and the arrow grazed past her ear and pierced her hair. Smoke rose from Viker's hand, and the air around them grew heavy. Demons must die. Camus immediately used magic to summon Day. She provoked him. "Do it if you can." Skeletons appeared from the magic circle, and smaller ones followed behind them. She saw it and cursed under her breath. "Damn it, they even mutated children's corpses." Viker paused for a moment at this sight, but decided to continue. "I'm sorry." A sharp arrow pierced through the undead, and a blood-red halo shone dazzlingly. The orphanage roof immediately exploded, and soil and stone fragments scattered in all directions, along with their body parts. The power of the attack was immense. Viker and Camus leapt out at the same time. He quickly aimed again. "Don't think you can die peacefully." She grabbed Rose's hand and pulled her along, holding her in her arms and shouting a reminder. "Hold on tight, Rose." Then she gathered magic in her palm. An even bigger explosion than before occurred. The sound of the vibration shook the sky, and both sides landed on the ground. Camus' face darkened, and her voice was grim. "That archery, what's your relationship with the Baal tribe?" Viker answered seriously. "I am a hunter of Baal." She suppressed her anger and gritted her teeth. "Then you must have been there that night too." Her gaze revealed a deep-seated hatred. The fire magic grew more and more intense. I will send you to your grave, you barbarian bastard. A magic sphere headed towards him. He quickly dodged to the side. Viker frowned and thought, the closer I get, the more clearly I feel it. He observed Camus from a distance and evaluated her. This one has the smell of a living human. The 10 high-ranking corpses are supposed to be high-ranking demons that parasitize corpses. Streaks of light rushed in at the same time. Viker retreated and slipped through the gaps. The magic hit the building behind him, and he landed lightly. Suddenly, numerous sharp thorns shot up from below and pierced his stomach, and fresh blood spurted out. Camus looked at him grimly. This savage mage, she laughed triumphantly and arrogantly exclaimed, now you're a mess. But suddenly the thorns broke and fell, and she opened her eyes wide in shock. What? The wound on Viker's stomach healed. She was puzzled. Not human. He separated his bow and revealed, after exchanging a few blows, I can tell you're just a half-baked being. You're much weaker than the other 10 high-ranking corpses. He resolutely put the bow on his back. Then there's no need for more words, his gaze declared sharply. Die. Camus summoned a huge monster. She shouted, you're the one who should die. This savage mage bastard. Golem of torn flesh. Danger level A. Height 8 meters. Found in the cemetery of the 9 heavens. Made from the flesh of the living. Crushed lumps of flesh are molded into a rough human form like clay, but the original form is barely recognizable. A dirty, filthy, and dark creature, but its power cannot be ignored. It roared fiercely and raised its fist. She used control magic. The golem is just a bait. The real attack is the fire magic. Beelzebub suddenly appeared on Viker's wrist. He delivered a single blow. The golem couldn't resist and was split in two. The aura around him changed. Camus was stunned to see it. How this red aura belongs to the Baskervilles. As Viker rushed towards her, she hurriedly blocked him. Wait, but he paid her no mind and used the 7th form of the Baskervilles. As he looked down at her with a cruel expression, his eyes widened as if he had discovered something. The forces of the two sides were about to collide. The impact shook the entire area. The trees bent. Soil and stones scattered in all directions. A dazzling light illuminated an area. The sky. A moment later, the smoke slowly cleared and the scenery became clearer. The two stood in a deep crater left by the magic. Viker nonchalantly touched his arm. Camus knelt on the ground in pain and continued to tremble. Because she had half-human blood, the mana backlash from the failed spell seemed to be much more severe. He recalled the scene from just now. Just now, for a moment, she lost her concentration. She whispered under her breath as if pleading. Don't go. It was a voice filled with despair. Don't leave me. Viker paused for a moment. Do you also have a reason to make a deal with a demon? He raised Beelzebub high to strike. There is no grave in this world without a story. As the smoke cleared, the desolate landscape after the fierce battle was revealed. At the bottom of a deep crater, Viker stood with his arm raised high, facing the kneeling Camus. Beelzebub in his hand emitted a red light. The moment he swung it decisively, red hair scattered. Rose had unhesitatingly tried to take the blow for her, which made him think. Originally, spirits harbor a strong jealousy for what they don't have. Their nature is to blindly bite and take everything from living creatures. Viker narrowed his eyes and thought. When the master controls them with a strong will, there's no problem, but if the master loses consciousness, the spirit legion becomes uncontrollable. He looked at Rose's expressionless face. But this one is different. He turned his gaze to Camus, the queen of corpses, and this one. Why did their will to fight disappear? Viker was startled by someone's voice. Ho ho ho, a voice came from this side. This voice, Professor Sadi, have the royal guards arrived? Taking advantage of his distraction, Rose hugged Camus and summoned her power. Viker turned with a sharp gaze. Damn it, the blade was about to reach Camus. Rose blocked with her body once again. This time she was really stabbed and coughed up blood, but the two successfully teleported while Viker could only watch. Tisk, a high heel stomped hard on the stone floor. Sadi led the soldiers and arrogantly exclaimed, Come out now. See, I am a hound. She looked at the empty crater and spat out in annoyance. What? There's no one here. The soldier next to her didn't understand why she was suddenly cursing. This pig-like bastard. He had the honor of being kicked straight into the crater by Sadi. You were so slow that we're late. She was taking out her anger when she noticed something. It was a disguise mask left behind by its owner. The small dog Viker ran quickly into the dark night amidst her disgust. Tisk missed him again. The next morning, sunlight poured through the high windows of the academy. Anna clenched her fists and announced, The exams are over, and the academy's biggest event is about to begin. The festival season is open, she hinted in front of the club members. This time, the theme of our Lucon's festival is, she excitedly tapped a hanger full of costumes, a haunted house-themed pub, Sinclair responded cheerfully. It's perfect for the Halloween festival, and we can relieve the stress from the intense exams. It couldn't be better. Dolores thought to herself with interest. Dressing up as a demon sounds fun, Bianca frowned, remembering something. But doesn't the Academy Festival have a tradition? Tudor broke out in a cold sweat. Ah, that, Piggy continued. That's right, even the professors can't escape this long-standing tradition. Sancho hit his fist on his palm. Tradition is always important. Anna was so excited she was practically steaming. All right, then let's draw lots to decide what everyone will dress up as. Viker stood nonchalantly, watching in contrast to the excited Sinclair and Dolores. Then he bowed his head and was lost in thought. Number 8, the Queen of Corpses, Shia. He recalled Rose and Camus from last night. It was a grave mistake to let go of a 10 high-ranking corpse who could only use half of her power. He recalled the time he fought his second brother. When I fought Andromalius, I borrowed the power of the Baskerville Knights. He recalled himself receiving help again. When I faced Dantelian, Saintess Dolores was by my side. If I have to face a complete 10 high-ranking corpse, it will be difficult for me, one of the strongest graduators, to face them alone. 7 energy spheres appeared according to Viker's thoughts. In the end, to hunt a demon it has to be one-on-one. I must perfectly master the 7th form of the Baskervilles. I must complete the still imperfect 7th form and reach the state of a sword master. There was a special part mentioned in a book about the 10th form of the Baskerville killing arts, the twin dragon killing formation of horizontal ambush. It was the ultimate assassination technique that could only be performed by understanding the subtlety between the 6th and 7th forms. The theories of the 6th and 7th forms were recorded in the sword manual. Masks bearing expressions fell away. To overcome the wall of the 6th form, one must discard all human emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure. But to reach the 7th form, one had to regain those emotions. His entire body was covered in wounds. He still couldn't understand that he had to regain the emotions he had painstakingly erased. In the past, he was taught to kill his emotions, but the hound training method for creating a normal graduator legion took a different approach. Viker rested his chin on his hand and lowered his head. How did Hugo reach the state of a sword master? Suddenly, he was drawn by Dolores's cry. She read the words on the paper one by one. Seoyama Hound. Anna was surprised. That's right. The Quovides family's orphanage was recently attacked by them. She hurriedly said, Dolores, I'm sorry. It's my fault. She shook her head. It's okay. I'll take this one. Then she awkwardly held the paper to her chest. Next, Anna held out the container. Come on, it's Viker's turn. Hurry up and pick. You're the main character, aren't you? He reluctantly put his hand in and looked at everyone enjoying this little amusement. They're still just children. And after seeing the words on the paper, his face turned pale and his eyes widened. He thought blankly, why did this one come out? Sinclair and Bianca were excited with curiosity. What is it? What does it say? One evening, the stalls were bustling with people coming and going. There was one thing Viker had inadvertently forgotten in his past memories, the tradition passed down through the Academy Festival. On the day of the festival, all members of the Academy had to come to the stall with a sign that said the beer mug. The students waved their hands excitedly. Wow, Tudor the warrior had a romantic expression on his face. Beautiful lady, won't you join me at the Lucan pub to savor delicious drinks and discuss poetry? Sancho was as brave as ever. Haha, come to the Lucan pub. We have blood sausage soup as hot and intense as a warrior's blood. It's free for visitors. Bianca the dragon was polite. You are the ones who will grace our pub. You must come, we'll be waiting. Piggy was shy in his Tinkerbell costume. Place. Please take this flyer. The male students blushed. Since when was there such a cute kid in the Lucan Club? He held out his hand. But Bianca, dressed as Frankenstein, grabbed them by the scruff of their necks. Hey, you can't harass our club member. They replied, yes, like chicks. But she shuddered at the passing shadow in red clothes. Long legs under a cheongsam headed towards Dolores. Dressed as a Seoyama hound, she turned her head when that person spoke. President Dolores. Then she narrowed her eyes and began to sweat. She shouted in fear, Professor Ben. He asked with a stern expression. What on earth is that costume? He then admonished her. It may be a festival, but are you not thinking about the impact your costume will have on society? How can you dress up like an irredeemable, trash-like criminal? Dolores just replied calmly. I like this costume. He looked her straight in the eye, then eventually let it go. HMPH, if you'll take responsibility for your actions, do as you please. In any case, as a supervising professor, I have no right to interfere with a student's attire. Tudor was surprised. What? Professor Ben is here, Piggy explained. During the festival, the professors usually visit the pubs of each class and club to boost their sales. He raised an eyebrow and glanced at the laughing and chattering kids. If it weren't for this custom, I wouldn't have wanted to come to a place like this. And the food isn't even cheap. Dolores brought the food. Here are the French fries and stir-fried chicken you ordered, Professor. He looked at the food placed on the table. Terrible ingredients served by staff without a single hygiene certificate, poor sanitation, food steeped in chemical seasonings. He then took a spoonful. Needless to say, this dish would surely taste like trash. Ben froze as if a pause button had been pressed. A horrified face with smeared lipstick. What is this? Why is it so delicious? Steam rose from the piece of meat, giving off an enticing aroma. The exquisite smoky flavor and the tenderness of the chicken, which tore along the grain, blended with a deep sweetness. Glistening potatoes and the savory aroma of the mashed specialty potatoes from the Morgue family spread out. He immediately slammed the desk and stood up. Who made this? Surely you didn't hire a professional chef from outside. Dolores raised a hand and requested. Of course not. The person in charge of the kitchen is a member of our club. As she spoke, the back of a young witch appeared. It should be someone you know well, Professor. The red pursed lips belonged to none other than Viker, who was focused on the food. The students walked confidently in their costumes. There was a long tradition at the academy. Male students had to cross-dress as females and female students as males. A frying pan soared coolly into the air. In other words, the captivating witch standing in the kitchen was actually a male student in drag. And the identity of that male student was Viker taking orders from a piece of paper. 3 plates of Viker's special fried chicken. He focused on cooking amidst the shouts. Viker 2 plates of grilled sausage and 6 plates of Viker's special stir-fried vegetables and sausage. And 5 more special rice balls. Hearing it, he turned his head and shouted, Got it. Tudor was squeezed between muscular arms. Since we opened the kitchen doors, too many male customers have been flocking here. Sinclair was also almost crushed by the ladies. Now female customers are coming in droves too, bring more waiting numbers. In contrast to the commotion, Viker's kitchen was calmer. I really miss this. I never thought I'd get a chance to cook the food I was used to on the battlefield again. He recalled the moments he cooked with his comrades. When the age of ruin arrived, it became very difficult to find proper food ingredients. He carefully examined the scorpion in front of him. So the warriors on the front lines had to find ways to make anything delicious. Mushrooms, potatoes, rats, and even scorpions were all on the menu. How to prepare inedible ingredients to make them edible. Which parts of poisonous vegetables to remove, how to restore the freshness of spoiled meat. His two friends tasted it and collapsed to the floor. Because of that, my comrades and I researched constantly. The knife blade flashed, cutting every piece uniformly. The potatoes developed by the Morgue family had a strong earthy smell and were tasteless. Moreover, chewing them felt like chewing sand. The seasoning step was essential, but by thinly slicing the potatoes and lightly pickling them in salt and vinegar. A skilled hand sprinkled seasonings, added mandrake leaves and savvy berries, then stir-fried them over high heat. A potato dish with an explosion of flavor was born. The earthy smell completely disappeared. The sweetness and texture were also noticeably improved. Dolores came to see and was surprised. Wow, and the two turned their heads at the same time. A witch? What on earth is this impious costume? She was so engrossed in watching that she almost lost her mind. Bianca appeared from somewhere fuming. What? Why is Viker in the kitchen? And she got angry like a madam. He's too talented to be rotting in the kitchen. Go out and bring in the customers. He just answered calmly. Bring in customers now, Tudor shouted, cutting in. No way, without Viker's cooking the kitchen will collapse, the two argued loudly like that. Viker is indispensable in the kitchen. So many people have fallen for his skills, Bianca retorted. Don't be ridiculous. With those looks, sales will double just by him going outside. Double, Osiris elegantly wiped his mouth. I knew it. I was right. Then red energy erupted from the hand resting on the sword, startling Viker. He opened his eyes wide and turned his head. His gaze went past the argument between Bianca and Tudor towards Osiris. Seeing him take off his mask, Viker wondered, why is Osiris Le Baskerville here? A moment later, the two were standing in a corner talking. He offered words of praise. It's been a while. I also cross-dressed when I was at the academy, but I probably wasn't as pretty as you. Viker just wondered. What brings you here, brother? Osiris was displeased. Brother, wouldn't it be more natural to just call me Hung? As your older brother, it's only natural for me to help you when you're in trouble. Suddenly, he gave a mysterious smile. And most importantly, something wriggled under his cloak as if trying to get out. Because I missed you so much, it burst out from the cloth, and a lovely baby rabbit leapt into Viker's arms, startling him. Pomerian shed tears and hugged him tightly. It's been 3 years. The girl hit him and scolded him. Mr. No, Auntie sob, I missed you so much, why didn't you ever come home? He wondered. Auntie, the girl confirmed it. Osiris said, Pomerian missed you a lot, he smiled and mentioned. Father gave me a special leave to bring Pomerian to the academy, he sweated. The heir of the family was dispatched as a bodyguard, he admitted nonchalantly. These days, Pomerian holds all the real power in the family. The image of the girl sitting on Hugo's shoulder came to mind along with the story. Last month, Pomerian said she wanted to eat Bradbean chocolate. So father flattened the monster territory on the western front and built a cacao farm there, Osiris continued. And now Pomerian is protesting because she wants to see you. The girl struggled on the floor. I'm not eating. The image of Hugo's terrified face, looking like it had aged 10 years, came to mind. After she continued her hunger strike for 2 consecutive meals, father finally permitted the meeting. Osiris's 2 eyes looked at the two of them gently. Do you know how sad Pomerian was after you left? It's been a long time since our little princess smiled. The girl was delighted. He, just as planned. Viker's jaw dropped. Osiris can make that kind of expression. He observed the face shining with gentle happiness. If regaining emotions is what's needed to reach the state of a swordmaster, then even if Osiris Hung himself doesn't realize it, this must be a good thing for him. Not long after, Pomerian fell asleep on his shoulder. She came to find you as soon as we arrived at the academy. It seems she's still a bit tired after the long journey. He turned his head and urged him. While she's here, make some time to be with her. Viker answered immediately. I understand, brother. He changed the subject. Regarding the deal you prepared, the alliance with the Medici merchants is also proceeding smoothly. A gavel symbolizing the law was struck. I've heard about that. Before entering the academy, you established a historical truth investigation committee, a committee that delivers judgment, and the person in charge of this mission was none other than Osiris Le Baskerville. Brother, you uncovered the misunderstandings and wrongdoings between the Baskerville family and the Medici merchants. He knelt before Cindy Wendy. Thanks to that, the Baskerville family officially apologized to the Medici family. Bodies were lined up. The elders of the Baskerville family who were involved in the conspiracy were also executed. Recalling Cindy Wendy's back, it seemed she had also vented some of her anger and agreed to cooperate with the Baskervilles. But only she herself would know if she had truly forgiven them. Suddenly, Osiris looked for something in his clothes. All right, I didn't just come to see you today because of Pomerian. He handed him a letter and a ring. Take this, Viker was curious. What's this? His eyes sank. This ring was found near where the demon in Set's body died. He observed it while listening to Osiris's explanation. It seems to be an item with a special ability. So father wanted the person with the greatest merit, you, to have it. Viker felt a purple aura emanating from the accessory. Is this a ring that can recreate the barrier Andromalius used? A note appeared. Inviolable sanctuary. Classification, ring. Ability, connection. Affinity heater, the boundary of the god's pond reaches here. He seemed a little awkward as he mentioned it. And one more thing, Viker's face turned pale upon seeing the letter, and he was told it was an essay-style letter from a father to his son containing advice. He asked blankly in disbelief. "Ah, father," Osiris just replied. "Surprising, isn't it? But don't worry, I received one too. Well then, I'll be going first. Read it well and think it over." Viker also bid farewell in front of the male student's shy, captivated gazes. He opened the envelope and asked himself, "Hugo has something to say to me," and he muttered to himself. Hugo Le Baskerville to his son. "Son, by the time you read this letter," Viker was surprised and gripped the paper tightly. "Perhaps you, like Osiris in the past, are pondering the state of a swordmaster." He recalled the image of his father, Hugo. "Did he notice that I reached the highest rank of graduator?" The letters danced under the quill. "At your current level as a top-rank graduator, there will still be limitations in operating the 7th form. To complete the 9th form, you must enter the state of a swordmaster." It was as if he could see him writing diligently. "So I will leave behind the process I went through to reach that state." Viker was shocked once again. "Hugo left me a way to reach the state of a sword master?" He carefully read each letter with the hand that held the letter, then soon grew angry and crumpled it. Viker glared at it as if it were his sworn enemy and muttered in anger, "Can you even call this a process?" When he returned to the stall, Bianca was squatting dejectedly in front of the door. She sighed, exhausted. In the end I have to attract customers all by myself." As soft red hair brushed past her eyes, her face flushed with excitement. Oh, seeing the backs of the two women, she was sure they must be beautiful, even though their faces were hidden by masks. It was Camus and Rose, dressed appropriately for the festival. A very crowded night market, brightly lit by lanterns on all sides and bustling with people coming and going. The two girls walked while looking around, and the scenery was very lively. Rose enjoyed the food in her hand. She had never eaten such food in the royal palace. Camus looked at her younger sister with loving eyes. She stroked Rose's head and asked, "Is it delicious?" At this time, Camus muttered to herself, "Come to think of it, it's Halloween now." Suddenly, a sad feeling arose in her heart. If that incident hadn't happened, if that contract didn't exist, could I have been a student at this academy with them? This thought weighed heavily on Camus' heart. At this moment her eyes suddenly stared blankly at the ground. "There's one thing I need to confirm." She recalled what the Tsuyoyama hound had said before. "Is Shia the name of the 10 warlord you contracted with?" Camus had said in a cold voice at that time. What if it is? To everyone, this was a name compared to a one-of-a-kind villain who had recently appeared. The one who spreads terror in the capital. Camus was surprised by the fact that the Tsuyoyama hound even knew of the existence of the 10 warlords. She wondered to herself, "I don't know why, but that bastard is obsessed with the demon Shia inside me." She looked around and guessed, "In a crowded place like this he will surely appear." As she thought this, Camus suddenly felt a tightness in her chest. She placed a hand on her chest and muttered, "And that swordsmanship, the swordsmanship I saw at that crucial moment emitted a red aura. It's very similar to what I saw that night. If my intuition is right, I can find out the truth just by taking off that mask." She couldn't help but feel heartbroken. If he really is the night hound, what should I do? What would he say if he saw me like this? I don't even know how much he might have changed. Camus cried out inwardly, "I want to see you." Just then a cold voice echoed from the depths of her thoughts, "Stop thinking." At that moment the girl with the covered face whispered again, "Thoughts like that will only give you a headache. I'll do it for you." Camus was startled and shouted at the white-winged woman with the covered face. "Shia!" The surrounding space froze, and now only she and Shia remained. Camus glared. "Isn't this a violation of our contract? Our contract is clearly stated. In exchange for borrowing your power, I will give you my body when I die, and lend you my body for 1 hour according to your will." Hearing this, Shia seemed dazed for a moment. Then Camus turned her back. "So stop what you're doing now and disappear. And don't think about controlling me as you please." She was silent for a while, and since her face was covered, her emotions were completely unreadable. Eventually, Shia smiled eerily with a mouth that stretched to her ears, and her demonic, bizarre laughter, along with her fierce gaze, sent shivers down the spine of anyone who heard it. She said contemptuously, "What can you do on your own? The person you love is missing, and you can't do anything." As she remained silent, Shia continued, "You stabbed your beloved uncle's heart with a dagger. The only thing you can do on your own is bring misfortune to those around you. On the contrary, you were able to find your cousin thanks to me. It's all thanks to my ability. The ability to let you see the person you want to see." Hearing this, Camus couldn't help but feel contempt. "So what? I couldn't even find the most important person." She began to refute her words. "The biggest reason I made a contract with you was to find his body, but in the end even you couldn't do it, even after searching every corner of Mount Loyoreno. So don't stand in my way. I finally found a clue to meet him again." Camus' eyes turned cold as she said this. As Camus bravely uttered these words, time began to return to normal, and everything gradually started to move. Seeing her, Shia was slightly baffled. This wench's mental strength is still strong. Hasn't she broken down yet? Just then an ominous premonition suddenly flashed through her mind. Something made Shia feel greedy. With hearing more sensitive than a dog's, she detected the terrifying smell of a demon's blood coming from a stall over there. She immediately covered her nose with her hand and said with disgust, "We need to get out of here right now. That disgusting smell only comes from demon hunters." As soon as she heard Shia's words, Camus unknowingly gritted her teeth. That meant he was over there. There was no need to even check, like a wife who hadn't seen her husband for a long time. Camus immediately took off like an arrow. Shia was startled, her eyes wide as she shouted, "You human, where are you going?" Her small body raced through the crowded street, and Camus kept shouting in her heart, "It's the night hound." But after various deductions and suspicions, she quickly corrected her thoughts. "No, it's him." Fireworks exploded in the sky, seeming to represent Camus' heart. Now this poor girl's heart was also filled with joy like that. When she arrived, Camus was exhausted from running at full speed, but her eyes were still dazed as she stared at the blonde hair. Along with the familiar black clothes, Camus was momentarily stunned. She stood still on the spot and observed the person she thought was the night hound. Camus was frozen as if dead at this moment, her mind in turmoil. "The night hound is a woman over here," the blonde girl wearing a plague doctor mask said cheerfully. "Sir, please be careful not to break the rules or you might be kicked out." "Well then, have a good time here." Quickly regaining her senses, Camus chuckled lightly. "No, that woman is just disguised as the night hound." Realizing the truth, the anger from a moment ago along with disappointment seized the thoughts of this gentle girl. Camus gathered magic in her eyes. How annoying! Then her hand cut through the air, concentrating her power. A moment later, a magical power accompanied by a purple gale flew straight towards the fake night hound. A talisman was drawn in the air. It carried an aura of death, or more accurately, it felt as if the Grim Reaper from hell had come. The fake night hound girl was startled and looked down at the ground. Hands of nothing but gaunt bones rose from the earth. This is, not only the girl but everyone present couldn't help but be shocked by this sight. At this time the skeletons increased in number, and people who were enjoying the festival saw this terrible scene. People began to scream in fear and sharp screams echoed. "Skeletons, run!" Tudor looked around. Did she just summon skeleton soldiers? Bianca was also surprised. Necromancy was strictly controlled and considered taboo in the Empire, Tudor wondered again. Then is that woman a villain? The skeletons' momentum was no joke. They rushed madly towards the people. Just then a strong beam of light flashed past, temporarily suppressing the skeletons. At this time Dolores summoned her power and shouted loudly, "Lucon Club members, ensure the safety of the guests." Then she turned. "Anna, hurry and inform the professors." Anna worried for a moment. "What about you, Dolores?" Dolores quickly reassured her friend. "Don't worry, fighting skeletons is my specialty." As soon as she finished speaking, her two hands immediately formed a seal. Seeing Dolores's power, Camus was surprised for a moment. "Holy power, this is annoying," but she still shouted loudly, "Get lost, you fake. I need to meet the real night hound." Dolores was surprised. "Lord Night Hound, why are you trying to meet him?" Camus was startled when she heard that. "Lord Night Hound, wait, did she just say Lord?" An unknown jealousy welled up in her heart. "What is your relationship with the Night Hound?" Dolores said in a shy tone. "We are kindred spirits." Camus' heart felt like it stopped, but she struggled to maintain her composure. "Oh, is that so?" Blinded by jealousy, Camus shouted, "In that case I will tear your soul to shreds. I'll turn you into a skeleton." Dolores of course did not back down. She also sent out a powerful force. "I won't lose to them." But suddenly a gale blew and shattered the skeletons. When she opened her eyes, Dolores was surprised by the scene before her. The person who had defeated the skeletons was none other than Sinclair. Dolores shouted in surprise, "It's dangerous, get back to a safe place." Sinclair stood in front of her. "It's all right, Senior." Her face became more resolute. Sinclair said again, "I don't know why, but my intuition is telling me I have to fight." Just then a sinister voice like that of hell was heard from the other side. Impressive, that power was extremely overwhelming, and even with the two of them combined they seemed slightly outmatched. Camus growled like a fairy wearing a demon mask. "I just want to meet the Night Hound. If you don't want to die, bring him here." Sinclair gritted her teeth and held on. Summoning skeletons and now fire magic of this scale. Just how much mana does she have? In a little while the protective barrier of the two was about to slowly crack. Just then urgent footsteps from afar approached the three who were fighting. The situation was reversed and the victory seemed to be tilting towards the two. The fierce momentum was suddenly pushed back. Camus was slightly surprised and her fierce gaze returned to a dazed and pure look. The person in front of her startled Camus. As her guard was down, that hand reached her. Camus was not surprised, but rather there was a clear look of joy. "You're here." Before the two words Night Hound could be uttered, that hand immediately grabbed her roughly. Then Camus was dragged an unknown distance with a force so powerful that the surrounding ground and stones exploded. It looked light, but looking down from above this scene was very terrifying, like a giant snake crossing the city. Seeing this terrifying attack, everyone murmured, "Was that the Night Hound just now? He's really fast." Smelling the unfamiliar scent, the crowd couldn't help but frown. "Doesn't it smell like a rotten corpse here?" Dolores stared blankly at the mysterious young man in front of her and wondered to herself, did the Night Hound deliberately move to another place so that the people here wouldn't be harmed? At this thought she came to admire the Night Hound even more. Then she clasped her hands and seriously bowed her head as if praying for something. Dolores, deep in her heart, worried about the Night Hound and wished inwardly, "Please be safe over here." Camus stared intently at the person she had longed for so long. "We meet again, Night Hound." At his sharp gaze, Camus' heart ached a little. He said coldly, "Say your goodbyes." Camus, the Queen of Corpses, was startled. "Why are you in such a hurry? Let's talk for a bit." But the Night Hound who saw her felt even more contempt. He immediately took out his weapon. "Don't think about running away like last time, Queen of Corpses." In the distance, people were murmuring and flocking towards them. Over there, it turned out they weren't civilians but ferocious-looking soldiers with weapons in their hands. Seeing them, Camus cried out in fear. "Go away," Viker turned the ring on his hand. "No need, I have a gift your comrade left behind." As soon as he finished speaking, he put on the ring. At the same time, an intense light emanated from the ring, and Camus couldn't help but cover her eyes. Two huge stone statues rose up around them. Not only that, but giant swords were strongly embedded in the ground, he thought to himself. Young Hugo and Osiris, this space reflects the state of the Baskervilles that was consumed by Andromalius. Camus looked around the barrier and immediately recognized that the stone statues were the patriarchs of the Baskerville family. Suddenly, Camus' gaze froze, and she was momentarily stunned. "I know this person." Then Camus said resolutely, "Night Hound, take off your mask, I have something to confirm." Camus was in pain inwardly. "Please. Because of my contract with Shia, I can't take off my mask or reveal my identity. I can't even say my name." Suddenly, when she raised her head, the dagger in Viker's hand was already in front of her eyes. But fortunately, with her agile body, Camus quickly twisted and dodged. Wait. Once again a confrontation unfolded. Camus and Viker fought for a long time and their eyes met. He held hatred and Camus had a sparkling gaze as if looking at a lover. Seeing him, Camus screamed inwardly, "I can't catch up." The thought that he had become so strong and several slashes flew in. In a moment of carelessness, Camus was cut in several places and fresh blood spurted out. As the pain spread, Camus gritted her teeth, her face covered in blood. Immediately, Camus said to the demon following her, "Shia, lend me your power." As soon as she finished speaking, she appeared. "How much do you need?" Hearing this, a cunning expression appeared on her face. "Half a day. Give me half a day of your time." Her heart also couldn't help but be happy and said, "Fine, take it." Shia happily agreed. As soon as the contract was made, several hands rose from under Viker's feet and grabbed his legs tightly. Looking down, corpses that seemed to have been dead for decades cried out madly as if they were starving. Camus also stared with wide eyes. "If you won't take off your mask, I have no choice but to use force." Immediately, giant undead rushed in trying to bite Viker. But without backing down at the same time, his sword immediately cut and sent the heads of two undead flying. Viker lightly brushed past them like a dancer. Seeing this momentum, Camus was startled. "I can't stop him with this." Camus shouted madly. "Shia, more power." Shia shouted happily. 16 hours added. Camus now didn't care about anything and decided to bet everything. "I don't care." But as soon as the bone serpent lunged, two rough hands directly grabbed its two sharp fangs. His red eyes glared at the serpent, and his powerful two hands applied force as if to break it. Camus felt it was difficult but didn't give up and gritted her teeth. "More, give me more." Shia, of course, did not give her power for free. 20 hours, but even with more power, Viker could immediately break through these dangerous attacks. The bone serpent was immediately cut by him. The undead met the same fate. He calmly calculated the attack. "She's trying to subdue me rather than attack me." Seeing Camus' angry face, Viker wondered inwardly why, but that didn't stop him. The sword blade continued to cut through the air and the pieces of the bone serpent continued to be shattered. Over here, Camus gathered her strength and blocked. She said with difficulty to Shia, "Give me more." The demon began to calculate the interest. 21 hours. Like a gambler, the more Camus fought, the crazier she became. "Give me more." Shia now seemed to have almost completely taken over her body. She opened her eyes wide and shouted happily. 22 hours. And at this time, Viker was engulfed in a giant gale. He clenched his fists and gathered his strength. And in the very next moment, a giant explosion echoed, shaking the ground. Camus' body turned pale and she breathed heavily. And Shia finally revealed herself. The demon's soul swallowed Viker in a vortex. He was completely suppressed and couldn't even call out. Seeing him struggling in the souls, Camus worried. "That's enough, hurry and take it off." Viker's eyes over here were stained as red as blood. He stared at her, filled with anger after a very short moment. Viker broke free from that suppression and flew up to the ground. Seeing this scene, Camus screamed and the girl's face was dazed and shocked, frozen. Seeing Viker slowly approaching this side, Camus suddenly felt her heart ache. "Why are you trying to kill me even though you're covered in wounds?" She saw his hateful gaze. "What on earth did you go through to despise demons so much?" At this time it was as if that power was reacting against her. Camus pleaded inwardly, "Please, if you really are the person I think you are, please recognize me, find me." At this time the skeletons rushed in as if to eat Camus alive and she fell in terror. Even though she had received a lot of power from Shia, Camus was still no match for Viker. She officially knelt on the ground. At this time it seemed as if all hope was lost. Viker's cold voice echoed, "Let me ask you one thing. Why are you only trying to subdue me without fighting seriously? Why are you trying to take off this mask?" Pausing for a moment, Viker stood next to a pile of bones and asked again, "Why are the eyes behind that mask so sad? Is there something you want to say to me but can't? Am I right?" These words of his directly pierced Camus' turbulent heart. In the very next moment, Viker once again sent a powerful punch towards the wall of bones. That fist struck her face squarely. Camus squeezed her eyes shut and endured the pain. Viker reached out trying to see who was behind the mask. Camus dodged in surprise, but it seemed too late. The demon's mask was slowly cracking. Viker spoke again. "I suppose I'll have to reconsider this. If I were to stand on your side, what would that mean?" The image of the boy overlapped with the face of the mature young man. "It's been a while." It was Camus, Morgan, him, the same two people from that day, a familiar sight, but now they had reunited under extremely trying circumstances. Back to the massive castle behind the gilded gates. The sound of sobbing could be heard. Going back in time to the Morgue family's estate about 3 years ago. The maids couldn't help but whisper worriedly as they looked at the room. Lady Camus has been doing nothing but crying for days without eating anything. She's blaming herself for what happened." "Yes," one of them replied. "It can't be helped. Many people were injured and died trying to save Lady Camus from the barbarians," the maid after a pause spoke again. "And the biggest reason the young lady is grieving is because of Lord Vicar Baskerville's death." At these words, as if moved herself, everyone felt a lump in their throats, completely engrossed in the tragedy. "Her beloved died, so of course she's devastated. Our poor Lady Camus, she must be so sad. I wish she would recover soon." Just then a man passed by. A torrent of water like a small lake poured directly onto the maid's head. Suddenly drenched, they were slightly startled. A cold voice rang out. "How dare you chatter about your master in front of her door?" His face grew grim. "A maid's duty is to keep her mouth shut, yet you are preoccupied with gossiping about your master." And under the guise of concern no less, the maids felt as if they were drowning in the torrent of water. They struggled to cry out, "Lord Adolphe." Adolphe had no intention of killing them. He just wanted to give them a warning, and when he felt his punishment had frightened them enough, he withdrew his power. Adolphe turned to leave, threatening, "If you run your mouths again, I will cut out your tongues." The maids fled for their lives, saying, "Our apologies." After dealing with the gossips, he stood before Camus' door. He knew his niece had just suffered a great shock and was afraid of hurting her. He sighed, composed himself, and said, "Camus, it's me. It's your uncle." He waited for a long time outside the door, but there was no answer. Adolphe pushed the door open himself. "I'm coming in." The room was filled with gloom and sorrow, and her pitiful cries echoed like a lingering spirit that would not leave. Camus said nothing. Though a very long time had passed, she just lay in bed covered by a blanket, immersed in sorrow all day. Adolphe sighed and sat down. "Camus, I heard you haven't been eating." And the matriarch, "No, your mother is very worried about you." The room was still quiet, the curtains fluttering in the light breeze from the crack in the window. Then a choked voice was heard. "Are you telling me I should live?" Regret cut through her heart like a knife. "If I hadn't been foolishly kidnapped by the barbarians, if I had stopped Vicar from fighting that monster alone, maybe Vicar wouldn't have died. But now both Jose and Vicar..." Camus couldn't continue. Tears of sorrow and regret streamed down her cheeks as the blanket she was hiding under slipped off. The young girl's face was revealed, soaked with tears. "It's all my fault." Adolphe was surprised that his niece could be so miserable over a man. Seeing her in such pain, he, her uncle, could not feel at ease. Adolphe hugged her. "Camus, don't give up like that. The value of their lives became immensely precious because they became one with you. The duty of those left behind like you is to live on, carrying the lives of the dead." Camus was not convinced. "I have to live for them too," Adolphe continued. "Yes, Jose and Vicar would be very sad to see you like this." Just then, she suddenly broke free from his embrace and ran to a drawer. "That's right, I still have that." Adolphe was surprised. "Camus?" She took out a pen and paper and began to draw and analyze some symbols. "If that person's thermodynamic content is the same, it can happen." A moment later, the floor was littered with magical papers, which were actually calculations of this value chain. "If I adjust the order and formula slightly and assume a different result can be obtained." Adolphe couldn't contain his curiosity. "What are you doing?" Camus couldn't hear him at all. "If I can access the negative energy dimension, reduce the entropy of that dimension, and replace a part of the positive energy dimension with the rest in an equivalent exchange." A moment later, she tore at her hair as if she were going mad. "I don't have enough energy to run my brain." Just then, Camus turned to Adolphe. "Uncle, I need food, please." At her words, all sorts of delicacies immediately appeared on the table. It was just a matter of Camus opening her mouth. There were 3 people at the table. Camus said cheerfully, "I heard you were very worried because I wasn't eating anything, mother." But at her words, L'Espenny still maintained an extremely cold attitude. She looked at her daughter, her face devoid of any emotion. She said, "My daughter, the deputy head, has been fasting for several days, so of course I should be worried," Camus said madly. "If you grant my request, I won't cause any more trouble," her mother immediately replied. "What request?" Camus raised her voice. "Please let me mobilize the Morgue family's army to search that forest." L'Espenny was surprised. "The army?" Adolphe was startled. "No, you know how dangerous that forest is," but instead of refusing, her mother immediately agreed. "Fine, I'll allow it if you eat regularly." Adolphe was surprised. "But sister," she cut him off. "So you still want to do something? I suppose that means you don't want to give up easily." The matriarch's face was cold. "We'll just have to let the child accept the truth and give up." She quickly picked up a piece of beef and brought it to her, saying cheerfully, "You promise." After days of agony and fasting, the girl finally opened her mouth to eat, which made Adolphe very happy. But because she ate too hastily, her body couldn't handle it, and the meat got stuck in her throat, choking Camus and making her face turn pale. Immediately, she bent over the floor and vomited violently. Adolphe was even more worried. "You've been starving for so long you can't even digest. Take that food away and prepare a meal for the sick." As the maids heard his order and tried to clear the food, Camus raised her hand to stop them. "Leave it." She pulled the chair back and sat up straight with a determined expression. Camus said, "I'm going to eat it all." Tears welled up in her eyes, but she still tried to shove all that food into her mouth, thinking to herself, "Vicar, if I hadn't been kidnapped by those barbarians back then, I wouldn't have lost you. If I had stopped you, if I hadn't let you fight that giant spider alone, I wouldn't have lost you. This is all karma I must bear. Death has unjustly taken you away." Seeing her attitude, her uncle grew even more worried once again. Her tears burst out uncontrollably. Camus roughly wiped her tears with her hand. She was determined. "But I will repay that injustice." Without giving up, the girl once again picked up a large chicken leg. It seemed she thought she could protect her loved ones if she became stronger. She couldn't help but say to herself, "Wait for me." That day, shocking news spread through the morgue family. The deputy head, who had seemed to be in despair, had suddenly regained her spirit, but no one expected her return to be in such a bizarre way. As the scene changed to a dark land, the viewer immediately thought of hell. This was the Black Coven of the morgue family. A silver-haired old man sat on a high place with angry eyes. He was the chief magician of the morgue family, the representative of the Black Coven, Snake Morgue. "So Camus has come this far." He looked at her and said, "What brings the deputy head of the Bright Coven here?" She smiled cunningly. "I didn't expect you to recognize me immediately." Because of her face, which had not slept for several days and nights, she looked like an addict. Camus took off her hood. "I will leave the Bright Coven and join the Black Coven." For some reason, upon hearing her words, a complex light flashed in Snake's eyes. He said, "The Bright Coven is the public face of the morgue family, and the Black Coven is its secret dark side, where research and experiments in black magic are conducted. It's a place beyond the control of public opinion. I trust you understand the meaning of joining the Black Coven." Camus continued, "I have decided to live in the shadows. I will abandon my mother, my uncle, and even the title of deputy head." Snake looked at her coldly. "I heard you mobilized the army to search the forest. Don't tell me you're trying to resurrect that kid Viker with black magic." Hearing this, Camus smiled excitedly. "You are correct. I will use the sorcery of resurrection." Snake was startled. "That is an ancient dark magic. The ability to revive the dead. Are you trying to use in foreign magic strictly forbidden by the morgue family and the Empire?" His face hardened. "Then I have more reason to refuse. I will not allow you to enter the Black Coven." "Leave." Looking at the man before her, Camus couldn't help but say, "I have no other way. I have already self-taught it." As soon as she finished speaking, she analyzed her inner power. A skull immediately appeared from her palm. The cold-faced man with wide eyes was now repeatedly shocked in front of this young girl. To be able to control souls, he couldn't believe his ears. "You self-taught black magic? Is that even possible? If that's true, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she has reached a new realm on her own." Snake couldn't help but ask himself, could she be a once-in-a-century genius just like that person? At this thought, for some reason, Snake agreed to her proposal. "Fine," he said that and stood up. "If you join the Black Coven, my command will be absolute. Are you prepared for that?" Before his words had even finished, she knelt. "I don't care if I lose everything." The face of the pitiful girl looked at the man before her with an extremely serious expression. "As long as I can save him." The sky gradually turned to night, and the moonlight shone on the gloomy castle deep within the morgue family's Black Coven. Unmonitored by the Empire, beyond the sight of the morgue family, a secret underground space existed. A deep underground labyrinth that only members of the Black Coven knew, stretching over 600 floors, Black Garden 666th floor. A faint, strange light swirled from top to bottom like a seashell shining at night. A cold wind blew, and in front of Camus was a dry skeleton. She was regenerating it with her magic. Then, looking at her work, Camus asked Snake with great satisfaction, "How is it?" Looking at the young girl before him, he couldn't help but be shocked. "To think you can already create undead soldiers. It's truly unbelievable." A complex emotion was present in Snake's eyes. She has only been learning black magic for a short time, yet she has already reached this level. He looked at the young girl before him. "My feelings are truly complex. Pride, jealousy, fear, affection, and even sadness. What am I looking for in that face? A face identical to that person's. Why did I let this child join the Black Coven?" Just then, Camus' voice brought him back to his senses. "As I said, I still have many shortcomings." She looked at her two hands. "At this rate, I can't perfectly revive the dead." Snake was even more surprised. "You intend to resurrect him completely? Not only is it difficult to learn, but the success rate is also incredibly low. Even if a miracle happens and you succeed, he could go mad or become corrupt." Camus' gaze became resolute. "It doesn't matter, as long as it succeeds. The soul of the person I want to revive is stronger than anyone's. As long as I can succeed." Snake was once again dazed. "What? Why do I see myself in this child?" The scene changed back to a large room, and Adolphe continued to shout and argue. "Sister," he continued as if he couldn't understand his sister, "shouldn't you be stopping Camus? The child has left the Bright Coven and joined the Black Coven." L'Espannie said with a dazed face as she looked in the mirror, "I'm still thinking about it. I told her to choose carefully, and I gave her the right to freely enter and exit both covens." Adolphe could not be at ease. "These days she is spending more and more time with that man Snake," she continued. "He has no intention of harming Camus. Rather, he is genuinely helping the child." Adolphe didn't stop, but L'Espannie glanced at him and said in a cold voice, "Do not mention this matter again." Seeing his sister like that, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Deep down he knew he still couldn't change L'Espannie. Below, Camus was walking down a dark path with Snake, the area around them lit only by a small lantern in his hand. Snake said, "Deputy Head, are you familiar with what is called the origin of the Morgue family?" Camus asked blankly. "The origin of the Morgue family? I don't know." As soon as she finished speaking, he raised the lantern and shone it ahead. A castle appeared before them, but there was not a single trace of human life there. Snake's cold voice echoed, "The Morgue family began in a mortuary. The name Morgue comes from an ancient bloodline that existed before the family and the human empire were established. Used to take in unidentified bodies and find their families. Perhaps because we were immersed in the world of the dead at some point, members of the Morgue family became able to speak with souls. To this day, there are those who possess that strange ability." After looking at her for a moment, he spoke again. "Like you, Deputy Head, That is why our family used black magic from a very early stage. Erudite necromancers know that the truth lies beyond the door of death, Camus asked with curiosity. Then should I have more contact with death? Snake continued. If you do that, you will be nothing more than an imitation of them. As he said this, his voice suddenly turned cold. First, you must be wary of death, Snake seriously urged Camus. Remember this, deputy head. A necromancer is one who keeps death at arm's length. To explain briefly, keeping it at arm's length means that while appearing to be well versed in death, one actually always maintains a distance from it. Camus listened intently. Before you can understand and become familiar with death, you must first understand and become familiar with life. A true necromancer loves living creatures more than anyone else and pities those on the verge of death. They are the ones who deeply understand death. Camus said in a low voice. Unlike the way the world sees necromancers, they could truly be considered sages or elders. Then she looked at her master. May I ask one thing, why did you join the Black Coven? Hearing that question, Snake's face changed subtly for a moment, and of course the young girl did not notice it. It was because a sad gaze suddenly appeared. He recalled two people from his memory, L'Espanne and Adolphe, but this answer did not come out of his mouth. Snake changed the subject. That side is light and this side is darkness. If only one side disappears, the balance will be broken. Camus also exposed without hesitation. You're speaking nonsense again. Time flies like an arrow waiting for no one. A few days later, in the 666th floor of the Black Coven, Camus ran in happily. Master, the girl excitedly held out a large piece of paper on which was drawn a complex compass. Look at this. Although he didn't know what it was, Snake's eyes paused when he saw it. This is, Camus explained, the magic circle for the resurrection spell, my research result. He held the paper and felt his body tremble. This model is much more advanced than what I know. Although there are a few places to correct, it's almost perfect. Black magic must be researched to the deepest part of the abyss. How deep did this child dig to reach such a conclusion? Camus bowed her head and said in a low voice, I would like Master to help me with the spell casting. Snake looked at her and said, Do you really like that kid named Viker? He thought to himself. This child is the complete opposite of me, unlike me who was fascinated by black magic and had a heart as dark as the abyss. Seeing her bright smile, Camus happily answered, Yes, his old withered heart suddenly trembled. This child hasn't been stained by the darkness of the abyss at all. She still has a pure heart. Yes, she has already surpassed me by far. At this thought, a satisfied smile appeared on the time-worn old face. Hearing her words, Snake also quietly approached. Fine, let's do it together. For some reason, he said to Camus, the person you want to save is not a harmless person, do you know that? She answered. With the help of the Baskerville family, I obtained a few strands of his blood and hair. Camus held out a small round purple bead. I also collected all the souls in the forest I found, Snake said. If we have a piece of his body, the soul fragments will react. If so, we just need to filter them. He asked her, Do you know the paradox of the ship of Theseus? I'm worried that even if his body, memories, and personality return, we will really think of him as him. Camus was still drawing a talisman on the ground. There is enough time to think about those things after we succeed, Master, Snake continued. I think so too. The small hand was still diligently drawing on the ground. She was very focused on this spell casting. As soon as the drawing was completed, Snake looked at her and said, Let's start right now. Looking at the girl in front of him, he hesitated again and asked, Are you ready? Are you not rushing too much? Camus was excited. I have waited long enough for this moment, please. As she said this, her eyes became serious and a blue light emanated from Camus' body. Master. These two words brought an indescribable warm feeling to his heart. Immediately, he also channeled his inner strength and a beam of light appeared from his palm. At this time around the two, wind and lightning struck down hard above the center of the circle. Camus hurriedly covered her face with her hands and endured the terrible power with gritted teeth. On Snake's side, he was surprised. This magic circle is truly perfect. Could it be that the world of black magic has finally found its first breakthrough? Every time a huge rotation swept past, the two held their breath, waiting for the result after days of hard work. And a black shadow with bloodshot eyes appeared, looking very strange. Camus was dazed. She couldn't help but scream at the sight before her. Viker, overjoyed. Camus flew up happily, unable to hold back her tears. Before the two words Viker could come out of her mouth, the beam of light immediately exploded. For some reason, it seemed that the formation had a side effect and the ground also cracked. Soil and stones scattered in all directions. At this time, Camus' whole body was stiff as if dead. She couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood, feeling as if all her bones were broken. Seeing this scene, Snake was immediately worried. He opened his mouth and shouted loudly, Deputy head. For some reason, she collapsed helplessly to the ground, feeling as if the world around her was turning upside down. Just before closing her eyes, she thought with difficulty, Is this mana backlash? Did I fail? She closed her eyes, but for some reason Camus gradually regained consciousness. She felt as if she were standing in the river of the underworld. She asked herself, Am I dead? Camus was stiff as if dead. Why did I fail? I thought it was perfect. Was it because Viker's body fragments were too old, or was his soul no longer in the forest? Camus guessed. Maybe he reached the state of enlightenment and turned his back on this world full of hatred. Her blurred eyes flickered for a moment. Then what's the point of all my efforts so far? At this time Camus' tears poured out and all hope disappeared. Yes, I'd rather die. But a figure in front of her made her approach and that hand gently wiped Camus' tears. At this time Snake coldly said to her, Actually, I joined the Black Coven not because I wanted to. After a pause he continued, Because I couldn't stand shoulder to shoulder with her, because I couldn't be in the light, I could only live in the darkness, but seeing you reveal your heart made me think, If I had been more honest, if I had had the courage to face the impossible, maybe everything would be different now. Don't lose hope, Deputy Head. Saying this, Snake pushed Camus hard with his hand and she was startled. I hope you can reunite with the one you love. Her whole body fell into a vortex. She could feel it clearly. Snake immediately turned his body and let her struggle and shout to escape the dream and pass through the gate of light. At this time the ground was covered in blood and Snake was not much different. His condition looked very bad. This man died just like that. His eyes became blurred and he lay motionless in a pool of blood. Camus woke up. Camus was stiff as if dead when she saw the man lying unconscious in front of her. It seemed he would never wake up again. She trembled and shouted, "Master!" The old hand on the ground was still motionless. At this time a fly landed. It was unknown how long the two had been lying here. At this time Snake's body began to rot, and more insects came and landed. Camus was not dead but could not move. The two just lay there on the pool of blood. Her eyes gradually became blurred. How long has it been? My body is so burned I can't move. Camus couldn't understand if this was the price for using the forbidden spell to revive the dead. This is the hidden basement of the Black Coven, so no one will come. She looked up at the moon in the night sky. It's better to die like this. Master, you who died for me, you must find this really funny, but I've tried every method. I don't want to live anymore. But if there's one thing I regret, it's that I didn't get to meet him. Maybe I can meet him if I die. Thinking so, those tired eyes slowly closed. Just then a whispering voice echoed in the darkness. Do you long for life? She opened her eyes dazedly again. Camus said tremblingly, "How can I hear a voice here? Is it a hallucination?" The voice answered again, "It's not a hallucination. Your longing has brought me here." She guessed at this time something she had only read in books. "Are you a demon?" From the void it answered her again. "Correct. Then you know about us." At this time the voice revealed its purpose. "Then it will be quick. I will save you with my power. How about we make a contract?" Camus retorted. "No, I don't want to live anymore." The demon did not give up. "Then tell me what you want," Camus said with difficulty. "What I want," the demon whispered and guessed. "The magic circle you used was to revive someone, right? Do you have someone who died that you want to meet again?" Just then a mouth full of sharp teeth appeared with a blue flame. "That is my specialty. I am Shia, the ruler of death and decay." It saw her fragile face. "I will help you summon the dead. Do you have the courage to make a contract with me?" At this time her master's voice echoed in Camus' mind again. "I hope you can reunite with the one you love." She closed her eyes tiredly, and Camus seemed to be seriously considering this offer. Soon a trembling voice echoed, "All right, do it. I thought I had done everything I could, but if that is the last method I haven't tried, I will not give up." Saying this, she once again had a strong hope. Finally, someone discovered that she was Lady Camus. "Hurry and carry her inside." Adolphe was very worried. He rushed over in a panic when he heard the news about his niece. As soon as he saw her, he couldn't help but shout, "Camus." But after returning from the Black Coven, she seemed to have become more composed. Adolphe didn't care and said, "Do you know how worried I was?" Seeing his niece's appearance, he couldn't help but be surprised. "What happened to your hair? What have you been doing for the past 10 days? Don't tell me that guy Snake." But in response to his concern, she silently passed by. Her coldness also made her uncle a little bewildered, as if afraid of disappointing him. Unwillingly she said with difficulty, "I'm sorry, uncle, I'm a little tired." At this time no one noticed that Camus' eyes had changed. The demon's sarcastic voice came out. "How sad. What, how dare you ignore your uncle as soon as you see him?" "Shut up," Camus said coldly to her. "If you can't prove your ability, don't blame me for breaking our contract," Shia answered. Fine, and that was how the contract between Camus and Shia began. To put it simply about this demon, high-ranking corpse Shia grants a part of her power to Camus Morgue to help her meet Viker. And in exchange, Camus Morgue hands over control of her body to Shia for a day and falls into a deep sleep. Also, Camus Morgue is forbidden from revealing anything related to Shia or other demons to anyone. And from that day on, Camus inherited Shia's two powers, the ability to find anything she wanted and the ability to revive the dead. Recalling that time, she couldn't help but hug her younger sister Rose, although Camus was able to find her sister who had been killed by a demon. But then Shia was annoyed. "I can't believe it. It's the first time I couldn't find the soul of that kid named Viker you're looking for." Even after hearing this, Camus' eyes were still resolute. She told herself she couldn't give up. During the day she used training as an excuse to avoid the Morgue family and take care of Rose, and at night Camus went out to look for Viker. As time went by, the distance between her and her family grew further and further, but Camus didn't have much time to think about it. Every day she told herself she was going to meet Viker. That was all Camus could think about. One night, while making a magic circle as usual, she was startled by the sound of footsteps. Camus quickly turned around. "Who is it? How did you get in here?" The voice echoed coldly, like a melody from hell. "I'm not here for you, human." The demon opened its mouth wide, its shining eyes threatening, and said, "Give me Shia." And from that day on, Rose disappeared. Shia smiled and explained, "My colleague, the ninth corpse, needed a slave, so he took the child. Once he hides his presence, it will be difficult for you to find him." Shia said that her colleague, a demon named Dantalion, took Rose and disappeared. Camus was annoyed. "How could you let him take my sister?" she said nonchalantly. "The child is already dead. I'll revive her again, don't be angry." She glared at Shia. "Really, you really are a demon." And from then on, Camus left to find Rose. Although the road was very difficult, she was not afraid. And a miracle happened. She found her sister. It was thanks to that person. It was Viker. The person in front of her was wearing a mask. This person named the Tsuyoyama Hound was also the one who helped me find my sister. At this time her face was full of tears and that warm voice echoed again. It's been a while. The man Camus had longed for day and night appeared at this time. Camus' heart seemed to stop with joy. Viker looked at her and said happily, "You've changed quite a bit since we last met." Camus almost screamed. All the suppressed questions, seeing Viker walking towards her, she screamed inwardly, "How can you say that so calmly after years of no news? Why didn't you come to me even though you were alive? Do you know what I've been through? Do you know how hard I worked to see you again?" But the reality was that Camus couldn't say anything. Viker asked frankly, "It seems you made a contract with a demon. What happened?" Camus said to herself. "At least for this last moment, I want you to remember me as a strong woman." She looked at Viker and her heart ached. "Even if you don't say it, I know how many stories are in your eyes. You've become so excellent while I've ruined everything." He also asked Camus Morgue with confusion. Camus said to herself what she couldn't say to Viker. "Her time will end soon. From then on you will have to fight Shia." The last thing Camus could do for him was to not let him fight alone again. But because she could meet him again her voice suddenly trembled slightly. "Thank you for recognizing me and finding me. 100 out of 100. This time sharp thorns appeared around her and Camus seemed to be trapped inside. Camus shed tears as if leaving her last words, "You have to be happy for me too." Soon the sound of cutting flesh echoed and fresh blood overflowed the ground. Camus was dazed and her eyes were empty. And at this time fresh blood splattered all over her face. Viker didn't have time to think, and without caring about the sharp thorns piercing his body he hugged the girl in front of him. Camus was dazed. "Why at this time?" Viker said in a low voice. "You can't say anything because of that damn contract with the demon, can you?" During the battle she deliberately avoided vital points, and if suicide was a way to hint that it was forbidden to reveal anything, Camus' tears fell again. "Why are you doing that again?" He hugged her tightly, and a heart-wrenching pain was transmitted. Viker reassured Camus, "Don't worry, leave the rest to me." Saying this his eyes became fierce and his face turned cold. Viker asserted, "I will never lose to these damn demons." Behind him the face that had now appeared was Shia's. Shia opened her mouth. "Nice to meet you." The cold tone as if from hell made the listener's spine shiver. Shia continued, "You're Viker. I've heard a lot about you from my contractor." Viker asked her, "What happened to Camus Morgue?" Shia laughed triumphantly. "Are you worried about her?" In the large eye in the center of my forehead her figure is reflected. "Camus is now sleeping soundly inside me. Because I've earned the right to possess this body for a day." She paused for a moment and continued, "But how long are you going to hold me?" At the same time her skeletons raised their sharp swords and lunged at him. As Viker fell, Shia quickly broke free from his embrace. Shia then realized that they were trapped in Andromalus's unique trap. "So you're the demon hunter who killed my colleague." To think the one Camus was so desperately searching for was a demon hunter. After saying this much she was puzzled, but something strange. How could a mere human know about the 10 high-ranking corpses? "Even with my evil eye I couldn't find your soul. Are you really from this world?" When he didn't answer, she became more excited. "You're so cold. Will you answer me after I tell you Camus Morgue's pitiful story?" And then the truth was revealed. Shia excitedly recounted. To see one person, she delved into the forbidden study of resurrection. What a pitiful child. But of course she failed, and as a result she couldn't even move her broken body. In the ruined room she lay on the floor for days. She tried every method until she completely lost the will to live. For the most interesting part, she summoned me, the demon who was her new hope. She pointed to herself and said. Viker's eyes were a mixture of bewilderment and anger. Shia spoke again. "You know, after we made our contract, hearing her always longing for you made even me feel sorry for her." Camus' painful words continued for days. "I'm sorry for leaving you alone, Viker. If only I hadn't been captured by those monsters. I should have been the one to die. What if Viker is still alive? But then why hasn't he come to find me? No, don't leave me alone. I miss you." These 3 sentences came out of the cunning demon's mouth, and she seemed to enjoy his anger very much. Viker couldn't stand it anymore. He immediately rushed towards her. His eyes, along with his anger, condensed a huge force, ready to attack. Seeing his fist about to fly, she was contemptuous. "You should know what a contract with a demon entails, right? If I die, Camus dies too." As soon as she finished speaking, the jaw of a giant bone serpent behind her quickly opened. "You can't kill a woman who has been desperately waiting for you for so long." It was about to bite him, but Viker immediately twisted his body and dodged. In front of the cunning demon he had nothing more to say. With his other hand he drew a long sword and immediately, hundreds of slashes flew towards the bone serpent that had attacked him. But despite that, the bones didn't move at all. Shia said triumphantly, "Do you think I'd use cheap magic that you can easily block like Camus? Do you think a mere graduator like you can dare to face my true power?" As soon as she finished speaking, he was hit hard by the serpent, and it felt as if all his 3 hun and 7 po were scattered. The serpent's momentum was not to be underestimated either. It attacked fiercely, shattering soil and stone. Today she seemed to be truly after his life. The attacks were relentless towards Viker. Seeing the young man covered in blood, Shia was triumphant. "Give up on saving Camus. You will die here at my hands." His thoughts were endless. What if Camus Morgue only made a contract with a demon to save me? Then the reason Camus Morgue's future changed from becoming a hero to making a contract with a demon, is it because I hid my body in the forest? To kill a demon, one must kill the person who made a contract with that demon. That's what I know. But why did she say that? Is it because I won't lose to a demon? At this thought his eyes immediately became resolute again. Viker thought again. So that I can comfort Camus Morgue in her last moments. Is that why I made a promise I couldn't keep? At this time the serpent's tail wrapped around his leg. Shia said to him, "You're thinking too much while fighting me." As soon as she finished speaking, she channeled her internal energy and began to attack more fiercely. Soon a huge explosion echoed, and Viker was thrown hard against the giant stone statue in the center. He was now injured to the point of being tattered, but Viker didn't stop thinking. If I don't kill all the 10 high-ranking corpses, humanity will face its moment of ruin. Camus Morgue or all of humanity. I know which one to choose, but even if it's just a faint hope, I still want to hold on to it. The image of the innocent girl and her tears came to Viker's mind at this time, thinking that she and everyone would be occupied by these demons. His face quickly became calm again. Shia quickly stood in front of him and said cunningly, "To think that the 9th and 10th ranks were defeated by a weak human like you. Viker, do you know that you are the reason for the delay in opening the gate to the demonic realm?" As she spoke, she channeled her internal energy and attacked. Her hand pierced straight through his stomach. Viker was thrown far away at that time. He was exhausted from excessive blood loss and a combination of new and old wounds, and he gasped for breath. Seeing his trembling hand rise, she was contemptuous. "Still thinking of saving Camus? You're just a small graduator who can't even defeat me. In the end, you're just a pitiful human who always holds on to false hope," Viker said in a weak voice. "False hope?" Immediately he raised his hand and grabbed the 2 horns on her head. Shia was also slightly stunned. Viker gritted his teeth, applied force to his 2 hands and said to her, "Well said." Then he applied more force. The horn on her head trembled slightly. Shia didn't understand what he was trying to do. She just watched with a blank expression. Viker gritted his teeth and brought his face close to Shia's. "Camus Morgue, can you hear me?" He lowered his voice. "It is difficult for me to remove this demon and save you alone," he said coldly. "Resist that contract. The contract with the demon that binds your soul is not unbreakable. You can do it. You are a 3rd circle mage." His voice echoed in Camus' deeply sleeping mind. "For breaking the contract your soul will burn, but I will kill this demon right then." After saying this much he widened his eyes and shouted, hoping she would wake up, "We will create a miracle together." Shia didn't expect Viker to do that. She glared at him. "You mad dog bastard." As soon as she finished speaking, she annoyedly raised her foot and kicked him hard. Viker flew like a ball and shattered the earth and stones. Shia looked at him coldly. "Be my undead warrior. I'll let you work for the 9th and 10th ranks. You will destroy humanity." But instead of submitting, that strong hand began to push itself up again. He looked at her coldly. "I will kill you, you demon bastard," Viker thought to himself. Strange. To think that the contents of that unbelievable letter are my only hope now. I really didn't expect you to be able to help me in this life. As he spoke, he looked up at the stone statue of his father, Hugo Le Baskerville. This side. Shia glared at him. "Die, Viker." He looked at her seriously. "I never thought I would become a swordmaster here." At this time, the deeply sleeping Camus seemed to react. The content was as follows. "As a superior graduator, you can perfectly cast the 7th form. To complete the 7th form, you must become a swordmaster. Therefore I will leave behind the process I went through to become a swordmaster. I reached the state of a swordmaster not long after you were born. I have told you about what happened before. But after losing Rosanna and Fallope, I fell into despair, and I dedicated most of my time to swordsmanship. At that time my rank was a superior graduator. To become a swordmaster I swung my sword every day. But no matter how much time I spent, I still couldn't become a swordmaster. As a last resort, I searched through all the books in the Masiogo and finally found it. It was a word left behind by a senior who was a swordmaster for posterity. The point was that to become a true graduator, one had to discard emotions, but to become a swordmaster, one had to regain those emotions." He continued. "I followed, and I worked hard to learn happiness, anger, sorrow, and pleasure. I tried various methods to feel happiness, anger, sorrow, and excitement. But trying to forcibly regain emotions had serious side effects. At some point I would laugh when I should be angry, and frown when I should be happy. It made it impossible for me to fully express my emotions. Thus my path to becoming a swordmaster fell deeper and deeper into a labyrinth. To quench the burning thirst that even my sword couldn't extinguish, I used my power to revive the family. Thus I had many sons to increase my power." Hugo recalled. "According to the family rules, I sent my sons to the Sword Mountain when he saw him that day. But I gained enlightenment in an unexpected place. For what reason must a newborn baby who knows nothing struggle so desperately? Why must the baby endure the pain of water seeping into its body? After witnessing that scene, something in my heart was shaken. The happiness of discovering a shining talent, the anger of pushing a young life into a cruel place, the sorrow from the wounds of the child and myself, the joy of looking forward to this child's future." And when Hugo stood under the water, in the sea of complex and chaotic emotions, he gained enlightenment. And the next day, Hugo realized he had become a swordmaster. At that time this cold father quietly recorded with all his heart, including Pomerian and becoming a swordmaster. "You seem to have gifted me everything. Son, do not forget that the title of swordmaster depends on how you understand the complex pieces of emotions. As for you, I believe you can do it. To my beloved son." The words in the letter seemed to give him more strength. Viker couldn't help but wonder as he thought, "To my beloved son," thinking that he had become a completely different person from his past life. He said to himself, "To destroy Shia's spell I must become a sword master. I must realize it on my own." because now I don't have the help of the Saintess's power like before. Soon he was hit by her and flew into the air. Viker gritted his teeth as Hugo Baskerville had said. Both anger and sorrow exist within me, but before his thought was even finished he was immediately thrown to the ground. Seeing him struggling, Shia couldn't help but be triumphant and delighted, but soon she glared at him. Happiness and excitement in a situation like this. Shia was going crazy looking at him. What's with that expression? I'm asking you. This statement was filled with anger. She once again delivered a powerful blow towards Viker. He couldn't help but have a dazed expression when he saw the intense light flying towards him. A vibrating explosion echoed and Viker's figure immediately disappeared into the smoke. Just like that, one of his legs was cut off. Viker was thrown along with blood. A heart-wrenching pain was transmitted. Viker gritted his teeth and endured. But soon his eyes flashed with a blood-red light. The seventh form of the Baskervilles fiercely headed toward Shia. Viker thought this attack would be enough to kill her. He was using 70 of his power, but what made him stunned was that she showed no signs of fear at all. Instead, she stood very triumphantly and calmly, looking at him. Shia soon gave a demonic smile and said in a chillingly cold voice, "You foolish black dog." That arm stretched out and grabbed his face tightly. "You can't break my armor with such an attack." As soon as she finished speaking, she slammed his head hard into the ground. This blow seemed to be quite painful. Shia said again, looking at him ferociously, "I don't know what kind of monster you are, but do you really think Camus will wake up and break the contract?" Strange red hands were now holding his body tightly. Not only that, but they were also constantly burning. The burns dug deep into his skin. Shia triumphantly looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. "Then let's see if you can withstand this." As soon as she finished speaking, countless demonic hands poured down from the sky towards Viker. Immediately, a vibrating explosion echoed here. He was lying in the middle of a deep pit, and at that time his body was already tattered. Along with a severed arm, his whole body was covered in wounds. He lay on a pool of blood looking very scary. But miraculously, Viker was still holding on to his last breath. Shia quietly observed her opponent. She seemed to think he was dead, but Viker still stood up. Seeing him, she was surprised. "He's not dead even after taking that blow. Are you really human?" he thought to himself. "It's hard to even stand up. I can't regenerate my body with Salamander's ability." But at this time he once again recalled Camus' hot tears that she shed when she saw him being pierced by the thorns again. Why? Viker tried not to lose consciousness. "I have to stay conscious and move." Soon he held on despite having only one arm left. "It doesn't matter how many times," a familiar voice echoed. "The expression I want to see is not that stupid face." He looked toward Shia blankly. Because what he had just heard was Camus' voice, she was also startled and stunned. "How?" The demonic face gradually returned to Camus' face. She smiled with the corner of her mouth raised. "Just as you said, I did it." Shia was flustered. "Camus Morgue, if you break the contract, your soul will be torn to shreds." Camus looked at him. "I can't hold this woman any longer." "Stab me quickly," she said to Viker. "If you fail, my neck will be your scabbard." He looked at her and smiled lightly. "Why are you joking at a time like this?" As expected of a hero, 101 out of 100, Camus Morgue. The demon's hand trembled. She answered, "You just realized." Camus once again looked at Viker with hopeful eyes. "Then show me what kind of person the man I love is." Shia suppressed Camus once again. She channeled her internal energy and shouted, "You mad bastard." Soon she attacked madly. "Do you think you can pierce my armor?" He didn't say anything, but he stood coldly as if he were the reincarnated king of hell. Shia was unknowingly stunned when she saw this momentum. He was also a little puzzled. Does this mean that the heart he mentioned is a place that holds many emotions? I can feel emotions I've never felt before. He thought of Camus. The happiness of her not forgetting him, the anger of the hero's bright future being destroyed. The more he realized, the more Camus seemed to see the light and the sorrow that she was struggling with herself. Seeing that he had entered his inner self, she couldn't help but shed tears of emotion again. Viker looked at the woman who loved him and smiled warmly. "But I'm so excited about our future reunion. Those are the emotions burning inside me right now." These feelings gave him 10 times more strength. Viker confidently raised his hand. The seventh form of the Baskervilles. Humans live with their eyes bound behind fixed-colored glasses, their lives trapped within that color. Only a brave soul who dares to cast off those visual shackles can explore realms and break limits never visible to the ordinary eye, and those who have reached that ultimate state are called sword masters. Back to this side, Viker had successfully defeated Shia within Camus. Her true form also burst out of her body. It glared at him in disbelief. "No, it can't be." Watching its own body gradually fade into the air, it glared. My mission is to open the gate." As soon as those words were spoken, the demon completely vanished into thin air. Viker felt as if he had shed an old shell at this moment. His strength, vision, and determination had now reached another level. It was something he had never felt before, not even with the Saintess's mana, and he remembered the woman behind him, Camus Morgue. Viker immediately turned around. Would she be okay? But at this time her body was already completely drained of strength. Camus lay motionless on the ground and a cry erupted from Viker's heart. "Please." He turned and approached her, hoping in his heart that the two who had been separated for so long could reunite. But Viker's strength was also at its limit. He had just gone through a fierce battle, so he was a little tired now. And right then, too exhausted, he collapsed nearby without a chance to react. But at this moment a strange thing happened. The ring on the ground suddenly began to glow. That light shot straight up into the sky like a meteor shower, carrying a huge power. The power emanating from the ring grew stronger and stronger. And in the sky, it seemed as if a giant Milky Way had appeared at this moment. and that power now began to sweep over where Viker and Camus were lying. A small creature seemed to appear from somewhere. It crawled onto Viker's hand, but at this time he was already completely unconscious. The spider jumped around on the motionless body. At the same time, someone's shadow also slowly passed by. The spider was lying on the ground. It saw that person and was involuntarily startled. It turned out that the woman was none other than Camus' cousin Rose. But it was unknown why she was here now, and most importantly, Rose's eyes looked at the spider on the ground extremely coldly, like someone being controlled. As if sensing danger, the spider's gaze turned fierce towards Rose. Seeing her reach out her hand, the spider thought it would be crushed to death and became extremely wary. But contrary to its imagination, Rose actually wanted to help her sister up. Just like that, she took Camus away, not paying any attention to Viker beside her. Suddenly at this moment he staggered to his feet, clutching his severed, aching arm, and called out towards Rose in a weak voice. "Wait," Viker said with all his heart. The fact that she can move means Camus is still safe, which is a great relief. For some reason he began to warn her warily. "It's a real shame we couldn't truly reunite, but you and she should leave this place as soon as possible." And Viker put his hand in his pocket and continued. "I have a request, please give this to her." As he spoke, he threw the object to her. Rose quickly reached out and caught it. Viker said cheerfully to Rose, "If she wants to meet me, she'll need this." At this time her gaze finally softened a little. Rose looked at the object in her hand, and without a word she quietly turned and left with Camus. Viker also said nothing more, quietly watching the backs of the two as they gradually moved away. The next day, a rumor spread to everyone. "It's a scoop, the villain who attacked the academy was the Night Hound." The crowd buzzed upon hearing this. "What? Really? How severe was the damage?" Surprisingly, there was no damage, Bianca guessed. "Then that woman in the skeleton mask was a necromancer." "Yeah," Tudor continued, "it looked like she was still fighting the Night Hound. It's embarrassing to say this. I didn't dare to even think of getting between them." The woman dressed as Tinkerbell trembled. "I was so scared I almost fainted." "The Night Hound," Sancho said blankly. "That guy was the most ferocious one I've ever seen." At the same time, Viker also approached. "Me too. I was so scared I couldn't even breathe." Sancho and everyone were surprised. "Viker, where were you? We were all worried." Dolores continued. "Viker, we patrolled all the streets and couldn't see you. Where were you? You shouldn't let your friends look for you." Suddenly faced with a barrage of questions, he didn't know how to answer for a moment. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. "Yeah, you commoner, how dare you act alone? Why did you do that?" The hero was angry. "What are we supposed to do if you keep acting alone?" "Don't do it again," Middlebrow also chimed in. "Absolutely never again." Lowbrow threatened him with a log. "There won't be a next time." Seeing the three of them surrounding Viker, Sinclair smiled brightly. "What is this? Did you form a gang?" Dolores was embarrassed. "I almost misunderstood again." As the rain stopped and the sky cleared, the sun finally rose after a dark night. Viker looked up at the sky with a complicated feeling. He asked himself, "Is she okay?" He said to himself. "I really look forward to meeting you again next time." Camus. The scene changed to a distant place surrounded by winding tree roots. Rose was standing as if waiting for someone. After a long while, a soaked figure slowly walked out of that pit. It was none other than Camus with a tired expression. Her body seemed to have been washed clean of all wounds at this moment. Camus looked at herself. "It feels like my body has been torn to pieces. It's because Shia went berserk and broke the contract between us, so I couldn't even say goodbye to him. Why did I foolishly think he was dead?" Tears flowed from her eyes, but in fact he did his best not to hurt me. Even though his whole body was covered in wounds, the girl's face blushed. "At least that means he cherished me, right?" Camus was very proud. "Then this time I fought with him, and I didn't leave him alone. We succeeded because we didn't give up." As she said this, a satisfied expression appeared deep in her eyes. After speaking, she turned to one side again. "What do you think? Is Viker a man not worth risking your life for?" On Shia's side, the demon had now become very small and looked very cute. It cried out, "Why did you dare to break our contract? This is a scam." Camus was surprised. "I've completely regained control of my body. Viker really broke the contract between you and me." "But why aren't you dead?" Shia explained annoyedly. "Ah, that's because you broke our 12-hour contract. Thanks to the penalty in the contract, I can live a little longer." Taking this opportunity, Camus decided to tease it. "I feel like I could crush you to death with magic right now." "It hurts," Shia cried out, struggling to hold on. It hurt so much its body trembled. 2 streams of tears poured out, looking very pitiful. "I'll do anything, just don't kill me." Camus was interested. "Anything?" Camus smiled cunningly. "Then hand over all your power and authority to me. We are no longer in a contractual relationship. Now I am the master and you are my slave." Shia looked at Camus in fear and screamed inwardly, This woman is the real demon." Seeing Shia grieving, Camus spoke again. "But it was thanks to you that I was able to meet Viker." Surprised. "What are you trying to do?" Camus spoke again. "Then shall we open that gate?" Shia was delighted. "Really?" Camus immediately replied. "Are you really going to do that? I was just kidding. Do you think I'm crazy?" Rose helped her put her clothes back on. "I need to recover first. I have to go back to the Morgue family's estate." She thought of her mother and uncle. "Now that I know Viker is still alive and well, I have to put back the things I broke." And as she said this, Camus' face suddenly turned sad. Her heart also ached a little. Camus said to herself, "I have to tell everyone about Master's death." At that time his words were still deeply engraved in her heart. "I hope you can reunite with the one you love." Deep in Camus' heart she said sadly, "Thank you, Master, it was all thanks to you that I could meet him again." At this time she looked at the yellow coin in her hand. It was what he had given to Rose before he left. Camus said cheerfully, "If I enroll in the academy, I'll be his junior." The girl's face couldn't help but turn red again at this moment. She made a decision. "Viker, the day we meet again, you will be mine." And just like that, the Academy's annual festival finally came to an end. But after the festival, the afterglow of the recent incident still lingered. At this time, a male student walked by and wondered, did the Night Hound really invade the Academy during the festival? Not only did he come, but he also attacked the Academy, but the professors stopped him. Shouldn't a villain like that be locked up in Rebirth prison? I heard another villain appeared, an unregistered necromancer. The two villains fought each other, and thanks to that, the professors were able to easily chase them away. The clueless students happily talked about what had happened. If the situation had worsened, the Night Hound incident might have been a disaster, but they exaggerated it and turned it into trivial gossip. Outside, everyone was still cheerful, but the atmosphere in the conference room was very heavy. Dolores looked at the pile of documents on the desk angrily and slammed her hand down hard. Who wrote that article? Most of the content above was an exclusive article. The heretic known as the Night Hound. The sins of the Night Hound went beyond the limit on month 0, day 0. The Night Hound attacked the Imperial Academy. His actions were against humanity and the nation. He is a villain who must be punished. During the festival, buildings all over the capital were destroyed, including the Imperial Bank, the capital's clock tower, the Innocentia Orphanage, and the Imperial Monument. That was just a part of it. Dolores once again asserted that the Night Hound did not cause any disturbance during the festival, and that it was the work of an anonymous necromancer. This article implied that the Night Hound came to the festival and massacred the students. Although he is an imperial criminal, it's a fact that he did nothing on the day of the festival. You could say the article is distorting the truth. Alright, who wrote this article? As she asked. All eyes inadvertently turned to him. Dolores frowned and looked at him seriously. Was it you? Viker immediately replied. I wrote that article according to the instructions of Professor Ben, the club's advisor. Dolores couldn't stand it. Why did that happen when I wasn't here? Viker opened his mouth. She was busy with student council duties throughout the festival. She rummaged through her bag in a fluster and said with a sigh, "But you shouldn't have written an article that's different from the facts." And Dolores placed a few sheets of paper on the desk. This is an official announcement released by the Capitol Guards this morning, confirming that the person who destroyed the important buildings in the capital was not the Night Hound. There was information that the Hound's characteristic weapon is a sword, but no trace related to a sword has been found at the recent scenes. The only remaining trace looked like the trail of a giant snake. Her official criminal name was Ouroboros. That mysterious person is presumed to be female. Her motive for the attack is still unclear, and she is presumed to be a former student, but the weapon she used is still a mystery. Apparently, all witnesses were killed. Hearing this, everyone was horrified. Dolores looked at Viker. So you shouldn't have recklessly pinned all the blame on the Night Hound. There are 3 villains, shouldn't we find out who did it? An incomprehensible face hidden behind glasses. Viker thought to himself, that's not important. I was just thinking of making the Night Hound a suspect. He'll be blamed anyway, Tudor cut in, putting the Night Hound aside. Who is this Ouroboros? Sancho also added. So the only thing found was a trace that looked like a giant snake had crawled by. Sinclair also chimed in. But how did they know that villain was a woman? Lipstick marks were left at all the locations. Dolores began to have suspicions at this time. It's as if she wants to show everyone that she did it. So the people around all discussed and gave their opinions, and only Viker still sat motionless. He thought to himself, I don't know her motive, whether she feels sympathy for the Night Hound or has malicious intent. Whatever the reason, if she interferes with my demon hunting, I will eliminate her. While everyone was discussing, Anna burst through the door with a large bundle of documents in her hand. I'm here. Dolores was surprised to see it. Anna, where did you get so much material? She answered. I got a lot of information after the festival ended. Anna looked at him. Viker, you're here. Perfect, there's a letter for you. Viker reached out, quickly took it and said thank you. Seeing the handwriting, he was a little surprised. A letter for me, but he quickly opened it. I don't know what the contents were, but Viker's complexion became very serious at this moment. Seeing him dazed, Sinclair looked over curiously. Viker, what's wrong? It turned out to be just the tuition payment notice for the first semester. After class, he quickly returned home. Pomerian was sitting on Viker's body. Osiris opened his mouth. I can pay your tuition. Seeing him still looking worried after he said that, he asked again. But what's wrong? Viker said. I told you before, please hide the fact that I'm a Baskerville while I'm at the academy, he thought to himself. I don't want to use Baskerville's money on purpose. It would interfere with my daytime activities. But his face darkened when he thought of his friends. There's only a week left until the tuition deadline. I don't want to do the things they suggest. The worries were endless. I didn't get a full scholarship because my conduct score was deducted. Osiris looked at his younger brother and couldn't understand. Why does he want to hide his abilities so much? At this moment, a thought suddenly crossed his mind, startling Osiris. Don't tell me he wants to be a loser who hides his power. I once believed in that cliché too. I wanted to hide my power among the weak and appear when difficulties arose. If that's what he wants to do. Thinking this far, he asked him again, why don't you do part-time jobs like monster hunting, get a guide from the Guide Guild and hunt monsters? That way you'll have more opportunities to dominate the battlefield, Viker thought and said. I don't know if you can call that a dream. Suddenly at this moment a thought crossed his mind. The guide guild. Now that I think about it, there was one guide. In the Age of Ruin there was a warrior who contributed greatly to the allied forces of humanity. Most of the monster encyclopedias I know were made by him, and in the future, thanks to his research, a research topic called monster ecology was born. But he was from an unknown countryside and wasn't close to anyone. In the battle against the demons there was no one to help him. In the end he lost his life at a young age, but I knew him well. Viker smiled to himself. For the sake of the future it would be great if I could get his help now while he's still alive. Then he said excitedly, "Thanks brother, I'll do that." Osiris was very pleased that his brother listened to him. "Of course it will definitely be helpful." The scene shifted to the residence of the Soa Guild where a cheerful voice rang out, "The Guildmaster is here." Everyone looked at him with anticipation. How was the monster hunt today? The man was carrying a large wild boar on his shoulder. No, it was massive. He said cheerfully, "As you can see, it was a great success." This person was Minifewer, also known as Minipin. Everyone was excited to see the boar. "That's our Guildmaster for you." The Guildmaster is on a whole other level. "I'm going to rest for a bit." Returning to a quiet room, this was the Guildmaster's office, the spa. The man looked at the ledger, exhausted, then laid his head down on the desk. "Another deficit this month. This money is no longer enough to cover the food and salaries for me and the guild members." Minipin was dejected, as the mercenary guild had grown larger, preventing him from doing anything he wanted. "Is it normal to feel sad for having nowhere to turn? It's all my fault. If I hadn't been scammed while chasing my dream in my youth, I wouldn't be in this financial mess." He then opened a drawer as if to take something out. Minipin held it in his hand and chided himself. "What a fool, but if I get the chance I still want to achieve that dream." Lost in thought, Minipin wearily rested his head on the cloth in his hand, his expression filled with anticipation. He said to himself, "The iron-blooded family, my dream is to enter House Baskerville." Outside, the sound of hurried footsteps approached the village. The person was dressed in clothes that covered him from head to toe. Upon entering he asked, "Is this the Soa Guild where a man named Minipin lives?" "Yeah." The guild member didn't like his tone. "Who's this young punk to say our guildmaster's name so casually?" The masked man said, "I'm a client here to make a request." He shouted in anger, "You think you can act so high and mighty just because you're a client?" But the masked man simply walked past him without another word. "Damn it, I've never met such a rude bastard in my life." He angrily swung his fist at him. However, the masked man moved as if he were using a lightness skill. He was gone in a single step, making it impossible to catch him. And very quickly the entire village was in an uproar, chasing the stranger. "Get him! Who are you? I can't catch him." It was no exaggeration to say he was as fast as a bird. His feet soon shot up like an arrow. Minipin was sitting in his room lost in thought when he was startled by a sudden sound. The stranger got straight to the point. "Is this the Guildmaster's office? Judging by your equipment, you must be Minipin." Minipin was startled. He looked at the stranger warily and stammered, "Who are you?" The voice echoed, "I'm a client here to make a request." Minipin was stunned. "A client?" The paper was immediately thrust in front of him. "This is my request form." Minipin was shocked. "So fast, I couldn't even react. He's an expert." After reading the contents he said, "Sir, if you've come without a formal request." Minipin frowned as he read the contents and his expression also turned serious. The masked man spoke again. "The guide I want to hire is you, Minipin." Minifewer, also known as Minipin. "I wouldn't forget the man famous for constantly visiting House Baskerville saying he wanted to become a vassal. What do you say? Do you want to work with me?" Minipin's voice rang out. Are you Lord Viker?" The client was Viker, none other than him. After his conversation with his brother he had quickly made his way here. In the evening two shadows walked down the road together. It was Minipin and Viker. He was holding a piece of paper. Mission details, client Viker Van. Mission description, find a guide. Objective, monster extermination. Minipin blushed and glanced at him. Aye, it's really him. It's definitely Lord Viker." Soon after, he suddenly ran in front of him and bowed his head deeply, stammering, "Again, it is an honor to meet you." He bowed deeply and continued to speak loudly. "Lord Viker, I really wanted to meet you." He helplessly put a hand to his lips, signaling him to be quiet. "And my name is not Viker," Minipin said in a small voice. "My apologies, to be honest, I really want to join the Baskerville family." Viker looked at the man before him. "If he wants to join Baskerville now, that dream must have existed long before my regression." He then drew the sword in his hand. Minipin was excited. "The iron-blooded family. The family that has always protected the western border from monsters. If I joined House Baskerville, could I learn their techniques, said to be invincible?" He trailed off, scratching his head with a pained smile. "They offered me a house and land, and I thought that was the only way to make my wife happy. Then the inevitable happened. I was scammed by a broker, and everything gradually turned into an empty dream." Viker observed him inwardly. Despite his appearance, that small insignia is proof that he's a true expert. With his skills, he could easily join any high-level mercenary guild. He spoke up. "I can help you achieve that dream. Of course, I'll have to see how you work first." Hearing this, happiness welled up from the depths of Minipin's heart. Overjoyed, he shouted once more, "I will do my best." Viker had to remind him again. "Be quiet." As the two walked down the road together, Viker began to explain the situation. I'm on a secret mission, so I'm hiding my identity while attending the academy. It's a secret from my family, so I'm not receiving any support at the moment. That's why I've come to you, the best guide, to earn my tuition." Hearing this, Minipin was so surprised he had to cover his mouth with his hand to suppress his emotions. He rejoiced inwardly. "To be praised by Lord Viker, the most respected person in House Baskerville," he spoke again. "From now on call me sir instead of my name." Minipin raised his hand and said loudly, "I will keep that in mind, sir." Looking at this man who shouted at the slightest touch, he began to question his life. "Is this man really skilled?" Viker then spoke again. "Considering I'm currently an academy student, what kind of monster would be good if I want to hunt a large number of them?" Minipin looked at him. "If it's a monster that's not too strong but can bring in a considerable profit, there's the Ron, to put it simply about that monster." Ron. They were bizarre beasts with the heads of hyenas and stocky bodies. They lived in packs in the highlands outside the capital. Their individual danger level was C, but in a pack they became an A-rank monster. A Ron on its own was very weak. In other words, it wouldn't be suspicious even if a first-year academy student hunted a lot of them. The royal family had designated them as pests and put a bounty on them. Furthermore, sir, you can also sell their meat and bones. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be impressed. Minipin really knows his stuff. The cart they were riding in came to a stop in a desolate land. Minipin said to him, "The Ron's habitat is somewhere around here." In front of them, a pack of monsters was growling and roaming around looking for prey. Minipin explained again. "Ron have a habit of collecting shiny objects, so the most common hunting method is to throw glass trinkets to lure them and then kill them." Viker continued his thought. "But that method would only work against a small number of Ron, wouldn't it?" Minipin replied. "Yes, that's right," Viker said to him. "That's not the method I'll be using." Just then, a giant python was charging towards him from behind Minipin, but its speed was too fast and Minipin was extremely flustered, but before he could even register it, its head was severed. Viker calmly looked at the snake's head that had fallen in front of him. "Minipin, is there oil in the rum barrels on the cart?" He looked at him and drank. "Yes, there is." In fact, he couldn't help but wonder. "Sir doesn't have a sword, so how did he cut that?" Looking at the massive, still bleeding corpse of the python, Viker was satisfied. "Good, I can kill the entire pack while avoiding engagement as much as possible." Minipin stared blankly at the blood flowing in front of him. "Sir is trying to subdue the entire Ron pack with just a few barrels of oil, something even the Imperial Subjugation Squad gave up on." Seeing his crazed eyes, he couldn't understand what on earth Sir was thinking. The two began to head towards the Ron's den with 6 rum barrels. Viker stood in front of their den without a hint of panic, looking rather calm instead. Smelling the unfamiliar scent of a human, the Ron pack immediately turned with red, ferocious eyes. Minipin worried inwardly. How is Sir going to defeat so many Ron? If he attacks recklessly, the pack might attack the nearby village. Seeing Viker slowly enter, he said to himself, "No, there's no way Lord Viker would overlook something so important." Minipin couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. "I want to see how Lord Viker will bring the Ron pack to its knees." Afterwards, 6 barrels were placed around him, and Viker stood calmly in front of the den's entrance as if guarding a bait. Viker first made a calculation. "There are 3 entrances to the Ron's den on this mountain. Is this the entrance to the lower-level Ron's den?" Soon after, he knelt and focused on channeling his inner energy with his fingertips. At this moment, a strong red aura emanated from Viker's entire body. He thought with concentration. "There's a reason swordmasters are known as superhumans. After becoming a swordmaster, I can sense aura more clearly." In his current state, he used his internal energy, but there was no change inside or around him. The space was still quiet, but soon a massive explosion that shook the entire mountain immediately rang out, startling even Minipin. He struggled to stand as the ground continued to shake. What is this?" Soon after, the Ron pack came rushing out of the den in a frenzy. This pure white light made them extremely flustered. Even in their dreams, the monsters couldn't have imagined it. Just as they rushed out, the rum barrels immediately toppled over. Some of them hit their heads hard on the large barrels and immediately coughed up blood on the spot. Viker held a lighter in his hand, satisfied. "To think I'd be using the same tactic I used when I lived in the forest, even though it was ultimately ineffective back then." A wicked expression appeared on his face. "This time I'm not dealing with her, just a pack of Ron." The monsters were horrified at the sight of the flame, but they had no time to react. Viker then tossed the lighter towards the pack and said in a cold voice, "Struggle all you want." In an instant the cave was engulfed in a sea of flames, and naturally the Ron pack could not escape their fate. Fire is dangerous in an enclosed space because it can spread and the resulting smoke is highly toxic. Since I blocked the upper entrances, the smoke will have nowhere to escape and will spread throughout the entire pack. Seeing the act that turned the place into a sea of fire in an instant, Minipin was so surprised his jaw dropped. Minipin, even though they're just monsters, Lord Viker doesn't even bat an eye when killing them. He's much more ruthless and meticulous than I thought. Seeing his face, Minipin was horrified. "Is this what it means to be a Baskerville?" Once again he looked at him as if he were an idol, his gaze revealing an unconcealable reverence. Minipin covered his mouth with his hand to keep from shouting again, but inwardly he couldn't help but scream, "So cool!" After the great fire was extinguished, the cave was littered with the chaotic corpses of monsters. He and Minipin finally went inside. He reported the situation. "Sir, as expected, the Ron pack inside suffocated from the smoke. I thought I had been around in the hunter's world for a while, but I still have a lot to learn from you," Viker said to him. "Stop with the flattery. There might be survivors, so don't let your guard down. Minipin, on the other hand, felt a warmth in his heart. Is Lord Viker worried about me? How can he be so kind? He frowned to himself and thought, Minipin reminds me of a chihuahua. He led the way, and the other followed. The two went deep into the Ron's cave together. Suddenly Minipin seemed to have discovered something behind a large rock, and without delay he quickly drew his sword and stabbed it straight in to explore. Seeing him struggling so hard, Viker grew curious. What's wrong? Minipin said. Please wait a moment, I see traces of a human here. Under Minipin's sharp blade a large hole was immediately pierced through the cave wall. Looking inside, both of them were so surprised they couldn't take their eyes off it. Minipin stammered, this is... Before the two of them a mountain of gold coins glittered. Viker was interested. What's this? Seeing this, it looks like someone used this place as a safe hideout. Minipin was bewildered. That's too quick a conclusion. Ron liked to collect shiny things, so isn't it possible they collected this pile? Soon after, he threw a gold coin towards Minipin. Look at this. These gold coins don't have serial numbers, so they couldn't have been issued by a bank. There's no way a Ron pack would have this, he stammered. But who would dare to hide their money inside a Ron's den? Viker analyzed. Well, one thing is certain. The person using this place as a treasure hideout is strong enough to kill this entire Ron pack and take their gold. As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow entered from the entrance outside. Minipin was startled and shouted, Oh my god, outside? That foot coldly crushed the head of a still-breathing Ron. Along with an ice-cold voice, a cunning face appeared. It seems there are a few rats aiming for my gold coins. Minipin was flustered. Is all this gold from that person robbing a bank? That's the only explanation I can think of. Viker spoke again. Come to think of it, there was news about a bank robbery recently. I remember it quite well as I wrote the article myself. An unidentified criminal was framing the night hound, mimicking his crimes. The culprit destroyed facilities around the capital, and all the assets within those buildings vanished. One of those facilities was a bank. All witnesses were killed, and the only things left at the scene were high heel prints and a trail that looked like it was left by a giant snake. As soon as he finished speaking, something attacked Viker's position. A long serpentine object struck the cliff beside him with great force, leaving a deep gash. Minipin was so horrified he froze on the spot. A spine-chilling laugh echoed. A woman entered, saying, It seems a few rats have wandered into my den. Upon seeing her, Minipin was so terrified he was tongue-tied. Ouroboros. Viker glanced at the gash on the wall. So the trail that looked like it was left by a giant snake was actually made by a whip, Viker assessed inwardly. She's using magic to alter her voice. Ouroboros looked at him. To think someone found my treasure vault. I don't know if you're lucky or unlucky. Suddenly her gaze turned serious. She was utterly shocked. Ouroboros screamed inwardly at the sight of the man before her. Why is he here? Viker was also slightly surprised by her attitude. What? She's suddenly become wary of me. Do I know her? Ouroboros suddenly chuckled. Still, I know one thing. I'm very lucky that you've crawled into my lair on your own. As she spoke, her eyes glinted cunningly. Seeing her channel her internal energy, Viker inwardly assessed that her aura was extremely dense. She must be at least an upper-level graduator. Minipin, a graduator, would have no chance of winning against her. He frowned, calculating that he was the only one who could defeat her. But if he showed his true skills and still lost, the risk would be even greater. What should I do? Minipin glanced at him. Lord Viker seems to be lost in thought, he calculated. He's a genius regarded as a hero, but he must be scared to face Ouroboros, an upper-level graduator. Thinking this far, Minipin immediately said, The Imperial Guards are currently patrolling at the foot of the mountain. He channeled his internal energy and said, Sir, I will somehow lure that woman out of the entrance. So use that opportunity to escape and join the Imperial Guards. Minipin seemed prepared to die. Although it was brief, it was an honor to meet you, sir. While Viker was still dazed, Minipin quickly leaped forward and charged. A powerful sword strike was prepared to attack. Minipin was a truly loyal man. A slash flew towards Ouroboros, but of course she was not one to be taken down. Seeing that he was still no match for her, even after using nearly all his power, he gritted his teeth firmly. Another slash flew out, but Ouroboros moved as if she had a motor in her body. Her movements were too fast. After two of his attacks missed, Ouroboros finally counterattacked. You must be out of your mind. The whip struck Minipin's face directly, and he had no way to dodge it. Fresh blood spurted out, and a long horrifying gash appeared on Minipin's face, making him look terrifying. His steps faltered. In the end, Minipin couldn't hold on any longer and knelt on one knee before her. Minipin was horrified. He screamed inwardly. To lose consciousness for a moment from a single blow, and that strike pierced through my flesh and broke a bone. I can't believe it. We're both the same rank, but the difference in our skills is this vast. He was out of breath. Nevertheless, Minipin's face remained extremely resolute. He continued to channel his internal energy. Although his body was severely injured, he paid no mind to the whip that continued to lash his body. He charged with the thought, Sir is destined to become a sword master one day. It would be too great a waste for him to die here. At that moment, a satisfied smile appeared on Minipin's lips. It is my mission to protect him, even if I have to sacrifice myself for it. He charged forward forcefully. Just then, a voice stopped Minipin in his tracks. Don't throw your life away, Minipin. Something flew straight into her face, startling Ouroboros. She frantically covered her eyes. What is this disgusting thing? I have to get it off. Just then, Viker appeared behind her. His foot kicked her hard in the face, delivering a quite painful blow. Ouroboros couldn't react, and fresh blood spurted from her mouth. Minipin couldn't help but be stunned by the scene before him. He never thought Viker would save him. Not stopping there, he kicked her again, sending her flying far away. That night the mountain shook and even the birds in the forest were startled, leaving their nests and taking flight. Viker approached, patted Minipin's shoulder once and praised him. "You're quite strong, Minipin." He was surprised. "What?" Ouroboros gritted her teeth from within the rubble. "This is insane. How can you be this strong?" He was about to lift Minipin and Minipin was surprised. "Lord Viker," he thought to himself. "I know that blow didn't kill her. I can't let Minipin find out I'm his sword master," he said to him. "Let's use this opportunity to get out of here." Seeing the two leaving, Ouroboros shouted, "You dare run?" Viker of course paid her no mind. He carried Minipin and rushed to the cave entrance in a single dash. Afterward, for some reason, Viker suddenly turned and gave her one last look. He exclaimed, "Oh," Viker saw her trembling on the ground. "You'd better run too. We'll be back with the Imperial Guard soon." A murderous intent appeared on his face. "If you're thinking of touching my treasure vault, you'd better be prepared." Then he nonchalantly bid farewell. "See you later." Ouroboros trembled with rage but could do nothing about him. Ouroboros struggled to get up and shouted loudly towards the outside, "You son of a bitch!" By this time, Minipin on his back was exhausted and had already lost consciousness. Just like that, he carried him and walked through numerous forests in the dark night, the bright moonlight illuminating the long road. Viker smiled faintly. "Interesting. I thought I'd lived long enough to know myself well, but to think there are still so many sides of me that even I haven't touched upon." He recalled his dedicated comrades. "The loyalty everyone showed me." He looked up at the high sky. Perhaps the wounds of the past are slowly beginning to heal. After a long while, the soldiers finally arrived at this cave. Everyone was horrified by this scene. Seeing the entrance filled with the corpses of Ron, they couldn't help but be stunned and shocked. What on earth happened here? The Ron subjugation operation ended with the arrival of the Imperial Army. As soon as they arrived, Miss Ouroboros had vanished, leaving behind a massive amount of gold. Everything inside the cave was confiscated by the Imperial Army. Minipin was evacuated and treated in time. However, Viker immediately held out a large sack in front of Minipin. "This is the money from selling the spoils and the reward for subjugating the Ron. We couldn't get the hides because of the fire and smoke, but we gathered quite a lot of bones, teeth and claws." He asked with concern, "How is your body?" Minipin said honestly, "To be honest, my whole body is injured, so it will probably take some time to fully recover." He continued, "It seems becoming a graduator wasn't entirely useless." He then placed the money sack in Minipin's hand. As soon as he opened the sack, a shimmering golden light reflected on his face. He explained, "This money should be enough to cover your help with the subjugation and your sick pay. In your current state, it will be difficult for you to work for a while." Suddenly, Minipin's face became slightly displeased. He bowed his head. "I mean, sir." A sad look appeared on his face. "Are you planning to return to the academy now?" Viker answered. "That's right." Knowing he couldn't stop him, Minipin said in a small voice, "I understand. Although it was a short time, I truly enjoyed my time with you, sir." Suddenly, Viker asked, "You know a lot about monster ecology, don't you?" Minipin was excited. "Yes, when I was young I traveled all over the continent, studying their habits and habitats. I can distinguish between variants and weaker or stronger species." Viker silently lifted the chair, then stood up and left with just 3 words, "I see. So wait for me." At these words, Minipin was so moved he even shed tears. Having lost all hope, he was happy again. Viker looked back at him. "I'll be needing you again soon." In Minipin's eyes now, the boy before him shone brightly. The scene changed, and it was now Professor Ben Mur's office. Ben was flustered amidst a pile of documents, grumbling, "It feels like I'm responsible for everything in this academy." Just then a knock echoed from outside. He immediately answered, "Come in." As soon as he saw Dolores, Ben said wearily, "You must have come to nag me again, haven't you?" She replied, "I've come to talk to you about the students who are in desperate need of scholarships." Dolores held out the papers. "This is a petition written by students who cannot continue their studies next semester due to difficult financial situations. It's a petition written by students who can't maintain their grades because of part-time jobs, and those who can't do part-time jobs but are still trying to maintain their grades to receive scholarships," she said again with utmost seriousness. "On the other hand, there are scholarship students who need re-evaluation. A significant number of them are wealthy students, but there are also those who pretend to have low income and receive scholarships fraudulently. Their scholarships should be revoked and given to students who truly need them." Ben replied, "Scholarships are awarded to students according to the Academy's regulations. The very rules that you, as the Student Council President, are supposed to protect and maintain." Dolores did not back down. "My point is, we need to examine this matter closely so that we don't miss students who need help." He was helpless against this female student. "So you're telling me to do more work now?" Dolores said firmly. "As the Student Council President, I have a duty to convey the voices of students who are in difficulty." He was annoyed. "Then who will take responsibility for me having to do twice the work? Were you going to double my salary?" She did not back down and continued, "Just because you have to do twice the usual amount of work? We are talking about the students' futures here." Just then, Viker opened the door and entered. His appearance silenced the air around them. He looked at him with annoyance. A money sack was in his hand as he said this. Viker was stunned. "Are you just going to walk into a professor's office without knocking now? Didn't your father teach you properly?" This voice echoed in his head. Upbringing. He recalled the words Hugo had taught him. respect the strong, weakness is a sin. That was the motto of House Baskerville as he thought. Viker replied nonchalantly. No one expected him to answer like that. The air in the room suddenly became frighteningly still. He rubbed his temples with his hand. All right, Viker, why are you here? Are you also here to protest about a scholarship you didn't receive? Viker stepped forward and asked him. Protest? Busy earning his tuition, he was naturally unaware of these things. Viker then slammed the large sack in his hand onto the desk, startling the professor. He looked at him and then said again with a serious face, I've come to pay my tuition. Seeing the shiny gold coins in the sack, Ben's eyes lit up. This is, the professor, now slightly curious, asked him, where did you get this money? Viker did not hide it either. I subjugated a few Ron, but then he started to lie. And while I was resting, the firewood I was burning happened to fall into the Ron's den and burned them all to death. Ben stood up abruptly. That's ridiculous. Viker was still nonchalant. You can confirm the details with Minipin, the guide from the Soa Guild who went with me. Will this money be enough to pay for my next semester's tuition? Ben was silent. At this point he no longer cared whether his answer was true or false. The professor's gaze went to the large money sack on the desk. He took out some and placed it on the desk, then said cheerfully, It's more than enough. In fact, this money is enough to prepay for 4 years of tuition, Viker said again. The rest of the money is also for tuition. Ben was surprised. That money is too much for your tuition. Are you planning to rent an entire auditorium? Unless you're planning to become a professor, Viker said. Please use the rest of the money for students who cannot afford tuition. Ben stood up abruptly in surprise. Did I hear you correctly? Are you saying you'll donate all of this money to the scholarship fund? He immediately replied, Yes, I have one condition. To receive this money, students must perform a certain amount of volunteer work at an orphanage. Ben was puzzled. Is that because you want to name the scholarship the Viker Scholarship? He immediately retorted, No, please make the donor's name anonymous. And I would like to name the scholarship something else. Perry, hearing this, Dolores was so moved she pressed her hands firmly over her mouth to keep from screaming. Viker seriously repeated his words once more. Please name the scholarship Perry. The rumor that someone had paid the tuition for poor students quickly spread throughout the school. The next day, the conference room was buzzing. Did you all hear? A sponsor appeared and donated a large sum of money. You can get a full scholarship just by volunteering at an orphanage, can you believe it? With no exceptions for nobles or commoners. Who is this anonymous sponsor who saved the students in need? Dolores still sat quietly without a word. She was lost in a question that lingered in her mind. Viker, who on earth are you? Top of the class in the midterm theory exam, high scores in the practicals, plus he's a diligent and perfect student with no friction with his friends. The cold eyes hidden behind his glasses looked truly emotionless, and it's impossible to guess what he's thinking. She recalled what he had said. Please name the scholarship Perry. To her memory, Perry was the poor child who was sacrificed in the battle against Dantalion. Recalling the girl's warm smile again, Dolores was surprised. Then Viker still remembers Perry. If that's true, there must be a warm heart hidden behind his cold exterior. Lost in thought, she found herself standing in front of his room. Dolores told herself she had something to say to Viker. She hesitated, raised her hand, and thought, perhaps this feeling is a kind of responsibility or gratitude, as someone who witnessed Perry's last moments when the Black Hound and I fought against Dantalion. But before she could knock, just then Piggy inadvertently opened the door. He was surprised. Senior Dolores, she blankly looked around the room. The space was empty and very quiet. Piggy's bewildered face still didn't know what she wanted. At this time, Dolores looked around. Where is Viker? Piggy was surprised. Oh, you came looking for Viker, Senior? Piggy said again. I don't know where he went either. Viker often wanders around at night. For some reason, she looked around the room with a very surprised expression at this time. Piggy scratched his head shyly. Ah, it looks a bit empty, doesn't it? The bottom bunk is Viker's, but he doesn't have many belongings. It's as if he could leave at any moment. Hearing this, Dolores's heart was shaken. Can leave at any moment, Piggy said honestly. It seems Viker has a lot of things he can't talk about, but as his roommate I can't help but worry that he might leave someday. As she still said nothing, he was surprised and turned to look at the senior again. At this time, Dolores left amidst his surprise. Thanks, Piggy. See you later. Piggy was surprised. Senior, the naive boy scratched his head. What was that? Watching Senior Dolores's back, Piggy guessed inwardly. Could it be that Senior has a crush on Viker? The scene changed, and now it was a bustling street, the surrounding scenery exuding a nostalgic atmosphere. And this place was none other than the Royal Central Station, platform 999. Bianca said cheerfully, her hands full of luggage. It's really been a long time since I've gone anywhere. Sancho was at a loss for words. Everyone's going to think we're on vacation. You know we're on our way to fight, right? Bianca continued. Are you saying we have to be on guard from now on? Soon after, she pointed her hand towards the people nearby as if to refute something. Bianca said again, in any case, Colossio Academy will win the Olympiad survival competition. Then what's the problem? To announce the start of the Olympiad survival competition, the 4 academies representing the Empire gathered in one place. Colossio Academy, an elite institution that promised the best education in all fields. Valangione Training Camp, a northern warrior training ground specializing in fighting in harsh climates with swords, spears, axes, and bows. Jishira Girls Academy, a university with a similar education system to Colossio Academy. And this year's host, the top wizard training academy in the East, the Magic Tower, Tudor asked her. The host this year is the Magic Tower, right? Bianca immediately replied. Yes, Dose City in the southeast of the continent is a famous tourist destination and where the Magic Tower is located. Just then an announcement came over the speaker. The transcontinental train will soon be arriving at the station. The next stop is the Imperial Capital's Royal Central Station. Everyone shouted in excitement. Wow! Soon a huge train appeared before them as fantastical as a magic train from a movie. Piggy exclaimed. Wow, it's so cool. This is the first time I've actually seen a magic train. Sancho smiled brightly. I rode one when I came to the academy. Just then the sharp-tongued Bianca spoke up. Wait a minute, don't look so surprised from now on, she explained. The students from Vilangione and Gishira will be on that train too. We can't look weak in front of our rivals. As soon as Bianca finished speaking, a group of people approached from the other side, catching the attention of Anna's group. To their surprise, the group had very ferocious faces and large, sturdy builds. Turning to the other side, the girls over there exuded the grace of royalty. They stood side by side, bathed in all sorts of auras. Piggy said blankly, My goodness, that's amazing. Tudor was also dazed. Aren't we just out to go to the convenience store? The atmosphere looks pretty grim. Tudor turned and said. They'll be angry when they see Sancho. Piggy was surprised. Why? Tudor explained. Sancho got first place in the Vilangione entrance exam, but he ended up coming to Colosio, Sancho said confidently. I've never been outdone by anyone, Bianca continued. Sinclair will have an even harder time. She was first in both the Magic Tower and Gishira entrance exams. Hearing this, Sinclair blushed and smiled. She said she was surprised when she found out she was first. Whether the result is good or bad, it all depends on myself, Tudor said cheerfully. Don't worry too much. The real aces are the third-year seniors. 53rd years, 32nd years, and 21st years, right? They said if you get in the top 10 in this competition, you can choose a treasure from a treasure vault jointly managed by the 4 academies. At least one of us has to get into the top 10. He cheered as he spoke. I wish Viker could have come here too, Tudor said weakly. I can't believe he abandoned us again and joined another team, Sancho continued. He couldn't help it. He said he promised them. A man must keep his promise. Bianca looked out the train window. Did Viker take a different car? I hope he doesn't get into a fight with the other schools. Sinclair was surprised. What? Surely nothing bad will happen, right? Hearing everyone say this, Piggy was flustered and cut in. Forget the other schools, I'm more worried about his teammates. And this was why Piggy said that. As the scene shifted to another car, a shadow was curled up alone on a chair in silence. That person was none other than Gremmy's Leviathan. He was silent for a long time. He was the third son of the Leviathan family, one of the 7 great families of the Empire specializing in poison. Hailed as the family's greatest genius, he never allowed anyone to stand above him. That story might have ended when he set foot in the academy. Second place in the entrance exam. Moreover, the person who beat Gremmy's was Sinclair, a commoner without a surname. His first failure was at the hands of a commoner, but as time went on, why did a strange feeling sprout in Gremmy's heart? No, perhaps this feeling had sprouted from the moment he first saw her. Eye-catching platinum blonde hair, smooth skin, large round eyes like a baby deer's, and a high nose and cute lips. Gremmy's suddenly realized he was secretly cheering for her. No matter how much he denied it and thought it impossible, it was an undeniable fact. Recalling that day, he said, Hey you commoner, you don't have a team yet, do you? He gradually tried to get closer to her, but he berated himself for only being able to call her by the contemptuous title of commoner. But that day, Gremmys spoke up. You can join our team, Sinclair replied hastily. What? And then she exclaimed excitedly again. Just like that, Sinclair, as if possessed, brushed past him and ran to Viker's side. To Gremmys, this was a humiliation. He was very angry. Seeing the two talking happily, a feeling of jealousy welled up from deep within his heart. And now, sitting in the same car as Viker, Gremmy's heart felt as if a heavy stone was pressing down on it. Viker said nothing, but when he glanced over, that damned leg was stretched out in front of him. Gremmys nonchalantly placed his leg on Viker's thigh, treating him like a servant he could lean on when he was tired. He looked at him with disgust and thought to himself, what does Sinclair see in that lowly commoner? Is it because they're both commoners? Viker, I'll crush you this time. That's why I joined this team, as he thought. Gremmys said, Hey, I'll be the team leader. Any complaints? Viker replied nonchalantly. I don't care as long as you have the ability, but what's with this leg? Gremmys raised his voice. I just needed something to prop my leg on because I wanted to stretch it. Do you have a complaint about being a footrest for a noble like me, with your lowly commoner status? If you do, let's have a go. But you've never experienced the pain of being poisoned, have you? The 3 brothers looked at that leg and felt like breaking it. Gremmys said triumphantly again, Don't act tough in front of me or I'll plant a poisonous insect in your body. Got it, you lowly commoner. As he spoke, he gathered a sinister green internal energy in his hand with a challenging gaze. Viker saw that damned hand and silently observed it for a long time without a word. Soon he suddenly stood up. All right, I'm going to the bathroom. Gremmys fell hard on the floor and he became furiously angry. You crazy son of a bitch, what are you doing? Before leaving, he didn't forget to turn back, bring a hand to his lips and signal for him to be quiet. Gremmys didn't understand what he was trying to say and shouted in annoyance, You crazy bastard. Behind him, the 3 Baskerville brothers rushed at him at this moment as if to tear him apart. Soon, those hands grabbed Gremmys' face hard, startling him. The sound of punches echoed in the room. Viker walked away and said nonchalantly, Sorry, but if you're going to block my path, I can't go easy on you. he told himself he had to get a high score in this year's Olympiad survival competition. To get the right to choose an artifact from the treasure vault, Viker had to be in the top 10, and he had to destroy one of the items stored in it. The demon was hiding inside that item, and the demon inside was none other than Decorabia, one of the 10 high-ranking corpses. To briefly explain about Decorabia, one of the 10 high-ranking corpses, it was a demon that hid in the form of an inanimate object before the regression. Decorabia was one of the few high-ranking corpses that had not been discovered. It existed like a holy relic stored in the treasure vault used by the Academy. Immediately after awakening, that entity became a pillar that helped the demons overcome their extreme weakening period. Viker felt a slight relief, thinking that he could deal with a future nuisance. He promised himself he would get into the top 10, get the ticket to enter that treasure vault, and eliminate Decorabia. To do that, thinking this far, Viker reached out and turned the doorknob. He immediately entered the room he had been in before. The three brothers had dealt with the troublemaker. At this time, Grammys was sitting in his seat. He groaned in his mouth and his head was hung low. I don't know what the three brothers did just now. His face looked as if he had seen a ghost and he was even foaming at the mouth. Viker looked at his opponent silently for a long time and did not say anything or act arrogant. As soon as the three Baskerville brothers saw him, their eyes immediately lit up and they gave him a thumbs up to signal that he did well. Just like that, Viker could remain quiet for the entire journey, and he thought he had to eliminate all possible variables that could arise again. The train continued to roll without stopping. At this time it finally approached its destination, and the driver gradually applied the brakes. As soon as everyone arrived, they got off and happily looked around, exploring. Grammys got off with a gloomy face, and Viker and his three brothers led the way. He looked up at the sky at this time, and the scenery here surprised Viker slightly. In front of him was a huge tower, and not only that, but he could see the dawn breaking here, and the sky was also very clear. This place was none other than Dumai City in the southeast of the Empire. Viker marveled inwardly. So that's the magic tower. A narrow, tall tower surrounded by ancient magic, so mysterious that even the best mages of today can't understand it. They say no one knows exactly how wide and high that tower is. He wondered to himself, is it similar to Andromalus's barrier? A handsome young man stepped forward. It's been a while, everyone. I didn't think we'd meet again as representatives of each academy this year. Dolores. She stepped forward and smiled brightly. This time she was the representative of Colosio Academy. Moving to the sturdy young man's side, this person was Yurishiko, the representative of Garangan Training Camp, Yurishiko Bakira. That beautiful girl was none other than Lockwood, the representative of the Girls' Academy, the mission Lockwood the Malini. Dolores said cheerfully. How have you all been? Lockwood continued. You guys haven't changed a bit. Yurishiko said again. It hasn't even been a year since we last met, has it? The arrogant bookworm continued. To be precise, it's been 11 months, 3 days, 11 hours, 43 minutes and 12 seconds, Yurishiko said teasingly. You bookworm bastard, let's see, just your name is still funny. The arrogant bookworm adjusted his glasses. It's a name that's hard for someone with only muscles for a brain like you to understand. He was the representative of the magic tower, the arrogant bookworm. Bianca heard it and shuddered. Is that person's name really Arrogant Bookworm? Sinclair continued. There's a tradition at the Magic Tower where seniors give names to their juniors. She recalled why she had given up on entering the Magic Tower. It was because they were going to name Sinclair Soft Cotton Ball, Bianca chattered. That person's real name is probably Blabla Hohenheim. The arrogant bookworm's ear itched. Is someone talking about me? In fact, his real name was Philippus Aureolus Theophrastus Bombastus von Hohenheim. Sinclair scoffed coldly. The name Arrogant Bookworm is much better, Piggy continued. Besides, all the representatives are unbelievably strong. He recalled that Yurishiko, the representative of Valangione, defeated all the fourth-year students as a first year and became the school's top student. There was a rumor that his ancestors were barbarians who lived on Mount Loyoreno. Our school's great president, Dolores, has never once defeated Hohenheim in a joint battle. With such talent, he will be appointed as a professor at the Magic Tower after graduation. His goal is to become the youngest Magic Tower mage in history. Lockwood, the representative of Jishiro, was very talented, but she also had a charming ability that deeply influenced others. That's why she was called the head of Jishiro. In addition, she was also a dancer in a famous theater dance troupe. Piggy opened his book. I believe that in this year's competition, Hohenheim and Bakira will compete for first and second place. President Dolores will take third, and Lockwood from Jishiro will take fourth. Bianca exclaimed in surprise and admiration. Where did you get all this information, Piggy? Soon the arrogant bookworm raised his hand and said loudly. Now then, since you all came all the way to the Magic Tower, I will guide you to your rooms. In front of everyone's eyes at this time, an extremely beautiful starry sky unfolded. As soon as everyone was guided here, they couldn't help but look up and exclaim in admiration and shock. Seeing the splendid and luxurious things before them, they couldn't believe this was where they would be staying, and inside all sorts of food of various colors and flavors were already dazzlingly laid out on the table. Tudor, who was hungry, didn't expect them to even provide a buffet. This is even better than I thought. Piggy looked around. Has anyone seen Viker? I'm a little worried about him, Bianca said. He's at the table diagonal to ours. Over there, Tudor cut in. I told you, you're worrying too much about Viker. let's worry about ourselves. 21st years, 32nd years, and 53rd years from each school. A total of 100 people. Out of 400 students, we have to get into the top 10 to receive the holy relic. As he spoke, Bianca cunningly looked around once and then said again, "By the way, at this table, everyone began to take their share of the food, but it quickly ran out. One of the others didn't care and took food on a large plate by himself. He was very triumphant about his spoils." Bianca had a disgusted expression. "I can't believe we're staying in the same place as the Valangione students. I really don't like how they act so rudely. Those students were like starving wolves. Bringing more meat is the best. Bring more meat. Why are you eating so fast? It was all gone in 5 minutes. There are a lot of people, so if you eat that fast, what are we supposed to eat? Bring more." A small female student was pushed, and fortunately a familiar huge shadow caught her. The girl said shyly, "Thank you." Then that big voice rang out, making that group turn around. "Hey, if you guys take all the food, what are other people supposed to eat?" Surprisingly, the one who spoke was Sancho. He continued again, "You're even cutting in line. That's really rude." Piggy and Tudor didn't expect this, and they both widened their eyes and shouted in surprise. "Sancho," that guy pointed the tongs at him. "Cutting in line at a buffet? Where is there a line? I'm so annoyed with you Colossio guys dawdling," Sancho said coldly. "I was just going to let it go because I was worried I'd lose muscle if I got angry, but I can't." That guy got annoyed. "What? Sancho Baratheon, right? I didn't recognize you because you were wearing a Colossio uniform." He accused him of being a coward who ran away after finishing the Valangione entrance exam. Sancho said again, "The reason I didn't choose Valangione even though I got first place is because I got 5th place at Colossio. I thought I had more to learn there." Then he crossed his arms. "But who are you?" that guy shouted in annoyance. "What, you forgot me? I'm Bodresson, the guy who competed with you in the exam." Tudor covered his mouth and burst out laughing. Sancho said, "He doesn't remember people like you." Bianca also passed by and said, "You said you had more to learn at Colossio even though you got first place in the Valangione entrance exam." Sancho said coldly, "You guys stop teasing the weak." Enraged by the teasing, he broke the tongs he was holding. He shouted, "I am Bolli Bodresson, the strongest first year from Valangione. I challenge the first years of Colossio to a one-on-one duel." Bodresson pointed at the 3 of them and shouted for the strongest one to step forward. The 3 of them looked at him as if he were from another planet, the strongest one, and simultaneously the 3 of them looked towards a boy with glasses who was quietly eating nearby. All eyes turned to Viker, but he paid them no mind and continued to enjoy his meal. Seeing that he was being ignored, Bodresson grew angry and approached him to start a fight. He immediately slammed Viker's table, knocking all the food over. Bodresson shouted in a giant-like voice, "Are you the strongest first year?" Viker's expression changed. There's a saying not to bother a dog while it's eating. His eyebrows furrowed, looking at the food spilled all over the table. Viker irritably wondered if he should just destroy everything. In the middle of the dining hall, Bodresson shouted loudly, startling everyone. "Hey, 4 Eyes, he growled at Viker. "They say you're the strongest among the Colossio first years, right?" Without waiting for Viker's reply, the burly muscular guy slammed his hands on the wooden table, making a loud noise. Bodresson asked in a cold voice, "Do you have the guts for an arm wrestling match without mana?" Viker found him really annoying. Not wanting to cause a scene, he remained silent for a moment. But Bodresson triumphantly pushed him to the end. "What, are you scared? If you're scared, just say so. I won't laugh. But if a guy like you is considered the strongest at Colossio Academy, I really can't acknowledge your school's level." Hearing this, all of Viker's friends were enraged. Dolores immediately approached and shouted loudly, "Stop it." She shielded Viker before the competition. "It is forbidden to cause disputes between schools." The crowd murmured, "It's Dolores Ruan Quovides. Is that the president of Colossio Academy?" Dolores said again. "Let's end the argument here. Everyone should get some rest and prepare for tomorrow's competition." Just then a booming voice echoed, "Wait." The huge man placed a hand on Bodresson's shoulder and said, "It's fun to watch hot-blooded first years cause a little trouble, isn't it?" This man with a cunning-looking face was Bakira. You could tell just by looking at his face that he wasn't a good person. The crowd murmured once again, "That's Yorishiko Bakira." Bakira spoke again. "Why the president of Colossio getting involved with Valangione?" "What on earth is this?" Bodresson challenged, putting the honor of himself and the Valangione first years on the line. "What are you going to do, strongest freshman of Colossio?" Dolores said again, "Bakira, I know what you're trying to say, but what's not allowed is not allowed." He patted the shoulder of the bull-like Bodresson. "My junior here wants to prove his strength. Besides, look over there. The other Colossio students are no pushovers either." Everyone was glaring. "We can tolerate you insulting us, but we won't tolerate you touching our friend." Seeing them so angry, Dolores raised her voice to calm them down. "Everyone?" She was a bit troubled. "If I use my authority to make them back down, it could affect the first year's morale before the competition. But the students' safety is the top priority." Viker's gaze turned to that arrogant guy, and he was a little annoyed. Bakira said triumphantly, "You two must be worried this guy will get hurt. It's fine, I know when to stop them." According to Viker's memory, Yorishiko Bakira was one of the great heroes of the Human Alliance before the regression. When he attended Valangione, he was bullied because his parents were from the forest, but he defeated all the fourth-year students and became the top dog of the school. That conflict made the other students bond more with Bakira. From then on he was no longer ignored and was acknowledged. As he was thinking, Viker spoke. I accept, then let's arm wrestle, Bakira laughed cheerfully. Good, I like your composure. Dolores was worried. Viker, are you sure? Viker thought to himself. I might draw some attention, but if I worry too much about minor things, I'll miss what's important. Viker spoke again. But I don't want to fight you. He pointed at the huge man in front of him and said, let's have a match. Yorishiko Bakira. Viker's challenge shocked Bodrason and everyone else present. He shouted in surprise. What? Bodrason growled. Your opponent is me. Don't be a coward. Bakira's hand came out and stopped him. Bodrason was surprised. President. The huge man on the other hand laughed in amusement. He said to Viker, judging by your expression, you're not joking. Immediately, Bakira placed his hand on the table with the dignity of a wolf. In that case, I accept this challenge. Dolores acted as the referee. I will stop the match immediately if there's a clear winner, if one side surrenders, or more importantly, if there's a risk of injury. After speaking, she looked at Viker with concern. The two opponents clasped hands, preparing for the match. Dolores said loudly, all right, get ready. Dolores's voice echoed again. Begin. Before the word was even fully out, Bakira's expression began to change. In contrast, Viker had a cunning smile, and the huge man's hand began to tremble. Instantly, Bakira began to struggle, but his hand was on the verge of slamming Viker's down. The crowd murmured. The match was very close, but people predicted Viker would lose soon without even needing to watch further. The people on that side began to whisper, I thought he would lose right away. To withstand the president's strength with that kind of body, he's amazing. The president must be going easy on him. It would be bad for his image if he won right away. Bodrason was impatient. Don't go easy on him. Finish him off, President. Piggy's hands were sweaty. Viker, will he be okay? Sinclair was also worried. Viker, Tudor said blankly. I knew Viker was strong, but I didn't know he was that strong, Sancho continued. That's right, Tudor commented as he watched. If Bakira is serious right now, Viker might actually win. The two were still locked in a stalemate, but Bakira was using all his strength. He couldn't push Viker over. He himself was a little shocked. This first year is ridiculously strong. Unbeknownst to him, he was sweating. At first I planned to go easy on him, but I changed my mind the moment I gripped his hand, Bakira calculated. He's putting his weight on the back of his arm and his shoulder, and his hand position is adjusted to maximize the power of his forearm. I have the advantage in physique, but technically he's on a completely different level. Even setting his technique aside, it feels like I'm trying to pull a giant mountain, unable to hold back. Bakira spoke frankly. The way you use your strength is like that of a seasoned veteran. You even have an aura comparable to my father's. How is this possible? Viker's strength made his opponent curious. Who in the world are you? A hunter. This hellish voice made Bakira flustered for a moment. He froze, but in case Bakira hadn't heard him, Viker said once more, I am a hunter of Baal. For some reason, even though it was just an arm wrestling match of strength, at that moment thick smoke began to rise from their clasped hands. Dolores was surprised. What's happening? The crowd also murmured. I can't see anything. Is a storm suddenly brewing? Right after the gust of wind, Viker fell to the ground. Bakira was still standing firm. Everyone was curious. The table broke. Who won? Looking at his own hand, Bakira hesitated blankly and said, I lost, but surprisingly, Viker cut him off. I lost. It was unclear why he admitted defeat himself. Then everyone cheered. That was a great match, Viker. Even though you lost, you did really well. To hold out this long against the president of Valangione, that's really amazing. I guess we can't underestimate Colassio. Bakira clenched his fist. Did he lose on purpose? Viker said nothing, just lifted his head and looked at Bakira. His gaze also let down its guard. Bakira extended his hand and pulled Viker up. He said again, You are the pride of the forest, don't forget that. From adversaries, the two came to have a favorable impression of each other after this match. Bakira excitedly raised Viker's hand. It was a great match, Colassio. To hold out this long against me, your strength is truly impressive, Sancho said triumphantly. Yeah, this is a real man's duel, Tudor continued. Bakira is really cool too, a real man. Piggy couldn't hide his joy. For some reason my heart is pounding. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's competition. The young men were still burning with fighting spirit, but the night before the competition passed peacefully. And finally the official day of the University League arrived. The next day everyone was filled with excitement. The scene changed to the control room of the Magic Tower. A strange atmosphere surrounded the place. An old man with a white beard and hair laughed heartily and began to speak. It is a great honor to host this year's competition at our Magic Tower. He was the master of the Magic Tower, Baekyoung-soo, nicknamed the Humpback Whale. The two people with grim faces were Polite, the headmistress of Jishira Girls' Academy, and Basilius, the commander of Valangione Training Camp. The familiar man with a face that could not be happy was Professor Ben, the vice principal of Colassio Academy. Baekyoung-soo began the meeting. Thank you for coming all this way. Hippolyte replied, I've seen the Magic Tower's Eye of Prophecy countless times, but it's impressive every time. Basilius continued, We can see the students clearly with it. Baekyoung-soo looked at what was in front of him. That's right, thanks to it, we can clearly see what all 400 students are doing, and he continued. The name of the map for this year's survival competition is Mount Loireno. How the children will survive on this hellish map. At Baekyoung-soo's words, everyone observed quietly. I'm quite curious. Over here, Viker was heading deep into the forest and glowing red eyes were fixed on him. The day the Olympiad survival competition began at the Magic Tower. Inside the Magic Tower were countless hidden spaces where all spatial limits were broken. this year's venue for the Olympiad survival competition, Mount Loyoreno. Students from each school would be summoned with their teams to random locations. They had to adapt to the harsh forest environment, survive, and prevent their HP from dropping to zero. That was the most important thing in this competition. Everyone decided to enter that dangerous place together. Suddenly, a huge foot with terrifying claws stomped on the ground, startling Piggy. As everyone looked back in fear, a giant monster was glaring and roaring. They could survive by running from the monsters. Or, as he said this, the monster slammed a statue hard on the ground and the earth and stones shattered and scattered in all directions. And the second way to survive here was to kill them to raise their score, which was just as important. Piggy instructed Tutor to draw the monster's attention and prepare for the next attack. Sancho, if your shield can't hold any longer, protect Sinclair and Bianca. Sinclair, Bianca, while Tutor and I draw the monster's attention, aim for its weak spot. Sinclair immediately replied, got it. Looking at the giant monster in front of them, everyone charged together according to Piggy's instructions. Let's go. Just like that, they had pretty good teamwork. At this time, the monster furiously attacked the obstacles in front of it. Bianca and Sinclair moved together. The two girls were tasked with drawing the monster's attention. Immediately, Tutor looked behind him and shouted loudly, Bianca, are you ready? Bianca aimed her bow and replied with a triumphant smile. Of course, an arrow flew and its power was immense. Not only that, but Sinclair added her power, making the shot even more powerful. Seeing the monster whose head was smashed fall to the ground, Piggy was surprised. That technique, that was too close. You didn't do that on purpose, did you? Bianca said triumphantly. I just saved you guys, you know. That technique originally takes more time. A trembling voice echoed. Run! Bianca was busy being triumphant. Hearing this, she suddenly opened one eye and stared blankly. What? Sinclair and Sancho shouted in fear at the same time. Tutor, Piggy, run quickly! Piggy and Tutor were dazed. What's wrong? Behind them at this time, a huge flame was rushing madly towards them. Again, a huge explosion immediately echoed, sending everyone flying far away. Even the bugs from Colosio Academy can earn points by hunting. The arrogant bookworm said in a cold voice, we can't let them get through the magic tower. Other teams. As the scene shifted to another person's side, Gremmy's only had 77 HP left at this point. He panted, exhausted. Damn it, I've almost run out of stamina wandering this forest. Does this hellishly dense forest really exist in reality? He irritably thought of his colleagues. And where on earth did those guys disappear to? He recalled what the Baskerville brothers had said. Do your best to keep up. Keep up. Keep up. Gremmy's was a little puzzled. They went straight into the forest without any fear, or were they eliminated and sent to the lobby? He recalled the time he was miserably beaten. Those useless idiots, I should have taught them a lesson. I just let my guard down. As he was irritably thinking about that unpleasant incident, a fragrant smell tickled his nose. Gremmoise's mouth watered and his eyes lit up. Food, that's definitely the smell of food. He quickly followed the scent and thought to himself. To spread the smell of food in this vast forest is like an invitation saying, come and get me. I'll paralyze them with poison and then take all their food. After running, he saw a fire in the distance and was very happy. There it is. In his hunger, Gremmy's lost his caution and didn't notice he had stepped on a trap. Only after looking down at this time did he realize he had been treated like a beast by someone else and was terrified. Immediately, Gremmy's was caught by the rope at his feet and hung upside down. He struggled in fear. What is this? Who dares to set a trap here? Get me down. Tisk, a voice was heard at this time. What are you doing here? That voice made Gremmy's very scared. He said blankly, huh? Looking at Viker's brothers, all of their HP was still high. Gremmy screamed inwardly, it was you guys, this is so embarrassing. He was then taken down by everyone. At this time, everyone was sitting by the fire warming themselves. Gremmy's was embarrassed. You guys have a tent and food. Who set all this up? The three twins said at the same time. Yes, that commoner did all of it. All of it. All of it. Gremmy's was surprised as commoner did it. Don't lie. How could a guy who lived such a pathetic life? He could see in the three men's eyes that they looked like they were about to beat him up again. Gremmy's was startled. Wait, I was just asking how he did it. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Why do I, a member of one of the 7 great families, have to walk on eggshells around this commoner? And why are those Baskerville guys protecting him? But as the smell of cooked food wafted over, his stomach betrayed its master. It growled. The 3 Baskerville brothers laughed out loud. Gremmy's was furious and gritted his teeth inwardly. Damn it, this is so embarrassing, I could just die. Just then, Viker held out some meat in front of him. I grilled some monster meat as bait, but please help yourself. We've already eaten our fill. Gremmy's stared blankly at the meat. You're giving this to me, why? Viker smiled warmly and said, because you're the team leader. His gaze towards him was now more favorable, and those words made Gremmy's tear up, but he didn't know what Viker was thinking inside. Gremmoise's poison-using abilities are really useful in this forest. He might be useful later. He couldn't hold back his tears and they continued to stream down. Gremmy's was moved. I despise this commoner so much, but I never thought he'd be so kind. And a moment later, as everyone stared blankly, he ate the 2 skewers of meat in his hands while crying. His HP rose from 70 to 90. Over here, a powerful arrow flew far, its momentum fierce. The monster hit by the arrow collapsed with a painful groan as expected. The love that goes through the stomach is always solid. After eating those few skewers of meat, Viker's team was now in perfect sync. Next, another monster fell. The 3 Baskerville brothers charged together, combining their strength to attack fiercely. A moment later, the monster's tongue hung out as it fell to the ground dead. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Viker was satisfied. That's the 30th beast, the three brothers said at the same time. That was really easy, too easy, too easy, Viker spoke again. We need to catch more to secure a spot in the top 10, Grammys couldn't understand, he wondered inwardly. Why are we hunting monsters when other students give more points? Grammys looked at him warily. What on earth is this commoner up to? Viker didn't mind his gaze. He looked up at the star-filled sky and felt it. This feeling, it's so familiar. A survival test that evaluates practical skills through survival points and points from defeating monsters. You can also get points by defeating others. I got first place by avoiding others and focusing only on hunting monsters. This testing ground feels like I've come home. But ever since stepping foot on Mount Loyoreno and entering the magic tower, for some reason he had been constantly uneasy. It feels like a sword master's intuition is warning me that something is coming. Indeed, the air around them began to gradually settle, and an eerie feeling arose. Everyone quickly got into a battle stance. Grammys was surprised at how fast they were, but he also immediately channeled his internal energy. Who would have thought that the girl in front of them would make Gremouise's heart drop? The person in front of them was none other than Sinclair. Her HP was only 38 at this point. The scene changed to the Magic Tower's control room, and everyone inside was still very tense. Basilius said, even though Colosseo has the fewest students, Hohenheim eliminated a large number of their freshmen. Hippolyte scoffed. How audacious, Baekhyangsu was also amused. The arrogant bookworm has finally shown his true colors. It seems Colosseo is out of luck this year. He saw that the professor was still silent and lost in thought. Baekhyangsu was curious. What are you thinking about, Vice Principal Ben? Only then did he break free from his thoughts, and Ben raised his hand. I regret to have to say this, but as the person in charge of this year's competition venue, do you really think this is a safe place this year? Hearing this, Baekhyangsu's gaze suddenly changed and became serious. What do you mean? Ben spoke again. The Magic Tower did not choose an ordinary place as the survival test venue. Instead, you chose a restricted area deep in the forest. As time goes on, not only the terrain but also the types of monsters will begin to change. Higher-grade monsters will gradually appear as well. This can make it very difficult for the students. A few years ago, according to information provided by the Morgue family, there was a report that a powerful monster, presumed to be S-class, appeared in the forest's forbidden zone and caused massive casualties, he continued. If a monster of that level appears in the competition, will the Magic Tower's system work? Are there countermeasures in place for the worst-case scenario? Baekhyangsu insisted it was just a rumor. I've heard about that too. He pressed his temples as if he had a slight headache, but since that incident no one has witnessed the existence of such a monster, and the ones who spread the rumor were the Morgue family, who are against the Magic Tower. Basically, I don't believe what they say. Besides, all the monsters that appear in the test area have been adjusted to the student's skill level. The current students' levels range from lower-level graduators or fourth circle mages to lower-level predators. After a moment, Baekhyangsu suddenly paused with a cold voice and then spoke again. But if there is a student who has reached the 7th circle or is a sword master, the system will begin to summon monsters that the students cannot handle. In theory, it's something that can't happen. It's completely impossible. No matter what happens, the competition will be suspended. The scene changed to an empty room, and Tudor was surprised. You guys were eliminated too, Piggy tore at his hair. If only we hadn't let our guard down, according to Baekhyangsu. If a student's HP shield drops to 0, they are automatically teleported to the competition lobby. Then how could there be a problem? His eyes widened. Don't tell me you're complaining that there aren't many students left from Colosseo. Vice Principal Ben stood up in anger and shouted nonsense. Baekhyangsu spoke again. This is a gathering of the Empire's best mages. We are on a different level from the people of the renowned Morgue family or Colosseo Academy. He smiled brightly at Ben. I believe you are wasting your time on a fantasy that will never happen. The professor was so angry he gritted his teeth and inwardly cursed this stubborn old man. The scene changed to Viker's side and his voice echoed. So Tudor, Piggy, Bianca and Sancho have all been eliminated. Sinclair quickly replied. Yes, Sinclair said. Tudor and Piggy were attacked by Hohenheim when they weren't holding their weapons, and Bianca and Sancho. Viker thought to himself. Hohenheim, one of the great heroes who contributed greatly in the Age of Ruin. Although the heroes were all in the same era, there can be differences in their skills, Sinclair continued. But I'm glad I finally got to meet you, brother. By the way, why is your HP still the same? She was delighted. My HP dropped drastically just by running for a short time in this forest. You're really amazing, brother. Grammys was annoyed seeing the two talking happily. I knew it. I can't stand seeing those two together. Since he was hiding deep in the forest and just hunting monsters, of course his HP would be the same. What's so great about that? I can do that too. Just then, as if sensing something, Viker quickly drew his bow. Seeing Viker aim an arrow at him, Grammys was startled and shouted, What? I didn't do anything. I didn't say anything. I didn't touch anything. I just thought it in my head. Sinclair was surprised. Viker, he coldly shot 3 arrows over Gremouise's head without a word. Thinking he was going to take revenge, he was scared and covered his head, shouting, but of course, Viker shot the vines above his head, not him. A cold voice echoed. Your intuition is good. We used magic to eliminate all sound as we approached. How did you know? Grammys collapsed. That voice continued. It seems you're the brats from Colosseo. Did you think we wouldn't be able to find you? The one who appeared was Lockwood, she said in a venomous voice. How arrogant of you to dare to hide here. Although she looked weak, Lockwood's HP was still 85. Just then another person's venomous and cold voice echoed throughout the forest. Wait, you're Sinclair, right? She was surprised that the other person called her by name. The blue-haired girl was puzzled. Do you know each other? Anna said, she's famous as a traitor. She got first place in the Jishira entrance exam but went to Colosio. The blue-haired girl said in a small voice. Wait, how can you say that in front of the president? Anna was startled. Oops, Lockwood was angry. You, that platinum blonde brat, you chose Colosio instead of Jishira, the best girls' school in the Empire. Don't tell me you went to Colosio for something as trivial as dating someone. There aren't even any handsome guys at Colosio. But a moment later she blushed at her own words and was embarrassed. Lockwood was mesmerized by Viker. That face, how can it be so intelligent and cute, sexy and handsome at the same time? Lockwood inadvertently drooled. Damn it, he's totally my type. The two girls beside her shook the president vigorously. A moment later a hand quickly blocked Viker. Sinclair shouted, Can you not look at Viker like that, you old hag? Hearing this, all three girls, especially Lockwood, were startled. She was very angry. A moment later a venomous voice echoed, Old hag, did you dare call me an old hag? You arrogant wench. As she spoke, she channeled her internal energy, and disgusting tree roots crawled out of the ground. Lockwood's eyes widened like a demon's as she shouted, I'll kill you. A moment later, along with a huge explosion, a large flame erupted, heating up the entire forest over here. Hohenheim charged. Stop running and give up. What can a healer do without anyone by their side? You're all alone. Dolores's HP was only 55. She gritted her teeth and held on with difficulty. The ground under Dolores's feet also cracked and hot lava gushed out from below. The time she noticed it, the flames were already burning fiercely. Startling Dolores, Hohenheim slowly approached her. There's no way to run now, Saintess, he smiled cunningly. If I eliminate you, wiping out the remaining members of Colosio will be a piece of cake. The Magic Tower will win this year's survival competition. Dolores panted and thought to herself, I can't be eliminated here. Just then, Yurishiko attacked at the same time, startling Hohenheim. He shouted with interest, Don't be so conceited, Hohenheim. His HP was 87. A moment later, a powerful attack struck down and Hohenheim momentarily lost his balance. The arrogant bookworm gritted his teeth. This monoconcentration, you've reached the Predator level. Yurishiko laughed triumphantly. You're a fourth circle mage, how could I fall behind? A moment later, he strongly slashed down towards the arrogant guy in front of him. Over here, everyone was still struggling to fight Lockwood's tree roots. The three twins attacked together with their twin swords. Viker inwardly noticed that this magic was similar to the technique used by the three Morg sisters, the three flowers. But this magic was composed of three different types of magic. It requires high concentration. I can't believe she can control it even while she's excited. Suddenly, a heavy internal energy pressed down and Viker was startled and paused. He immediately stopped his movements and turned around blankly. As if he had seen a ghost. At this time the entire mountain also began to shake. Viker was wary. The source of this ominous energy. Dolores's side was no exception. The ground began to crack more and more. Hohenheim was startled. Is it an earthquake? Yurishiko said blankly. I've never heard of an earthquake in the forest. Immediately, something shot out strongly from under the ground where they were standing as if it had been released from a seal. Seeing the giant shadow covering their heads, all three of them widened their eyes and stood there blankly. Not only them but Viker and Sinclair over here were also amazed. It was a giant spider, and it looked as if it could suck in everyone here. Viker looked at the giant monster in front of him, his eyes filled with an unconcealable fear. It was Madame. Madame opened her mouth wide and a strange sound echoed through the mountains and forests. Viker was startled and asked himself, Madame? As soon as she appeared, Madame let out a roar that shook the entire forest under her feet and soil and stones flew in all directions. Viker's group below screamed and struggled to avoid the flying rocks. The two colleagues behind Lockwood shouted, President Lockwood, snap out of it. We have to run now. After seeing Madame, she was terrified and froze on the spot, muttering, What is this? Viker ran while looking back at Madame and thought to himself, The uneasy feeling I had since entering the conference hall was probably because of Madame. Before the regression, the story of Madame was just a scary legend. After several investigations and revisions, it was recorded in the Empire's Monster Dictionary. In other words, no one had ever seen Madame in person before, not even inside the magic tower that hosted the competition. Looking at the scary monster bearing its sharp teeth behind him, Viker thought to himself, This is definitely a variable caused by my influence. The next moment, Madame aimed her sharp claws directly at Lockwood. At this time she was startled and her whole body was filled with fear, standing there without being able to move. She thought to herself that her legs wouldn't move and that this was how she was going to be eliminated. At the critical moment, Anna suddenly appeared and raised her shield in front of her, shouting, President, get out of the way. As soon as she finished speaking, Anna was hit by Madame's claws and flew far away. Lockwood witnessed this scene and widened her eyes in shock. She saw her colleague take a hit and fly away because of her. Afterward, Lockwood painfully called out her colleague's name. Anna. At this time, Anna had collapsed at the base of a tree, her whole body covered in scratches and unconscious. Madame let out a terrifying scream deep in its eyes. Below in the forest, besides Viker's group in front of them, there were dozens of students gathered in groups deep in the forest. Immediately, Madame left Viker's group and passed them, charging towards the larger group in the distance with a terrifying roar. Grammies was scared and collapsed to the ground. Seeing the monster disappear, Grammies said in fear, It went that way. Wow, I really thought I was going to be eliminated." Viker was sweating and asked himself in confusion, "Is it heading towards where there are more students?" A moment later, he couldn't help but wonder. But what are the organizers doing? There's no way a creature of that caliber would be allowed in the competition. Otherwise, could it be? Suddenly, Lockwood's desperate scream broke Viker's train of thought. She called out Anna's name and anxiously ran towards her unconscious colleague. Anna's current HP was 0. This made Lockwood extremely confused. What? Her HP clearly dropped to 0, so why hasn't she been teleported to the waiting room yet? The other girl asked in fear as well. No way, then how do we get out of here? After asking, the girl immediately covered her mouth and began to sob. And Lockwood fell to the ground in despair. Grammies approached from behind and asked in a panic, "What do you mean, even though you're eliminated, you can't return to the waiting room?" He held his forehead and laughed in disbelief. "No, a bizarre creature like that has really appeared, so why hasn't the competition been suspended yet? What on earth are the organizers doing?" A moment later, Grammies began to despair, covering his head and kneeling on the ground in fear, saying, "They've abandoned us. Since they can't control it themselves, they've abandoned us." Seeing him gradually losing his mind, Viker immediately calmed him down. "Get a grip, Grammies." Although Viker tried to calm him down, Grammies clutched his head and continued to shout, "I don't want to die here." Just then, from the bushes behind them, 2 hands parted the leaves, peeking at Viker's group. The owner of those hands was none other than Dolores and her party. They had come after hearing Gremouise's screams, and Dolores immediately asked if they were okay. "Is everyone all right?" The scene changed to the Magic Tower's control room, and the people inside were screaming in terror. The students' HP had dropped to 0, yet they had not returned. "We already have casualties. Get my students out of there right now," Professor Ben shouted in anger. Master of the Magic Tower, stop the competition immediately. "Hurry." Baek Young-soo stood there, stunned, and kept muttering to himself. "Impossible, there's no way something like that exists in the swamp." Was everything the Morgue family said true? Then Baek Young-soo continued, "If only that thing hadn't appeared, the Magic Tower could have won this competition." Hearing Baek Young-soo's words, Ben immediately gritted his teeth. He grabbed Baek Young-soo by the collar and screamed loud enough to tear his ears, "Stop the competition right now. Are you planning to let all the students in there die?" Baek Young-soo stammered in reply. "I can't. I tried to stop it, but I can't," Ben said with annoyed suspicion. "You can't stop it," Baek Young-soo replied. Sweating, "The system overloaded because it summoned a being beyond the Magic Tower's capabilities, and it's now out of our control." Ben continued to ask, "We can't get in and the children can't get out. So is there a solution?" Baek Young-soo moved his finger and pointed to a giant point of light, saying, "If we defeat the monster in that conference hall, the Magic Tower's system will return to normal." The scene changed to Viker's group, and Dolores was currently treating Anna. She said it was fortunate that the impact was lessened thanks to the HP shield. Then she looked at Lockwood with concern and said, "She just lost consciousness for a moment, so she'll be fine after some rest." Lockwood looked at Anna, bit her lip and replied, "That's a relief." Dolores couldn't help but worry as she looked at Madame from behind. Although the situation here was somewhat under control, she could only hope that the other students where that monster was heading would not be harmed. Viker silently looked towards Madame, lost in thought. Madame, 8 legs, danger level S, a nation-ending disaster. Its very existence robs people of their will to live. But this is different from the Madame I met outside the tower. It doesn't use poison, and the countless eyes it had are gone, creating blind spots. There were also holes in its very hard body. It's just a guess, but it seems a distorted form between the dead Madame and the past Madame was summoned to the tower after forming a plan in his mind. Viker turned his gaze towards the people who had fallen into despair. Even if they knew these differences, they wouldn't see a chance to win against a weakened Madame. No, first I have to restore their will, which is suppressed by fear. To prevent further casualties and achieve my goal, I have to use my strength. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed, "I have to go." Viker was surprised and raised his head. In front of him, Lockwood slowly stood up and said with a determined voice, "I can't just despair here. Because of my complacency, my junior almost lost her life. I have to avenge the one who put my junior in this state and prevent others from getting hurt." Her eyes were now sharp and serious, and she declared strongly, "Because I am the president of Jishira Academy." Just then, a sword in front of Lockwood was stuck firmly into the ground, and a voice said, "Lockwood, Bakira, that will suit you better." Yorishiko raised the corner of his mouth and smiled confidently. "I'll go with you, Bakira." Immediately from behind, Dolores said with a determined voice, "Me too, I can't let the students be sacrificed here." All 3 of them turned to Hohenheim, and Yorishiko asked him, "What are you going to do?" "You bookworm bastard, I don't want to admit it, but we need your power." Hohenheim raised the corner of his mouth. There was no other way. He adjusted his glasses and replied arrogantly, "It's really annoying, but this is just a temporary alliance. Everything is for the Magic Tower's victory." Viker saw everyone bravely showing their will to fight and thought to himself that he had underestimated them. Even in the age of ruin, they were heroes who stood at the forefront. He raised the corner of his mouth and said, 3 twins from now on relay what I say to the others. It's the method to attack Madame." the scene changed to the students deep in the forest, and everyone was currently screaming, trying to escape from the scary madam behind them. Everyone shouted, "Run!" Just then a girl tripped while running and fell on the spot screaming. The girl trembled all over in fear and pleaded with the man in front of her. "I had twisted my ankle, please help me." He sweated and looked at her, but in the end he left with a single word, "Sorry," and turned to run away. The girl left behind continued to plead. Madam aimed its sharp claws at the girl. At this time the girl was crying, her face a mess of tears and snot as she kept shouting, "No!" Just then a fireball flew and hit Madam squarely on the head. As it blocked its evil blow, dust rose thickly. Hohenheim looked at it with displeasure. Demonic insects are usually weak to fire magic, but it's completely unfazed. With the help of everyone behind him, Hohenheim raised the corner of his mouth and smiled triumphantly. It was as expected. After the first attack, Hohenheim continued to shoot the next fireballs at Madam. Although it had no effect, Hohenheim persistently continued. On the way to Madam, the three Baskerville brothers continued to take turns relaying the message to the entire group. Hohenheim said in surprise, "What? There's a monster that isn't affected by my fire magic, and it's an insect type." Hero turned his head and explained in detail. "It's ineffective. Unless it's the hellfire of another world, normal fire magic won't do much damage. Even Madam's shell is too hard for our attacks to penetrate. Fortunately, the leg parts are less hard than the body, but if they're cut, they'll grow back with a strange ability. So the only weaknesses right now are its eyes and some parts of its body where the shell has peeled off. Even if we can't do damage, if we draw its attention with fire magic, the Vanguard will aim for that weakness." After hearing this, Hohenheim turned and said, "Thanks for the information and strategy, but how on earth do you know all that?" Hero recalled Viker's words and blinked his eyes nervously, stammering, "I've actually fought Madam once before. This was analyzed from that battle. Anyway, you're saying we can defeat it if we do as you say, right?" By the way, back to the present, the thing Hero was talking about was now roaring in anger. It was currently aiming for Hohenheim's group, and he immediately shouted, "I don't think I can draw its attention any longer." Then he immediately called Lockwood's name. On Lockwood's side she was holding a magic staff in her hand. At her feet all sorts of flowers and grasses bloomed one after another. A moment later, Lockwood smiled triumphantly. She spun her magic staff without rest and said, "This should be enough." As soon as she finished speaking, she struck her staff down on the magic circle she had just drawn and immediately summoned long winding tree trunks like tentacles. Madam was momentarily caught off guard, turned its head and flinched, and immediately its legs were tightly bound by those tentacles, and it let out a few groans. She shouted, "Now it's your turn." The three Baskerville brothers flew towards Madam. Red and blue lightning soared around Madam. The red lightning was the Baskerville brothers striking down with all their might with their swords, and the blue lightning was none other than Yoshiko. He let out a roar and then struck Madam with all his might. With this blow, the surrounding soil and stones flew up thickly, and for a moment Madam was not visible. Yoshiko said, "I can't tell if it's dead or alive because of the smoke." A moment later he said again, "But I definitely felt it hit." In the very next moment everyone froze in fear and looked up. Surprisingly, Madam had no injuries at all. The wounds from a moment ago were all gradually recovering. Madam was now extremely angry and stomped its legs. Hohenheim's group immediately blocked the attack with a magic shield. Yoshiko's group was desperately running to avoid Madam's attack. The two brothers gritted their teeth, turned their heads to look at Madam, and couldn't help but sweat. Recalling the previous event, the three Baskerville brothers stood in front of Viker. Hero asked, "Can we really kill Madam just by doing that?" Viker turned his head and replied, "Probably not." The three Baskerville brothers said at the same time in suspicion. "What?" He immediately explained, "They probably know it well too, that fighting Madam is a meaningless act." Viker saw them trembling and said, "Everyone is afraid of dying. But what's more frightening is having to watch a comrade fall when you have the ability to fight. That's why I chose them, not because they might not win, but because they definitely know they can't win." And yet Lockwood stood up and said to her remaining colleague, "Please take care of Anna, we will fight to the end." Back to the present, Lockwood was struggling to hold on against Madam's evil attack. She gritted her teeth in fear and tears welled up in her eyes. Just then Viker placed his hand on the ground and channeled his energy, and immediately an explosion occurred at Madam's feet, making it scream. Yoshiko stared at it blankly. The ground at the monster's feet suddenly exploded. He also thought to himself blankly, that explosion of aura, could it be? Immediately he remembered. At that time Viker had urged, "When I give the signal, tell everyone to attack with all their might at the same time." He raised his finger and said, "That way we can defeat Madam." At that time Hero said, "It's the signal." Then he shouted, "Everyone get back into position. The only chance is now that Madam has missed its attack opportunity." Immediately everyone got into an attack stance, and with utmost seriousness and caution they all poured out their remaining strength and charged with the determination to defeat Madam. A moment later, Hero shouted loudly, "Everyone attack!" The three Baskerville brothers and Yoshiko all flew towards Madam, and their speed was so fast that only red and blue lightning could be seen. Over here Viker lowered his head in thought, a red aura still remaining on his fist. He raised his head and looked with sharp eyes at everyone who was bravely fighting without rest. "I know well that you will one day become true heroes. Although you are weak now, you did not back down, and it will be you who will end this battle. I will open the way for you." Viker raised his bow and aimed it squarely at Madam. He drew his bow and said, "Heroes are not born, they choose to be. I can point the way, but only you can walk that path." Viker released his hand and the arrow flew towards Madame like a flash of lightning. Along with a huge explosion, everyone shouted at the same time. Madame was hit by all the attacks and its whole body exploded, sending soil and stones scattering in all directions.